"Honey, I'm off to pick up Shu from school," Qin Hao called out towards the kitchen. "Go ahead," replied Luo Qingxue, busy with her tasks. With a smile gracing his lips, Qin Hao stepped outside, tilting his head towards the sky, his grin broadening. It had been 5 years since he wed his beloved. Yet, she knew nothing of him. Before their marriage, at the tender age of 18, he was specially recruited into the National Academy. In his first year, he developed a world-leading aircraft engine. In his second year, he created the most powerful missile globally. In his third year, he engineered a cutting-edge lithography machine. In his fourth year, he designed a revolutionary aerospace aircraft carrier. By the fifth year, his groundbreaking achievements astonished the entire world. Countless individuals yearned to uncover the genius behind these innovations. However, as a national scholar, particularly one responsible for multiple pivotal national instruments, his identity was shrouded in secrecy, known only to a select few. Yet just yesterday, Director Li had called him, announcing that his identity and monumental achievements would be unveiled in a month. This meant that, in a month's time, his wife, Luo Qingxue, would finally learn of his true identity. In addition to being a national scholar, he was also quite affluent. Throughout their 5 years of marriage, he had accomplished much. For instance, he developed a vaccine to prevent AIDS, alongside a cure for the disease. He also created a drug that completely starves cancer cells of nutrients, ultimately leading to their demise and curing cancer. Additionally, he formulated other groundbreaking medications. After achieving these milestones, he collaborated with state-owned enterprises, investing his technology without direct involvement. In these 5 years of matrimony, he had amassed considerable wealth. As Qin Hao envisioned the moment Luo Qingxue would discover his true identity and wealth, he couldn't help but imagine her kneeling in admiration, singing his praises. The more he pondered, the broader his smile became. After a while, he snapped back to reality, beaming as he headed to the kindergarten to fetch their child. Not long after Qin Hao departed, Luo Qingxue quickly grabbed her phone and sent a message, "My husband has left, come in quickly." Zhang, the director, received. A smile blossomed on Luo Qingxue's face upon reading Zhang's reply. A week prior, she had applied to participate in a new show titled Exploring the Other Half. If selected by the program's team, she would receive a cash prize of 100,000 yuan. Yesterday, she had received the notification that she had indeed been chosen. 100,000. Luo Qingxue's smile deepened. It felt like money she had stumbled upon. Before long, the production team arrived. 9 individuals made their way into her home. Director Zhang. The guest star was the popular actress Lin Charan. The rest were crew members of the show. Upon seeing Luo Qingxue, the team members couldn't help but be momentarily dazzled by her beauty. Luo Qingxue was stunning, perhaps even more so than the renowned Lin Charan. Standing at an impressive height of 172 centimeters, she possesses a statuesque figure with enchanting curves. Rivaling even the physiques of many models, her visage is strikingly beautiful, akin to that of an angel, devoid of any discernible flaw. When the popular star Lin Charan laid eyes on Luo Qingxue, she couldn't help but momentarily pause. As a celebrity accustomed to encountering numerous stunning women, Lin Charan was still taken aback by Luo Qingxue's perfection. Director Zhang, with a knowing smile, addressed Lin Charan, "This is Luo Qingxue." Lin Charan extended her hand with a warm smile, greeting Luo Qingxue. "Hello, I am Lin Charan, her guest on the program." At that moment, Luo Qingxue was still in a state of bewilderment. Lin Charan. The renowned star Lin Charan was a guest on the Exploring the Other Half show. This was indeed Lin Charan. A true superstar. "Hello," Luo Qingxue replied, her excitement palpable as she shook hands with Lin Charan. Director Zhang, observing the interaction, inquired, "Shall we set up the cameras now?" Upon hearing this, Luo Qingxue recalled something and quickly exclaimed, "My husband will be home in no more than 20 minutes after picking up the children. Will we have enough time?" "We will," Director Zhang assured her, promptly instructing the crew, "Install the cameras." The staff immediately set to work, deploying cleverly disguised cameras that were difficult to detect. Director Zhang chuckled, noting that the selection of Luo Qingxue was due to her striking beauty, as attractive individuals tend to captivate audiences more effectively. The presence of Lin Charan as a guest already guaranteed the episode's popularity, and with Luo Qingxue's allure, the viewership was bound to soar. Moreover, Luo Qingxue mentioned that her husband, Qin Hao, is a programmer who works from home, taking on freelance projects, making him an ideal candidate for the shows. Exploration point. 10 minutes later, the camera setup was complete. Cameras were installed in all areas except for the bedroom. Once everything was ready, Director Zhang addressed Lin Charan and Luo Qingxue with a smile. "Everything is set. The live stream has been warming up for an hour, with 50,000 viewers online. Let's begin the broadcast and greet the audience." A few seconds later, the live stream commenced. Lin Charan smiled at the camera, saying, "Hello everyone, I am Lin Charan, a guest on the Exploring the Other Half program, and I will be participating throughout the episode." Then it was Luo Qingshue's turn. She appeared completely at ease, smiling naturally as she introduced herself. "Hello, I am Luo Qingxue, and this episode primarily explores my husband, Qin Hao." The audience in the live stream erupted with excitement upon seeing Lin Charan and Luo Qingxue together. Wow! Lin Charan. The Exploring the Other Half show is impressive. They even got Lin Charan. Luo Qingxue. Wow, she's so beautiful, exactly to my taste, but she's married. Such beauty. What a pity she's taken. She looks even better than internet celebrities. Oh. At that moment, Lin Charan turned to Luo Qingxue with a smile, saying, "Qingxue, why don't you introduce your husband to the viewers?" Upon hearing this, Luo Qingxue immediately addressed the camera, stating, "My husband, Qin Hao, is a programmer who undertakes freelance work, allowing him to work from home without the need to commute to an office. Additionally, I manage our finances. I believe the producers of Finding a Partner may be disappointed in selecting me, as I possess an intimate understanding of my husband, leaving little room for exploration of anything else." Luo Qingxue radiated confidence, having been in a relationship with Qin Hao for a year before marrying him 5 years ago, culminating in a total of 6 years of acquaintance. In this span of 6 years, her knowledge of Qin Hao is profound. The producer's choice of her for this program destined it to yield little in terms of discovery. The viewers in the live stream erupted upon hearing Luo Qingxue describe Qin Hao as a programmer. Wow. A programmer can marry such a stunning wife. Aren't programmers usually balding? I've heard that programmers tend to age quickly and lose their hair. Surely Luo Qingshue's husband can't be unattractive. I know quite a few programmers. Those who have been in the field for over 3 years often appear older than their peers, and their hair tends to thin even if they start off handsome. 3 years in programming can diminish their looks. Wow. Hearing you all, I can't help but wonder what Luo Qingshue's husband actually looks like. Whenever I think of programmers, I can't help but picture most of them as balding. I predict that Luo Qingshue's husband, Qin Hao, is certainly unattractive. There's a saying online, why are most beautiful women married to unattractive men? Yet, why do average-looking women often have handsome husbands? If Qin Hao is indeed ugly, I feel like a flower has been wasted on a pile of dung. Qin Hao is secretly being protected. The show is covertly manipulated by higher-ups. In the live broadcast room, most viewers speculated that Qin Hao was unattractive, eagerly anticipating a glimpse of his appearance. Upon noticing the barrage of comments, Luo Qingxue couldn't help but smile. How could they say her husband was ugly? In truth, he was far from it. He was quite handsome. Standing at 180 centimeters with a chiseled six-pack, he was robust and fit. When he returned home, he would surely astonish the audience. At that moment, Lin Charan smiled into the camera, announcing that Qingshue's husband would soon arrive, and the production team would temporarily withdraw. After exchanging a few words, the crew departed to a business vehicle parked outside the community. Meanwhile, the viewers continued their discussions. I doubt Qin Hao could be truly unattractive, perhaps not extraordinarily handsome, but certainly not hideous, considering he was a programmer. It might be an exaggeration to say he was very ugly, but he could indeed be thinning on top. As time passed, Qin Hao arrived home with his daughter, Qin Xiu. The moment he appeared, the barrage of comments in the live stream surged. What the heck? Is this what you call an ugly programmer? And one with thinning hair? He is undoubtedly a handsome man, exclaimed one viewer. Wow, he is so charming. And that little girl is adorable. I can't help but feel envious. Luo Qingxue was beautiful, and Qin Hao was undeniably handsome. Even their daughter was strikingly pretty. Such a shame he is married, another commenter remarked. He looks quite strong. Inside the home, Qin Hao settled comfortably onto the sofa while his daughter joined him, both appearing at ease. Meanwhile, Luo Qingxue busied herself in the kitchen. Observing this scene, viewers began to comment. What a delightful life. Look at Qin Hao lounging like a lord on the sofa while Luo Qingxue toils away in the kitchen. This is the essence of domestic hierarchy. Domestic hierarchy. What does marriage offer a woman? It was noted that Luo Qingxue also worked to earn a living by balancing her daytime job with evening cooking. Marriage seems quite unfair to women. Indeed, regardless of the circumstances, Qin Hao should lend a hand. He can't let Luo Qingxue handle everything alone. This prompted a viewer to express their frustration, reinforcing their resolve to remain unmarried. Just like my partner. He never helps with anything, nor does he do housework. Unbeknownst to Luo Qingxue, who was preoccupied with cooking, the comments continued. Once the meal was prepared, she called out to the living room, announcing that dinner was ready. Hearing this, Qin Hao entered the kitchen to serve the dishes, fetching bowls and dishing out rice. The viewers erupted in laughter. How amusing. Just a moment ago, a group of women pondered what marriage affords them, claiming Qin Hao did nothing. Look, he is indeed serving food and dishing rice. I suspect he doesn't cook. Hence Luo Qingxue handles the meals. This is what we call division of labor. I take back my previous remarks, Qin Hao is actually quite commendable. In the living room, as Qin Hao enjoyed his meal, primarily consisting of yam slices, chives, and lamb, he cast a subtle, meaningful smile at Luo Qingxue. Dear, after dinner, please take our daughter to bed. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingxue's face instantly flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Normally, when Qin Hao spoke in such a manner, it was indicative of his intentions, and she would not feel shy about it, especially considering they had been married for 5 years. However, this was a live broadcast. At that moment, the chat room exploded with numerous comments. Wow. I'm completely stunned. Just look at what Qin Hao said, isn't that a clear indication of his desires? I'm at a loss for words. Qin Hao was enjoying yam chips along with leeks and lamb, which were all nourishing delicacies. For some inexplicable reason. Upon hearing Qin Hao's words, the pang of discomfort washed over me. My God is, alas. In the living room, Luo Qingxue endeavored to maintain her composure and swiftly changed the subject. After dinner, she took her daughter to take a bath while Qin Hao busied himself with washing the pots and dishes. He worked efficiently and soon finished tidying up, promptly heading to another bathroom for his shower. The viewers in the chat were amused. I wonder if there are cameras installed in the bedroom, if so, would they consider a live broadcast? Don't even think about it, that's simply impossible. Outside the community, in a packed business vehicle, Lin Charan smiled and remarked. The production team provided Qingxue with a signal blocker, so under normal circumstances, there won't be any streaming at night. Besides, there are no cameras in the bedroom. Upon hearing this, the viewers expressed their disappointment. No live stream. What a shame. At that moment, Qin Hao, Luo Qingxue, and Qin Xiu had all finished their baths. Qin Hao affectionately ruffled Qin Xiu's hair and said, "Why don't you go to your room and watch cartoons? If you are tired, just sleep, all right?" Qin Xiu looked reluctantly at Qin Hao and replied, "Daddy, I want to sleep with you and Mommy." Qin Hao shook his head, adopting a serious demeanor as he said, "Tonight, Daddy and Mommy have important matters to discuss, you'll need to sleep alone." "All right," Qin Xiu responded, disappointment evident in her voice. "Okay, go on," Qin Hao said, affectionately ruffling her hair as he watched her enter her room. Meanwhile, the chat room was flooded with comments. "This is hilarious. Daddy and Mommy have important matters to discuss. How long is this going to take? Haha, I've learned something new. I'll use this line with my son next time to avoid interrupting my own affairs with my wife. Little one, would you like a younger sibling?" In the living room, Qin Hao gazed at Luo Qingxue, and his expression shifted noticeably. Luo Qingxue held the signal blocker given to her by the production team and pressed a button, halting the live stream. The broadcast now displayed only Lin Charan and Director Zhong inside the business vehicle. Yet, many viewers continued to flood the chat with comments. Is that it? Is the stream over? Why did it stop at such a crucial moment? Do they think I lack funds? I'd be willing to donate for a view. I apologize. Everyone, I can't help but envision vivid scenarios in my mind. Goodbye, everyone, I, too, must take a bath and then discuss important matters with my wife. Single viewers in the chat felt as though they had been struck by 1,000 arrows upon reading this comment. They had neither a girlfriend nor a boyfriend. What were they to do now? Outside the community, the business vehicle was packed. Director Zhong was currently filled with excitement. The program exploring the other half began with 50,000 viewers, and now the audience had surpassed 200,000. At this moment, Lin Charan gazed at Director Zhong. Her curiosity piqued and inquired, since the show is live, what if Qin Hao's friends see the broadcast and inform him? Director Zhong chuckled. The live stream has been configured to block local viewers, specifically to prevent anyone from recognizing Qin Hao. Upon hearing this, Lin Charan nodded lightly, reassured that the show could proceed smoothly. Lin Charan then addressed the audience in the live chat, smiling as she announced, "This episode is titled Exploring the Other Half. We have selected Qin Shue's husband, and we invite everyone to engage their minds in uncovering the truth about Qin Hao." The viewers responded eagerly, flooding the chat with comments. "Qin Hao is so handsome and works from home. He must have plenty of free time, right? With his looks and free time, could Qin Hao possibly be unfaithful? I suggest we investigate whether Qin Hao has cheated. Being this handsome, he must attract many admirers." Lin Charan read the comments and smiled, saying, "Tomorrow at 8 o'clock we will go live again. Everyone, keep your eyes peeled for details to explore if Qin Hao could be unfaithful." That concludes today's broadcast. See you bright and early tomorrow at 8. Shortly after the live stream ended, yet the viewers continued to chat in the blacked out room, speculating on Qin Hao's fidelity. The following morning, just before 8, Luo Qingxue pressed a button to lift the block. Instantly, a wave of viewers surged into the live stream. In the living room, Luo Qingxue, accompanied by her daughter Qinxiu, addressed Qin Hao, "Honey, I'm taking our daughter to kindergarten, and after that, I'll head straight to work." Qin Hao nodded with a smile, understood. "Well then, we'll be off. Goodbye, Daddy," Qinxiu chimed, and after a moment's thought, added, "Daddy, I want to order from that takeout place you often choose for dinner tonight." "All right, I'll order it this afternoon," Qin Hao replied with a grin. Subsequently, Luo Qingxue and Qinxiu departed, leaving Qin Hao alone in the house. Seated on the sofa, Qin Hao picked up his phone and sent a voice message to a friend on WeChat, saying, "My wife has gone to work, you can come over shortly." Upon hearing this voice message, the live stream audience erupted in outrage. "What the hell? You scoundrel. A despicable man. He is cheating," they exclaimed. "Indeed. Handsome men are often unfaithful. How could he cheat on such a beautiful wife? This production team is about to break apart a family. If Luo Qingxue divorces Qin Hao, I'd be willing to take him." "Me too." Meanwhile, Luo Qingxue, on her way to drop her daughter off at kindergarten, was also watching the live stream. Hearing Qin Hao's voice message stating that his wife was at work and wouldn't return until noon, while inviting someone over, left her no room for doubt. Luo Qingxue's complexion paled as she realized the implications. After 5 years of marriage, she believed she knew Qin Hao thoroughly. She had never anticipated that Qin Hao would betray her. Yet now, Luo Qingxue felt a pang of anxiety. She stared at the live broadcast, eager to discover what would unfold next, to ascertain whether Qin Hao had truly been unfaithful. Outside the community, in a business van, the program's director, Zhong, along with Lin Charan, were equally bewildered. Could it be that Qin Hao had genuinely strayed? They exchanged a glance, at a loss for words. Inside Qin Hao's residence, a notification chimed from his WeChat. It was a voice message. Qin Hao opened the message and listened intently. The voice, a woman's, was melodious and youthful, likely belonging to someone between the ages of 26 and 29. This voice message set the live stream abuzz. It seemed that the rumors of infidelity were indeed true. The woman's voice was enchanting, and her urgency was palpable as she mentioned arriving within 15 minutes. Everyone was left wondering what Qin Hao's mistress looked like, especially considering how stunning his wife was. Surely his paramour could not be lacking in beauty. This program was sensational, capturing the moment of betrayal live. Luo Qingxue was likely fuming with rage. Meanwhile, as she was taking her daughter to kindergarten, Luo Qingxue kept her eyes glued to the live broadcast. Upon hearing the woman's alluring voice responding to Qin Hao, her heart sank. The tone suggested impatience, and anger surged within her. How could he do this? Her expression turned icy, her eyes filled with a ferocity that could kill. All she wanted was to swiftly drop her daughter off at school and return to confront the pair of treacherous lovers. "Mom, what is wrong?" Qinxiu looked up, puzzled by her mother's demeanor. Luo Qingxue felt a tide of emotion swell in her eyes, and with a quivering voice, she asked, "Sweetheart, if you had to choose between your father and me, whom would you pick?" Qinxiu pondered for a moment. "Do I only get to choose one?" Luo Qingxue nodded. "Just one." Qin Hao appeared troubled. She wanted both her parents. Observing her daughter's distress, Luo Qingxue's heart ached. Her gaze remained fixed on the live stream. Her expression frigid. If Qin Hao truly had strayed, she would divorce him. She would fight for custody of their child. At that moment, Lin Charan, concerned, sent a message to Luo Qingxue, "When will you arrive?" "I'll be there in 10 minutes, Luo Qingxue replied. "Okay," came Lin Charan's response. Shortly thereafter, after dropping her child off at kindergarten, Luo Qingxue hurried back, arriving at the business van parked outside the community. Noticing Luo Qingxue's stern countenance, Lin Charan attempted to console her. "It might not be as you think." Luo Qingxue remained silent, her gaze icy as she fixated on the live broadcast. The audience in the stream, observing her frosty expression, began to flood the chat with supportive messages. "Qingxue, don't be disheartened. With your qualities, even if you were to remarry, many would still desire you. Besides, it's the scoundrel who strayed, so you must stay strong. Believe that your next chapter will be brighter. If you don't mind, if you divorce Qin Hao, perhaps we could explore something together. Stay strong, Qingxue." Luo Qingxue observed the barrage of comments in the live stream, remaining silent as she fixated on Qin Hao within the broadcast. At that moment, she struggled to fathom that Qin Hao could betray her in such a manner. Particularly, the audacity he displayed was astounding. How could he dare to bring his lover into their home? Did he not fear her sudden return? Just then, Qin Hao picked up his phone and called Luo Qingxue. Inside the business vehicle, she heard the ringtone, her expression cold. She answered, striving to maintain a calm tone. "Husband, what is the matter?" "Nothing. I just wanted to check if you arrived safely at the office," Qin Hao replied. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingxue's countenance grew even colder. In the past, such concern would have touched her heart, as she would have felt cherished by her attentive husband. Yet now, in light of the truth, she felt as if her spirit had been extinguished. Qin Hao's call was not out of genuine concern for her, but rather a precaution against her unexpected return. Suppressing her emotions, she endeavored to sound gentle, saying, "I've arrived at the office, I have a meeting shortly, so I must hang up." "Good. I'm glad you made it. I'll order from your favorite takeout for dinner," Qin Hao said with a smile. After exchanging a few more words, he ended the call. In the live stream, the comments exploded. "Wow. Clearly a seasoned pro. He must do this often." The call was just to confirm whether Luo Qingxue would suddenly come home, right? Seems like a habitual offender. Inside the business vehicle, Lin Charan's expression darkened further. Qin Hao was a scoundrel. As a fellow woman, she felt immense sympathy for Luo Qingxue. With a solemn face, Lin Charan turned to Luo Qingxue and asked, "Qingxue, does Qin Hao frequently call you like this?" Luo Qingxue's face turned icy, her fist clenched tightly, and through gritted teeth, she replied, "At least 10 times a month. He calls like this." Lin Charan was taken aback. 10 times? So frequently? Director Zhong was equally astonished. Is his stamina that robust? The live stream was in an uproar, with comments flooding in. Is Qin Hao really that strong? Unbelievable. Scoundrel. Despicable scoundrel. The majority of the comments condemned Qin Hao, while a few remarked on his alleged vigor. Others mentioned that if Luo Qingxue divorced him, they would be willing to take his place. Amidst all this, Qin Hao remained blissfully unaware. At that moment, he was boiling water in an electric kettle, seated on the sofa, somewhat bored as he waited. After a while, a sudden knock at the door broke the silence. This sound sent a wave of anticipation through many hearts. His lover had arrived. In the business vehicle, Luo Qingxue's fists were tightly clenched. Her red lips bitten as she stared intently at the live stream, eager to see who had come. Soon, they witnessed Qin Hao rising to open the door. Upon opening it, he smiled warmly, exuding a comforting aura. "Come in," he said, placing a pair of slippers on the floor. Then, an extraordinarily beautiful woman stepped inside. The woman possessed an elegant stature, appearing to stand at around 170 centimeters, with a voluptuous figure that accentuated all the right curves and gracefully omitted any excess. Her beauty was striking, captivating the gaze of onlookers, compelling them to steal a second glance. Adorned with cascading wine-red curls and a form-fitting pencil skirt typical of a professional woman, she exuded an undeniable femininity. Suddenly, she slipped into a pair of slippers and joined Qin Hao on the sofa, sending the live stream into a frenzy. Wow! Qin Hao's lover is stunning. That pencil skirt, my absolute favorite. Incredible. Such a handsome man with a beautiful lover. If only I were in that position, with a gorgeous wife and a stunning mistress. Maintaining harmony at home while reveling in external allure. Were the viewers in the live stream all scoundrels? In a business vehicle. Luo Qingxue observed this scene with a pale complexion. The woman appeared to be in her late 20s, breathtakingly beautiful. Coupled with Qin Hao's earlier remarks about his wife being absent and the insinuation that the woman would come over soon, Luo instinctively felt that this woman was indeed Qin Hao's lover. Clenching her fist tightly, Luo Qingxue yearned to return home immediately to confront Qin Hao about his betrayal. Beside her, Lin Charan offered consolation, urging her to remain calm and assess the situation further. Luo Qingxue remained silent, her expression cold as she fixated on the live stream. In the live stream, the woman, named Jiang Yu, gazed at Qin Hao with frustration, exclaiming, "I've had enough. It's always the same. When will I be able to see you openly?" Qin Hao chuckled lightly in response, "Soon, in a month, you will be able to see me without any pretense." In a month, his identity would be revealed, along with his status as an academician and his research achievements. He would also be honest with Luo Qingxue, eliminating the need for subterfuge. However, the viewers interpreted Qin Hao's words quite differently. Wow! It seems Qin Hao is about to reveal everything to Luo Qingxue. Is he planning to divorce her? Poor Luo Qingxue. Don't cry. We are here to support you. In the business vehicle, tears streamed down Luo Qingxue's face uncontrollably. The earlier woman's words echoed in her mind. She had grown tired of the secrecy and inquired when she could meet Qin Hao openly. His reply of "in a month" struck Luo like a thunderbolt. Is he truly planning to divorce me? Scoundrel. Bastard. She cursed through her tears. Lin Charan handed her a tissue, gently encouraging her, "Qingxue, you must compose yourself. If Qin Hao intends to divorce you, it's crucial to start considering the division of assets and child custody." Luo Qingxue was unable to absorb her friend's advice. Wiping her tears while her gaze remained fixated on the live stream. In the live stream, Jiang Yu was taken aback by Qin Hao's words. "Are you really going to confront your wife?" she asked, to which Qin Hao nodded affirmatively. Jiang Yu paused, recalling that she had met Qin Hao 5 years prior. Thanks to her grandfather, who held Qin Hao in high regard and admiration. She had inquired of her grandfather why he held such profound respect for Qin Hao. Her grandfather merely replied that Qin Hao was an extraordinary individual, having once achieved the status of the top scholar in the National College entrance examination. She was also aware that Qin Hao was an honorary professor at Qingbei University. Beyond that, she was unaware, yet she sensed that her grandfather was concealing something from her. Jiang Yu snapped back to attention and gazed at Qin Hao, her curiosity piqued. "I only know that you were the National College entrance examination top scholar and that you are now an honorary professor at Dragon Country University. Is there anything else you wish to disclose to your wife? Please share with me." Her words ignited a storm of skepticism in the live stream chat, with viewers expressing their doubts. Is he just bragging? A national top scholar. And now he's a programmer. A national top scholar. An honorary professor at Dragon Country University. This seems too far-fetched. In a business vehicle, Director Zhong of the production team and Lin Charan were momentarily bewildered. The former national top scholar, now an honorary professor at Dragon Country University. Qingbei University, the most prestigious institution in Dragon Country. "Qingxue, is this true?" Lin Charan turned to Luo Qingxue. At that moment, Luo Qingxue had ceased her tears, sensing something amiss. When the woman mentioned revealing identities, it seemed that Qin Hao was not merely her lover. She dabbed her tears with a tissue and gently shook her head, stating, "My husband is an ordinary man. It is unlikely that he is an honorary professor at Qingbei University. After all these years together, I have never seen him visit the imperial capital." The viewers in the live stream resonated with Luo Qingxue's sentiment. "I knew it. How could he possibly be the national top scholar or an honorary professor at Dragon Country University?" A thought crossed her mind. Could Qin Hao have deceived this woman, claiming to be the national top scholar and an honorary professor? It was plausible, considering the number of individuals nowadays who manipulate their identities to deceive for love or money. The viewers began to speculate in the live chat. Qin Hao looked at Jiang Yu and chuckled softly, "In a month, you will know everything." The time has not yet come. Jiang Yu's curiosity intensified. What other identity could Qin Hao possess that commanded such reverence from her grandfather? What identity necessitated concealing the truth from his wife? Furthermore, her grandfather remained tight-lipped, refusing to divulge any further details about Qin Hao's identity. This only heightened her intrigue, leaving her restless with anticipation. "Very well, I shall await the revelations in a month," Jiang Yu remarked, aware that further inquiries would yield no answers. She smiled and mused. "Tell me, if your wife were to discover that you are the national top scholar and an honorary professor at Dragon Country University, would she be astonished?" Qin Hao smiled in response, "Not particularly. Compared to my true identity, being a national top scholar and an honorary professor at Dragon Country University pales in significance. I believe your wife would be utterly astonished." Jiang Yu confidently stated, "Your wife is merely an ordinary individual. It's only natural that she would be astonished to learn of your status as an honorary professor at Dragon Country University." Qin Hao smiled but refrained from responding. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream voiced new questions, expressing their disbelief. Why does it feel so authentic? Perhaps someone should investigate? It's quite simple to look up the top scorers of the college entrance examination. Qin Hao is 28 years old this year, which places his examination age around 18. Roughly a decade ago. Let us check the national top scorers from those years. In an instant, several viewers began their online inquiries. Inside the business vehicle, Director Zhang of the production team also commenced his search. After 3 minutes, Zhang gazed at the information displayed on his computer screen, his entire being trembling with astonishment. Before exclaiming, "It's true. Qin Hao is the national top scorer of the college entrance examination in 2012. The information on the computer screen was shared in the live stream, captivating countless viewers. "Oh my goodness. This is unbelievable. Qin Hao, the national top scorer of 2012. This is beyond surreal. I can't believe it's real. I've checked online too." Lin Charan, beside him, was equally astonished. Her beautiful eyes fixated on the information on the computer screen. So it turns out he truly is the national top scorer. It seems such a waste for him to be a programmer at home. Director Zhang continued his search into Qin Hao's background and discovered a video from 2012 featuring a television journalist interviewing him. In the video, the reporter asked Qin Hao how it felt to be the national top scorer. Qin Hao responded with remarkable calmness, "It feels quite ordinary. I anticipated this outcome. I was a top student in elementary school and maintained that status in high school, achieving full marks in all subjects except for Chinese." His words left the reporter momentarily speechless. At that moment, countless viewers in the live stream also witnessed the interview from a decade prior. "Wow, that's impressive. Aside from Chinese, he achieved full marks in every subject. Incredible. I suspect his score in Chinese was deducted due to his essay. Impressive. It's undeniable, he possesses genuine talent." Inside the business vehicle, Luo Qingxue was in a state of disbelief. She gazed at the displayed information regarding Qin Hao and the interview video, struggling to accept the reality. Her husband of 5 years was, in fact, the national top scorer of the college entrance examination. Yet, the evidence was irrefutable. Despite her internal struggle, she had to acknowledge the truth. Lin Charan, beside her, resembled a curious child, asking Luo Qingxue her lingering question, "You have been married to Qin Hao for 5 years. And he has never mentioned being a top student." Luo Qingxue reflected but could not recall any such conversation. She assured Lin Charan, "He has never mentioned being a top student or that he was the top scorer in the college entrance examination." Lin Charan and Director Zhang were taken aback by her response. A national top scorer. Surely anyone with such an honor would boast about it, wouldn't they? Especially when it comes to romance, who would not wish to impress their partner? Yet, Qin Hao remains utterly silent on the matter. The audience in the live stream is abuzz with speculation. How remarkable. If I were the National College Entrance Examination champion, I would undoubtedly revel in showcasing my achievement. Boasting about it. Qin Hao, however, does not utter a single word. If I were in his position, I would certainly take the opportunity to flaunt my success. Particularly while courting, to earn my girlfriend's admiration. This is astonishingly modest. Everyone has a touch of vanity, don't they? How could Qin Hao, after all these years, refrain from sharing this with Luo Qingxue? Could it be that Qin Hao is a saint devoid of any vanity? Perhaps, as suggested in that interview, he regards the title of National College Entrance Examination Champion as merely a matter of course. At this moment, the live stream boasts an audience of 400,000. The majority of whom are utterly captivated by Qin Hao. Not only does he possess genuine talent, but his humility is striking, devoid of any hint of vanity, which earns him considerable admiration. Suddenly, the audience shifts the focus to another topic. The matter of the National College Entrance Examination Champion is now established. Who can verify if Qin Hao is an honorary professor at Longwo University? Yes, if indeed. Who can check if Qin Hao holds the title of honorary professor at Longwo University? I just conducted a brief online search, and it appears that to become an honorary professor, one must have made significant contributions to academia. If Qin Hao is indeed an honorary professor at Longwo University, that would be truly remarkable. Inside a business vehicle, Lin Charan interjects. I happen to know a professor at Longwo University. I will give him a call. The audience in the live stream turns their attention to Lin Charan, eager to discover whether Qin Hao is indeed an honorary professor at Longwo University. Lin Charan sifts through her contacts and dials a number. After a few moments, the call connects. A middle-aged man's voice, likely around 50, responds, Lin, my star. What brings you to call me? Lin Charan politely replies. I have a small favor to ask of you. The man readily responds, go ahead, what is it? I will assist you if I can. Lin Charan continues. It's nothing major, just hearing that there is an honorary professor at Longwo University named Qin Hao. I wonder if you know him. The man mumbles to himself, Qin Hao. That name seems familiar. Hold on, let me check. Lin Charan responds, thank you, I appreciate it. The middle-aged man chuckles, not a bother at all. It's a small matter. The sound of typing echoes through the phone as he appears to be searching within an internal network. In just 2 minutes, he exclaims. I found it. There is indeed an honorary professor at Longwo University named Qin Hao. He became an honorary professor 5 years ago and looks quite young in the photo. As Lin Charan's call is on speakerphone, everyone in the live stream hears every word clearly. Oh my goodness. Can you believe it? He truly is a professor at Longwo University. What? I can hardly contain my excitement. The National College Entrance Examination Champion and an honorary professor at Longwo University. Incredible. The viewers in the live broadcast room are currently in a state of shock. In the luxury vehicle, Luo Qingxue is equally astonished, struggling to comprehend the revelation. Her husband of 5 years is, astonishingly, an honorary professor at Qingbei University. Could it possibly be true? At this moment, Luo Qingxue turns to Lin Charan and inquires if she could request a photograph of Qin Hao. Perhaps it's merely a case of sharing the same name. Lin Charan nods and then addresses the middle-aged man on the phone, saying, Professor Chen, could you? Before she can finish her sentence, the man chuckles and replies. It's a trivial matter, I will send the photo to your WeChat shortly. Lin Charan responds, thank you for your help. Countless viewers in the live broadcast room are eagerly awaiting the revelation. If the photograph features Qin Hao, it would unequivocally confirm his status as an honorary professor at Qingbei University. 2 minutes later, Lin Charan's phone pings with a message notification. It is indeed from the middle-aged man, containing a photograph taken by Zhang Xian featuring Qin Hao. Goodness. No way. It truly is Qin Hao. Incredible. The National College Entrance Examination top scorer has been confirmed, and the identity of an honorary professor at Longwo University is likewise validated. Who is this Qin Hao? He is only 28 years old. Almost forgetting. Lin Charan is reminded that Qin Hao is indeed just 28 and has already attained the status of an honorary professor at Longwo University, our nation's most prestigious institution. Inside the luxury vehicle, Lin Charan is somewhat taken aback, yet overall unfazed. After all, she herself is still relatively young and already a prominent star, having amassed a fortune exceeding 100 million. She has encountered numerous successful young talents, yet most have been either rich heirs or young male celebrities. However, this is her first encounter with someone like Qin Hao, who has achieved significant recognition in academia through sheer merit. Meanwhile, the director of the program, Director Zhong, is also astonished. He initially believed this episode might be entertaining, perhaps delving into whether Qin Hao has hidden funds or if there are allegations of infidelity. He never anticipated that the exploration of Qin Hao's life would unveil such an extraordinary identity. Beside him, Luo Qingxue is both shocked and bewildered. Having been married to Qin Hao for 5 years, she thought she knew him well, only to discover this astonishing facet of his life. How could this be? She seethes inwardly, feeling betrayed. She is Qin Hao's wife. They are supposed to be open and trusting with one another. Yet here he is, concealing such a significant aspect of his life from her. Does he not consider her a part of his world? Or does he believe such identities are insignificant? Perhaps there are unavoidable circumstances warranting this secrecy. From prior interactions, it seemed there was a woman attempting to extract information from Qin Hao only to be rebuffed. It appears there may be certain identities he cannot disclose. In the live broadcast room, viewers begin to speculate. Have you overlooked certain details? It seems Qin Hao might possess other identities that are not to be disclosed. Now that you mention it, I did not notice that Qin Hao might indeed have other identities. Let me guess, could he be the world's richest person? The audience's curiosity is thoroughly piqued, their anticipation heightened. They were eager to uncover the hidden identities of Qin Hao. What could possibly warrant such secrecy? In the live broadcast, Jiangsu observed Qin Hao's calm demeanor and sighed in resignation. She decided not to press further, realizing that even if she did, he would remain tight-lipped. All she wished to know was whether, a month from now, she would finally be privy to all his secrets. Qin Hao nodded lightly, assuring her that he would hold nothing back. In a month's time, apart from his national scholar status and research achievements, other revelations would also come to light. For instance, he had developed a vaccine for HIV. Additionally, he had created a drug capable of curing most cancers. And so much more. Upon hearing this, Jiangsu looked at Qin Hao with eager anticipation. All right, I shall await that day. I hope the identity you've concealed does not disappoint me, after all. I have been curious about you for 5 years. Qin Hao found her response amusing and asked, what if my true identity turns out to be disappointing? Jiangsu regarded him with seriousness and replied, if I am let down, I would want to give you a good thrashing. Qin Hao was speechless. Really? Jiangsu unabashedly continued, that would be akin to being intimate with my husband, only for him to suddenly falter when my enthusiasm is at its peak. I would want to kick him out. The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter at the exchange between Qin Hao and Jiangsu. This woman is audacious. She speaks her mind. It seems her relationship with Qin Hao is quite extraordinary. Even if they are not lovers, it's probably safe to say. Haha. Now the whole world knows your husband is lacking. How hilarious. I wonder if your husband is watching the live stream. Am I the only one who is curious if this woman is already married? What a pity, and I once idolized her, only to discover she is taken. Hehe. I sent a married woman even more enticing. Didn't she just say her husband I sent much good? If it were me. In a business vehicle. Luo Qingxue had initially been preoccupied with thoughts of Qin Hao's identity, but upon hearing the dialogue between Jiangsu and Qin Hao, her expression darkened considerably. Although it appeared that Jiangsu was not Qin Hao's lover and that he had not betrayed her, the intimacy of their conversation, particularly between a man and a woman, left her feeling uneasy. As Qin Hao's wife, she felt a surge of discomfort. What a scoundrel. She cursed inwardly. Being married should mean maintaining a distance from the opposite sex. She resolved that upon returning home, she would do everything in her power to provoke and torment Qin Hao, demanding he pamper her endlessly. Back in the live stream, Jiangsu looked at Qin Hao and declared, for lunch, I wish to have a state banquet meal. At least 5 dishes and a soup. Qin Hao smiled and nodded, when have I not prepared a sumptuous feast for you? Jiangsu beamed with satisfaction at his response. The ingredients were ordered before my arrival, and they will be delivered by 9 o'clock, she informed him. Her visit to Qin Hao was not merely for a chat. The primary reason was to savor the meals he prepared. Ever since she had tasted his cooking 4 years ago, she had been utterly enamored. Hearing from her grandfather, it was said that Qin Hao's culinary skills rivaled those of the president of the National Banquet Chef Association. In fact, There were certain dishes where his prowess surpassed even that of the esteemed head of the Dragon Nation Chef Association. To indulge in a meal prepared by Qin Hao is tantamount to savoring the most exquisite cuisine of the Dragon Nation without exception. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao appeared somewhat resigned. His culinary talents were so exceptional that he had been designated as a culinary deity by the system. However, after marrying Luo Qingxue, he refrained from boasting about his cooking skills, fearing that if he revealed his abilities, he would thereafter be tasked with preparing all the meals. Cooking itself was not exhausting. Yet the entire process, from grocery shopping to washing, chopping, and finally cooking, required a considerable amount of time each day. While doing this occasionally was manageable, doing so daily was simply unsustainable for him. Thus, after their marriage, he resolved to keep his culinary talents a secret. Although he concealed his skills, he frequently ordered takeout as a pretext to prepare meals for his wife and child. He initially thought that cooking for them occasionally would not be burdensome. However, he had not anticipated being pestered by the audacious Jiang Yu, who insisted on visiting his home at least once a month. Qin Hao informed her that he would gather some ingredients in the afternoon to cook for his wife and child. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's eyes gleamed with envy as she remarked, "Your wife is truly fortunate. If only my husband could cook as well as you." Qin Hao found himself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the live stream was bustling with excitement. Viewers were captivated by the exchange between Jiang Yu and Qin Hao, suggesting that Qin Hao's culinary skills were indeed impressive. One commentator mused, "With his accolades as the National College Entrance Examination champion and an honorary professor at a prestigious university, it seems his cooking is equally remarkable. If he were my husband, I wouldn't even need to argue, I would just scold myself." Inside a business vehicle, Lin Charan looked at Luo Qingxue with curiosity, asking, "Is your husband really a great cook?" At that moment, Luo Qingxue recalled something that chilled her demeanor, gritting her teeth as she replied, "For 5 years of marriage, I believed my husband could not cook. He once oversalted a dish, making it inedible. Since then, I have never let him cook again." Lin Charan paused, momentarily taken aback. Based on Jiang Yu's conversation with Qin Hao, it seemed his culinary skills were quite commendable. Yet, Luo Qingxue's claim that she thought he couldn't cook and that his dishes were terrible led her to a realization if Qin Hao could indeed cook but claimed otherwise to Luo Qingxue, it could only mean one thing: he wished to avoid the responsibility. The live stream grew even livelier. "Ha ha ha, it seems I'm not alone. Before I got married, I was a chef, yet I never revealed my culinary background while dating my wife. Now she cooks every day, ha ha." Another chimed in, "Hee. I'm a woman who can cook fairly well, but my husband still believes I can't cook. It's been over a decade of marriage, and he is always the one cooking." Upon reading the comments in the live stream, Luo Qingxue's expression darkened further. "Damn you, Qin Hao," she silently cursed, feeling a surge of anger. During their courtship, she had laid bare everything, her thoughts, her abilities, with no secrets or schemes. Yet what of Qin Hao? How could he have concealed his culinary skills for so long, leaving her to prepare meals for 5 years? Luo Qingxue stared at Qin Hao in the live stream, her heart brimming with indignation. She had resolved that once this episode of Exploring the Other Half concluded, she would demand that Qin Hao cook for her every single day for the rest of their lives, until death do them part. The audience in the live stream could not help but tease her upon witnessing her expression. Poor Luo Qingxue, married for 5 years and spent all that time cooking. Ha ha ha. Just look at her eyes, she must be plotting how to punish Qin Hao. Punishment? That piqued the interest of the viewers. While chatting in the comments, some were curious about Qin Hao's culinary prowess. After all, he was not only a top scorer in the college entrance exam but also an esteemed professor at Tsinghua University, suggesting he possessed formidable learning abilities. They speculated that if he could excel academically, he might just be able to whip up a splendid meal. With a little time left before 9 o'clock, anticipation brewed among the viewers. They were eager to see Qin Hao in action. Not only the online audience but also Lin Charan, director Zhong, and Luo Qingxue herself were intrigued to discover the extent of his culinary skills. As the minutes ticked away, when the clock struck 9, there was a knock at the door. Qin Hao opened it to receive a plethora of ingredients. Glancing at the bounty, He said to Jiang, time is a bit tight, so let us prepare some simple dishes, boiled cabbage, wensi tofu, lion's head meatballs, and dompa pork. Sounds good. Jiang responded cheerfully. Although she yearned for more elaborate banquet dishes, she recognized that some required extensive preparation. Clearly, time was of the essence, necessitating simpler, less intricate options. Without further ado, Qin Hao ventured into the kitchen, washed the vegetables, then began with the wensi tofu. He placed a block of silken tofu on the cutting board and took up a knife to slice it into thin strands. Crafting wensi tofu demands exceptional knife skills. Requiring 5,000 delicate strips, any minor misstep would render it unworthy of its name. At that moment, the live stream grew increasingly animated. Wow, look at those knife skills. He truly resembles a professional chef. Meanwhile, in the business vehicle, Luo Qingxue watched Qin Hao slice the tofu, her frustration mounting. You scoundrel. You rascal. She silently cursed. Though not a professional chef herself, her years of cooking had made it clear from the moment Qin Hao began slicing tofu that his culinary skills were not merely adequate. They were indeed impressive. How could he possess such talent yet claim he was incapable of cooking? Lin Charan found the situation amusing and, with a smile, asked Luo Qingxue. Now that you've discovered your husband can cook, having been deceived for so long, what do you plan to do? With a frosty expression, Luo Qingxue replied. After this show wraps up, I intend to make him cook for a lifetime. The viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter upon hearing her words. Ha ha ha. I can only imagine the grim future that awaits Qin Hao, cooking 3 meals a day for eternity. Laughing out loud. Poor Qin Hao remains oblivious to the fact that his wife is already aware of his secret. In the live stream, Qin Hao is diligently occupied in the kitchen. Having just sliced tofu into thin strips before commencing to cut the chicken into equally fine shreds. At this moment, Jiangsu has also entered the kitchen. Observing Qin Hao's culinary antics as if he were performing a piece of conceptual art, which is quite captivating. While busy, Qin Hao remarks. Adhering to the usual protocol, the meal must be prepared before 10:30, and we must finish eating and leave by 11:30. As my wife concludes her work at that hour to prevent any unexpected return home. Jiangsu rolls her eyes, acknowledging his words. The viewers in the live stream burst into laughter upon hearing this. It appears akin to an affair, if we were unaware of the truth. And if Luo Qingxue were to witness this in another context, she would undoubtedly suspect Qin Hao of infidelity. Indeed, it resembles a clandestine affair, easily leading to misunderstandings. Initially, nearly everyone presumed Qin Hao was unfaithful due to his seemingly furtive demeanor, which incited wild imaginations. In a business vehicle, Luo Qingxue, upon hearing Qin Hao's comments, couldn't help but feel a mix of anger and amusement. Afraid of her sudden return home. Very well. She would have her fun with Qin Hao. Lin Charan, noticing Luo Qingxue's mischievous expression, chuckled lightly. Qingxue, are you planning to prank Qin Hao? Luo Qingxue nodded. Once he finishes all the dishes, I'll call him and say I'm on my way home. Lin Charan, after envisioning the scene, couldn't contain her laughter. If Qin Hao and Jiangsu were about to sit down for a meal when Luo Qingxue suddenly announced her imminent arrival, they would certainly be flustered. The countless viewers in the live stream also found this scenario amusing, eager to witness Qin Hao's flustered reaction. In the kitchen, Jiangsu suddenly recalls something and turns to Qin Hao, saying, "A few days ago, my grandfather mentioned that the president of the Culinary Association of Longwo has sparred with you in culinary skills. He said your cooking surpasses his by a slight margin." Qin Hao, upon hearing this, remained composed and replied calmly, "That is indeed the case, however, his claim of my skills surpassing his is merely modesty. In my view, we are on equal footing." That's still quite impressive. Jiangsu gazes at Qin Hao with admiration. The National College Entrance Examination top scorer. An honorary professor at Tsinghua and Peking University, coupled with culinary skills rivaling that of the president of the Culinary Association of Longwo, how remarkable. Not to mention, he is also quite handsome. At this moment, the live stream erupted like a bombshell, creating quite a stir. The president of the Culinary Association of Longwo. I sent it at the pinnacle of those responsible for state banquet cuisine. Is it true? The president of the Culinary Association stands at the apex of the culinary industry, unparalleled. Can Qin Hao's culinary prowess truly rival that of the association's president? Who can say? One must taste the dishes to discern whose is superior. I find that hard to believe. Qin Hao is not a professional chef, even if his culinary skills are exceptional. They cannot possibly match those of the president of the Culinary Association. Agreed, culinary expertise requires years of accumulation and continuous learning. Qin Hao's profession is not that of a chef, he lacks the extensive practical experience necessary. Without such experience, how could his culinary skills compete with those of the association's president? The countless viewers in the live broadcast were incredulous. After all, the situation was utterly absurd. In the business vehicle, Lin Charan and Luo Qingxue also harbored doubts. Even if Qin Hao possessed culinary skills, they could hardly rival those of a master chef. Within the live stream, Qin Hao was engaged in cooking while Jiang Yu observed from behind, conversing with him. The audience remained fixated on Qin Hao. And despite my skepticism about his culinary prowess matching that of a master chef, it was evident that his knife skills and other techniques surpassed those of many seasoned cooks. Indeed, watching him prepare a meal felt akin to witnessing the creation of a work of art, making it hard to even contemplate eating it. Qin Hao continued to cook quietly, while the viewers commented in the chat. Time flew by, and by 10:30, several dishes were ready, each visually appealing and aromatic, igniting a ravenous appetite. At the dining table in the living room, Qin Hao served 2 bowls of rice and then took a seat. He glanced at Jiang Yu and urged, "Hurry and eat, we need to leave after." Jiang Yu rolled her eyes and replied leisurely, "Your wife isn't coming home for lunch, so what is the rush?" Qin Hao looked at her with seriousness and insisted, "You must leave before 11:30. Even though my wife may not be home for lunch, she might unexpectedly return." Jiang Yu, somewhat exasperated, retorted, "Even if she does, what is the big deal? I have nothing to hide." Qin Hao raised an eyebrow and responded, "We may be innocent, but it all hinges on whether my wife believes it." Jiang Yu conceded, "Fine. I'll eat quickly." At that moment, within the business vehicle, Luo Qingxue picked up her phone and called Qin Hao. While eating, Qin Hao noticed his wife's call and was instantly filled with an ominous premonition. He answered the phone, maintaining a calm tone, "Hello, dear. What is up?" Luo Qingxue replied, "The company has lost power, so we are finishing early today. I'll be home in about 10 minutes, and I'll prepare lunch. So don't order takeout." Upon hearing this, Qin Hao became increasingly flustered. His wife was returning. "All right, I understand," he said. Luo Qingxue continued, "Yes. I'll be home in about 9 minutes. With his heart racing, Qin Hao responded, "Got it, I'll wait for you to make lunch." After hanging up, he anxiously glanced at Jiang Yu, exclaiming, "Stop eating. My wife will be home in a few minutes." "What?" Jiang Yu's expression turned frantic. "If Luo Qingxue sees us eating together, even if we are innocent, she won't believe it." At that moment, Qin Hao disregarded his worries and hurriedly retrieved several containers from the kitchen, filling them with food before handing them to Jiang Yu. "Take this. Quickly leave." "Oh, okay." Jiang Yu hastily accepted the large bag of containers and rushed to change her shoes. Meanwhile, Qin Hao swiftly cleared the table, opened the windows for ventilation, and rushed to the kitchen to wash the dishes. He completed the task in 3 minutes and, slightly out of breath, collapsed onto the sofa. Glancing at the clock, he exhaled in relief, "Thank goodness, that was close." In the live broadcast room, countless viewers are in fits of laughter. "Haha, this is hilarious. It's as if they were caught in an affair, haha. How amusing. Qin Hao is so adorable. And that woman. She previously claimed it was no big deal to be seen, yet she ran away faster than anyone else, haha." In the business car, Lin Charan and director Zhong also find the situation quite amusing. Luo Qingxue's lips curl into a slight smile, exuding a sense of satisfaction akin to vengeance. However, this is not enough. Luo Qingxue picks up her phone and calls Qin Hao. Upon seeing his wife's call, Qin Hao feels a twinge of confusion. He answers, "Wife. Where are you?" Luo Qingxue replies, "Oh, the company is calling again, the manager wants me to return to work, so I can't come back for lunch." Hearing this, Qin Hao feels as if he has been trampled by 1,000 wild horses. This is outrageous, he thinks. "All right, understood," he responds, striving to keep his tone steady. You eat alone at noon, I'll hang up now." After the call, Qin Hao clenches his fist and waves them vigorously. The audience in the live stream erupts in laughter. Haha, Qin Hao must be feeling quite distressed right now. It's hilarious, he worked so hard to prepare the meal. And now he barely got to eat before it was all gone. Haha, this episode is quite entertaining. In the business car, Luo Qingxue is in high spirits. Qin Hao is bringing another woman home for dinner. Even if this woman has little to do with Qin Hao, it still unsettles her. Seeing Qin Hao in such a flustered state finally alleviates some of her anger. Director Zhong of the production team is also delighted. The program's exploration of the other half has exceeded expectations. The number of viewers in the live stream has surpassed 500,000. If this continues, the numbers will only grow. At this moment, the director Zhong smiles at Luo Qingxue and says, on the first day of the program, "We discovered that your husband was once the top scorer in the college entrance examination and an honorary professor at Dragon Country University. He cooks quite well too. From the previous situations, it seems your husband must be concealing other identities, which we may uncover in the coming days." Luo Qingxue, intrigued by this revelation, wonders what else her husband might be hiding. Moreover, even Jiangyu remains oblivious. If he concealed his title as the top scorer or his status as an honorary professor, it could be attributed to Qin Hao's nonchalance regarding those accolades. His reluctance to reveal his culinary skills might stem from a desire to avoid daily cooking. These explanations seem plausible. However, if he is hiding something else, what could the reason be? Not only Luo Qingxue is speculating. Lin Charan and director Zhong are pondering the same. Countless viewers in the live stream are also guessing what other identities Qin Hao might be concealing and the motives behind such secrecy. Analyzing from various angles, it all seems somewhat unreasonable. Could he be the world's wealthiest individual? The richest in Dragon Country? That seems implausible. After all, how old is Qin Hao? Merely 28 years old, and judging by the previous conversation between Jiangyu and Qin Hao, it appears he began concealing his identity 5 years ago. 5 years ago, Qin Hao was only 23, just freshly graduated from university. Let us not guess for now, we shall gradually explore the depths of Qin Hao. Lin Charan remarked with a smile. At this moment, in the live broadcast room, Qin Hao sat on the sofa, feeling quite conflicted. He was somewhat hungry and contemplated preparing a simple meal for himself. However, he feared that Luo Qingxue might unexpectedly return home. If she discovered that he could cook, he was certain she would insist he cook every day. Having prepared meals for 5 years, would she truly allow him to continue? Sighing softly, Qin Hao felt the weight of his dilemma. After some deliberation, Qin Hao took his phone and messaged Luo Qingxue, "Wife, will you be back for lunch?" In the business vehicle, Luo Qingxue received the message, feeling puzzled. What is this about? She wondered. Does Qin Hao have an event? Is something wrong? Qin Hao continued. If you are coming back for lunch, we can eat together. If not, I'll just order takeout. Looking at the message, Luo Qingxue seemed to have an inkling of what was happening and typed back, "Is it really possible for me to return? Qin Hao, could you provide a definite answer? Are you coming back?" She inquired with a confused expression. Why do you need a definite answer? If you're hungry, just eat something fast. Feeling somewhat helpless, Qin Hao replied, "All right, I'll order takeout then." Okay, Luo Qingxue responded with a simple affirmation. Glancing at the clock, which read 10:40, Qin Hao noted that his wife's work ended at 11:30. The company was relatively close to home, merely a 10-minute drive. Thus, if she were to return, she would arrive around 11:40. An hour was certainly sufficient, he thought, deciding to prepare a dish that would allow enough time for cooking and cleaning up. Immediately, Qin Hao headed to the kitchen to make a rustic stir-fry. In the business vehicle, Lin Charan watched Luo Qingxue with a smile. "Your husband is cooking again. Do you think he calculated the time, realizing he had enough to prepare and enjoy a meal before your shift ends?" A faint smile graced Luo Qingxue's lips. "I suspect that is precisely the case." The audience in the live stream chuckled. "Qingxue, you're not planning to use the same trick again, are you? Waiting for Qin Hao to finish cooking, only to call and say there is a power outage at the company." Haha, if that were the case, Qin Hao would probably be utterly disheartened. Luo Qingxue glanced at the barrage of comments and chuckled softly, "Just as you all imagined." She had already devised a plan to call Qin Hao when his dish was nearly ready, intending to give him a playful scare. Humph. Telling me he couldn't cook? Making me prepare meals for 5 years, he should face a little consequence. After about 8 minutes, it seemed the dish was nearly ready. Noticing this, Luo Qingxue promptly made a call. As Qin Hao was cooking, he saw his wife's name flash on his phone and his expression turned pale. Could this possibly be bad news again? Taking a deep breath, he stepped out of the kitchen, his tone appearing casual. Wife, what is the matter? You haven't eaten yet, right? Luo Qingxue asked. Not yet. What is going on? Upon hearing her words, an ominous feeling washed over Qin Hao. The company experienced another power outage. I'm already on my way home and should arrive in about 2 minutes. Get ready for me to cook dinner. Qin Hao yearned to exclaim, national essence. Just 2 more minutes. My wife will be home soon. Calmly, he acknowledged the urgency. After a brief conversation, he ended the call and hastily tidied up, ensuring the pot was spotless. The stir-fried pork was already plated, and he devised a clever ruse. When his wife returned, he would claim the dish was takeout. Should she inquire about the absence of the takeout container, he would nonchalantly assert that it had been discarded. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He needed to dispose of the trash in the kitchen bin to maintain his charade. Otherwise, the presence of garbage without a takeout box would surely raise her suspicions. Grasping the garbage bag, he made his way downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, he noticed a vehicle parked in the lot and its owner emerged. His wife, Luo Qingxue, approached with a warm smile, effortlessly tossing the garbage bag into the bin. Are you hungry? She inquired. Qin Hao shook his head gently, smiling warmly. Not really. When you called, the takeout arrived just in time, just a portion of stir-fried pork. Luo Qingxue nodded. I'll prepare a couple of dishes. Sounds good, he replied, naturally taking her hand as they entered the elevator. Moments later, they arrived home. Little did he know, Luo Qingxue had a miniature camera discreetly placed on her collar, capturing the earlier scene for a live audience. The viewers erupted in laughter. Qin Hao truly is a top scholar. His meticulous planning left no room for error. He disposed of the kitchen trash, likely to prevent Luo Qingxue from questioning the absence of the takeout container. Ingenious. To avoid cooking, he operates like a spy. I'm curious how Qingxue will handle Qin Hao. If I were her, knowing my husband could cook yet feigning incompetence while deliberately preparing unpalatable meals, I would first play a trick on him and then demand he cook daily to avenge my 5 years of culinary labor. At this moment, Qin Hao and Luo Qingxue stepped into their home. She smiled at him. I'll whip up a couple of dishes. All right, he replied, taking a seat on the sofa to relax. In the kitchen, Luo Qingxue began her inspection, gently touching the bottom of the pot. It was completely cold. Typically, a freshly used pot would retain some heat. Although rinsing it could cool it down rapidly, there should still be residual warmth. Yet this pot was devoid of any heat, and the kitchen showed no signs of water residue, meticulously cleaned. Well done, Qin Hao, she silently chastised. No wonder she had never doubted him during their 5 years of marriage. He handled every detail flawlessly. After a moment of inward frustration, she commenced her cooking. Despite her reluctance, as she had yet to expose Qin Hao's culinary skills, she had no choice but to prepare the meal. She resolved to find an opportunity to reveal his secret. Luo Qingxue pondered quietly, realizing now that although she had previously been unaware of Qin Hao's culinary skills, she had indeed savored the dishes he prepared. Each time, he had insisted that they were merely takeout. Humph. Feeling somewhat deceived, a twinge of dissatisfaction stirred within her. Yet, considering that Qin Hao often cooked for her under the guise of ordering takeout, her discontent began to dissipate. While preparing the meal, Luo Qingxue's thoughts wandered elsewhere. Her husband was not only the top scorer of the National College Entrance Examination but also an esteemed professor at Longo University. Both accolades were irrefutable. His cooking was delightful. He was tall and handsome and possessed a robust physique. Particularly, Qin Hao was undeniably remarkable and treated her with utmost kindness. She realized that her husband had reached an extraordinary level of excellence. Lost in this thought, a sweet smile crept upon Luo Qingxue's lips. At that moment, The live stream was in full swing, and countless viewers witnessed her smile, prompting a flurry of comments. King Snow's smile is so beautiful. With such sweetness, is she daydreaming? If Qin Hao were my husband, I would smile like that every day. Just think about it, he's the top scorer and an honorary professor at Qingbei University, tall and handsome. With exceptional culinary skills. What woman wouldn't be elated to be with such a man? Some viewers attempted to point out Qin Hao's flaws but found none. At least for the time being. Moments later, the dishes were ready. Luo Qingsno prepared 2 dishes, scrambled eggs with tomatoes and smashed cucumbers. Along with the farmhouse stir-fried pork Qin Hao had made earlier, totaling 3 dishes. Darling, serve the rice and get the bowls and chopsticks, Luo Qingsno called from the kitchen. Upon hearing her, Qin Hao promptly went to serve the dishes and then the rice. They sat down together to begin their meal. As Luo Qingsno tasted a piece of the farmhouse stir-fried pork, her appetite surged. She longed to reveal Qin Hao's culinary prowess and have him cook for her every day. However, after a moment's thought, she decided to keep it under wraps for now, seeking other opportunities to disclose it. Eat more, dear. She urged as she served him another dish. Qin Hao looked up at her, noticing the happiness radiating from her expression. In response, he couldn't help but smile gently. Saying, "Wife, we've been married for 5 years now. How do you feel about our life together?" Reflecting on those 5 years, Luo Qingsno replied sweetly. "I have been very happy." Qin Hao, with a hint of narcissism, responded with a grin, "Of course, who wouldn't be happy marrying me?" Luo Qingsno rolled her eyes and retorted playfully, "You are out of breath just from talking." "I speak the truth," Qin Hao replied earnestly. "Consider this, don't women prefer tall, good-looking men? I fit that description, right? Plus, I remain devoted to you, and my physique is quite strong. I can lift you as if you were a feather. Where else could you find such a man?" Upon hearing this, Luo Qingsno's face instantly flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Under ordinary circumstances, she would not have felt shy, but this was a live broadcast. With so many viewers. Mind your own business. Luo Qingsno shot a glare at Qin Hao, wishing to bring this topic to an end. However, the live chat exploded with enthusiasm. Countless female viewers began to flood the screen with comments. "Oh my goodness, Qin Hao is so strong. Wow. 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 Is he really that impressive? Just imagining the scene is quite daunting. Why is such a wonderful man already married? I want to experience it. Someone find out where Qin Hao lives. I'm willing to do anything to have a taste of that." Meanwhile, the male viewers were equally taken aback. "Wow, unbelievable. I'm sorry. I can't help but picture it. My God, is Qingsno spending every day with Qin Hao? I'm sorry for thinking like this, but I just can't resist. Qingsno is truly a winner in life." As for Qin Hao, he sat in a business vehicle outside the community. The director of the program, Director Zhong, had Qin Hao mention his strong physique, effortlessly lifting Luo Qingsno as if she were a feather. Coupled with Luo Qingsno's reaction, he knew Qin Hao was speaking the truth. As a man who wouldn't desire strength and vigor, Director Zhong couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Lin Charan, sitting nearby, was also astonished. Since it was a live broadcast, she was on camera, and so many had had such revelations. A blush crept onto her cheeks, then her expression turned slightly awkward. Seeing Lin Charan's flustered demeanor, the audience began to tease her. "Ha ha ha, Charan, why is your face so red? What a classic celebrity moment, good thing I recorded it. Charan. My goddess, have you also developed feelings for Qin Hao?" Lin Charan, noticing the barrage of comments, covered half of her face and stifled a laugh. She tried to compose herself, saying, "Don't say such things. Although I haven't known Qingsno for long, we are already friends." The audience grew even more excited upon hearing this. A friend's husband. Even better. Hey, if you and Luo Qingsno become best friends, then Qin Hao would be your best friend's husband. In the live stream, Qin Hao appeared somewhat puzzled. He wondered why Luo Qingsno would feel shy about his earlier comment. They had been married for 5 years, what had not been said? It was just a simple remark. Qin Hao was slightly bewildered but did not dwell on it. He served Luo Qingsno a portion of stir-fried meat, a smile of contentment gracing his face. He cherished such simple moments and hoped they would continue for the rest of their lives. After they finished their meal, Qin Hao turned to Luo Qingsno and said, "I'll wash the dishes, dear. Would you like to rinse them off first?" Upon hearing this, Luo Qingsno's face flashed once more, and she shot him a glare, saying, "No. I want to take a proper rest this afternoon." "All right then," Qin Hao replied with a smile, "I had hoped to pamper you a bit. Go wash the dishes." Luo Qingsno felt a surge of anxiety. After all, this was a live broadcast. She regretted her decision to come home for lunch. Look at how many people are now aware of her husband's affairs. Qin Hao chuckled lightly, then proceeded to tidy up the dishes, heading to the kitchen to wash the pots and plates. Meanwhile, the comments in the live stream surged in number. "How enviable. Life is truly splendid. Youth is a blessing. When will I experience such a good man?" After clearing the table, Qin Hao sliced a few pieces of watermelon and brought them out. Each person took a slice and began to enjoy it. Luo Qingxue took a couple of bites and then looked at Qin Hao, saying, "Darling, I want to buy a house." Qin Hao paused upon hearing this and asked her, "Why do we need to buy a house? Our 180 square meter home is sufficient. Isn't it?" Luo Qingxue's expression turned somewhat serious as she replied, "The house is for our son." Upon hearing this, Qin Hao's demeanor changed. He looked at Luo Qingxue and quickly inquired, "Are you pregnant?" Luo Qingxue shot him a glance and replied, "Not yet, but didn't we agree to have a son? If we have a son, we must prepare a marriage house for him." Qin Hao nodded, "All right, let's buy one next month." On the 1st of next month, his identity would be made public, and he would no longer conceal anything from Luo Qingxue. At that time, he would purchase 2 houses, one for their son and one for their daughter. Perfect. Seeing Qin Hao's agreement, Luo Qingxue thoughtfully calculated the expenses. A 120 square meter 3-bedroom apartment would suffice, costing approximately 1.5 million. "I still have 650,000 in my account," she noted. Qin Hao nodded in acknowledgement. Luo Qingxue continued, "We can put down a 600,000 down payment and keep 50,000 for living expenses." Qin Hao nodded again. She then calculated further, stating that by participating in the show Exploring the Other Half, she could receive 100,000 in cash. However, that money would only be disbursed after the show concluded at the end of the month. Thus, by next month, her account balance could amount to around 750,000. With 750,000, a 600,000 down payment would leave 150,000 for living expenses and to cover the mortgage and emergencies. It is essential to retain some funds. At this moment, Luo Qingxue sighed. Qin Hao observed her, asking, "What else?" with a sigh. Leaning lazily against the sofa, she replied, "If we decide not to have a son, we wouldn't need to prepare a marriage house for him. Without a marriage house, life would be much more comfortable. Now that we are considering having a son, we must be more frugal in our future expenditures." Qin Hao looked at her and remarked, "We could choose not to have a son." "No way." Luo Qingxue responded, her expression turning serious. "Among the 3 unfilial acts, having no descendants is the most significant. I cannot allow the Qin family line to end. If we only have daughters, they will eventually marry, then their children will carry the husband's surname. In that case, the Qin family lineage would be severed." Qin Hao shook his head with a smile, saying, "You are being foolish. In this day and age, there are quite a few only daughters. After marrying, they often do not change their household registration and usually have 2 children, one taking the husband's surname and the other the wife's." Luo Qingxue momentarily froze, considering. "That is true. If our daughter has 2 sons, one of them could bear the Qin surname." But then she realized, "No, wait." Luo Qingsno pondered for a moment and shook her head, expressing her concern about the possibility of her daughter not bearing 2 sons. "What if my daughter doesn't give birth to 2 sons? We certainly can't have her continue to bear children, can we? Perhaps I should have one myself. I yearn for a son as well, so that I may have both a son and a daughter." Qin Hao gently embraced Luo Qingsno, his tone softening. "What about now?" Luo Qingsno's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Let's discuss it after we purchase a house. If I were to become pregnant now, it would be a chaotic mess." Qin Hao nodded affirmatively. "All right. We shall buy a house next month. By the way, my current workload has increased significantly. I anticipate earning at least 30,000 each month. I can contribute 25,000 of that to our household. Really? Luo Qingsno straightened her posture, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at Qin Hao. An income of 30,000 a month? I only earn 10,000. That brings our total household income to over 40,000. In that case, buying a house won't be such a burden. Would I deceive you? Qin Hao chuckled, observing Luo Qingsno with a hint of tenderness in his heart. He recalled how she had been calculating the down payment and fretting over finances when she mentioned buying a house. He felt a swell of compassion for her. At that moment, Luo Qingsno enveloped Qin Hao in a tight embrace. Their combined monthly income reached over 40,000, alleviating the pressure of raising a son. She had always desired a son and aspired to purchase a home for him as a future wedding gift. However, if she bought a wedding house for her son, she would need to be frugal, which could compromise their quality of life. Additionally, as her parents aged, they would inevitably require financial support during illnesses, necessitating a reserve of funds for unforeseen circumstances. The thought of future financial obligations weighed heavily on her mind. It was precisely this concern that prompted her to apply for the Exploring the Other Half program, and to her surprise, she was selected. This opportunity would provide her with an additional 100,000 in cash. Initially, she had dismissed the show's exploration of Qin Hao, believing there was nothing noteworthy to uncover about her husband. Her sole intention was to secure that 100,000, and once the program concluded, she would reveal the truth to Qin Hao. She was certain that he would be overjoyed upon learning of her earnings, for after all, it was a substantial sum. In the live broadcast room, the comments turned somber. I used to envy Qin Hao and Luo Qingsno, thinking they were the epitome of a perfect couple. Yet, witnessing Luo Qingsno's financial worries regarding home buying, I now understand that they are just ordinary people. Oh dear, housing prices are indeed exorbitant these days. If one has pressing needs, it is wise to purchase sooner rather than later. My heart aches, this is the essence of real life. Meanwhile, in the business vehicle parked outside the community, Director Zhang remarked, I remember when Luo Qingsno applied for the Exploring the Other Half program. She called almost daily to inquire about her selection status. It is evident that she is in dire need of funds, desperately requiring that 100,000. The audience in the live stream, upon hearing Director Zhang's words, couldn't help but flood the chat with comments. Luo Qingshui is indeed remarkable. As someone well-versed in life's experiences, I can assert that for a strikingly beautiful woman, the pursuit of wealth can be surprisingly effortless. However, it is truly a challenge for such a woman to resist the allure of money and remain steadfast in her principles. Indeed, Luo Qingshui is exceptional. One cannot help but feel that Qin Hao has stumbled upon fortune by marrying such an extraordinary woman. The viewers in the live stream expressed their sympathy for Luo Qingshui while simultaneously envying Qin Hao. Initially, their admiration for Luo Qingshui stemmed from her captivating beauty. But their affection has now transcended mere physical allure. Within the confines of the live stream, Qin Hao embraced Luo Qingshui, whispering gently in her ear to go take a nap. You have work at the company this afternoon. She responded, then let us rest together, Qin Hao. With that, the two retreated to their room for a midday rest. As the bedroom lacked a camera, their presence was absent from the live stream, yet the audience remained engaged, exchanging messages and chatting amongst themselves. It was not until 1 p.m. that Luo Qingshui and Qin Hao emerged. Darling, I'm off to work, she said tenderly, gazing at him. Qin Hao planted a soft kiss near her lips and replied, go ahead, I'll order takeout from that place tonight, then we can eat together when you return. Luo Qingshui smiled gently, picked up her bag, and departed. Upon reaching the ground floor, she drove her car to a more secluded area outside the community before transferring to the program's business vehicle. At that moment, curious viewers in the live stream began to inquire, Qingshui, don't you have to work? Or did you take leave? Seeing the messages, Luo Qingshui smiled and replied, I'm on a 5-day vacation. Oh, I see. After those 5 days, won't you have to return to work? Will we not see you in the live stream then? They asked. Indeed, if I'm absent from the live stream, it will feel a bit empty, she acknowledged with a smile. However, depending on the situation, I can also request a personal leave. The audience sighed in relief, pleased to know that as long as Luo Qingshui was present, all would be well. In the live stream, Qin Hao sat on the sofa, picking up his phone to dial a number. He switched the call to speaker mode, placing the phone on the table while peeling an orange. The call connected, and a middle-aged man's voice resonated on the other end. Professor Qin. Is there something you need? Qin Hao chuckled. You are the chairman of the company. What could I possibly require of you? The man's tone was filled with respect. You must not say that. You are indeed a true professor. The company's current standing is entirely due to your contributions, Professor Qin. With a hint of exasperation, Qin Hao replied, let us not dwell on that. As per our usual arrangement, please chat with me on WeChat and transfer 50,000 yuan. The middle-aged man responded respectfully. Understood. Curiously, he then asked, Professor Qin, you are clearly wealthy, why not disclose this to your wife? Qin Hao answered calmly, in a month. I will be honest with my wife, and then there will be no need for pretense. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man chuckled, remarking that if your wife were to discover your wealth, she would likely be so astounded that sleep would elude her for several days. Qin Hao merely smiled and replied, perhaps. After a brief exchange, they concluded the call. At that moment, the live stream erupted with excitement. Oh my goodness. It seems that Qin Hao's concealed identity is on the verge of being revealed. I can't believe it. Just now, Qin Hao mentioned that he was speaking with the chairman of a company. Why would such a dignified chairman show such deference to him? The chairman addressed Qin Hao as Professor Qin with utmost respect, and when Qin Hao requested a money transfer, the chairman readily consented. Incredible. From the conversation, it appears that Qin Hao is extraordinarily wealthy. If that is the case, why conceal it from Qin Xue? After all, she is his wife. In a luxury vehicle. Director Zhong and the popular actress Lin Charen were both left in utter disbelief. They had anticipated that the upcoming revelations might not be as captivating as the initial moments. Yet, what transpired was nothing short of a bombshell. Qin Hao is affluent. A chairman treating him with such respect. They were eager to uncover the true nature of Qin Hao's professorship. Qin Xue, have you ever checked the balance in your husband's bank account? Lin Charen inquired, looking at Luo Qingxue with curiosity. Luo Qingxue shook her head lightly, latterly baffled. Her husband is wealthy. A chairman shows him such reverence. Engaging in 4 conversations with him via WeChat, Luo Qingxue remained in a state of confusion. If her husband possessed considerable wealth, why hadn't he simply disclosed it to her? Why wait an entire month to reveal such information? Meanwhile, on the live stream, Qin Hao was seen chatting on WeChat with someone, though the subject of their conversation remained unclear. Qin Hao was currently engaged in a simulated chat. Director Zhong. I have a project to restore a game. Once completed, I will pay you 100,000, I'll transfer 50,000 to you now. What type of game is it? Zhong inquired. A mobile tower defense game, Qin Hao replied. How long will it take to repair? 3 days, Qin Hao asserted. All right. I will transfer 50,000 now and the remaining 50,000 afterward. Understood, Qin Hao confirmed. Subsequently, Director Zhong transferred 50,000 to Qin Hao. Upon receiving the funds, Qin Hao immediately took a screenshot of their conversation and sent it to Luo Qingxue. Dear wife, I just landed a project worth 100,000. The client has already transferred 50,000 and I'm sending this to you now. Qin Hao then transferred 50,000 to Luo Qingxue. Upon viewing the screenshot of the chat and the transferred amount, Luo Qingxue felt a wave of emotions. Meanwhile, Director Zhong and Lin Charen observed Luo Qingxue's WeChat chat history. It became evident that Qin Hao's simulated conversation was intended for Luo Qingxue's eyes. At that moment, Qin Hao sent another message to Luo Qingxue, my love. Let us purchase a wedding house for our son. Don't worry too much about finances, with our combined income, even with a mortgage. We can pay it off in a few years. Luo Qingxue stared at the message from Qin Hao, her mind momentarily blank. Had she not just witnessed the live stream of Qin Hao's conversation with that mysterious chairman, she would surely have been moved to tears. For her husband was concerned for her, not wishing to see her troubled by financial worries. Yet, the earlier scene from the live stream lingered vividly in her mind. She has already realized that Qin Hao is quite affluent. Scoundrel. Rich. Damn Qin Hao. Luo Qingxue snapped back to reality, cursing Qin Hao in her heart. For the sake of purchasing a matrimonial home for her son, she has been troubled by financial concerns for quite some time, checking the fluctuations in housing prices nearly every day. At that moment, Qin Hao sent another message, "Wife, where are you?" Upon seeing the text, Luo Qingxue let out a soft laugh and replied, "Just arrived at the office, darling, you're doing great, kisses." Qin Hao grinned, "Your husband has always been impressive." Luo Qingxue rolled her eyes. "Are you going to reward me tonight?" Qin Hao teased. "Get lost. I need to work, we'll chat later." "All right. I'll wait for you tonight," he responded. Beside her, Lin Charan felt a pang of envy. She had been fed dog food several times today. She truly wished to escape this incessant display of affection. Director Zhong seemed unfazed, as he had a wife of his own. Meanwhile, in the live stream room, comments began to surge. Viewers had witnessed the exchange between Luo Qingxue and Qin Hao. "Oh no. I'm drowning in dog food." While the dog food was secondary, what truly piqued their curiosity was what secrets Qin Hao was concealing, especially those he felt compelled to hide from his own wife. Indeed, the mystery surrounding him was deepening. I even took the liberty of researching the honorary professors at Longo University. Honorary professors receive no salary, it is merely a title conferred by the university, which may sound impressive but holds little actual weight. I can't shake the feeling that Qin Hao possesses a significant background, given how even a chairman treats him with such respect. Increasingly, people became curious about Qin Hao. Just how wealthy is he? Where does his wealth come from? In the business vehicle, Lin Charan curiously inquired, "Qingxue, you've been married to Qin Hao for 5 years, has he worked from home all this time?" Luo Qingxue nodded. "My husband has held a job in these 5 years and rarely leaves Jiangnan City. Even when he does go out, it's only for a few days." Her words ignited the imagination of many. 5 years ago, Qin Hao was only 23 years old, barely out of university. At such a young age, possessing the status of a top scorer and an honorary professor from Qingbei University is already remarkable. However, to claim that Qin Hao is also extraordinarily wealthy seems rather implausible. Doesn't he it? Is he a rich second generation? Someone in the live stream wondered. "Qingxue, what do Qin Hao's parents do?" Another queried. "I too am curious. Is Qin Hao a rich second generation? If not, how could he accumulate wealth while working from home for 5 years?" Luo Qingxue's expression shifted slightly as she read the comments. "My in-laws run an 80-square-meter supermarket, which has been in operation for over a decade. So my husband cannot be considered a rich second generation, at most, he comes from a moderately well-off family." Her response led countless viewers to ponder further. What kind of job allows one to earn substantial income while working solely from home? Writing novels, perhaps. Yet, aside from a select few notable authors who earn over 100 million a year, most make only several million. Those who strike it rich are usually well-known figures. None resembling Qin Hao. Could it be that he draws comics? It is rather unlikely. The viewers in the live stream were bombarding the screen with comments. "Does your husband write novels or create comics? Surely he is not a streamer, right? If he were quite popular among the tens of thousands in the live chat, someone must recognize Qin Hao." Upon reading these speculations, Luo Qingxue couldn't help but chuckle. Their imaginations were too vivid. "I assure you, my husband has neither penned a novel nor illustrated a comic, nor is he a social media influencer. If he were engaged in such pursuits, I would surely have noticed. And there would be no need for him to conceal this from me." The audience in the live stream resumed their conjectures. In the realm of freelancing, the only lucrative avenues are these. Since Qin Hao has pursued none, if he is wealthy, where could that fortune originate? Could it possibly be illicit gains? One viewer remarked. Surprisingly, there might be a chance of that. Consider this, why would Qin Hao conceal anything from Luo Qingxue? Perhaps it is because the origins of his wealth are questionable. Hence his reluctance to disclose it. Goodness, if the possibility is indeed there. Qin Hao is a top scorer in the college entrance examination, undoubtedly possessing a high IQ. It is not implausible for him to engage in unlawful activities. Another chimed in. I too suspect he might be involved in something illegal or otherwise. It is perplexing why he would hide such matters from Luo Qingxue. Luo Qingxue, observing the barrage of comments, felt her complexion pale. Was her husband's income derived from illegal sources? Could this truly be the case? Deep down, she was loath to believe it. Her husband was such an upright individual. Always amiable, radiating positivity, with a delightful disposition. How could such a person possibly engage in criminal activities? Beside her, Lin Charan noticed Luo Qingshue's distress and offered comfort. Do not heed their baseless speculations, they are merely conjecturing. Lin Charan then addressed the live stream. Stop your wild guesses, you are frightening Qingxue. Moreover, your reasoning is becoming increasingly absurd. In that earlier phone call, the mysterious chairman referred to Qin Hao as Professor Qin and claimed that the company owes its current success to him, which indicates that Qin Hao is of paramount importance to the company. Zhang Dao concurred. I share the same sentiment as Charan. The wealth Qin Hao possesses must have stemmed from that company. The viewers pondered these insights, finding them plausible. Yet, if all this wealth had legitimate sources, why would Qin Hao feel the need to conceal it from Luo Qingxue? Indeed, I am curious as to why Qin Hao chooses to keep this from her. Previously, when Qin Hao's identity as a national college entrance examination top scorer and an honorary professor at prestigious universities was revealed, he had not mentioned these titles to Luo Qingxue. This could be explained by his indifference towards those accolades, but if he was indeed wealthy, why the secrecy? Lin Charan smiled and urged the viewers to reflect on the earlier phone call. Upon further contemplation, it makes sense. The mysterious chairman seemed perplexed. Knowing that Qin Hao is affluent, why would he choose to conceal this from Luo Qingxue? This is not only our curiosity but also that of the enigmatic chairman. Zhang Dao added with a smile, the chairman's awareness of Qin Hao's wealth suggests he understands its origins, thus we can dismiss the notion of it being illicit. After listening, the audience in the live stream found some merit in the discussion, yet they remained perplexed and frustrated. Despite possessing an IQ of 150, I could not fathom why Qin Hao chose to conceal the truth. My mind felt as if it might explode from the effort of trying to understand. At that moment, Luo Qingxue let out a sigh of relief. She had been frightened when the viewers began to suspect her husband of engaging in illegal activities. She contemplated abandoning the program and foregoing the 100,000 yuan offered by the production team. Fortunately, the viewers' thoughts began to drift in an entirely different direction. As she gazed at the live stream, a profound sense of confusion enveloped her. Having been married to Qin Hao for 5 years, she believed she knew him intimately. Yet now she felt increasingly bewildered, as if she barely recognized him. He had become a riddle to her. In the live stream, Qin Hao reclined on the sofa, leisurely enjoying an orange while watching television, appearing utterly content. He pretended to engage in conversation, transferring 50,000 yuan to Luo Qingxue. Unable to bear the sight of his wife fretting over finances. He was no ordinary researcher, he was an esteemed academician who had developed numerous critical national instruments. Until he received affirmation from his superiors, he could not disclose a single word regarding his work, whether overtly or subtly. He could not even reveal his status as a researcher, for doing so might lead others to speculate about his identity, which could draw the scrutiny of relevant authorities. Even those within the circle had only a superficial understanding of who he truly was. A month remained, he mused. After 5 years of marriage, what was one additional month? Just then, Qin Hao's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID before answering. Uncle Wang, what prompted you to call me? He inquired with a smile. On the other end, Uncle Wang chuckled. Qin Hao, I haven't seen you in ages and have been thinking of you. Shall I come by tomorrow for a drink? Qin Hao laughed. Uncle Wang, if you are just after a meal at my expense, you could have said so. Uncle Wang responded with hearty laughter. Then I shall not hold back. They chatted for several minutes before hanging up. In the office of the night patrol chief in Jiangnan City, Wang Zhigao wore a faint smile as he spoke to himself, exploring the other half of the program. How intriguing. Recently, he had received directives from higher authorities instructing him to visit Qin Hao the following day, under the guise of unveiling a new facet of his identity. He was aware that Qin Hao had developed a cancer treatment drug capable of curing the disease. He believed that once the world learned of Qin Hao's triumph over cancer, it would send shockwaves across the globe. However, he was not instructed to reveal Qin Hao's identity but merely to make an appearance to boost the show's popularity. Qin Hao remained blissfully unaware of these developments, continuing to enjoy his oranges and television, living a contented life. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream began to flood the screen with comments. Someone is visiting Qin Hao tomorrow. He refers to the person as Uncle Wang. Qingxue, do you know this Uncle Wang? Haha, could he, like the previous woman, surprise us with revelations about Qin Hao's other identities? As Luo Qingxue observed the barrage of comments in the live stream, she endeavored to recall, ultimately stating that she had never heard of someone named Uncle Wang. Lin Charan, beside her, was taken aback. She gazed at Luo Qingxue and, somewhat exasperated, inquired how many acquaintances of Qin Hao she truly recognized. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Qingxue replied that she had encountered a few, recalling having met over 20 of Qin Hao's classmates during a reunion 2 years prior, although their appearances had faded from her memory. Lin Charan slapped her forehead in disbelief, pressing on to ask about Qin Hao's friends. Luo Qingxue confidently asserted that she knew only one, though that friend was currently abroad. Upon hearing this, Lin Charan's curiosity piqued. She mused that Qin Hao's sole friend being overseas must render his daily life quite dreary. Luo Qingxue nodded, a tinge of sympathy in her voice as she explained that she hurried home after work to keep him company, often spending her leisure time with her husband and daughter. Lin Charan remarked that such a routine seemed rather tedious, yet she swiftly shifted her tone, suggesting that it appeared Qin Hao had numerous friends, albeit ones unknown to Luo Qingxue. The latter's expression grew noticeably colder at this. The previous woman, Jiang Yu, and the recently mentioned Uncle Wang, both of whom she did not recognize, seemed rather familiar with Qin Hao, while she remained utterly oblivious to their existence. At that moment, the audience in the live stream began to comment. Qingxue, you seem so unfortunate. Your husband conceals everything from you, his identity, his past. The people he knows, you are completely in the dark. One comment read. Another echoed, as a couple, it's rather excessive for Qin Hao to hide so much from Qingxue. Indeed. I find it perplexing. What kind of identity necessitates keeping secrets from one's wife? An undercover agent. But that can't be right. If Qin Hao were an undercover agent, how could he be home every day? As Luo Qingxue perused the comments, her sense of grievance welled within her. She was the legitimate wife of Qin Hao and the mother of his child, completely open-hearted towards him. Yet, Qin Hao had shrouded her in mystery, even regarding his friends, of whom she recognized but one. Besides, didn't my husband say he would come clean next month? If his reasons lack persuasiveness, I shall not easily forgive him. Luo Qingxue declared, her expression frosty and her tone steely. Some viewers in the live stream began to incite further speculation. Qingxue, when you say you won't easily forgive Qin Hao, are you considering divorce? Or perhaps you won't allow him to touch you? Will you sleep apart? Luo Qingxue, exasperated by the barrage of comments, retorted, you are overthinking it. Divorce is not in the cards, nor will I sleep separately. At most, I will simply ignore him. The audience, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, fell into a collective silence. Is this what you call not easily forgiving Qin Hao? Just ignoring him? Meanwhile, on the screen, Qin Hao remained nonchalantly engrossed in the television, leisurely munching on peanuts, exuding an air of tranquility. This scene elicited waves of envy from the viewers. Damn, how blissful. A beautiful wife and daughter who are considerate, and he gets to relax at home watching TV. This life is simply too comfortable. It is indeed quite comfortable. I have come across numerous women online lamenting that being a housewife is exhausting and that they have lost their sense of self. I find myself utterly speechless. Those women are merely being dramatic with the advent of fully automatic washing machines and robotic vacuums. I fail to comprehend what could possibly be so tiring about being a housewife. I sent it just about preparing 3 meals a day. Do men find it exhausting? I too would love to be a house husband. It seems incredibly delightful. Luo Qingxue glanced at the barrage of comments in the live stream but said nothing. Her focus primarily on Qin Hao in the stream. After 5 years of marriage, he had claimed to be a programmer working from home. Yet, all she observed was him munching on peanuts and seeds, engrossed in television dramas. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Qin Hao had deceived her most grievously. What a fraud. It wasn't until 3 in the afternoon that Qin Hao finally arose and made his way to the kitchen. His daughter had mentioned that morning, as she was off to school, that she wanted to eat from that particular takeout place, which coincidentally was the meal he prepared. She adored chicken, and he intended to make a chicken casserole. First, he meticulously wiped the clay pot with a clean towel and then added the seasonings he had personally crafted for the dish. Next, He placed chunks of chicken into the pot, ensuring they were evenly coated, and let them marinate for half an hour. Subsequently, Qin Hao peeled 8 cloves of garlic, sliced some onions, diced a block of farm tofu, then prepared celery, dried tofu, and vermicelli. All the necessary ingredients for the casserole were now at hand, and he simply had to wait for the chicken to marinate. As time passed, once the chicken had absorbed the flavors, he set the clay pot on the stove, adding the onions, garlic, celery, and dried tofu, covering it to simmer over medium heat. Simultaneously, Qin Hao began preparing another dish, pickled fish. He was crafting simple, home-style meals. The viewers in the live stream were astonished as they watched him skillfully debone the fish, each one secretly impressed. Earlier that morning, a woman had mentioned that the president of the Culinary Association in Longo had once exchanged culinary techniques with Qin Hao, claiming that Qin Hao's skills slightly surpassed those of the president. Whether this was true or not was difficult to ascertain. Even if Qin Hao were an honorary professor at Tsinghua University, it seemed improbable that he would have the opportunity to engage with such a culinary figure, let alone exchange cooking tips. This was beyond verification, so it was best not to speculate further. The audience in the live stream briefly discussed this topic before moving on, as it was unprovable. In the business vehicle, Lin Charan looked at Luo Qingxue curiously and inquired, "Your husband has been cooking under the guise of ordering takeout. Over these 5 years, you have tasted quite a bit of his cooking. What do you think of Qin Hao's culinary skills?" Luo Qingxue replied, "They are exquisite. During our first year of marriage, there was an occasion when my husband ordered takeout, and I found it extraordinarily delicious. I was astonished. I had sampled numerous dishes from various restaurants but had never encountered anything so delightful. Since then, I often asked him to order from that place, only to discover now that those takeout meals were all prepared by him." Upon hearing this, Lin Charan expressed her confusion, inquiring why she had not asked about the location of that establishment. Luo Qingxue's expression turned notably colder as she replied, stating that she had indeed inquired and even visited the shop, but it was perpetually closed during her visits. According to her husband, the owner of the shop adopted a laid-back approach, opening the business at whim. Over the past 5 years, she had occasionally passed by, yet the shop remained shuttered every single time. This led her to suspect that perhaps her husband was the proprietor of the establishment. Luo Qingxue's suspicions grew stronger, given that the shop had been in operation for 5 years, always closed during her attempts to visit. Curiously, whenever she requested her husband to order takeout from that restaurant, he always succeeded in placing an order. The most puzzling aspect was that her husband did not use a delivery app, instead, he communicated directly with the owner via WeChat. There were transfer records and chat logs that were quite convincing. Although she had added the owner on WeChat, her messages often went unanswered for extended periods. Lin Charan was taken aback, pondering whether Luo Qingxue suspected that Qin Hao was the owner of the shop. With a hint of doubt, she asked if Luo Qingxue had ever observed how her husband placed his takeout orders. Using a delivery app typically provided detailed information. Luo Qingxue maintained her frosty demeanor, clarifying that her husband did not order through a delivery platform but rather communicated with the owner directly via WeChat. Lin Charan pressed further, questioning whether Luo Qingxue had added the owner on WeChat. "I have," Luo Qingxue replied solemnly, "but the owner always takes ages to respond." Lin Charan was left in a state of bewilderment, mentally dissecting the situation, a shop that had been in operation for 5 years, perpetually closed during her visits, coupled with the fact that her husband could easily place orders there. The realization dawned that her husband might indeed possess considerable wealth, making the establishment of a restaurant a trivial endeavor for him. It was entirely plausible that he was the owner. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream began to analyze the situation. "I can guarantee that this is Qin Hao's shop. Think about it, a restaurant operating for 5 years yet seldom open. What could the owner possibly gain from this? If the owner were uninterested in running the shop, they would simply close it, allowing other businesses to take over. Yet, this establishment has remained a restaurant for 5 years. This is highly suspicious. I concur, it is likely Qin Hao's establishment. He is truly remarkable. Not wanting to cook every day yet desiring his wife and child to enjoy delicious meals, he opens a restaurant just to put on a show for Luo Qingxue. What a talent. Indeed, a true talent." Perhaps the production team should investigate whether this restaurant truly belongs to Qin Hao. Yes. Let's find out if this shop is indeed Qin Hao's. Upon seeing the comments in the live stream, Luo Qingxue felt a flicker of intrigue. After all, it was merely conjecture. And she was eager to uncover the truth about the ownership of that restaurant. Director Zhang, noticing the audience's fervent requests to investigate the mysterious restaurant owner, readily agreed. With a smile, he announced, "I will look into it. I'll make a call to the Market Management Bureau. That should clarify things. I happen to know someone there. So I will inquire." He turned to Luo Qingxue, asking for the restaurant's location and name. Luo Qingxue remarked, "Jiangyang Middle Road, Yu Restaurant." Director Zhang nodded lightly before dialing a number. The call was swiftly connected. Without preamble, Director Zhang stated, "Lao Lu, I have a favor to ask. Could you tell me who the legal representative of Yu Restaurant on Jiangyang Middle Road is?" On the other end of the line, Lao Lu replied, "That restaurant is quite memorable. It has been in operation for 5 years, yet every time I visit that area, Yu Restaurant is always closed. I have no idea what the owner is thinking. They pay the rent but do not operate." Director Zhang inquired, "What is the name of the legal representative? Do you remember?" Lao Lu answered, "I remember. I've called him several times regarding the situation of the restaurant. His name is Qin Hao. A young man in his 20s. Director Zhang was on speakerphone, and at that moment, the 50,000 viewers in the live stream heard everything. "Wow. So it's really Qin Hao's restaurant. Impressive. I truly admire this. To go to such lengths to deceive his own wife by opening a non-operational establishment. I am genuinely in awe. This brother Qin is indeed remarkable." In the business vehicle, Lin Charen was bewildered. She prided herself on her vast experiences and encounters with various people, yet she had never met anyone quite like Qin Hao. How bizarre. To maintain a FA all day before his wife, he opened a restaurant that doesn't operate. How absurd. Beside her, Luo Qingxue was sitting, her teeth clenched, fist tightly balled. What an audacious Qin Hao. What a dear husband. To deceive her, he truly would go to any lengths. This was outrageous. She recalled the numerous times she had conversed with the restaurant owner over the years, requesting him to prepare some dishes, only to receive delayed responses or be told, "We are closed today." It turned out that all this was Qin Hao's doing. Scoundrel. Bastard. Damn you, Qin Hao. Luo Qingxue cursed inwardly, feeling like a fool. Completely duped by Qin Hao. It infuriated her. The viewers in the live stream found Luo Qingxue's expression amusing. Some offered consolation, while others felt that Qin Hao had gone too far, that he was truly bizarre. Qingxue is so pitiable, completely deceived by Qin Hao. Indeed. This makes Qingxue seem like a simpleton. Haha, looking at it this way, it does appear quite foolish, but one cannot blame Qingxue. Who would have thought her husband would resort to such trickery just to avoid daily cooking while wanting to provide good food for his wife and children? Exactly. It's not that Qingxue is foolish, it's that Qin Hao's scheme is too extraordinary. To become the top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination is indeed no small feat. Qingxue, I remember you saying that you knew your husband inside out. Haha. I also recall that when the program first began, Qingxue confidently asserted that she knew her husband too well, believing that there would be nothing to uncover in this episode. And that the production team would likely be disappointed. And now, what a turn of events. The day after the show commenced, she realized she had been made a fool of, completely duped by Qin Hao. Infuriated, Luo Qingxue resolved to teach him a lesson that very night. In the live stream's comments, curious viewers began to inquire, "Qingxue, could you share how you fell for Qin Hao? No, I mean, how did he win your heart?" Chuckling. She couldn't help but laugh. "Qingxue, have you ever been tricked by Qin Hao? Perhaps lured into a hotel room?" As she glanced at the barrage of comments, memories flooded back of the time she was first deceived by Qin Hao. He had claimed to live alone, often neglecting to tidy his space, even sending her chaotic photos of his room. After seeing those images, she felt compelled to assist him in cleaning. However, upon visiting his home, she realized she had been thoroughly misled. Qin Hao had deliberately made his room a mess. The audience in the live stream was eager to know how Luo Qingxue ended up with Qin Hao. Was she the one who initiated their first rendezvous? Or did she play hard to get, or was she simply tricked into it? Luo Qingxue cast a sidelong glance at the comments but chose not to respond. After a brief pause, the chicken hot pot and pickled fish were ready. Qin Hao glanced at the clock. It was time to pick up their daughter from school. He then stepped outside. With Qin Hao's departure, viewers in the live stream were left wondering about his whereabouts. Where could he possibly be going at this hour? Was there some clandestine affair afoot? Should the production team consider following him? Luo Qingxue observed the comments and remarked nonchalantly, "He is just going to pick up our daughter. He'll be back in about 20 minutes. Oh, I see. I thought he had something else planned. So, he is merely picking up the child from school." Curiosity piqued. They began speculating about the identity of Uncle Wang, whom they were to meet the following day. Given the honorific title, he must be at least 45, right? That seems about right, she mused, feeling it was somewhat peculiar. Qin Hao was relatively young yet mingled with someone of that age group. But it's not too strange. In a corporate environment, it's quite normal to socialize with much older colleagues. As Luo Qingxue contemplated the impending visit from Uncle Wang, she felt a twinge of curiosity. Over 5 years of marriage, Qin Hao had never mentioned this individual. As time slipped by, it was soon 5:30. Ordinarily, this would be the time Luo Qingxue finished work. She informed Lin Charan and Director Zhang, "I'll be heading home now. See you tomorrow." "All right." Director Zhang and Lin Charan responded with smiles. Shortly thereafter, Luo Qingxue returned home. Upon entering, her little daughter, Qingxu, joyfully rushed over to her, looking up and exclaiming, "Mommy, Daddy ordered chicken hot pot and pickled fish." Luo Qingxue affectionately ruffled Qingxu's hair, a soft smile gracing her face. Yet, deep down, she secretly scoffed. "This isn't takeout at all. Your father cooked these dishes himself." "My dear daughter, we've both been completely deceived by him." Qin Hao approached with a smile, announcing that dinner was ready. Luo Qingxue smiled back at him, but inwardly scoffed, thinking to herself, what an impressive performance. Unaware of her thoughts, Qin Hao cheerfully went to the kitchen and brought out a dish of sauerkraut fish and a chicken pot. Luo Qingxue served the rice. Once the family of 3 sat down, Qingxu, with a hearty appetite, joyfully relished her meal. Luo Qingxue turned to Qin Hao and casually inquired, "Darling, why is it that every time I try to contact the owner of that restaurant to request a few dishes, he takes an eternity to respond or outright says he is not open? Yet whenever you reach out to him, he prepares a meal for you without delay?" Listening to her, Qin Hao responded with a natural smile while secretly observing Luo Qingxue, curious if she suspected anything. However, he couldn't discern any sign of doubt from her. With an air of nonchalance, he replied, "It's not quite like that, sometimes. When I reach out to the owner, he also takes a long time to reply. He has 2 WeChat accounts and only logs into his work account when he is operating. It's perfectly normal for him to take a while to respond." Luo Qingxue nodded. "Well, he certainly has a laid-back attitude for a restaurant owner. I was thinking of ordering some of his dishes for lunch at the office tomorrow to treat a few colleagues." Upon hearing this, Qin Hao took out his phone, opened WeChat, and initiated a voice call to the owner. After a few rings without an answer, he hung up and said to Luo Qingxue, "The owner didn't pick up, he probably isn't logged into this account. I guess we just have to leave it to chance." With a sigh, Luo Qingxue muttered to herself, "Qin Hao is quite the actor. If I didn't know the truth, I might have believed him." Meanwhile, the live stream was bustling with comments from viewers. "His acting is so convincing. It's a pity he is not pursuing an acting career. A man's words can often be misleading. If we could trust what men say, pigs could climb trees. This is hilarious. I find it exhausting to pretend to be a husband every day. Exhausting. I find it rather amusing." In the live stream, the scene depicted Qin Hao's family enjoying their meal. After they finished, Qin Hao began to clear the dishes. Luo Qingxue, meanwhile, sat with their daughter on the sofa, watching cartoons. This idyllic scene sparked envy among the viewers in the live stream. A warm home with a loving wife and child, though life may be simple. It feels blissful. Indeed, so blissful. It makes me want to get married too. I wish I could marry someone as handsome as Qin Hao, who also knows how to cook. In a business vehicle, Lin Charan watched with envy. Although she was a popular star, finding love was a challenge due to company restrictions that forbade relationships, fearing it might lead to a loss of fans. However, her contract was nearing its end, and once it expired, she would be free. Back in the live stream, after Qin Hao tidied up the dishes, he joined Luo Qingxue on the sofa. Resting an arm on her shoulder, he softly asked, "Shall you and our daughter take a bath first?" Luo Qingxue glanced at him. "Not tonight. I don't feel like it." "Why not?" Upon hearing this, Qin Hao was momentarily taken aback. Just 3 days prior, Luo Qingxue's menstrual cycle had concluded. Logically, one would anticipate that she should be in good spirits during these days, yet she appeared as untroubled as usual. Luo Qingxue, with a hint of indifference, simply replied that she had no desire. Qin Hao responded with a soft acknowledgement, not pressing the issue, though he felt a twinge of confusion. After 5 years of marriage, it was curious that every time her cycle ended, before Qin Hao could finish his thought, Luo Qingxue swiftly covered his mouth. She felt a wave of panic. After all, they were live streaming, with numerous viewers watching. Qin Hao, perplexed, gazed at Luo Qingxue, questioning her actions. "Our daughter is here," Luo Qingxue insisted. "She may not comprehend now, but when she matures, she will certainly understand the words you uttered." Luo Qingxue shot Qin Hao an exasperated glare. "Fine. Then I shall rephrase it in a manner that our daughter cannot comprehend." Before he could complete his sentence, Luo Qingxue again covered his mouth, her cheeks flashing with a mix of embarrassment and frustration. The more Qin Hao spoke, the more absurd his remarks became. The viewers in the live chat were undoubtedly mocking the situation. "I'm taking our daughter to bed," Luo Qingxue quickly declared, pulling Qin Shu towards the bathroom. Qin Hao, bewildered, wondered what had just transpired. He thought little of it and proceeded to the bathroom in their bedroom. Meanwhile, the live chat exploded with activity. "Incredible. A new internet slang is about to emerge. What a character. I assumed merely visiting home would suffice for depth, yet you surpass expectations." Just as the viewers were inundating the chat with comments, the live stream abruptly froze, leaving only the view from within the business vehicle. "What? Did it just cut off?" Qin Hao exclaimed, confused by the sudden interruption. Inside the vehicle, Lin Charan received a message from Luo Qingxue indicating that they would conclude the stream early today to allow for some personal time in the evening. After reading the message, Lin Charan smiled at the viewers, stating, "We shall conclude today's session, as Qingxue and her husband also require some leisure time." The multitude of viewers felt disheartened. Just as the excitement peaked, the stream ended. Noticing their dissatisfaction, Lin Charan chuckled, "You've all enjoyed a full day of streaming. It's best to rest well tonight and tune in tomorrow for any new discoveries. We must sign off for now, see you all tomorrow." After a brief moment, Lin Charan closed the live stream. She then turned to Director Zhang beside her, voicing a lingering concern. Programs exploring relationships often risk infringing on privacy, as seen with the woman who dined at Qin Hao's home. What if she chooses to sue? Director Zhang chuckled lightly in response. The production team has already anticipated these scenarios. Rest assured, we will handle it appropriately, ensuring no repercussions for you. Lin Charan nodded in understanding, choosing not to probe further. Perhaps the production team's solution involved monetary compensation. Yet, what if the individual in question held significant influence and was indifferent to financial offerings? The following morning, after Luo Qingxue and Qin Shu finished breakfast, Luo Qingxue turned to Qin Hao and stated, "I will take our daughter to kindergarten, and then I must head to work." Qin Hao nodded, glancing at Luo Qingxue as he inquired, "Will you be coming home for lunch?" Luo Qingxue immediately recognized his intent. He sought to ascertain whether she would be returning for the meal. If she were indeed to come home, then the Uncle Wang, with whom she had spoken yesterday, would undoubtedly not be visiting. Reflecting on their 5 years of marriage, she recalled numerous instances where Qin Hao had posed similar questions. She now harbored doubts as to whether there had always been guests visiting whenever he had asked her those questions in the past, and whether he had concealed this from her. A flicker of irritation crossed Luo Qingxue's mind. Feeling as though Qin Hao did not regard her as part of his inner circle, keeping secrets from her. Despite her annoyance, her demeanor remained composed as she replied, "I won't be back for lunch." There are some leftovers from last night in the refrigerator. You can manage with those or order takeout. All right. Qin Hao responded with a smile. Dear daughter, let us go to school, Luo Qingxue said, turning to the little girl with a warm smile. Qingxue waved goodbye to Qin Hao, saying, Goodbye, Daddy. Goodbye. Be good at kindergarten and listen to your teachers, Qin Hao replied, affectionately ruffling Qingxue's hair. Shortly after, Luo Qingxue took Qingxue and left. As soon as they stepped outside, Luo Qingxue's expression shifted. She snorted coldly. Thinking that Qin Hao had deceived her for 5 years. She was eager to discover who was visiting him today. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, countless netizens began to flood the comments. Just now, when Qin Hao asked Luo Qingxue if she would be home for lunch, it was clearly to confirm something, right? If Qingxue were to come home, Uncle Wang probably wouldn't be visiting today. I'm puzzled. What is there to conceal? I still find it baffling. Indeed. It's perplexing. If it were a normal friend visiting, there would be nothing to hide, right? It's also secretive. The audience in the live stream shared their confusion. Based on previous investigations, it appeared that Qin Hao possessed considerable wealth. Having money in itself was not an issue, provided its origins were clear. And he could speak openly with his wife. Furthermore, there was this Uncle Wang and the woman Jiang Yu from earlier, both of whom Qin Hao had kept hidden from Luo Qingxue. The reason for such secrecy eluded them. At that moment in the live stream, Qin Hao picked up his phone and dialed Wang Zhigua. The call was swiftly answered. Uncle Wang, what time will you arrive? Wang Zhigua replied with a smile. I should be there around 10, I have a few matters to attend to first. Understood, Qin Hao acknowledged. Wang Zhigua chuckled, remarking, that works out well. It won't interfere with your cooking. After exchanging a few more words, Qin Hao ended the call and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare the ingredients. Marinating what needed marinating, so that he could cook once the time arrived. By 9:30 in the morning, Wang Zhigua had finished his tasks and set off for Qin Hao's home. On the way, he felt a sense of confusion. After receiving directives from his superiors the previous day, he had conducted some investigations into the Exploring the Other Half program. This fresh show had only just commenced its third day. He had been instructed to make an appearance in the live stream to enhance Qin Hao's mystique. He speculated that his superiors intended to leverage this entertainment format to reveal that Qin Hao had triumphed over cancer, thereby garnering greater public interest. However, the dilemma remained. How did the higher-ups become aware that the program Exploring the Other Half was investigating Qin Hao? As it stands, Qin Hao is oblivious to the fact that he is being live-streamed. His wife, Luo Qingxue, is equally unaware and cannot reach the higher authorities. If that is the case, how did the higher-ups learn about Qin Hao's involvement in such a brief span of time? Could it be that they are providing Qin Hao with round-the-clock protection? Wang Zhigua shook his head lightly, deeming it implausible. Despite Qin Hao's remarkable triumph over cancer, it hardly warranted constant surveillance by the authorities. Wang Zhigua pondered that perhaps it was merely a coincidence that the higher-ups became informed of this matter. After a moment, he drove to the residential complex where Qin Hao lived. Having parked, he took the elevator and soon arrived at Qin Hao's doorstep, knocking gently. When the door opened, Qin Hao greeted him with a smile. Uncle Wang. Wang Zhigua returned the smile and, upon changing into slippers inside, remarked, I've been quite busy at the bureau lately and haven't been able to come over for a meal. Today, I intend to indulge. Qin Hao chuckled lightly. I prepared 6 dishes, it should suffice. Wang Zhigua inhaled deeply, the aroma igniting his appetite. I wish I could have your cooking every day, he said. Qin Hao, upon hearing this, feigned a frown and replied, Please don't. I told my wife I can't cook just to avoid doing it every day. Wang Zhigua laughed. Even if I wanted to come over every day for a meal, it would be difficult. Perhaps when I retire from my position as the night patrol chief of Jiangnan City, I shall visit you daily. As soon as these words escaped his lips, the live stream chat erupted in a frenzy. Wow. The night patrol chief? Incredible. No way. Is Uncle Wang that impressive? Director Zhong, sitting in the van, was taken aback by Wang Zhigua's revelation. It is worth noting that programs like Exploring the Other Half sometimes infringe upon personal privacy. Broadcasting someone without their consent is indeed illegal. Although the production team anticipated such complications and initially planned to resolve them with money, the gravity of the situation now seemed insurmountable. Lin Charan, nearby, was equally startled. Uncle Wang was, in fact, the night patrol chief of Jiangnan City. Just yesterday, she had considered how programs like this could easily invade privacy during live broadcasts. Director Zhong had mentioned that money could solve such issues. But what if the other party was indifferent to monetary compensation and held significant influence? Lin Charan glanced at Director Zhong, noticing his flustered demeanor. Meanwhile, the livestream chat continued to surge with comments. This is bad, the program might be halted. Indeed, such shows inherently violate privacy. If it were merely Qin Hao being streamed, it would be one thing, but now it involves someone of great stature. The director seems rattled. The director, observing the frenzy in the chat, was equally anxious. What should he do? Should they cease broadcasting or continue? The cessation of the broadcast would incur significant losses. To invite the popular actress Lin Charan as a guest, he spent a staggering 10 million. If the broadcast were to stop at this juncture, the losses would be monumental. However, if he chose to continue, the incessant turmoil within Uncle Wang and Director Zhang's minds manifested as two contending voices, one advocating for a halt, the other urging for continuation. Their heads felt as though they might burst. Ultimately, Director Zhang gritted his teeth and declared, "Continue the broadcast. I shall bear the consequences." Furthermore, Uncle Wang might not even be the director of the Night Patrol Bureau. He reasoned that if Uncle Wang's identity proved to be genuine, he could simply apologize later and offer compensation. The issues should not be insurmountable, especially since Uncle Wang's identity was still unverified. In the live stream, countless viewers reacted to Director Zhang's words, inundating the chat with comments. Discovering Uncle Wang's identity was straightforward. Individuals in such positions typically have their information publicly available online. Right? Let me search. Jiangnan City, is it? Director Zhong immediately began his online inquiry. The search yielded results for the head of the Night Patrol Bureau in Jiangnan City. Soon, the screen transitioned to Baidu Encyclopedia, displaying the pertinent information. The individual was named Wang Zhigua, the current head of the Night Patrol Bureau in Jiangnan City, accompanied by his photograph. Upon comparing Uncle Wang in the live stream with the image of Wang Zhigua, Director Zhang's complexion paled significantly. It was indeed true. Uncle Wang's identity was authentic. Damn it. Director Zhang internally complained. Wasn't it said that Qin Hao was just a programmer, often reclusive? How could he possibly know such a significant figure? The viewers in the live stream had also investigated Uncle Wang's identity and were now bombarding the chat with comments. It's true. Uncle Wang's identity is legitimate. Oh no. Director, you've stirred up trouble. Director, are you not afraid? Haha. Director Zhang felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Yet he refrained from halting the broadcast. In his mind, although this situation infringed upon privacy, the consequences should not be dire. Meanwhile, Luo Qingxue was utterly bewildered. Uncle Wang was the chief of the Public Security Bureau in Jiangnan City. How could her husband possibly know such a prominent figure? Moreover, he had kept this from her. Shocked and perplexed, she pondered what secrets her husband might be concealing. At that moment, in the live stream, Qin Hao brought out the dishes and smiled lightly at Wang Zhigua. Uncle Wang, if you wish to savor my cooking in the future, I suppose it will have to be in the imperial capital. Wang Zhigua, enjoying his meal, paused at Qin Hao's words. The imperial capital. Why? Qin Hao chuckled softly. I plan to relocate to the imperial capital and purchase a home there. Though I will return to Jiangnan every year. Wang Zhigua appeared puzzled. Why move to the imperial capital? Jiangnan City is splendid. A tourist destination, slow-paced. Perfect for retirement, what's not to love? Qin Hao smiled lightly. Indeed, it is quite nice. He chose not to elaborate further. Uncle Wang only possessed a rudimentary understanding of his identity, knowing very little. Once next month arrives and his identity is revealed, it is highly likely he will have to move to the imperial capital. There was no other option. He had developed various significant national projects, and many nations were coveting those advancements. If he continues to stay in Jiangnan City, he harbors some concerns for his family's safety. However, a relocation is not certain and will depend on the circumstances. At this moment, the barrage of comments in the live stream has surged again. Is Qin Hao moving to the capital next month? The capital is a place where every inch is precious. To purchase a more spacious residence would likely cost over 10 million. It seems Qin Hao's wealth exceeds 30 million, otherwise. How could he dare to buy property in the capital? Inside the business vehicle, Lin Charan couldn't help but glance at the bewildered Luo Qingshu. Curiously, she inquired. Has your husband mentioned moving to the capital? Luo Qingshu remained in a state of confusion. Uncle Wang is the chief of the Public Security Bureau. And her husband stated that he would be relocating to the capital next month to purchase a home there. Yet, she was completely oblivious. Qin Hao had never mentioned it to her. At this moment, besides her bewilderment, Luo Qingshu felt utterly lost. Was this still the husband she had known for 5 years? Since the program commenced, she found herself increasingly unfamiliar with Qin Hao, feeling as though she were encountering a stranger. The man she envisioned should have been an ordinary person. A programmer at best. Why was he the top scorer of the National College entrance examination? Why was he an esteemed professor at Qingbei University? How had he amassed such wealth? Why did a chairman treat Qin Hao with such courtesy and respect? Why did Qin Hao seem to know Uncle Wang so intimately? Qingshu? Lin Charan called out as she noticed Luo Qingshu lost in thought. Upon hearing her name, Luo Qingshu regained her composure and looked at Lin Charan, asking, "What is it?" Lin Charan reiterated her earlier question, "Has your husband mentioned moving to the capital?" No, Luo Qingshu gently shook her head, momentarily falling back into contemplation. Was her husband still the Qin Hao she recognized? Seeing Luo Qingshu drift away into thought again, Lin Charan sighed internally. After 5 years of marriage, Luo Qingshu believed she understood Qin Hao thoroughly, yet the reality was disconcertingly different. If it were any other woman discovering that her husband was not as she perceived, she would likely be just as bewildered. The audience in the live stream, witnessing Luo Qingshu's demeanor, couldn't help but feel sympathy for her. They sensed her plight, lamenting how unfortunate she was, deceived by Qin Hao. Yet, on the other hand, they acknowledged Qin Hao's remarkable qualities. Some netizens expressed their sentiments in the live stream. Indeed, Qin Hao was impressive, his looks were undeniable. And the titles of National College Entrance Examination champion and honorary professor at a prestigious university were accolades sufficient to boast about for a lifetime. Based on previous indications, his wealth was considerable, likely starting from 30 million, and now, given his familiarity with Uncle Wang, it suggested that Qin Hao possessed an extensive and high-quality network. Undoubtedly, Qin Hao was exceptional in many respects. As Luo Qingshu read the comments in the live stream praising her husband's excellence, she usually would have felt elated. However, at this moment, she felt no joy, only a sense of inferiority. Aside from her striking appearance, she had a bachelor's degree from a 211 university. And her family background was modestly comfortable. Although the overall situation is quite satisfactory, it is essential to consider the context of comparison. When juxtaposed with Qin Hao, she feels a significant disparity. Luo Qingshu cannot help but indulge in her musings, that as the years pass and her youthful beauty fades, will Qin Hao still desire her? Will he? Previously, she would have confidently assured herself that Qin Hao would never betray her. Yet now, uncertainty clouds her heart. In the live broadcast chat, curious viewers began to inquire about Luo Qingshu. Qingshu, what is your alma mater? Qingshu, what does your family do? Qingshu, what is your profession? As she scanned the barrage of comments, her mind buzzed with confusion. Why were they asking her these questions at this moment? Did they believe she was unworthy of Qin Hao? Regardless, they were already married, and their child was over 4 years old. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, Luo Qingshu smiled softly and replied, I graduated from Jiangsu University with a bachelor's degree. My parents ran a modest shop. The audience responded with a flurry of comments. Graduating from Jiangsu University is quite commendable, it's a 211 institution. Indeed, that's impressive. Qingshu, don't feel inferior, talents like Qin Hao are exceedingly rare. Feeling comforted by the viewer's reassurances, Luo Qingshu's spirits lifted considerably. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast, Wang Zhigua savored a delectable dish and turned to Qin Hao, praising. The dishes you've prepared are the finest I have ever tasted. They surpass even those from prestigious restaurants. If you were to become a chef, you could easily earn over 50,000 a month. Qin Hao chuckled lightly, responding, I have never considered becoming a chef. The profession is too demanding. One must work both day and night, which would disrupt my schedule with my wife and child. I wish to spend more time with them. Wang Zhigua, hearing this, praised him further. It's commendable that after 5 years of marriage, you still cherish your wife so dearly. You are quite the devoted family man. Qin Hao smiled but said nothing further. It was true that he loved his wife and valued family life. However, there was a more significant reason for his desire to be present for his wife and child, and next year, he would return to the workforce. Over 5 years ago, after developing several significant national projects, he had intended to embark on his next venture. Yet, he had been persuaded by Minister Li, who remarked that at the age of 23, it was time to find a girlfriend. If he continued to work, who knew when he would settle down? At that age, beyond work, one must also address life's major events. At the time, he found some merit in Minister Li's words. Subsequently, he returned to Jiangnan City, embraced a life of normalcy, married, and welcomed a child. He has relished the past 5 years of family life. Now, as he prepares to reveal his true identity, prompted by his impending return to work, he feels it necessary. Being married with a young child, he could not simply vanish. By disclosing his identity, Luo Qingxue would be informed, allowing him to work with peace of mind. Uncle Wang, please enjoy your meal, do not leave any leftovers. Or I will have trouble explaining it to my wife, Qin Hao said with a smile, looking at Wang Zhigua. Wang Zhigua nodded and smiled, assuring, rest assured. I came here on an empty stomach, I guarantee I will finish my meal. After taking a couple of bites, he glanced at Qin Hao and chuckled. Your wife remains blissfully unaware of your past, doesn't she? Qin Hao nodded slightly, having concealed his history effectively. Moreover, Luo Qingxue, somewhat infatuated, placed unwavering trust in him, which occasionally dulled her intellect in his presence, making it easier for him to maintain his secrets. Wang Zhigua laughed softly. If your wife were to discover that you are the National College Entrance Examination top scorer and an esteemed professor at Tsinghua University and Peking University, would she not be utterly astonished? Qin Hao responded with a light chuckle, it's not that impressive, really. Wang Zhigua retorted, not impressive. Yet, compared to your other identity, they do seem rather ordinary. After all, conquering cancer is an extraordinary achievement. A thought crossed Wang Zhigua's mind, prompting him to curiously inquire. Do you intend to keep this from your wife for a lifetime? Qin Hao gently shook his head and replied, next month, I shall reveal everything to her. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhigua was momentarily taken aback, looking into Qin Hao's eyes, uncertainly asking, will you also disclose that matter to your wife? Qin Hao nodded affirmatively. Wang Zhigua's eyes revealed a hint of confusion. 4 years prior, he had signed a confidentiality agreement which stipulated that he must not disclose Qin Hao's triumph over cancer. At the time, he was puzzled. After all, Qin Hao had conquered cancer, not developed a national treasure. What was the necessity for such secrecy? Now, it seemed the higher-ups intended to publicly acknowledge Qin Hao's accomplishment. They had instructed him to make an appearance to boost the program's popularity. And with Qin Hao's forthcoming confession to Luo Qingxue, it appeared that Qin Hao had also received similar notification. However, the necessity of concealing his cancer breakthrough identity remained perplexing. After finishing their meal, Wang Zhigua smiled, let us tidy up together, it will be quicker that way. Qin Hao chuckled, Uncle Wang, you should sit back and relax. I can handle the cleanup swiftly. Nonetheless, Wang Zhigua assisted with the tidying up. 10 minutes later, as they completed the task, Wang Zhigua patted Qin Hao's shoulder and said with a smile, Xiao Hao, I met you 10 years ago when you were the national top scorer, bringing glory to our Jiangnan city. After all these years, should you need any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Qin Hao nodded in agreement. After chatting for a while, Wang Zhigua excused himself, claiming he had matters to attend to. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast comment section, viewers were surprised to learn that Uncle Wang knew Qin Hao due to his status as the national top scorer. This connection clarified how they knew each other. Yet it was evident from Wang Zhigua's earlier comments that he was aware of Qin Hao's other identity, leaving viewers eager to uncover the mystery surrounding it. In the business vehicle, director Zhang's thoughts diverged entirely from those of the viewers. He was torn between whether to exit the vehicle and apologize to Wang Zhigua. After some deliberation, he finally decided to step out and dialed a number to contact the investors. Director Zhang encountered some difficulties with the program. Before he could finish speaking, the voice on the other end interrupted him, saying, "I understand. You focus on your tasks, I will handle the rest." "All right," Director Zhang replied. After a brief conversation, he hung up the phone, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. The assurance that the other party could resolve the issues brought him comfort. Meanwhile, in the business car, Luo Qingxue was still watching the live stream featuring Qin Hao. From the earlier remarks made by Uncle Wang, it was evident that Qin Hao possessed another layer of identity. However, what that identity entailed remained a mystery to Luo Qingxue. At that moment, Qin Hao was alone in the room. He boiled a kettle of water, settled onto the sofa, brewed a cup of tea, and turned on the television, exuding an air of tranquility. The countless viewers in the live stream were fixated on Qin Hao. Although they envied his leisurely lifestyle, they couldn't shake the impression that he was rather reclusive, lacking in hobbies. Some netizens began to flood the chat with comments. "Qingxue, is your husband a homebody? He seems to be cooped up at home these past few days. Indeed, he appears quite withdrawn and devoid of interests, doesn't he?" Upon reading the comments, Luo Qingxue let out a soft sigh, feeling somewhat helpless. "My husband is indeed quite the homebody. He rarely ventures out, even ordering groceries through delivery." Lin Charan, sitting nearby, imagined how suffocating it would be for her if she stayed home every day, feeling as if she couldn't breathe. Hearing Luo Qingxue's remarks, the viewers couldn't help but comment further. "Your husband is truly remarkable, staying home all the time yet knowing so many influential figures. I'm out every day and haven't met a single one. Being a homebody has its merits. If my husband were as handsome as yours, I wouldn't worry about him going out." Wait a minute, are you all missing the point? Shouldn't we be discussing Qin Hao's other identity? How do we even talk about Qin Hao's identity? Guessing I isn't going to work, so let's just let things unfold naturally. While the viewers were eager to uncover Qin Hao's other identity, they realized that mere speculation would lead them nowhere. Luo Qingxue glanced at the comments without responding. Her gaze fixed on Qin Hao in the live stream. The more she looked, the more perplexed she felt. Excluding the recent events, Qin Hao appeared no different from an ordinary person, simply staying at home and picking up the children at the designated time. Yet, given the occurrences of the past few days, her confusion only deepened. Reclining on the sofa, Qin Hao watched television, feeling a tinge of boredom. However, the thought of going out bored him even more. Without the company of his wife and children, venturing out alone seemed less enjoyable. Furthermore, due to his identity, he was constantly under the watchful protection of a group of individuals. The awareness of being monitored while out made him feel uncomfortable. After some contemplation, Qin Hao concluded that staying at home was the better option, albeit slightly dull. When boredom struck, he found himself yearning for conversation with someone he cherished. Picking up his phone, he messaged Luo Qingxue, "Wife, will you be back for lunch?" The multitude of viewers in the live stream noticed him seemingly texting someone and instantly packed up. Who could Qin Hao be messaging? In the business vehicle, Luo Qingxue remarked, "You all are overthinking, my husband just texted me." The camera focused on her phone. "Why isn't he responding to my messages?" She wondered aloud, "Does he miss you?" With a grin, Luo Qingxue wiped her brow. "Are you just bored at home?" "Indeed," Qin Hao replied. "Would you like to go out for a stroll?" she suggested. "Strolling alone lacks excitement," he countered. "What should we do then?" she inquired. "I'm unsure. Chatting with you is quite enjoyable," he admitted. Luo Qingxue, wiping her sweat, asked, "After 5 years of marriage, aren't you tired of me?" "Not at all," Qin Hao assured her. "Really?" she probed, and he responded with a nervous laugh. "You are thinking too much. That's not possible. What if another scenario arises, like maintaining the home front while having affairs outside?" she teased. "That is impossible," he insisted. "It won't happen." "Why is it impossible?" It said that many men manage to keep their families while indulging elsewhere," she challenged. I certainly want tea. I swear, he declared. Well, I believe you this time, she replied. The viewers in the live stream observed the exchange between Qin Hao and Luo Qingxue. Feeling a pang of jealousy. Suddenly fed dog food, one commented. I regret marrying someone I don't love. I often reminisce about my past happiness with my ex. Unfortunately, those beautiful days can never return. Another lamented, as a single person, watching this makes me long for love. Damn. Being single has dealt me a heavy blow. Luo Qingxue glanced at the live chat, and a sweet smile graced her face. Just then, Qin Hao's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID before answering. Old Jiang, he greeted. On the other end, old Jiang chuckled. My granddaughter mentioned that Jiangnan City is beautiful with many tourist attractions. I'll be arriving tomorrow. Let us have a drink. By the way, an old friend gifted me some Da Hong Pao tea, and I've saved half for you. Qin Hao replied with a light chuckle. What time will you arrive? I'll pick you up at the airport. No need, old Jiang said with a smile. I was hoping to give you some time to prepare a meal. It's been over a year since I've tasted your cooking. All right, Qin Hao laughed. I'll have dinner ready for you. Also, Zhong will be coming with me. He has some matters to discuss in the capital and thought it a good time to unwind in Jiangnan City, old Jiang added. Hearing Zhong Yue's name, Qin Hao smiled. I'll prepare a few extra dishes for both of you. Great, we look forward to it, old Jiang responded before hanging up. Meanwhile, the live stream viewers continued to comment. Though they couldn't hear the conversation on the other end, they noted that Qin Hao was going to the airport, suggesting he was meeting a friend. Could it be another big shot? One speculated. How could they all be influential figures? Surely, some must be ordinary people. If everyone Qin Hao knows were a big shot, it would be quite surreal. Inside the business vehicle, Luo Qingxue felt a twinge of confusion. Is someone else coming to our home? Will Qin Hao tell me? As time gently progressed, it soon became 5:30 in the afternoon, marking the usual end of the workday for Luo Qingxue. The viewers in the live stream were aware that she would soon be heading home. Curiosity began to brew among them. It seemed that someone was scheduled to visit Qin Hao the following day. Would Qin Hao confide this matter to Qingxue? Or would he choose to conceal it? The likelihood of concealment appeared substantial, given that Qingxue had been married to Qin Hao for 5 years and had only met one of his friends. After glancing at the barrage of comments in the live stream, Luo Qingxue felt a twinge of discomfort in her heart, already anticipating that Qin Hao would indeed keep this information from her. Shortly thereafter, she returned home. Once there, she acted as if nothing were amiss, busily preparing dinner in the kitchen. After the meal was ready, the three of them dined together. Following dinner, they engaged in their usual routine of washing up, chatting, and then retiring for the night. The viewers in the live stream, noticing the broadcast had ended for the day, promptly went to bed, hoping to awaken refreshed and ready to watch the stream the next day. The following morning, as usual, Luo Qingxue informed Qin Hao, I will drop the child off and then head to work. Qin Hao nodded and inquired, will you be back for lunch? With a light laugh, she replied, I won't be back for lunch, just heat up the leftovers and make do. I'll prepare something delicious for you in the evening. Qin Hao smiled in relief, grateful that his wife would be home, as it spared him from devising alternative plans. Shortly after, Luo Qingxue took Qingxue and departed. Once inside the elevator, a sense of unease settled within Luo Qingxue. Although she had anticipated that Qin Hao would not disclose the visitor's arrival, the reality of his silence still left her feeling somewhat distressed. However, the thought that Qin Hao would eventually come clean next month eased her heart a little. Not long after Luo Qingxue had left, Qin Hao picked up his phone and messaged someone requesting fresh ingredients for a 9-dish meal. Within seconds, the response came back, confirming that the delivery would arrive in half an hour. After 30 minutes had passed, the delivery arrived, and Qin Hao took the ingredients into the kitchen to wash them. Meanwhile, in the live stream, viewers continued to send comments while watching Qin Hao cook. At 10 o'clock that morning, two figures emerged from the airport in Jiangnan City. One was an elderly gentleman, appearing to be in his 60s, clad in traditional Tang attire, exuding vitality. Beside him stood a middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a suit and wearing glasses. Grandpa, Uncle Jean, the tall figure jogged towards the elderly man and the middle-aged gentleman. Upon seeing the tall figure, the elder smiled. You've been in Jiangnan City for nearly 5 days now. I presume you've often been over to Qin Hao's for a meal? The tall figure, slightly exasperated, replied, Not really, I've only been to Qin Hao's for a meal once, and that time his wife suddenly needed to return home. I was so startled that I hardly ate a bite before leaving with a takeout box. Jiangyu felt somewhat ridiculous recalling that day, as if they had been caught in an affair. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lao couldn't help but chuckle. The middle-aged man, Jiang Yu, also burst into laughter. Let us head to Qin Hao's house, Jiang Lao said with a smile. After listening to her grandfather, Jiang Yu felt somewhat bewildered. She looked at Elder Jiang in confusion and asked, Grandpa, are we going to Qin Hao's house now? Elder Jiang chuckled lightly and replied, I spoke with Qin Hao on the phone yesterday. He is likely busy in the kitchen at this moment. What? Jiang Yu exclaimed, her expression a mix of disbelief and frustration. Grandpa, why didn't you mention this earlier? If I had known, my friend and I wouldn't have booked a restaurant. Now the dishes are all prepared, and my friend is still waiting there. Elder Jiang was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that his granddaughter had already made restaurant arrangements, and that her friend was still at the establishment. Why don't you and your friend eat first? Elder Jiang suggested after a moment's thought. Jiang Yu, feeling exasperated, thought she might just be sick. Had she known they were going to Qin House for dinner, she certainly would have cancelled the reservation and gone directly there. But now, her friend was still waiting at the restaurant. All right, I'll drop you and Uncle Zhong off at Qin Hao's house first, Jiang Yu said, her annoyance evident. After approximately half an hour, she dropped her grandfather and Uncle Zhong off downstairs at Qin Hao's residence before departing. Elder Jiang and Jiang Yu exchanged glances before heading to the elevator. Meanwhile, in the live streaming room, viewers were beginning to feel a bit bored. To pass the time, they watched Lin Charan and Luo Qingxue, finding some amusement in their beauty. Hey, where are the guests? Why haven't they arrived yet? The flowers are about to wilt. They had been watching Qin Hao cook since 10:40, and still, no guests had arrived. The audience was eager to discover who was visiting Qin Hao today. But as time passed, not a single figure had appeared. Lin Charan noticed the comments in the live stream and smiled, saying, Everyone, please wait a little longer. It's almost 11 o'clock, they should be arriving soon. The viewers sighed in unison, what if they don't arrive by 11? Just then, they heard a knock at the door and Qin Hao emerged from the kitchen. Instantly, the audience packed up. Wow! I've been waiting since 8 this morning. They are finally here. Inside the business vehicle, Lin Charan, Luo Qingxue, and director Zhong also felt invigorated, their eyes glued to the live stream. On the screen, Qin Hao opened the door, revealing 2 figures entering. One was a middle-aged man dressed in a suit, exuding an air of success, while the elderly gentleman beside him, clad in traditional Tang attire, exuded an extraordinary presence. Professor Qin, it's been a long time, the middle-aged man, Zhong Yu, addressed Qin Hao. His demeanor noticeably more reserved as he slightly bowed and extended his hand, lowering his own stature. The viewers in the live stream couldn't help but comment on this scene. The middle-aged man, appearing to be quite successful, seemed to adopt a rather humble posture in front of Qin Hao, bending slightly and extending his hand in a clear display of deference. In the business vehicle, Lin Charan gazed at the middle-aged man, finding him somewhat familiar, though she couldn't quite place him. As a popular star, she often encountered a variety of individuals, such as investors and company executives. It was possible she had seen this middle-aged man somewhere before. Beside him, Luo Qingxue curiously gazed at the live broadcast room. The middle-aged man before her husband exuded an air reminiscent of a subordinate addressing a superior. In the live stream, Qin Hao observed Zhong Yu's demeanor and, feeling a touch of exasperation, remarked, Please, there is no need for this. You are 20 years my senior, the chairman managing thousands, why demean yourself? As he spoke, Qin Hao clasped Zhong Yu's hand and assisted him to rise. Upon hearing Qin Hao's words, the audience in the live stream erupted in a flurry of comments. Wait. The chairman. This man is actually the chairman. Why is a chairman so deferential to Qin Hao? Incredible. Only remarkable individuals become chairman, yet he is so humble. Managing thousands? How vast must this company be? Inside a business vehicle, Lin Charan felt bewildered. She had encountered numerous company executives and professors. But she had never witnessed a chairman bowing to a professor, especially one overseeing so many people. This was undoubtedly a major corporation. Zhang Da was equally confounded. What kind of professor could compel a chairman to bend the knee and lower himself voluntarily? As for Luo Qingxue, her confusion deepened. Through the past few days of streaming, she had only gleaned that her husband possessed a certain mystique and prowess. However, witnessing a chairman bow before Qin Hao struck her as a profound revelation. This was starkly different from the earlier interaction with Uncle Wang, the police chief, who had engaged with Qin Hao in a manner befitting an elder to a younger acquaintance. The current chairman, however, seemed to embody the dynamic of subordinate to superior. The middle-aged Zhong Yu, still appearing rather restrained, regarded Qin Hao with a gaze imbued with complexity, an amalgamation of admiration and gratitude. In his heart, Qin Hao was not merely someone he respected but a benefactor. A savior to his entire family. 4.5 years prior, his daughter had been diagnosed with cancer. Despite the advanced medical interventions, the doctors delivered a grim prognosis. She had but months to live, at best a year. As a father, he felt utterly helpless, watching his daughter suffer while he could do nothing. In the midst of his despair, a glimmer of hope emerged. He learned of a medical trial seeking 100 patients for a new drug aimed specifically at cancer treatment. Upon researching the treatment approach, he discovered it focused on completely depriving cancer cells of nutrients, effectively starving them to death and ultimately curing the disease. Finding this concept plausible, he signed his daughter up for the clinical trial. Miraculously, after the treatment, his daughter's condition improved dramatically. The cancer cells were eradicated within 2 weeks. Later, he learned that the brilliant mind behind this breakthrough was none other than Qin Hao, and that the subsequent mass production of the cancer drug was handled by his company. From that moment on, he truly began to engage with Qin Hao. His feelings towards Qin Hao were a blend of admiration and gratitude. Marveling at the young man's extraordinary achievement in conquering cancer, gratitude enveloped Zhong Yu as he expressed his heartfelt thanks to Professor Qin Hao, whose medicine had miraculously cured his daughter, saving her from an untimely departure from this world. Professor Qin, thank you for saving my daughter, Zhong Yu said earnestly. His gaze fixed on Qin Hao. Qin Hao, however, appeared somewhat resigned, remarking, every time we meet, you feel compelled to thank me. Zhong Yu fell silent. He indeed felt the need to express his gratitude upon each encounter with Qin Hao, though their meetings were scarce, occurring only once every 6 months. Each reunion inevitably brought to mind the events of 4.5 years prior, the memories as vivid as if they had just transpired. Thus, he could not help but reiterate his thanks to Qin Hao. At that moment, the audience in the live stream began to comprehend the depth of Zhong Yu's humility before Qin Hao. It was due to the profound impact of Qin Hao's intervention in his daughter's life. The realization dawned on them. In the live stream, Zhong Yu gazed at Qin Hao with solemnity, declaring, Professor Qin, had you not conquered cancer, my daughter might have departed 3 years ago. You saved her. You are my benefactor, the benefactor of my entire family. Zhong Yu's words ignited a fervor in the live stream. Wait, Qin Hao conquered cancer. Is that for real? Exclaimed viewers in disbelief. He conquered cancer. This is utterly outrageous. How old was Qin Hao 4.5 years ago? The audience grappled with incredulity. Recalling the astonishing announcement from 4 years prior, cancer had been eradicated, encompassing all forms of the disease, rather than just a select few. The world had been left in awe following that revelation, particularly in Longwa, where pride and joy resonated among the populace, knowing that the victor was one of their own, their native son. The only disappointment was the lack of clarity regarding the identity of the individual or research team responsible for this groundbreaking achievement. Now, they were being informed that it was Qin Hao who had accomplished this feat at merely 24 years of age. He had achieved the unthinkable, conquering cancer. This was almost beyond belief. In a luxury vehicle, Luo Qingxue sat in a state of bewilderment. Her husband had conquered cancer. How was she unaware of this? Especially considering they had been married for 5 years, and the announcement had been made 4 years ago. At that time, they were already living together. While her husband had occasionally ventured out, he mostly remained at home. How could he have possibly conducted cancer research? Surely, he could not have been doing so without the necessary equipment. Beside her, Lin Charen was equally stunned. Qin Hao conquered cancer. This is absurd. Zhang Dao, sitting nearby, shared their incredulity, finding it implausible. Despite Qin Hao's status as a national college entrance examination top scorer, which indicated a remarkable intellect, it seemed unfathomable that he could have achieved such a monumental breakthrough at the tender age of 24. The barrage of comments in the live stream continued unabated, with some viewers questioning whether this was merely a ploy orchestrated by the production team designed to create a sensational effect. Honestly, is this all just a setup by the show's producers to fabricate this scenario? I too harbor suspicions that the production team has orchestrated this. As a reality show exploring romantic partners should not follow a scripted format. If it was scripted, it would lack any intrigue. In an instant, a growing number of viewers began to suspect that these were actors hired by the production team, deliberately creating a spectacle. Director Zhang, upon seeing the barrage of comments in the live stream, felt an overwhelming sense of despair. He insisted that these were not actors he had engaged. He assured everyone with fervor, "Rest assured, our production team has not hired a single actor. Imagine, even if our team were exceptionally skilled, would we be capable of inviting the chief of police? That would be an overestimation of our abilities." The viewers, upon hearing Director Zhang's words, began to ponder. His reasoning held merit. No matter how formidable the production team, it was implausible to think they could summon Uncle Wang, given his stature, to deceive the public. In due course, many netizens chose to trust Director Zhang, dismissing the notion that actors were hired by the production team. The question now arose, how could it be proven that cancer was conquered by Qin Hao? Ling Shui, you have been married to your husband for 5 years now. Has he been working from home all this time? Some viewers in the live stream began to inquire, seeking clues to determine whether cancer had indeed been overcome by Qin Hao. In the business vehicle, Lin Charen, after glancing at the comments, turned to Luo Qingshui with curiosity and asked, "Qingshui, have you and your husband been working from home since your marriage?" Luo Qingshui responded affirmatively, "Since we got married. My husband has never held a job. To be precise, even during our courtship, he was not employed." Upon hearing her words, the audience in the live stream began to form their own conclusions. It seemed evident that cancer had not been conquered by Qin Hao. Yet, new questions arose. If cancer was not overcome by Qin Hao, why did the middle-aged man in the live stream assert that it was? Previously, suspicions arose that these were actors hired by the production team, but now that possibility had been eliminated. This was indeed perplexing. At this moment, on the live stream, Qin Hao looked at Zhang Yu with utmost seriousness and expressed his thoughts, appearing somewhat helpless. "As a researcher, overcoming cancer and tackling difficult problems is my vocation." Zhang Yu, still earnest, gazed at Qin Hao and stated, "Regardless, you are my benefactor. You are a benefactor to my entire family." Hearing Zhang Yu's words, Qin Hao sighed. "Let us not dwell on that, let us sit down and converse." Zhang Yu nodded and took a seat alongside Elder Zhang. Qin Hao prepared 2 cups of tea and handed them to the 2 elders, smiling as he inquired, "How long do you plan to stay in Jiangnan City?" Elder Zhang took a sip of tea and chuckled lightly, "At most 3 days, after all, I am still the president of Longguo University. Once I retire, I can travel wherever I please." Elder Zhang's words ignited a fervor in the live stream. "What the heck? The president of Longguo University? This elder is the president of Longguo University. What the hell? I just heard the president of Longguo University. Is it really that terrifying? A major revelation indeed." The audience in the live broadcast room was astounded as the elderly man in traditional attire proclaimed himself to be the president of Longguo University, a position far superior to that of the previously mentioned Uncle Wang. Inside the luxury vehicle, Lin Charen, a prominent star accustomed to the glitz of fame, found herself equally astonished. Despite her extensive experience, she had never encountered someone of the caliber of a president from Qingbei University. Next to her, Director Zhang was similarly taken aback, a sense of trepidation creeping into his heart. If this man truly was the president of Longguo University, then the situation was dire. They had broadcast the show without his consent. In a flurry of anxiety, Director Zhang hastily turned to the internet to verify the identity of the elderly gentleman in the traditional garb. He was not alone in his quest for information. Countless viewers in the live room were also conducting searches. Discovering whether this man was indeed the president of Longguo University was a straightforward task, as such information is publicly accessible. Within half a minute, the viewers were met with alarming results. The data revealed that the president of Longguo University was indeed Zhong Chenggong, accompanied by his photograph. As they compared the image of the elderly man in the live broadcast with the one online, the resemblance was uncanny. The audience was electrified, bombarding the screen with comments of disbelief. It was true. This elderly man was indeed the president of Longguo University. I checked online, and it confirmed the truth. The viewers were left in shock, realizing that the president of Longguo University had come to visit Qin Hao in the luxury vehicle Lin Charan, upon reviewing the information, was filled with astonishment, never having anticipated that this episode of Exploring the Other Half would feature such a significant figure. This was a genuine powerhouse, far surpassing Uncle Wang. Beside her, Luo Qingxue instinctively covered her mouth in shock, realizing that the president of Longguo University was so familiar with her husband. Meanwhile, Director Zhang's emotions differed from those of the others. Beyond astonishment, he felt an overwhelming sense of fear. The previous day's encounter with Uncle Wang had already rattled him. And now the elderly man in traditional attire was enough to send him into a panic. In a rush of anxiety, Director Zhang exited the vehicle and called the investor. The call was answered almost instantly. Trembling, he stammered, "Longguo University." Before he could finish, the voice on the other end interrupted, "I know. Just continue the broadcast and focus on your job, the rest is not your concern. I am keeping an eye on the live room." Relieved yet still uncertain, Director Zhang inquired, "Is it really alright if he is the president of Longguo University?" The investor replied calmly, "What I said stands, it is fine. You need not worry about anything else." "Alright, okay," Zhang stammered, eager to say more, but the call was abruptly ended. Although fear still lingered in his heart, the investor's assurance provided some comfort. However, he was left pondering the extent of the investor's influence. Could he truly handle someone as formidable as Zhang Chenggong? At that moment, the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room was overwhelming. "I have a strong feeling that cancer may indeed have been conquered by Qin Hao. Consider the recent live broadcasts. It seems that nearly every visitor is aware of Qin Hao's alternate identity. I also feel that cancer has genuinely been overcome by him. The identity of the elderly gentleman in the tan suit appears to be confirmed, which should indirectly validate that Qin Hao has truly triumphed over cancer, shouldn't it?" At this moment, the audience in the live stream likely believes that cancer has been vanquished by Qin Hao. Yet, reflecting on it, just over 4 years ago, Qin Hao was merely 24 years old. To have solved a global conundrum at such a young age is rather astonishing. In the business vehicle, Luo Qingxue still finds it hard to believe. For the past 5 years, she has been alongside Qin Hao. If he has indeed conquered cancer, how could he have done so while mostly staying at home during these years? It seems implausible. Meanwhile, in the live stream, Qin Hao and his companions are enjoying a meal and engaging in casual conversation. At this point, Zhang Yu rises, raising his glass with a serious expression directed at Qin Hao. "Professor Qin, I must thank you once again for saving my daughter. I toast to you." Upon hearing this, Qin Hao appears somewhat helpless. He stands as well, saying nothing, then clinks glasses with Zhang Yu before taking a sip. After sitting down, Qin Hao raises his glass again. Addressing Zhang Yu, "I have troubled you quite a bit over the years, having you engage in fake chats with me on WeChat to deceive my wife." Zhang Yu chuckles at this. To conceal his identity and clarify his source of income, he has been pretending to chat with Qin Hao for years. After their toast, the two continue their light-hearted conversation. At this moment, the audience in the live stream recalls Qin Hao's previous fake chat with a mysterious chairman. It turns out that this enigmatic chairman is none other than the middle-aged man with whom Qin Hao has been conversing. Luo Qingxue, in the business vehicle, is momentarily taken aback. Her husband has been deceiving her for 5 years through this charade with the chairman. Despite her shock, she is primarily focused on confirming whether cancer has indeed been conquered by Qin Hao. From the evidence at hand, it appears that her husband may have truly triumphed over cancer. However, most of the time, he has been at home, devoid of any research equipment. What methods could he have employed for his research? Surely, it cannot be merely through reading or meditation. Meanwhile, in the live stream, Qin Hao curiously asks Zhang Yu, Are you and Elder Jiang spending 3 days in Jiangnan City? Elder Jiang works in the capital, and Jiang Yu's workplace is not located there. After 3 days, Elder Jiang will return to the capital, and Jiang Yu's path does not align with that journey. Jiang Yu shakes his head lightly, replying, I must return to the Eastern Province tomorrow afternoon. There are numerous matters to attend to at the company. Once I retire and no longer serve as the chairman of Jiangsu Pharmaceutical Group, I will be able to visit you more often. His words piqued the curiosity of the live stream audience. While the identity of the elderly gentleman in the tan suit has already been unveiled, Jiang Yu's identity remains a mystery. One by one, the viewers begin to search for the chairman of Jiangsu Pharmaceutical Group online. Director Jiang also immediately conducts an online search. His fingers flying over the keyboard, his heart racing with trepidation, hoping this is not yet another powerful figure. 30 seconds later, the Director Jiang's face turns pale as a ghost. He discovered information regarding Jiangsu Pharmaceutical Group. Jiangsu Pharmaceutical Group is not a private enterprise, but rather a state-owned enterprise. The chairman is named Jiang Yu. The records also included several photographs of Jiang Yu. Director Jiang glanced at the live broadcast of Jiang Yu, then at the photos he had found. They were identical. Goodness! Director Jiang trembled slightly, realizing he was in the presence of a formidable figure. How unfortunate he was. He had initiated a program to explore the other half of life, only to encounter influential individuals throughout the process who were beyond his reach. He contemplated calling the investors to inquire whether the show should continue airing. However, recalling that the investors' executive had been closely monitoring the live stream, he felt somewhat reassured that they would reach out if a halt was necessary. Meanwhile, Lin Charan and Luo Qingxue were also perusing the online information, both astounded. It seemed that all those visiting Qin Hao were prominent figures. Look. The cancer medication was produced in bulk by Jiangsu Pharmaceutical Group, Lin Charan suddenly remarked. Upon hearing this, Director Jiang and Luo Qingxue immediately focused their attention. The cancer medication produced by Jiangsu Pharmaceutical, known as Cancer Must Be Cured, had been publicly announced 4 years ago, astonishing the entire world. At that moment, the audience in the live stream also realized that the groundbreaking cancer medication, Cancer Must Be Cured, was manufactured in bulk by Jiangsu Pharmaceutical. Each viewer felt a profound shock. What did this signify? It indirectly confirmed that Qin Hao had indeed conquered cancer. After all, the president of a university from Longo was present, along with the chairman of Jiangsu Pharmaceutical. With just these two individuals, it was sufficient to validate that cancer had been triumphed over by Qin Hao. Qin Hao is remarkable. Truly remarkable. I am in awe. I have never admired any young person before, but Qin Hao has genuinely earned my respect. 4 years ago, cancer was conquered. And at that time, Qin Hao was merely 24 years old. Extraordinary. Remarkable. I am impressed. Countless viewers in the live stream marveled, acknowledging that Qin Hao had triumphed over cancer in his 20s. Who in the world could achieve such a groundbreaking feat at such a young age? Globally, there is no one comparable. In the business vehicle, Lin Charan felt a sense of admiration. At just 28 years old, she had already amassed over 100 million yuan. Although that amount is substantial, on a national and global scale, it is not particularly significant. And what of Qin Hao? At the age of 28, soon to be 29, he had already achieved world-shattering accomplishments. She considered herself inferior to Qin Hao, and not only was she unable to match him, but she also believed that no one among her peers worldwide could surpass his achievements, not even in comparison. As for Luo Qingxue, she too was taken aback. Although some doubts lingered in her mind, the evidence indicated that her husband had indeed conquered cancer. Beyond her astonishment and a hint of uncertainty, she felt a growing sense of admiration. Her husband was truly remarkable. At that moment, in the live stream, Qin Hao and the others were enjoying a meal, conversing casually. At this moment, Elder Jiang looked at Qin Hao and chuckled. Tell me, what expression do you think your wife would have if she discovered that you had conquered cancer? Qin Hao envisioned the scene, shook his head with a smile, and replied she would likely find it hard to believe. We have been married for 5 years. And she has always thought of me as a programmer. If I suddenly claimed I had conquered cancer, she would probably be skeptical. Moreover, over these 5 years, she has believed that I was working from home and hardly went out, so she would be puzzled. For instance, if I were overcoming cancer, Where would I be conducting my research? There are no research facilities at home. Zhongyu and Elder Jiang, intrigued by this, inquired, then where do you conduct your research? Qin Hao smiled lightly and explained, in this building, there is a unit specifically designated for research. After my wife leaves for work, I go to that other apartment to conduct my research. Luo Qingxue, who was in the business vehicle, suddenly realized upon hearing Qin Hao's words. It turned out that the building they lived in housed another apartment belonging to Qin Hao, dedicated solely to his research. In the live stream, the three continued their casual conversation. Elder Jiang looked at Qin Hao with admiration, praising him, in my lifetime, I have never encountered a remarkable young man like you. At only 24 years old, you have already conquered cancer. There are not many at your age devoted solely to scientific research. Qin Hao humbly shook his head and replied, everyone has their own aspirations. People's ideals differ, some wish to amass wealth, some seek fame, while others desire a simple life. In research institutions, there are still some like me, focused solely on scientific inquiry at this age. Elder Jiang nodded thoughtfully and asked, what is your ideal? Qin Hao smiled briefly, but then his expression turned serious. His tone resolute and powerful. My ideal is quite simple, I want everyone to have access to medical care. I want humanity to no longer suffer from the torment of illness. However, he did not finish his last sentence. Midway through, he realized that he could not disclose the subsequent thoughts to Elder Jiang and Zhongyu. They were only aware that he had conquered cancer. They were oblivious to his other research accomplishments. Until he received approval from his superiors, he would not reveal even a word, neither explicitly nor implicitly. Upon hearing Qin Hao's words, Elder Jiang and Zhongyu both felt a deep respect, their gazes filled with reverence for him. In this era, how many people have ideals centered on ensuring that everyone can afford medical care, striving to alleviate humanity's suffering from illness? Very few. Especially among young individuals like Qin Hao. Such aspirations are even rarer. In an instant, Qin Hao became a figure of greatness in their hearts. Reflecting on those capitalists who engage in research and drug development, one must question their motives. Are they driven by the desire to help, or rather by the pursuit of profit? It is not for the sake of ensuring that everyone can access medical care, nor to liberate humanity from the shackles of suffering. Some capitalists are even more despicable, possessing the capability to develop rapid cures for diseases yet opting for prolonged treatments with slow effects. The capital involved is solely for the pursuit of wealth. At this moment, the live stream has attracted an audience of 700,000 viewers. They listen to Qin Hao express that his aspiration is to alleviate the suffering of illness for everyone, to make healthcare accessible to all. Upon hearing this, they are filled with profound respect, a genuine admiration arising from within. Among them are some fans who previously idolized celebrities. Now they introspectively feel that they have been misguided, realizing that it is individuals like Qin Hao, the unheralded researcher, who truly deserve their admiration. In a business vehicle, Lin Charan gazes at the image of Qin Hao on the live stream, her eyes brimming with reverence. Initially, upon learning that Qin Hao was a top scorer in the college entrance examination and an esteemed professor at Tsinghua and Peking University, she merely regarded him as impressive. However, upon discovering that he had conquered cancer, she acknowledged his remarkable achievements, admiring his youthful accomplishments that astonished the world. Now, as she hears Qin Hao declare that his ambition is simple, to make healthcare affordable and to free all from the torment of illness, she perceives his greatness. Director Zhang shares this sentiment, feeling a heartfelt admiration for Qin Hao. Beside him, Luo Qingxue is visibly shaken. Qin Hao's words have completely transformed her perception of him. She had never imagined that her husband harbored such noble ideals and had long been taking action to realize them. At this moment, her perception of Qin Hao grows even more formidable, evoking within her an impulse to venerate him. In the live stream, the barrage of comments is overwhelming, with thousands of messages flooding in every second. Some viewers begin to uniformly post the same tribute, a salute to Professor Qin. Salute to Professor Qin. Salute to Professor Qin. The audience, filled with genuine admiration for Qin Hao, has irrevocably become his fans, even fervent supporters. On the screen, Elder Jiang rises, raising his glass with a solemn expression and eyes filled with respect. He gazes at Qin Hao and states, Professor Qin, I toast to you. Zhongyu is standing nearby. also rises, holding his glass with a serious demeanor, exclaiming, "Professor Qin, I too wish to toast to you." Observing their expressions, Qin Hao feels a touch of anxiety. Hastily urging them to sit, saying, "There is no need for such formalities." Elder Jiang shakes his head, looking at Qin Hao with conviction. "Given your words, Professor Qin, I must raise this glass in your honor." He even alters his form of address, opting for the respectful you and referring to Qin Hao as Professor Qin. Under normal circumstances, he would not act this way, but after hearing Qin Hao's sentiments, he feels a deep-seated respect. Qin Hao, feeling somewhat helpless, raises his glass. Looking at Elder Jiang and Zhong Yu, and earnestly states, "Elder Jiang, Director Zhong, you too serve the people and contribute to our nation. I toast to you as well." Subsequently, he downs the entire glass of liquor in one go. Elder Jiang and Zhong Yu, upon witnessing the scene, promptly downed their glasses of liquor. Subsequently, the three of them wore identical expressions, their mouths tinged with a fiery sensation. Once seated, they engaged in casual conversation. Elder Jiang, glancing at Professor Qin, expressed curiosity. "Professor Qin, when did you first cultivate such aspirations?" Zhong Yu, too, regarded Qin with intrigue. Reflecting on his past, Qin replied, "To be precise, it was when I was 16. That year, my mother fell ill and was hospitalized. I would visit her daily, and during those visits, I encountered numerous sorrowful events." As he reminisced, he continued, "In one word, I observed a gentleman in his 30s, stricken with terminal lung cancer. The hospital had issued a critical condition notice, and his wife and children were there, engulfed in grief, fully aware that he had only days left to live." Qin went on, "I also met a young woman in her 20s, diagnosed with brain cancer. The doctor stated that treatment was possible, yet it demanded an exorbitant sum. Upon hearing the staggering cost, she became despondent, unwilling to burden her family. Ultimately, she leaped from the 6th floor of the hospital." At this point, a glimmer of sorrow flickered in Qin's eyes. There exists a multitude of diseases in this world. Some are treatable without exorbitant costs, while others demand a heavy toll. How many individuals, upon receiving a cancer diagnosis, have exhausted their life savings in pursuit of treatment? And how many cannot even gather enough funds, despite losing everything? Even with wealth, some ailments remain insurmountable. Elder Jiang and Zhong Yu fell into a contemplative silence, their years granting them a broader perspective. They reflected on the countless individuals who, in times past, were unable to afford treatment, depleting their life savings in the process. Some patients, wishing to spare their families from burden, chose to end their lives, a tragic reality that was not uncommon in earlier times. In retrospect, it evokes profound sadness. In the business vehicle, Luo Qingxue and Lin Charan, upon hearing Qin's words, felt tears welling in their eyes. Though still youthful, they had witnessed the toll of illness on those around them, the devastation it wrought upon families. The thought alone was heart-wrenching. At that moment, the live stream attracted an audience of 700,000 viewers, many of whom had either battled cancer themselves or had loved ones who had faced the same ordeal, including those still undergoing treatment. As they listened to Qin's poignant words, each viewer was compelled to reflect on their own experiences or the struggles of those they knew who had encountered cancer. "My wife was diagnosed with cancer 4.5 years ago, but by the time of her diagnosis, it was already in the advanced stage. Had she been able to hold on for just a few more months, until the breakthrough cancer medications became widely available, perhaps she would still be with me. My beloved wife, I miss you. Our child misses you too. I hope you are finding joy in heaven, and in a few years, I will join you. My grandfather succumbed to cancer. He was incredibly kind to me, and I loved him dearly. When he was diagnosed, my uncles were reluctant to contribute to his treatment. My family couldn't possibly afford the necessary expenses on our own. After my grandfather passed, our family ceased all contact with my uncles. I consider myself fortunate. When I was diagnosed with cancer, the announcement of a breakthrough in cancer treatment was made public. Not long after, I began using the medication and have been cured for several years now. Had cancer not been conquered back then, my grave would likely be adorned with grass 2 meters high. Alas, my family faced a similar fate. My grandmother succumbed to cancer because we simply could not afford the treatment. In the past, cancer treatment was exorbitantly expensive. Thanks to Professor Qin's advancements, The cost of medication has significantly decreased. One can now be treated for merely 10,000 yuan and with hospitalization and various expenses. It typically does not exceed 20,000 yuan. Behind the scenes of the live broadcast, countless individuals have either battled cancer themselves or have had family members who did. They understand all too well the terrifying nature of this disease, akin to a vampire, and the anguish of chemotherapy can be utterly overwhelming. At this moment, some are inevitably reminded of the past, recalling the loss of loved ones and the myriad memories shared with them. The thought of those departed brings an unbearable heaviness to their hearts, prompting some to weep openly. After a moment of reflection, Elder Jiang turned to Qin Hao and inquired whether it was from that point onward that he resolved to conquer disease, ensuring that everyone could afford treatment and be free from the torment of illness. Qin Hao gently shook his head, explaining that while he had some ideas about combating disease and making treatment accessible, those thoughts were not particularly fervent at that time. As he reminisced, he recounted how he later researched information regarding cancer and other ailments online, ultimately discovering that certain medications could cure illnesses more swiftly and safely. However, these drugs had been discontinued and replaced with others that were less effective and often failed to cure. As he spoke, Qin Hao's demeanor gradually grew somber, a flicker of anger emerging in his eyes. He stated emphatically that the reason these effective medications were replaced was because some pharmaceutical companies deemed them unprofitable, as they healed patients too quickly, while those that provided slower results allowed companies to profit considerably more. Upon hearing this, Elder Jiang and Zhong Yu's expressions also hardened, a glimmer of indignation surfacing in their eyes. Being well versed in the industry, they recognized that many medications that once worked exceptionally well had been withdrawn in favor of mediocrities that required multiple courses of treatment. Some corporations, driven by greed, had become utterly unscrupulous. Qin Hao's words resonated with many viewers in the live stream. Damn it. I remember a cold medicine from my childhood that, with just 2 pills, would alleviate symptoms by the next day, yet that medication has long since vanished. As I grew older, I realized that unscrupulous pharmaceutical companies replaced it in their quest for greater profit. Damn those greedy capitalists. Indeed, I recall a topical ointment that would heal in just 2 days, whereas now, we must resort to oral and external applications, taking over half a month to see results. If only everyone were like Professor Qin. Those unscrupulous merchants, I feel compelled to exclaim, are nothing but vile capitalists. The live broadcast is inundated with denunciations, as those who have endured past injustices now unleash their righteous indignation. Meanwhile, the viewers unfamiliar with these events are equally incensed upon learning of such matters. Within the confines of the live stream, Qin Hao resolutely declares that from that moment forth, he is determined to develop the finest and most affordable medicine. His aim is not only to ensure that every individual can afford treatment but also to cure their ailments. Most importantly, he seeks to bring about the demise of those unscrupulous pharmaceutical companies, preventing them from further exploiting the hard-earned money of the populace. Upon hearing this, Elder Jiang cannot contain his applause, and although he is no longer the fervent youth he once was, Qin Hao's words ignite a fire within him. Zhong Yu joins in fervently applauding, his gaze towards Qin Hao filled with admiration. The barrage of comments in the live stream echoes the sentiment, well said. Let the unscrupulous pharmaceutical companies perish. In a business vehicle, Luo Qingxue gazes at Qin Hao on the screen, overwhelmed by an urge to worship him. She yearns to return home, cleanse herself, and serve Qin Hao with utmost devotion. Beside her, Lin Charan and director Zhong are already filled with profound respect for Qin Hao, feeling as though they have become his loyal supporters. Back in the live stream, witnessing Elder Jiang and Zhong Yu's enthusiastic applause, Qin Hao's emotions gradually settle, though he feels a tinge of awkwardness. Elder Jiang, director Zhong, please take a seat, he says, feeling a bead of sweat form on his brow. Surprised by their fervent reaction, Elder Jiang looks at Qin Hao with immense respect, exclaiming, your existence is a blessing for our nation and its people. Qin Hao, feeling slightly overwhelmed, responds that Elder Jiang's words are a bit too much. Not at all, Elder Jiang retorts. If it weren't for your breakthroughs in cancer treatment and the reduction of medication costs, consider how many families would be devastated by medical expenses. How many individuals would choose to end their lives to avoid burdening their loved ones? How many suffer from illness? Zhong Yu nods earnestly, affirming that indeed, your achievements in conquering cancer and lowering drug prices make you, Professor Qin, a blessing for our nation and countless citizens. Qin Hao opens his mouth, intending to respond, yet finds himself at a loss for words. Zhang Yu continues, a few years ago, many imported medications were exorbitantly priced and not covered by insurance. For an average family, affording such cost was nearly impossible. Elder Zhang concurs, lamenting the high cost of imported drugs. He recounts a dear friend suffering from rheumatoid arthritis, who requires lifelong injections of biologics, each costing several thousand yuan. For an ordinary family, such expenses are simply unattainable. Qin Hao nods thoughtfully. Having researched rheumatoid arthritis as an immune disease that lacks a cure and necessitates lifelong medication, most patients rely on oral immunosuppressants. He has already resolved to tackle immune diseases once he successfully develops 2 other significant national projects in the coming years. Before cancer was conquered, imported cancer medications were exceedingly expensive, with a single box costing around 10,000 yuan, sufficient for merely half a month. Zhang Yu's expression grew somber. At that time, domestically produced cancer drugs were not as effective as their imported counterparts, and overseas pharmaceutical companies set their prices exorbitantly high. When discussing the steep cost of imported medications, a flicker of anger appeared on Elder Zhang's face as he lamented how foreign enterprises had us at their mercy, enforcing crippling prices that we were forced to accept. However, Elder Zhang's tone shifted as he glanced at Zhang Yu, then turned to Qin Hao, stating that in recent years, several diseases had been conquered, leading to a significant reduction in drug prices, particularly highlighting the cancer medication developed by Qin Hao, which had nearly rendered foreign alternatives obsolete. Zhang Yu then added, therefore, Professor Qin, you embody the fortune of our nation, you are a blessing to countless citizens. If possible, we hope you can conquer even more diseases. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao looked at Elder Zhang, then at Zhang Yu, his expression becoming more serious as he earnestly declared, I will conquer more diseases. I will reduce the prices of medications, ensuring that exorbitantly priced drugs vanish entirely from our nation. Since the age of 16, having witnessed numerous families afflicted by illness, he had silently resolved to conquer more diseases, to make healthcare accessible to all, and to relieve everyone from the torment of suffering. In the live stream, countless viewers responded to Qin Hao's words with fervent comments. Professor Qin is a blessing to our nation and its people. Long live Professor Qin. In the business vehicle, Lin Charan felt a surge of emotion as she turned to Luo Qingxue, advising, Qingxue, you must treat Professor Qin with utmost care, allowing him to focus on his important work. Director Zhang nodded in agreement, adding, individuals like Professor Qin, who achieve great deeds, need a wise and supportive partner to look after them. The viewers in the live stream echoed Lin Charan's and Director Zhang's sentiments, urging Luo Qingxue to take good care of Qin Hao. Qingxue, you truly must look after Professor Qin, if his work is for the benefit of all humanity. Please do not add to his burdens. Indeed, it was essential to support Professor Qin, if his work demanded concentration and focus, and any minor disturbances should be minimized to avoid distracting him. Yes, take good care of Professor Qin, his work requires significant mental effort. You should find ways to keep him happy and ensure he is both mentally and physically relaxed. Hearing Lin Charan's and Director Zhang's words, along with the viewers' comments, Luo Qingxue felt somewhat peculiar as everyone insisted she attend to Qin Hao. Although she had already intended to care for him and prevent him from being distracted by trivial matters, the overwhelming encouragement from others felt strange. Looking at the live stream, Luo Qingxue smiled and reassured, rest assured, I will take good care of my husband. The viewers responded to Luo Qingxue's words with enthusiasm. That's wonderful. Now we can rest easy. In the midst of a light snowfall, I instruct Qingxue on how to attend to Professor Qin. I suggest she purchase a few sets of charming attire, which are not expensive, merely a few dozen yuan each, including outfits such as a nurse, a CEO, or a fairy. The variety of costumes are available. Upon seeing this comment, Luo Qingxue dismisses it outright, as she already possesses an abundance of such garments, over 20 in total, rendering any new purchases unnecessary. At this moment, the atmosphere within the live stream room lightens considerably. However, behind the multitude of viewers fixated on the broadcast, some individuals quietly dialed phone numbers. One of these viewers, named Brooke, while watching the stream, converses with someone on the other end, declaring that I have discovered who has conquered cancer. Suddenly invigorated, Brooke inquires eagerly, who is it? The viewer smirks slightly, responding, transfer 50,000 to my account and I shall reveal the name. Brooks' eyes narrow as he responds thoughtfully, very well. But I hope what you say is true. If it proves false, you are aware of the consequences. The viewer chuckles, rest assured, it is absolutely genuine. After a brief interval, the viewer's account reflects an additional $50,000. Brooke, with a relaxed tone, prompts, now you may divulge the name. The viewer replies with a light laugh. His name is Qin Hao, age 28, residing in Jiangsu City, Jiangsu Province. Simply search for the program Exploring the Other Half on a short video platform, and you will uncover the live stream. Upon hearing this, Brooks' skepticism intensifies, his tone turning icy. 28. Do you truly believe a 28-year-old could conquer cancer? Especially since the disease was overcome 4 years ago, meaning he would have achieved this at the age of 24. Do you take me for a fool? Furious, Brooke feels duped, convinced that a mere 24-year-old could not possibly resolve such a monumental challenge. The viewer, maintaining a calm demeanor, insists, what I say is the truth. If you doubt it, verify for yourself. With that, the viewer promptly terminates the call. Such occurrences have transpired in numerous locations across the nation. Initially, disbelief prevailed. Yet after spending time in the live stream, many began to suspect the veracity of the claims. The elderly gentleman in traditional attire is the president of Qinghai University, while the middle-aged man in a suit is the chairman of Dongzhou Pharmaceutical Group. The credibility of these two individuals lends substantial weight to the assertion that Qin Hao has indeed triumphed over cancer. In a flurry of activity, those lurking in the shadows began to reach out to higher echelons. Upon learning of this revelation, higher-ups issued commands to discreetly approach Qin Hao, offering an annual salary of $100 million for his assistance in developing treatments for other diseases. The urgency to secure Qin Hao's cooperation stemmed from his remarkable youth. Such astounding accomplishments at a tender age hinted at the potential to tackle even more ailments in the future. The financial rewards for conquering a single disease could easily reach trillions. Meanwhile, within the live stream, Elder Jiang and Zhong Yu found themselves somewhat inebriated, having downed a glass of baijiu, followed by several additional sips. The effects of the alcohol were beginning to manifest, though their tolerance remained commendable, only reaching a state of mild intoxication. Qin Hao, too, felt the gentle embrace of tipsiness. He rose and returned to the room, retrieving 3 pills from the bedroom drawer before stepping back out. He handed 1 pill each to Elder Jiang and Zhong Yu. What is this medication? Elder Jiang and Zhong Yu inquired, curiosity evident in their expressions. Qin Hao chuckled softly, this is an anti-alcohol capsule, capable of neutralizing alcohol in the human body within half an hour. Upon hearing this, Elder Jiang and Zhong Yu were momentarily taken aback, their astonishment palpable as they gazed at Qin Hao and exclaimed, this pill can completely sober one up in half an hour. Qin Hao nodded lightly, approximately. Wow. Both Elder Jiang and Zhong Yu's expressions brightened, their minds racing with excitement. Such an extraordinary remedy for hangovers existed, especially one with such remarkable efficacy. Within half an hour of taking the pill, one could almost entirely regain sobriety. Countless viewers in the live stream were equally astonished. Incredible. This is amazing. Professor Qin truly is remarkable. Long live Professor Qin. Please, where can I find this medication? I work in nightlife, consuming copious amounts of alcohol daily, often to the point of vomiting. Please, where can I purchase this? In the live stream, some instinctively believed that the anti-alcohol capsules were developed by Qin Hao, while others speculated where he had procured them, despite having never heard of such a remedy before. In the business vehicle, Lin Charen and director Zhang's eyes sparkled. What a fantastic anti-alcohol remedy. As a popular star and a director, both frequently engaged in social drinking. With this anti-alcohol capsule, they could indulge freely without fear of inebriation. They both yearned to discover where this remedy could be purchased. At that moment in the live stream, Elder Jiang gazed at Qin Hao in astonishment, uncertainly asking, did you develop this anti-alcohol capsule? Qin Hao smiled and nodded, it's something I devised during my free time. Wow! Exclaimed Zhong Yu. Wow! Echoed Elder Jiang. Typically, a chairman of a state-owned enterprise and a president of a prestigious university would never express such exclamations. Yet, upon hearing Qin Hao's words, they felt that only such exclamations could encapsulate their inner tumult. As countless viewers in the live stream heard Qin Hao declare that he had personally developed the anti-alcohol capsule, They felt as if they had been struck by a boulder, their hearts reverberating with disbelief. Incredible. I am in awe. Just a small invention. If this anti-alcohol capsule were to be mass-produced, who knows how many would be eager to purchase it. It would likely become a staple in every household. Long live Professor Qin. Professor Qin is amazing. Among the multitude of viewers, there were both prominent business figures and pharmaceutical company owners. Upon learning of the capsule's extraordinary effects, they couldn't help but entertain certain thoughts. If they could obtain the formula and production methods for the anti-alcohol capsule, they could amass a fortune. After all, this was not a one-time use medication. How many people drink daily? How many succumb to inebriation? Especially now. With the prohibition against drinking and driving, possessing such a capsule would mean one could drink even while driving. The profit potential was immense. Lin Charan and director Zhong were both taken aback. This miraculous remedy was indeed concocted by Qin Hao. Lin Charan yearned for some hangover capsules and looked at Luo Qingxue with a beseeching gaze. Could you possibly spare me a few? Luo Qingxue, still in a state of shock, was astonished that her husband not only triumphed over cancer but also managed to devise hangover capsules in his spare time. It sounded deceptively simple, yet she understood that once such a drug hit the shelves, its sales would undoubtedly soar. Qingxue? Lin Charan called out again. Noticing Luo Qingxue lost in thought, Luo Qingxue snapped back to reality and replied, I'll check at home. If I find any, I'll bring them to you tomorrow morning. Beside them, director Zhong shyly chimed in, I would like a few as well. Luo Qingxue chuckled, all right. I'll see what I can find tonight. The viewers in the live stream, upon hearing Luo Qingxue's words, began flooding the chat with requests for hangover capsules. Qingxue, I want hangover capsules too. As the boss's secretary, I often have to drink on his behalf during social events. It would be a lifesaver to have those capsules. Oh, I want them. Seeing the barrage of comments, Luo Qingxue shrugged helplessly, I'm afraid I don't have many at home either. Disappointment rippled through the audience. But they quickly rallied with fervent suggestions. We strongly recommend the hangover capsules be made available. Yes, this medication should be released soon. It would be a tremendous boon to humanity. The emergency room would greatly benefit from this for those who are intoxicated to the point of peril. The chances of survival would be significantly enhanced with these capsules. Responding to the audience's enthusiasm, Luo Qingxue remarked that would require my husband's consent. And since the program is still ongoing, it won't conclude until the end of the month. He is unaware that we are live streaming right now. I'll bring it up with him next month. The viewers, intrigued by Luo Qingxue's words, began to ponder. The news of Professor Qin's breakthrough against cancer had already reached many, and it wouldn't be long before he learned that his endeavors had been broadcasted live. Indeed, with today's rapid information dissemination, even if Professor Qin rarely browses short videos, he could easily encounter news pop-ups or notifications, they mused. In the business vehicle, Director Zhong observed the live stream comments and chuckled, in the short term, Professor Qin may not realize he has been live streamed, as we have blocked local viewers. Meaning those in Jiangnan City cannot access our stream. Upon hearing this, some viewers questioned, but what if a news pop-up appears on a browser? Or if it's on the television news, and Professor Qin happens to see it? Director Zhong paused, taken aback by this thought. Indeed, the exposure of someone who conquered cancer would surely make headlines. If it were to be reported and Professor Qin became aware, the exploratory program would be unable to continue. However, upon further reflection, he considered it wouldn't be a total loss. After all, it has been discovered that Qin Hao is indeed the one who has conquered cancer. With the revelation of the hangover capsules, everything that needed to be exposed has been laid bare. Even if the live stream of Qin Hao continues, there is likely nothing more to unveil. At this moment, Director Zhong chuckled lightly, remarking that if Professor Qin were to realize he was being live-streamed throughout, it would signify the successful conclusion of our first episode exploring the other half. As it stands, this episode has been quite fulfilling. The audience in the live stream, upon hearing this, found some sense in it, yet they still wish to observe Qin Hao discreetly, hoping merely to catch a glimpse of the esteemed professor. At that moment, in the live stream, Qin Hao was taken aback upon hearing Elder Jiang and Zhong Yu exclaim in surprise. It struck him as quite peculiar that Elder Jiang At his age, especially as the president of Qingbei University, would utter such an expression. Likewise, Zhong Yu, the distinguished chairman of a state-owned enterprise, seemed out of character in his reaction. In Qin Hao's memory, Zhong Yu was a composed individual, and hearing him express such astonishment was rather disconcerting. Qin Hao poured warm water for both of them before serving himself, and after taking a pill, Elder Jiang and Zhong Yu promptly followed suit. Previously, they had been 3 parts intoxicated, but now they felt the effects intensifying to 5 parts. After ingesting the capsules, Elder Jiang and Zhong Yu attentively sensed the changes in their bodies, initially feeling no difference. However, 10 minutes later, Elder Jiang, visibly astonished, exclaimed, "I feel significantly more sober." "Me too," Zhong Yu nodded, equally amazed. "I was about 5 parts drunk before, but now I feel only 1 part." Elder Jiang, looking at Qin Hao with increasing admiration, exclaimed, "Professor Qin, you are remarkable." He gave Qin Hao a thumbs up. Qin Hao felt slightly embarrassed. The hangover capsule was merely a trivial invention he had tinkered with in his spare time, overshadowed by the cancer medication he had developed. He did not perceive it as anything extraordinary. Zhong Yu gazed at Qin Hao with growing respect and inquired, "Professor Qin, do you plan to mass-produce the hangover capsules?" Qin Hao nodded lightly, acknowledging that there was indeed a significant demand for such a product. Hearing this, Zhong Yu was filled with joy. Qin Hao added, "We will discuss the specifics of our collaboration next month." "Excellent," Zhong Yu replied. The live stream audience, upon hearing the potential mass production of the hangover capsules for sale in pharmacies, could not contain their excitement. "I work night shifts, and I finally won't have to suffer from drinking every day. I'm in business, and with so many social engagements. I once ended up with a perforated stomach from drinking and nearly didn't make it. If the hangover capsules hit the shelves, I'll buy 100 boxes at once." The audience was electrified with enthusiasm. If the hangover capsules were to be launched, they would purchase 10 boxes or even more. With these hangover capsules, who would fear drinking? They could drink freely, as it mattered not how much. At this moment in the live stream, Qin Hao, Elder Jiang, and Zhong Yu continued their light-hearted conversation. They chatted until about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, at which point their discussion had nearly reached its conclusion. Qin Hao then remarked, "I will take care of the dishes now." "Wait," Zhong Yu quickly stood up, looking at Qin Hao with earnestness. "Professor Qin, allow me to handle the dishes." Qin Hao felt a light sweat forming on his brow, realizing the absurdity of the situation. The task of clearing the table was accomplished swiftly. Zhong Yu, not granting Qin Hao the chance to assist, promptly took it upon himself to tidy up, remarking, "You and Elder Jiang continue your conversation. Didn't Elder Jiang bring some da Hong Pao? It's the perfect opportunity for him to brew a pot." Upon hearing this, Elder Jiang smiled and addressed Qin Hao. "Please take a seat. Let Zhong Yu handle the dishes. I shall prepare some tea, and we can all savor it together." Observing Zhong Yu already engaged in the task, Qin Hao felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet realizing it was too late to voice his discomfort, he considered, "Then I will fetch the tea set." Once Qin Hao returned with the tea set, Elder Jiang began his preparations. Having brewed tea for many years, his skill was nothing short of masterful. Meanwhile, Zhong Yu had retreated to the kitchen to wash the pots and dishes. In the live stream chat, viewers commented, "Mr. Zhong is quite accommodating. Impressive. I wish I were Professor Qin. Da Hong Pao, wow. I doubt I'll ever have the chance to taste such tea. I've heard so much about Da Hong Pao, I wonder what it's like. Is Da Hong Pao better than other beverages?" The audience engaged in casual banter. In the business vehicle, Lin Charen looked curiously at Director Zhong. "Have you ever tasted Da Hong Pao?" Director Zhong, captivated by the live stream, swallowed hard and replied, "I've never had Da Hong Pao, its production is so limited. Even though it is priced, one cannot simply buy it with money. I really wish to have a sip." Lin Charen also found herself swallowing in anticipation, despite being a star with a fortune in the millions. She had yet to experience Da Hong Pao and was curious about its flavor. "Qingxue, you are in for a treat," she remarked enviously at Luo Qingxue, knowing that Elder Jiang was likely to gift some Da Hong Pao to Qin Hao before his departure. Luo Qingxue, too, felt a desire for the exquisite tea. Though she had never tasted it, she was well aware of its esteemed reputation, rumored to be not only expensive but also scarce among the wealthy. Moments later, Qin Hao, Elder Jiang and Zhong Yu were immersed in the enjoyment of tea, prompting viewers in the live stream to swallow in longing, their appetites whetted. Just then, Qin Hao's phone rang. Gazing at the caller ID, he answered, "Mr. Sean, what prompted you to call me?" On the other end, Mr. Sean chuckled, "Professor Qin. I just landed in Jiangnan City to attend to some business. I expect to wrap things up today and was hoping to visit you tomorrow, if that is convenient." Qin Hao, somewhat exasperated by the recent influx of visitors, thought to himself, "What is going on lately? It seems I am inundated with guests. All while I have to prepare meals. First it was Zhong Yu, then Uncle Wang, followed by Elder Jiang and Zhong Yu, and now the chairman of Shehu Pharmaceutical Group." "Shao," he responded, "Yes, that would be convenient. Elder Jiang and Mr. Zhong are here as well." On the other end, Mr. Sean expressed confusion to Elder Jiang. "Mr. Zhong?" Qin Hao chuckled lightly. "Elder Jiang is the president of Qingbei University, and you should be familiar with Mr. Zhong, the chairman of Dongzhou Pharmaceutical Group." Surprised, Mr. Sean remarked, "I didn't realize Zhong Yu would be there." "Very well, I shall visit you tomorrow morning." Qin Hao chuckled softly. "See you tomorrow." After a brief conversation, the call ended. Zhong Yu inquired with curiosity, "Who called?" Qin Hao replied with a smile, "Shao, you should be familiar with him, right?" Upon hearing this, Zhong Yu couldn't help but laugh. "I consider him an old acquaintance." On the other hand, Elder Jiang was unfamiliar with Shao and remained silent. Qin Hao then sighed lightly, "I have been married to my wife for 5 years, and during this time, I have deceived her into believing that I cannot cook. Simply because I dreaded the daily chore of meal preparation. Yet, unexpectedly, I have found myself cooking incessantly these past few days." Zhong Yu immediately suggested, "How about we dine at a restaurant tomorrow? This way, you won't have to overexert yourself." Qin Hao waved his hand dismissively, smiling, "A guest is a guest. I will certainly provide a warm welcome. The dishes from a restaurant cannot compare to the taste of my own cooking. In truth, this is quite delightful, engaging in conversation, sharing tales, and enjoying the simplicity of life." Zhong Yu responded with a grin, "Then I shall have the pleasure of enjoying your culinary skills tomorrow. I must say, Qin Hao, your home-cooked meals are genuinely delectable. Though they are merely simple dishes, their flavors surpass those of many restaurants." Elder Jiang chimed in with a smile. "It seems I shall also be in for a treat." Qin Hao smiled in return. By 5 p.m., both Elder Jiang and Zhong Yu were acutely aware that Qin Hao was concealing certain matters from Luo Qingshui. They understood that it was prudent to avoid speculation before receiving approval from their superiors. Qin Hao handed his car keys to Zhong Yu, saying, "Take my car to return. We shall meet tomorrow morning." "All right," Zhong Yu replied with a smile as he accepted the keys. Qin Hao escorted them downstairs and watched as they drove away before returning home. He settled onto the sofa, brewing a pot of the Hong Pao tea to savor leisurely. At that moment, Qin Hao's phone rang with an incoming call. He glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Directly. Whenever Directly contacted him, it was typically regarding significant matters. Qin Hao answered promptly, delving straight into the matter. "Directly, is there something you need?" On the other end, Directly chuckled lightly. "Professor Qin, I am calling to officially inform you of something, and I hope you are mentally prepared." Qin Hao's expression grew serious as he asked, Directly, "What is the notification?" Directly's demeanor shifted to a more serious tone, as he solemnly informed Qin Hao, "I have received notification from above. At the beginning of next month, your identity will be publicly disclosed, and simultaneously, the 4 aerospace carriers will also be unveiled." Upon hearing this, Qin Hao was momentarily taken aback. On the day of the 101st event, his identity would be revealed. The 4 aerospace carriers would also be introduced. The engines utilized by the stealth aircraft were developed by him, as were the aerospace carriers themselves. However, since their successful development, the aerospace carriers had never been publicly acknowledged and had remained concealed. Aerospace carriers are significant national assets inspired by aircraft carriers, commonly referred to as carriers. The maritime aircraft carriers can deploy fighter jets and are equipped with various warships, forming a carrier battle group, essentially a mobile military base. Their only drawback is their relatively slow speed. The aerospace aircraft carrier not only compensates for the sluggish speed of traditional aircraft carriers but elevates velocity to remarkable heights. Capable of soaring beyond the atmosphere, it can achieve an astonishing speed of 25 Mach in the vacuum of space. This implies that a circumnavigation of the Earth requires merely 90 minutes. The aerospace aircraft carrier is also equipped with stealth fighters and laser cannons, functioning as a mobile military base, and remarkably, the highly mobile one at that. Qin Hao could easily envision the global reverberations following the official unveiling of the aerospace aircraft carrier. On the other end of the line, Minister Li remarked that the 15 billion citizens of the Dragon Nation would witness this extraordinary event. Upon hearing this, the breathtaking image involuntarily surfaced in Qin Hao's mind. The aerospace aircraft carrier is colossal, measuring a staggering 1,000 meters in length. The visual impact of 4 such carriers appearing simultaneously would be nothing short of awe-inspiring. At that moment, Minister Li solemnly stated, "Professor Qin, you have labored in silence for an entire decade. That day, the world shall know your name." Qin Hao remained speechless. His endeavors in developing national treasures were not motivated by a desire for accolades or fame. If given the choice, he would prefer to maintain a low profile to avoid being recognized by nearly everyone during his outings. However, the higher-ups had their own considerations, and should they wish to disclose his identity, he would naturally comply. Deep down, he did harbor a desire to showcase his achievements, but not to the masses, rather. He yearned to impress his wife, to witness the astonished and reverent expression on Luo Qishue's face. The thought of his naive wife, kept in the dark, made him find her increasingly endearing, then he longed to see her reaction upon learning the truth. After conversing with Dean Li for about 10 minutes, he finally ended the call. At that moment, the barrage of comments in the live stream was overwhelming, with viewers intrigued by Qin Hao's ever-changing expressions, wondering with whom he was speaking. Initially, Professor Qin appeared serious while on the phone, then seemed lost in thought, leaving viewers curious about the conversation. The curiosity was futile, as Professor Qin had not switched to speaker mode, leaving them unable to hear the other party's words. His expressions were captivating, he transitioned from seriousness to distraction, ultimately breaking into a mysterious smile as if recalling a joyful memory. It seemed that despite the apparent exposure of his identity, there was still an air of enigma surrounding him. Most viewers speculated that Professor Qin had no other identities to reveal, continuing to watch the live stream, eager to see his reaction upon discovering that the program had been broadcasting his every move. They were also curious about how Luo Qingxue would attend to Qin Hao upon returning home, pondering whether she would purchase some romantic attire. Meanwhile, in the business car, Luo Qingxue was already contemplating how to best serve Qin Hao that evening, eagerly anticipating their return home. Inspired by Qin Hao's earlier words, she wished for everyone to be liberated from the shackles of illness and suffering. After hearing this, Qin Hao had already transformed into a towering figure in her heart. She felt an overwhelming urge to pay homage to him. Unfortunately, it was still not yet 5:30. Had she returned home earlier, Qin Hao might have inquired why she was back so soon. Time dragged on for Luo Qingxue, each passing moment felt like an agonizing eternity. Some viewers in the live stream noticed her apparent impatience and couldn't help but tease her. "Qingxue, you seem quite eager to get home, haha. Are you particularly enamored with Professor Qin right now?" Upon seeing the barrage of comments, Luo Qingxue coughed lightly, attempting to appear more composed. "You are overthinking it. I merely wish to return home to prepare a few more dishes," she replied. The viewers remained unconvinced, believing her desire to return home was primarily due to wanting to see Qin Hao. Meanwhile, in the live stream, Qin Hao sat on the sofa, savoring his tea, yet felt something was amiss in his home. He could not quite pinpoint what was lacking. His brows furrowed as the sensation intensified. What was it that his home was missing? After taking another sip of tea, Qin Hao's expression suddenly shifted dramatically. "Child," he exclaimed, abruptly placing his teacup down, realizing he had forgotten an important responsibility. He was supposed to pick up his daughter from kindergarten at 3:30, and now it was already past 5. Hastily, he grabbed his phone, opened WeChat, and was about to call his daughter's teacher when he noticed a message from Luo Qingxue sent at 3 o'clock, stating that their daughter would be staying at her grandparents' house tonight. Upon reading the message, Qin Hao slapped his forehead, feeling an immense wave of relief wash over him. Thank goodness. His daughter had been picked up by his in-laws. He quickly replied to Luo Qingxue, apologizing. "I just saw your message and remembered I forgot to pick up our daughter. The viewers in the live stream witnessed Qin Hao's sudden change in demeanor. Sensing something significant had transpired, they grew curious as Qin Hao, typically composed, now seemed flustered. What had happened to Professor Qin? Who was he trying to contact? It appeared to be a matter of great importance. At that moment, Luo Qingxue received Qin Hao's message and felt exasperated. In truth, she had been exasperated for quite some time, as Qin Hao had completely forgotten about their daughter. Fortunately, she had contacted her parents earlier that afternoon and arranged for them to pick up the child. She had initially intended to pamper Qin Hao that evening. But with their daughter around, she felt somewhat restrained and unable to fully express herself. Luo Qingxue glanced at the live stream comments and, with a hint of resignation, remarked, "My husband just messaged me because he remembered he forgot to pick up our child." Upon hearing this, the viewers erupted in laughter. Haha. And we thought something serious had happened. Is that child even his by blood? Where is she now? Shouldn't the kindergarten teacher have called the parents? As Luo Qingxue observed the barrage of comments in the live stream, she chuckled lightly, saying, "The child has been taken by my parents. Tonight my daughter will stay with them." The audience in the live stream reacted with heightened enthusiasm. I understand, haha. Haha, got it in an instant. It seems tonight will be rife with tumultuous excitement. Luo Qingxue noticed the viewers teasing her, and surprisingly, she did not blush or feel the slightest embarrassment. Perhaps after several days of live streaming, she had become accustomed to so many eyes upon her. Moreover, having been married for 5 years. What was there to be embarrassed about? Luo Qingxue was quite gracious, not shying away from the attention. She informed Director Zhong of the program, along with the audience. "Once I get home, I will disable the camera." Director Zhong smiled lightly, "All right." Lin Charan, meanwhile, wore an expression of understanding. At precisely 5:40 p.m., Luo Qingxue exited the vehicle and walked to a concealed spot where her car was parked, then drove it into the community. Upon arriving home, Qin Hao stood up from the sofa and looked at Luo Qingxue with curiosity. "Do your parents miss our daughter?" Luo Qingxue chuckled softly before pressing the button to disable the stream. The live stream image vanished, leaving only the view from the business vehicle. The audience, upon witnessing this, began to voice their complaints. "Is that it? Do you think I lack the funds to continue watching? I can pay." All right, everyone disperse," Lin Charan chimed in lightly. "We've been live for a whole day, everyone is a bit tired. Let us conclude here for today. Rest well, and we'll see you all tomorrow." The live stream subsequently ended. At that moment, Luo Qingxue embraced Qin Hao tightly. He immediately sensed something was amiss and quickly understood why their daughter had been taken by his mother-in-law. It turned out this was all part of his wife's arrangement. "Darling, I missed you," Luo Qingxue said softly, her gaze filled with affection. "What happened?" Qin Hao felt utterly bewildered. Luo Qingxue did not respond but leaned in to kiss him. At 7 p.m., they finally rose. Luo Qingxue was in high spirits, her demeanor gentle as she told Qin Hao, "Honey, you rest for a bit. I'll go prepare dinner." Qin Hao sat on the sofa, still confused, pondering how today his wife had been like a ravenous wolf. Or perhaps, with their daughter away, there was no need for restraint. That must be it. The following day at 8 a.m., after they had finished breakfast, Luo Qingxue prepared to head to work. Before leaving, she sweetly kissed Qin Hao on the lips and said softly, "Honey, I'm off to work." Qin Hao patted her head, smiling, "Go ahead, I will miss you." Luo Qingxue replied with a long "mm" and added, "Give me a kiss before I go." With a gentle peck on her lips, Qin Hao obliged. "Mm." At that moment, Luo Qingxue discreetly pressed the button to disable the stream again, waving goodbye to Qin Hao as she said, "I'm off to work, I will miss you too." Qin Hao smiled as he watched her leave until the door closed behind her. Hao reclined on the sofa, reminiscing about the events of last night and this morning. A smile spontaneously blossoming on his face. At the very moment Luo Qingxue lifted the ban, the live stream was already bustling with 30,000 viewers. The stream had been active for some time, yet until now, only Lin Charan and Director Zhong had been visible. Now, with glimpses of Qin Hao's domestic live streaming in, the audience erupted with a flurry of comments. "Professor Qin's smile is utterly charming. I wonder if Professor Qin is exhausted from last night. Does it matter if he is tired? What man wouldn't he relish such fatigue? Indeed, Professor Qin's smile is undeniably endearing, exuding an approachable demeanor that feels relatable. Devoid of any lofty airs. I too perceive Professor Qin as approachable, unlike some individuals who, after earning a mere 10,000 a month, become haughty and dismissive of others. After a while, Luo Qingshui arrived in the business vehicle. Noticing Luo Qingshui's unusually cheerful demeanor and radiant complexion, Lin Charan playfully remarked, "Qingshui, you look splendid today. Have you taken some potent tonic?" The audience in the live stream erupted in playful banter upon hearing this. Ignoring the commotion, Luo Qingshui picked up her phone to text her mother, informing her that her daughter would be staying with them for the next couple of days. Luo's mother responded almost instantaneously, "What is happening between you and Qin Hao? Did you have a quarrel?" Luo Qingshui clarified, "We haven't quarreled. I just want my daughter to stay with you for a few days." Luo's mother replied with a knowing smile, "Oh, I understand." Feeling slightly embarrassed by her mother's insinuation, Luo Qingshui recognized that her mother likely interpreted it that way, which was not entirely untrue. Then came another message from her mother, "You're not getting any younger. If you wish for a second child, it's best to act soon." Luo Qingshui thought, "Mother, you are already married, what is there to be shy about? Besides, you are a woman too. It's better to have a second child soon and welcome a lovely baby boy, ensuring a perfect family." A bit flustered, Luo Qingshui replied, "I understand." Her mother continued, "Tomorrow is Saturday, and you won't be working. Come over with Qin Hao, I'll prepare something delicious for both of you to replenish your strength." Luo Qingshui acknowledged this. Putting her phone away, she began to ponder. At 28 years old, she was in excellent health. And considering a second child at this juncture seemed reasonable. After reaching a decision, she promptly messaged Qin Hao, "Darling, do you want a son?" Qin Hao replied almost immediately, "Are you considering having a second child?" Luo Qingshui responded affirmatively, "Yes, I'd like to have another, it would make our home even livelier." Qin Hao agreed, "All right. Let us have one." Luo Qingshui informed him, "I spoke with Mom, and our daughter will be staying at my parents' place tonight. Also, my mom wants you to come with me tomorrow, and she plans to prepare some nourishing dishes for you." Qin Hao responded, "Got it." Luo Qingshui stored her phone away. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream noticed the exchange between Luo Qingshui and Qin Hao and grew curious. What are they discussing? Can you share? Luo Qingshui glanced at the comments and chuckled lightly, "It's nothing much, tomorrow is Saturday, I won't be working, and my mom wants us to visit her." Upon hearing this, the audience's curiosity piqued. "Qingshui, is your mother beautiful?" Indeed, with such beauty as Luo Qing's know, one can only imagine the elegance of her mother. In truth, middle-aged women can possess a unique charm, provided they are blessed with good looks. Those less fortunate in appearance may lack that special allure. Luo Qingsno chuckled, remarking that her mother is quite lovely and exudes an admirable grace. According to her father, many suitors once vied for her mother's affection. The audience in the live stream, captivated by her words, eagerly anticipated a glimpse of Luo Qingsno's mother. At that moment, Qin Hao lifted his phone to dial Elder Jiang. "Elder Jiang, please come over with Chairman Zhong for breakfast." On the other end, Elder Jiang responded with a chuckle, "We've already had breakfast. But I'm on my way with Zhong now." "All right," Qin Hao acknowledged, exchanging a few more pleasantries before ending the call. After putting his phone away, Qin Hao busied himself in the kitchen. He washed the vegetables thoroughly, chopped them with care, and marinated the necessary meats. By 10 o'clock, he planned to start cooking, which would save him considerable time. Meanwhile, Elder Jiang and Chairman Zhong arrived. Qin Hao brewed a pot of tea and, glancing at Elder Jiang, inquired, "Has Jiang not come?" Elder Jiang chuckled lightly. "She feels that we are too old and finds it strange to dine with us older folks. Instead, she is out with her friends." Qin Hao felt a slight flush. After all, he too was young. Zhong Yu, standing nearby, chimed in with a smile. "Before I came, I spoke with Shen Shao. He should be arriving shortly." Qin Hao nodded in acknowledgement. Zhong Yu, curious, asked, "Professor Qin, how did you come to know Shen Shao?" Their acquaintance stemmed from the fact that Shen Shao is the chairman of Dongzhou Pharmaceutical Group, which produces the cancer medication developed by Qin Hao. As for Shen Shao, Although he is the chairman of Qin Hao Pharmaceutical Group, Qin Hao had not developed any other drugs that would warrant their connection. Qin Hao replied with a gentle smile. We met at a banquet. He is in Jiangnan City for some business and has taken the opportunity to visit me. There were certain matters that Qin Hao preferred to keep private, but all would be revealed on the 1st of next month. Zhang Yu nodded, recalling that he had also spoken with Shen Shao after returning home. And Shen Shao had mentioned his visit to Jiangnan City for business and to pay a visit to Qin Hao. Yet, Zhang Yu found Shen Shao's demeanor somewhat peculiar, though he could not pinpoint why. Approximately 10 minutes later, a knock echoed through the room. It must be Shen Shao, Zhang Yu said with a smile as he rose. Elder Zhang stood as well. Qin Hao approached the door, opening it to reveal a middle-aged man in a tailored suit, sporting glasses, and a warm smile. Professor Qin. It has been quite some time, Shen Shao said, his expression radiating excitement and warmth as he held out his left hand, carrying 2 transparent gift boxes containing ginseng. Qin Hao grasped his hand, smiling as he replied, Indeed, it has been a while. Please, come in and have a seat. I've prepared some da Hong Pao for us to enjoy together. Shen Shao paused, surprised. He had only tasted da Hong Pao once, and that had been through the generosity of another. Upon entering the room, they settled in. Shen Shao spotted Zhang Yu and embraced him, engaging in a brief exchange of pleasantries. Allow me to introduce, Qin Hao interjected with a smile, this is the esteemed President Zhang Chenggong of Qingbei University. Upon hearing this, Shen Shao warmly shook hands with the elderly Zhang, introducing himself, I am Shen Shao, chairman of Qin Hao Pharmaceutical Group. President Zhang chuckled. I learned about you from Zhang Yu yesterday. Please, let us sit and converse, Qin Hao suggested, prompting the group to take their seats. As they chatted and savored the tea, the viewers in the live stream were equally astonished, though not overwhelmingly surprised. Knowing that Qin Hao had conquered cancer and mingled with various state-owned enterprise chairmen, it seemed rather commonplace. I am truly impressed by Professor Qin's connections, one viewer remarked. Such is the advantage of the upper echelons of society, where one can forge relationships with influential figures, making future endeavors considerably more convenient. Professor Qin had indeed entered this elite circle through sheer merit. There was no cause for envy or jealousy if one possesses the capability. They can seamlessly integrate into even the highest tiers of society. Curiosity arose among the viewers, particularly regarding Lin Charan. Charan, which circle do you belong to? Surely you are part of the upper echelon. A comment floated by, suggesting that Lin Charan, a popular star with a fortune in the hundreds of millions, naturally associated with the affluent. Lin Charan, upon noticing the barrage of comments, gently shook her head and replied with a smile, actually, I wouldn't categorize myself strictly within the upper circle, rather, I occupy a sort of half-upper echelon. Despite being a star with a vast fan base and connections, she humbly acknowledged that she fell short when compared to the true magnates of the upper class. The viewers were taken aback by her admission. Lin Charan does not consider herself fully within the upper circle. Half. They pondered. Observing their confusion, she clarified with a smile. In the entertainment industry, I might be viewed as part of the upper echelons, however, within the upper business circles, I am merely average. With this explanation, the audience began to grasp her perspective, and they turned their focus back to the live stream. In the broadcast, the four continued to enjoy the da Hong Pao tea while engaging in light-hearted conversation. Shen Shao, intrigued, inquired of Zhang Yu, how did you come to know Professor Qin? Zhang Yu chuckled softly, like you, I met him at a banquet. He could not divulge the true circumstances, as he had yet to receive authorization from his superiors to share any details. Shen Shao nodded, then, with a playful smile, confessed, actually, when I spoke with you last night, I claimed that I met Professor Qin at a banquet. That was a fabrication. Zhang Yu raised an eyebrow, looking at Shen Shao in bemusement. Why would you deceive me? Shen Shao wore a mysterious grin. Because I signed a confidentiality agreement regarding Professor Qin. I cannot reveal a single word. However, Qin Hao's expression turned serious. Mr. Shen, until we receive approval from our superiors, revealing any information, whether overt or implied, is strictly prohibited. Shen Shao's mention of the confidentiality agreement could lead to wild speculation, and in truth, he had already breached its terms. This was indeed a grave matter. Upon hearing Qin Hao's voice and observing his grave demeanor, Shen Shao couldn't help but pause momentarily. What was happening? Why did Professor Qin appear to be completely unaware? Last night, shortly after 8, he had received a call from his superiors informing him that the confidentiality agreement signed years ago had expired. And he was now permitted to disclose the information. His superiors had no objections, so why was Professor Qin seemingly oblivious? Unless his superiors had yet to inform him. At that moment, Zhong Yu and Elder Jiang, upon hearing Shen Shao mention a confidentiality agreement and seeing Qin Hao's serious expression, were instantly flooded with countless thoughts. If Shen Shao had indeed signed a confidentiality agreement related to Professor Qin, it was significant. Shen Shao was the chairman of Qin Hao Pharmaceutical Group, which had developed numerous medications. In recent years, Qin Hao had produced groundbreaking drugs that had astonished the world. Among them was a vaccine to prevent the HIV virus and a cure for AIDS. The developers of other drugs had already gone public, yet the conqueror of AIDS had remained undisclosed. Could it be? As Elder Jiang and Zhong Yu contemplated this, their hearts trembled with a chilling realization. The individual who had overcome AIDS could not possibly be Qin Hao, could it? If this were true, Qin Hao would be nothing short of extraordinary. Having already conquered cancer, he would now have triumphed over AIDS as well. And most astonishingly, how old was Qin Hao? Merely 28 years. Achieving breakthroughs against cancer and developing an anti-intoxication capsule at such a young age was already immensely impressive. But if he had indeed conquered AIDS, was he even human? Was he not akin to a mythical deity? The two exchanged glances, looking at Qin Hao and then at Shen Shao. Though they were eager to know whether Qin Hao was indeed the one who had overcome AIDS, they understood that discovering information they were not meant to know could pose a significant problem for them. Shen Shao, still somewhat dazed, uncertainly turned to Qin Hao. Professor Qin, did you not receive any notification? Upon hearing this, Qin Hao furrowed his brow. Notification? He had indeed received a notification, but it bore little relevance to this matter. Noticing Qin Hao's reaction, Shen Shao realized that he had not yet been informed. However, that was inconsequential. What mattered was that he had received the notification. At this juncture, Shen Shao spoke up. Last night, the superior contacted me and informed me that you had conquered AIDS and that I was now free to disclose it. The confidentiality agreement I signed has now expired. Shen Shao's words struck like a thunderclap in the ears of Elder Jiang and Zhong Yu. What had they just heard? The conqueror of AIDS was indeed Qin Hao. At that moment, the live stream was ablaze with comments, as countless viewers were left in shock by Shen Shao's revelation. The truth that AIDS had been overcome by Qin Hao was beyond their wildest imaginations. Previously, they had only known that domestic researchers had triumphed over AIDS 3 years ago. Yet the identity of the conqueror had remained a mystery. Now they were confronted with the astonishing revelation that it was Qin Hao who had achieved this monumental breakthrough. AIDS, much like cancer, presents a formidable challenge to the world. However, cancer offers a glimmer of hope. Prior to its complete conquest, early and mid-stage cancer still held a chance of being cured, and even in late-stage cases, miraculous recoveries were not out of the question. AIDS, on the other hand, presents a starkly different scenario. The virus is primitive and simplistic, yet this very nature grants it the potential for limitless replication and mutation. Over the years, more than 200 AIDS vaccines have emerged, all of which ultimately failed in clinical trials. 3 years ago, a groundbreaking announcement emerged from the Dragon Kingdom. AIDS had been entirely vanquished. Initially, many expressed skepticism, believing that the eradication of AIDS was impossible. However, as time progressed, one by one, AIDS patients were miraculously cured, leading to a gradual dissipation of doubt. The revelation that Professor Qin was the mastermind behind this triumph was nothing short of astonishing. Could it be true? If Professor Qin had indeed conquered AIDS, his significance could not be overstated. He had already tackled cancer and developed a hangover remedy. Such a person is invaluable. Moreover, considering Professor Qin's relatively young age, one could speculate that he might unravel even more of the world's enigmas in the future. Inside the business vehicle, Lin Charen and Director Zhong were equally astounded. Was Professor Qin's prowess truly unparalleled? At that moment, Luo Qingxue was likewise struck by the magnitude of the news. AIDS, a global conundrum, had dominated media channels following the revelation of its defeat 3 years prior. Intrigued, she had delved into the history of AIDS, learning about its challenges and the arduous journey towards developing a vaccine and curative treatments. The realization of the immense difficulty in overcoming AIDS was more daunting than she had anticipated. Now, to learn that this formidable adversary had been conquered by her husband left her in a state of shock and bewilderment. Was her husband truly that extraordinary? Meanwhile, Director Zhong was busy conducting online research primarily focused on Qin Hao's identity. His findings revealed that Qin Hao was the chairman of Qin Hao Pharmaceutical Group. A brief investigation unveiled that the vaccines and curative drugs for AIDS were indeed being produced in large quantities by Qin Hao Pharmaceutical. The online images of Qin Hao matched perfectly with the individual seen in the live stream, providing concrete evidence that AIDS had genuinely been conquered by Qin Hao. With a tingle of disbelief, Director Zhong addressed the audience in the live stream, stating, "I have verified Qin Hao's credentials, he is indeed the chairman of Qin Hao Pharmaceutical. And the vaccines and medications for AIDS are produced there. This confirms that AIDS has truly been vanquished by Qin Hao." The viewers, many of whom had also conducted their own inquiries, came to the same conclusion, their astonishment palpable. They marveled at Qin Hao's extraordinary achievements, exclaiming their admiration for his unparalleled brilliance. "From today onward, I shall become an ardent admirer of Professor Qin. Whoever dares to utter a word against him shall find themselves pursued by my wrath. Such brilliance! I am truly in awe. Professor Qin is indeed a prodigious talent. And I implore that we must protect him at all costs." The viewers in the live stream continuously inundated the screen with fervent comments, each one becoming increasingly enthusiastic. In the live stream, Elder Jiang and Zhong were profoundly shaken, unable to quell their emotions. Elder Jiang trembled, seemingly overwhelmed with excitement. As he gazed at Qin Hao and stammered, "Professor Qin, I am in complete admiration." Previously, Elder Jiang held respect for Qin Hao and regarded his aspirations as noble. Now, however, he felt utterly conquered. Although he was the president of Qingbei University and had made certain contributions, they paled in comparison to Qin Hao's scientific achievements. He understood that even if he were granted another 50 years of life, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to accomplish what Qin Hao had. Meanwhile, Zhong Yu remained silent, yet his expression and eyes were infused with deep admiration. Beside them, Qin Hao observed their reactions and was taken aback. Was it truly to this extent? Though he too had been astonished upon learning that AIDS had been conquered by Qin Hao, his reaction was nowhere near that of Elder Jiang and Zhong Yu. Noticing their demeanor, Qin Hao felt a slight perspiration on his brow and urged, "Please, remain calm." Elder Jiang shook his head repeatedly, grasping Qin Hao's hands with trembling fingers, and said, "Professor Qin." Before he could finish, Qin Hao assisted him in sitting down while soothingly responding, "Elder Jiang, please do not become too agitated. It is not good for your health. While I have indeed conquered AIDS, it is not as remarkable as you imagine. I built upon the foundations laid by countless predecessors. To be frank, it is not solely my achievement, it is the result of years of research by innumerable scientists who amassed a wealth of data regarding AIDS. I merely stood on the shoulders of giants to complete the final step." Upon hearing this, Elder Jiang gently shook his head, saying, "Professor Qin, you are far too modest. While it is true that previous researchers gathered substantial information through numerous experiments, why were they unable to conquer AIDS? Why is it that only you have succeeded?" Qin Hao found himself at a loss for words. After a while of comforting him, the Elder Jiang's emotions gradually stabilized. The group then sipped tea and engaged in casual conversation. Zhong Yu, filled with curiosity, looked at Qin Hao and asked, "Professor, could you share your experiences in conquering AIDS?" Qin Hao surveyed the eager expressions on the faces of Zhong Yu and the others. He took a sip of his tea and began. "When I first embarked on this project, I delved into the relevant literature. However, a mere research could not replace first-hand observation. So I arranged for 10 AIDS patients to be brought in. Qin Hao continued, I have observed the viruses within their bodies, the replication speed of the HIV virus, as well as its mutation rate, has exceeded all expectations. Once the human immune system detects the virus, it must generate antigens to combat it. However, by the time it recognizes the virus, mutations have already occurred. Subsequently, the immune system becomes compromised, its response capacity dwindling, while the replication and mutation rates of the HIV virus remain rapid, ultimately leading to the collapse of the immune system." Elder Jiang, Zhong Yu, and Qin Hao listened intently. Qin Hao spoke slowly, as if engaging in casual conversation. He then remarked, in summary, we must enhance the human immune system, ensuring that its ability to recognize the HIV virus surpasses the virus's replication and mutation rates. This was the direction we pursued in developing the medication. The approach to vaccine development differs somewhat from that of drug creation. HIV mutates randomly without any discernible pattern, which made the vaccine development process exceedingly arduous. Elder Jiang and Zheng Yu gazed at Qin Hao with admiration. Although Qin Hao articulated this concept simply, the experimental procedures were undoubtedly complex. Professor Qin, Elder Jiang. Qin Hao waved his hand, exasperated. Let us not discuss this further, let us chat about something else. He felt a twinge of apprehension at Elder Jiang's frequent expressions of astonishment. In the live stream room, countless viewers sent messages discussing Qin Hao and HIV. Professor Qin is far too modest. It's hard to imagine someone who has conquered two major global diseases being so humble. If it were me, I would probably be insufferably boastful. I admire this Professor Qin. He appears humble and approachable, yet beneath that facade lies a profound sense of pride, which remains concealed most of the time. Indeed, those who are genuinely humble yet possess true strength often harbor acquired pride within them. If anyone were to suggest that Professor Qin is inferior to another in his field, I suspect that pride would swiftly surface. Incredible, my friend. By the way, with 70,000 people in our live stream, has anyone here contracted HIV? The direction of the live stream chatter shifted dramatically, with many inquiring if anyone had experienced HIV. At that moment, some began to share their stories. I had HIV, but it's not such a big deal. I have been cured now. It's a long story filled with tears. 10 years ago, I went out and met a very forward woman who was quite beautiful. At first, I thought I was lucky in love, only to discover later that her assertiveness was a form of social revenge. If it weren't for Professor Qin conquering HIV, my life would have been ruined. My experience is similar to the one above. I advise everyone to be cautious when out and about. If you are not particularly tall, handsome, or wealthy, and you encounter a woman who becomes overly forward shortly after meeting you, be very wary. Remember this. However, now that HIV can be treated, it's not as concerning. I contracted it from my boyfriend. He was the only person I was with. It was discovered during a routine health examination after he accused me of being unfaithful. I was devastated and considered ending my life, but thankfully, the news of HIV being conquered emerged the following year. I am immensely grateful to Professor Qin. He has given me a new lease on life. You all seem to be faring relatively well, but my situation is far graver. As I settled down at an internet CF, I felt a sharp prick, and upon rising, I discovered a bloodied syringe. With 70,000 viewers in the live stream, a sudden hush fell over the crowd as they watched those afflicted with AIDS share their harrowing tales through the comments. Once silence enveloped the narrative, the barrage of comments resumed. Those who perpetrated such deliberate cruelty deserve the harshest of penalties. The nature of their actions is utterly reprehensible. Years ago, I became aware that some individuals suffering from terminal illnesses may develop a warped psyche, seeking vengeance. One must exercise utmost caution in their presence. Thankfully, Professor Qin has triumphed over AIDS, allowing everyone to venture out without fear. Our gratitude goes to him. To those upstairs, were you perhaps under some delusion? Professor Qin's victory over AIDS does not imply that you should roam freely without concern. A salute to Professor Qin. A salute to Professor Qin. As a few individuals sent comments in tribute to Professor Qin, many others followed suit, echoing their admiration. In a luxury vehicle, Lin Charen could not help but exclaim, "Qinshue, your husband is truly remarkable." Luo Qinshue remained silent. Indeed, her husband is exceptional. She often wondered how Qin Hao's mind works, at merely 28 years of age. He has conquered two major global diseases and devised a hangover remedy. In contrast, at 28, her own career lacks significant achievements. Earning just over 10,000 a month, a decent income in Jiangnan City, yet when compared to her husband, it pales in comparison. At this moment, within the live stream, Elder Jiang's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and his expression grew serious. Stepping aside, he answered the call. Director Zhang, came the voice on the other end. Principal Jiang, the confidentiality agreement you signed 4 years ago has now expired. Elder Jiang was momentarily taken aback before responding, understood. After a brief exchange, he hung up. Not 10 seconds later, Zhang Yu's phone also rang. Upon seeing the caller, his expression mirrored that of Elder Jiang's, and he too stepped aside to take the call. Elder Jiang glanced at Zhong Yu, surmising that it was indeed Director Zhong calling him. 2 minutes later, Zhong Yu ended the call. He and Elder Jiang exchanged glances, inquiring about the contents of Director Zhang's call. Elder Jiang nodded, realizing that Zhong Yu's confidentiality agreement had also reached its conclusion. This meant they could disclose Qin Hao's accomplishments in conquering cancer to Shao. At that moment, Qin Hao's phone rang as well. Noticing the caller ID, he rose and stepped aside to answer. Directly, he greeted. Professor Qin, the matters regarding your triumphs over cancer and AIDS can be made public now. Directly stated directly. Qin Hao furrowed his brow. Are we to announce these 2 achievements to the public immediately? Directly replied. It will be officially disclosed to the media when we reach number 101. After exchanging a few more words, Qin Hao returned to his seat. At this moment, Elder Jiang turned to Qin Hao and remarked, I just received a call from a superior informing me that the matter of your triumph over cancer can now be disclosed. The confidentiality agreement I signed with Zhong Yu years ago is no longer necessary. Beside them, Shao's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at Elder Jiang. Professor Qin has conquered cancer. Elder Jiang chuckled softly and replied to Shao. I was already aware of Professor Qin's achievements concerning cancer, thanks to Zhong Yu. As for you, had you not come today, I might still be oblivious to the fact that AIDS has also been overcome by Professor Qin. Upon hearing this, Shao reflected on Elder Jiang and Zhong Yu's earlier reactions upon learning about Qin Hao's success with AIDS, which had seemed somewhat exaggerated at the time. Yet now, with the revelation that cancer, too, had been vanquished by Professor Qin, he finally comprehended the gravity of their prior responses. Professor Qin, Shao turned to Qin Hao, his mind racing. You are merely 28 years old, yet you have tackled 2 monumental challenges facing the world. Sensing that Shao was about to react similarly to Elder Jiang, Qin Hao quickly interjected, calm down, Shao. Let's discuss something else, perhaps enjoy some tea. The others, intent on speaking, paused at Qin Hao's suggestion and took a few sips of tea instead. After a while, Elder Jiang looked at Qin Hao with curiosity and asked, now that your victories over cancer and AIDS no longer require secrecy, when do you plan to reveal this to your wife? Qin Hao pondered before responding. I will tell her next month. If I inform Luo Qingxue now, I will need to provide various forms of proof, otherwise she will likely think I am joking, which would be quite troublesome. Moreover, there is no urgency. On the 1st of next month, Luo Qingxue will know everything. There is no need to rush. Glancing at the time, Qin Hao added, if you all continue your conversation, I will go to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Professor Qin, appreciate your help. Shao said somewhat sheepishly. Qin Hao smiled lightly. What trouble is there? It is a normal requirement for everyone to eat daily. With that, Qin Hao headed to the kitchen to begin his preparations. Meanwhile, the audience in the live streaming room began to chatter, having just witnessed Elder Jiang, Zhong Yu, and Qin Hao receiving calls and discussing confidentiality agreements. They gradually realized that, prior to this, Qin Hao's identity had been shrouded in secrecy. Director, it seems you've encountered a significant issue. The reason Professor Qin did not inform Qingxue about his conquest over cancer and AIDS is likely due to the confidentiality agreement he signed, which led to his concealment of the truth from her. The entire process was live-streamed, with Professor Qin present. Indeed, the production team had stumbled into serious trouble. While one might argue ignorance is bliss, the fact that the live streaming of Professor Qin was conducted with Qingxue's consent should have mitigated the situation. Yet, the emergence of prominent figures in the stream and the airing of sensitive discussions only exacerbated matters. What kind of sentence will the director face for this? The audience speculated, their discourse igniting a wave of anxiety that rendered Director Zhang's face pale. Nearby, Lin Charen, upon seeing the comments, instantly recognized the severity of the situation. Her face, too, turned slightly pale within moments, reflecting her own sense of unease. Didn't we just agree that my husband's triumph over cancer and AIDS need not be kept confidential? Surely there should be no issues, right? Luo Qingxue, upon seeing Director Zhang, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her while Lin Charen was startled, prompting her to offer a word of comfort, though she too harbored some uncertainty within. I stepped out for a smoke. Director Zhang's face was ashen after exiting the vehicle. He lit a cigarette to calm his nerves before dialing the investor. As before, the investor picked up the call instantaneously. Director Zhang's voice trembled as he said, "Mr. Su, have you been following the live stream?" On the other end, Mr. Su responded in a calm tone, "I have been monitoring the live stream, there is nothing to worry about. The matters regarding Professor Qin's breakthroughs in cancer and AIDS were previously confidential, but the live stream just announced that the confidentiality agreement has expired. As for everything else, I will handle it." Director Zhang felt an unsettling doubt creep in as he hesitantly asked, "Is everything truly all right? We have broadcasted the president of Qingbei University and 2 chairmen of state-owned enterprises." Mr. Su's tone remained composed as he replied, "I will take care of this matter, you focus on your responsibilities. I have been keeping a close watch on the live stream." Despite this assurance, Director Zhang's unease lingered. The investor repeatedly claimed he would resolve the situation, yet what if he couldn't? As the program's director, should anything go awry, his career would surely be jeopardized. Through gritted teeth, Director Zhang implored Mr. Su to please provide me with some reassurance. He initially intended to express his desire to resign, but he had signed a contract with the investor, and halting the program would require both his and the investor's consent. Otherwise, it would constitute a breach of contract. And the penalties were severe. He refrained from articulating his intent to quit directly. After a minute of silence, Mr. Su finally responded, "This matter has been sanctioned by our superiors. They wish to elevate Professor Qin's profile through the live stream format." Taken aback, Director Zhang felt a wave of relief wash over him. It appeared that this was officially sanctioned. His mind raced with possibilities. Professor Qin had conquered cancer and AIDS, information that had previously been withheld. While the news could indeed be disseminated through traditional media, revealing it through a live broadcast offered a more profound impact on the audience. Director Zhang exclaimed, "Mr. Su, I understand now." Mr. Su cautioned, "Do not make this information public. I share this with you because the superiors have just granted their approval. They have their own considerations, and we must comply." Upon hearing this, Director Zhang's spirits lifted. Mr. Su had only disclosed this after receiving the green light from higher authorities, implying that those in charge were nearby. "I assure you, I will not disclose this to anyone. I will perform my duties diligently," he promised. After a brief conversation, Director Zhang ended the call, exhaling deeply, feeling an unprecedented sense of relief as his prior worries dissipated entirely. Once back in the car, Lin Charen looked at Director Zhang with concern, pondering whether anything was amiss. Zhang, noticing her worry, smiled gently and reassured her, "I just spoke with the investor, Mr. Su said everything is fine. If Professor Qin's identity could not be revealed, we would be in trouble, but since the breakthroughs no longer require confidentiality, we shall be safe." Upon hearing this, Lin Charan felt a slight sense of relief. Otherwise, if anything were to go awry, she, as a guest of the program, would also face dire consequences. Beside her, Luo Qingxue seemed poised to speak but struggled to find the right words. Her participation in the show was motivated by the promise of 100,000 yuan, which, when combined with her savings alongside Qin Hao, would enable her to purchase a marital home for their future child. The recent live broadcasts had taken her by surprise. If it were merely her husband being featured, she might have been able to explain it to Qin Hao, who understood her reasons for joining the program. However, as the days passed, her husband received visits from increasingly prominent individuals. Initially, Director Zhang had assured them that should any unexpected occurrences arise during the live broadcast, such as guests visiting Qin Hao, the program would offer a personal apology and compensation afterwards. Yet now, the matter transcended mere compensation. Each visitor to Qin Hao seemed to carry significant weight. And would they even accept any form of recompense? Perhaps, out of regard for her husband, they might overlook it, but this uncertainty gnawed at her. She contemplated discontinuing the live broadcast, yet she had signed an agreement with the production team upon joining the program. If she were to unilaterally cease the live stream, she would incur a hefty penalty. Noticing that Luo Qingxue had something to say but hesitated, Director Zhang inquired, "Qingxue, please feel free to express your thoughts." After a moment of contemplation, she turned to Director Zhang and asked, "What if, after the program concludes, the visitors to my husband refuse the compensation offered by the production team?" Director Zhang chuckled lightly, reassuring her, "Rest assured, this matter will be resolved appropriately. If I lacked confidence, I would not undertake such a program." The compensation will be ample. We will ensure that the parties involved are satisfied. Aware that the program had received approval from higher authorities and understanding their intentions, he recognized that discontinuation was not an option. He needed to reassure Luo Qingxue, as her inclination to halt the program was becoming evident. Director Zhang continued to consider this. Your husband has triumphed over cancer and AIDS, previously remaining in obscurity. Would you wish for him to remain unknown? Surely you desire the world to acknowledge that it is your husband who has conquered both AIDS and cancer. He added, I believe this achievement should be widely recognized, as the entire world must know. It is only just that we honor the diligent efforts of researchers who have made monumental contributions to humanity. The countless viewers in the live stream, upon hearing Director Zhang's words, were swiftly swept up by this fervor. Indeed, Qin Hao had solved two of the world's most formidable challenges, significantly benefiting human society. To allow such an individual to remain in obscurity was truly disheartening. Qingxue, the director, is right. Professor Qin's name and his immense contributions to humanity deserve to be known by all. Please do not unilaterally terminate the program. I want to see Professor Qin every day. The pleas from numerous viewers resonated in Luo Qingxue's heart, softening her resolve. She feels a sense of remorse that her husband, despite making such significant contributions, remains unrecognized and obscure. Perhaps the previous decision to keep her husband's identity confidential stemmed from other considerations, but now that his identity no longer requires secrecy, it would be beneficial for her to enhance his visibility through the program. Luo Qingxue nodded lightly. The viewers in the live stream, upon witnessing her agreement, collectively sighed in relief. The thought of not being able to see Professor Qin again made them uneasy. Director Zhang, noticing Luo Qingxue's consent, also felt a wave of relief wash over him. At that moment, his phone chimed with a WeChat notification. Checking it, he discovered a message from the investor, Mr. Su. The message revealed that the program had initially agreed to pay Luo Qingxue 100,000 yuan, but now Mr. Su proposed to elevate that sum to 10 million. With the payment being presented in the name of the program, Zhang understood that Mr. Su was keen to curry favor with Luo Qingxue, which in turn would mean ingratiating himself with Qin Hao. Zhang's mind raced, then he quickly replied to Mr. Su, suggesting a split. He would contribute 5 million, and Mr. Su would match it. Mr. Su agreed. After putting away his phone, a smile spread across Zhang's face. He, too, desired to cultivate a good relationship with Luo Qingxue. Turning to her, he cheerfully announced, Qingxue, the investor just sent a message. Given the unexpected popularity of the program, we felt that the initial agreement to provide you with 100,000 yuan was insufficient. We have decided to raise it to 10 million. Luo Qingxue, upon hearing this, felt no stir of emotion. Perhaps it was because she had recently learned of her husband's remarkable capabilities and apparent wealth. The news of the program's offer did not resonate with her. Observing her lack of reaction, Zhang hastily added, Please, do not refuse. We are merely adhering to the terms of the contract, which stipulates that if the program achieves a certain level of popularity, the compensation will be adjusted accordingly. This clause had indeed been included in the original contract to prevent dissatisfaction should the program become a hit, ensuring that the participants would not feel slighted with a mere 100,000 yuan. Luo Qingxue nodded, conceding, all right. At this moment, her concern about money seemed to have diminished. Her primary focus was on ensuring her husband would no longer remain in the shadows. Director Zhang, relieved, finally exhaled deeply. The viewers in the live stream, having overheard the conversation between Zhang and Luo Qingxue, began to flood the chat with comments. Finally, it makes sense. 100,000 was far too little for such a popular program. Raising it to 10 million is much more appropriate. Haha, the director is quite astute. If they had only offered 100,000, the 70,000 viewers in this live stream would have torn the production team apart. Doesn't it feel like the director is trying to build a rapport and get closer to Qingxue? Director Zhang directly disregarded this barrage of comments. Although he indeed wished to cultivate a closer relationship with Luo Qingxue, it was implausible for him to offer her mere 100,000 yuan. Especially considering the immense popularity of the show, even without Qin Hao's esteemed identity. However, he would not part with an excessive sum either. As time passed, the audience engaged in discussions while watching, and by 11:30 in the morning, Qin Hao had prepared the meal. Elder Jiang and the others hurried over to serve the dishes and fill their bowls. Soon, they all took a seat, enjoying their meal while engaging in light conversation. At that moment, Zheng Yu turned to Qin Hao and posed a question that had been on his mind. Professor Qin, when you took on the AIDS project, did you first develop the medication or the vaccine? Zheng Yu, curious, noted that typically, if a cure for AIDS had been successfully developed, there would be no further need for a vaccine. Elder Zheng also looked toward Qin Hao, intrigued. Meanwhile, Qin Hao, aware of the circumstances, chose to remain silent, wanting Qin Hao to elaborate himself. Qin Hao chuckled lightly, explaining, we first developed the medication, followed by the vaccine. Logically, if a medication to cure AIDS were achieved, the vaccine would no longer be necessary. My intention to develop the vaccine was partly to embrace the challenge and on the other hand to increase potential profits. To increase profits. Elder Jiang and Zheng Yu appeared puzzled, thinking that a successful medication for AIDS would undoubtedly yield substantial financial returns. Qin Hao interjected with a smile. Consider the circumstances when the AIDS medication and vaccine were launched. At that time, the difficulty in mass producing the medication was cited as the reason it was initially supplied only domestically, while the vaccine could be produced on a large scale and was made available worldwide fast. Upon hearing this, the elder Jiang and Zheng Yu exchanged looks of realization. The news of the successful development of the AIDS medication and vaccine had been announced on the same day. For a period following the announcement, skepticism reigned globally, with many asserting that neither the medication nor the vaccine could possibly be developed, then some even accused the medication of being a mere money-making scheme. Subsequently, Qin Hao Pharmaceutical issued a statement claiming that the AIDS medication could not be mass-produced, and for the next decade it would only be available domestically, with no timeline for international distribution. Upon learning of this announcement, the global populace expressed disdain, dismissing the medication as ineffective and declaring they would cast it aside like refuse, even if offered for free. However, as instances of AIDS patients being cured began to emerge, the naysayers gradually fell silent. From that pivotal moment, there was a resounding demand worldwide for Qin Hao Pharmaceutical to mass-produce the AIDS medication. In response, Qin Hao Pharmaceutical released another announcement stating that certain components of the medication were difficult to extract, making large-scale production unfeasible, yet the AIDS vaccine could indeed be produced in abundance. Though the world was skeptical about the medication's mass production, they found themselves with no alternative but to seek the vaccine. Yet, the uncertainty loomed over the vaccine's efficacy, prompting many to voice their doubts. In response, Qin Hao Pharmaceutical generously provided a batch of vaccines free of charge to countries around the globe. The distribution was limited, with each country receiving a maximum of 1,000 doses of the vaccine. Upon obtaining the vaccine, nations worldwide immediately conducted trials, and the ultimate conclusion was that the vaccine was effective. Indeed, it was found to be 100% effective. In an instant, countries across the globe were in a frenzy, eager to procure the AIDS vaccine produced by Westlake Pharmaceuticals. Observing this, Westlake Pharmaceuticals publicly announced the price of the AIDS vaccine, 1,000 yuan per dose. Upon learning of the vaccine's steep cost, reactions varied. Some found the price acceptable, while others deemed it exorbitant. Additionally, there were those who could not bear to see the state-owned enterprise, Westlake Pharmaceuticals, profiting from them, and thus they sought to research the obtained vaccine in hopes of replicating a counterfeit version. However, their attempts at imitation resulted in utter failure. With no other recourse, they had to concede, and subsequently, a massive procurement of the AIDS vaccine ensued. Elder Jiang and Zheng Yu reminisced about the events of years past, feeling a sense of vindication. Let them doubt. Let them question. Let them utter their discontent. In the end, did they not still have to procure our vaccine? At that moment, the audience in the live stream recalled the incidents from a few years ago. How well done. The memories brought immense satisfaction. Hey, I remember engaging in heated debates with those individuals who labeled our vaccine as trash. I argued with them for nearly a month. I am quite impressed with my own persistence. Those times were indeed exhilarating. Westlake Pharmaceuticals likely made a substantial profit from the AIDS vaccine. I recall that later the AIDS vaccine was provided for free domestically, which drove people worldwide nearly to the brink of frustration. Indeed, this aspect of domestic operations was commendable. 5 billion doses, all free. In the business vehicle, Lin Charen and Director Zhong were equally exhilarated, both having experienced the events of years prior. At the outset, The situation was infuriating. The world was skeptical about the efficacy of vaccines and medications. As a result, citizens received the vaccine free of charge, while those abroad wishing to receive the AIDS vaccine had to pay 1,000 yuan per dose. At this point, Luo Qing's nose chuckled. She too had been invested in the events of years ago. Now, knowing that her husband was the one who conquered the AIDS vaccine and medication, her emotions were beyond words, simply elated. In the live stream, Elder Jiang and Zhong Yu simultaneously gave a thumbs up to Qin Hao, smiling as they remarked on the commendable execution of the affair. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao lightly shook his head with a smile, glancing at Qin Hao before addressing Elder Jiang and Zhong Yu, stating that the true decision-maker in this matter was Professor Qin. Both Elder Jiang and Zhong Yu were momentarily taken aback. Did Qin Hao directly intervene in this matter? Qin Hao then explained that he is discontent with their actions, coupled with the fact that overseas pharmaceutical companies charged exorbitantly for their medications in the domestic market, prompted him to set the vaccine price at 1,000 yuan per dose. That is indeed a well-set price, Elder Jiang and Zhong Yu concurred. Reflecting on the past, when overseas pharmaceutical companies sold medications in the domestic market at prices soaring into the tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, their hearts burned with indignation. Had it not been for the absence of alternative medications in the past, they would never have acquiesced to the prices set by those companies. Zhong Yu, curious, inquired about the cost of producing the AIDS vaccine. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao smiled broadly and extended 3 fingers towards Zhong Yu. Observing this, Zhong Yu speculated, 30. Qin Hao nodded, his smile widening as he elaborated, the cost is 30, with a profit of 970 yuan. So much? Elder Jiang exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Qin Hao, realizing that the cost of a vaccine is merely 30 yuan, while the pure profit amounts to 970 yuan. What a fortune. Zhong Yu remained relatively composed. As the chairman of Dongzhou Pharmaceuticals, he had a general understanding of the costs associated with many medications. The audience in the live stream, upon hearing Qin Hao's remarks, could not contain their shock, exclaiming in disbelief, incredible. The profit margins are astronomical. Moreover, excluding the Dragon Nation, there are still billions of people worldwide. Even if only 1/5 of them were to receive the AIDS vaccine, Westlake Pharmaceuticals would reap immense profits. Truly remarkable. Shandong is indeed impressive. Yet, no one surpasses Professor Qin in brilliance. Professor Qin remains formidable. Among the 70,000 viewers in the live stream, not all were citizens of the Dragon Nation, there were individuals from other countries as well. Upon hearing the discussions among Qin Hao and his companions, their expressions soured, and anger simmered within them. The cost of a vaccine is only 30 yuan, yet it is sold for 1,000 yuan. With the AIDS vaccine, Westlake Pharmaceuticals has struck gold. Moreover, Westlake Pharmaceuticals is a state-owned enterprise. This realization weighed heavily on their hearts. Among the 70,000 viewers, a portion felt even more distressed. They were once citizens of the Dragon Nation but later immigrated to developed Western countries. Some had emigrated decades ago, believing that life would be better in the West where conditions appeared favorable. They felt disillusioned with their homeland, thinking it inadequate. Initially, upon leaving, they felt a sense of pride, believing themselves superior. After many years abroad, although they had seen news of the Dragon Nation's progress, they lacked a tangible sense of its reality. Recently, they returned to the Dragon Nation, curious to see if it had indeed advanced as reported. However, upon arrival, they were profoundly shocked. Was this the same Dragon Nation from 20 years ago? Witnessing the homeland they had abandoned thriving so well, they felt a deep sense of discomfort, akin to having discarded a partner only to discover, years later, that they had fared better. This sentiment was quite unsettling. What was most infuriating was that their lives abroad were not as splendid as they had envisioned. A few among them regretted their decisions. Yet they knew that there was no remedy for regret. They could no longer obtain identification from the Dragon Nation. To it, they were foreigners. In the countries where they had settled, they were also not fully accepted, often regarded as outsiders by the locals. At that moment, on the live stream, Qin Hao and his companions chatted animatedly while enjoying their meal, their excitement escalating with each exchange. Qin Hao, somewhat loquacious and having consumed a bit of liquor, became the life of the conversation as the topics flowed freely. At this moment, Qin Hao chuckled and remarked, "A few days ago, I reviewed the statistical data. And it appears that 30 billion doses of the AIDS vaccine have been sold. I believe sales have nearly reached their peak as the market is limited. There remain individuals reluctant to invest in the vaccine. After discussions with the company's executives, we have decided to cease the sale of the AIDS vaccine and instead prepare to market AIDS medications overseas. Zhang Yu, intrigued, inquired. How do you plan to sell the AIDS medications? Qin Hao smiled lightly, raising a finger towards Zhang Yu and Elder Jiang. Zhang Yu raised an eyebrow in speculation. 1,000? Qin Hao nodded with a grin. One box costs 10,000. To cure AIDS, 3 boxes of medication are required. Elder Jiang pondered for a moment before asking Qin Hao, given that so many people abroad have already received the AIDS vaccine, there probably won't be a significant demand for the medications. Qin Hao acknowledged, indeed, the demand won't be overwhelming, yet the number of AIDS cases abroad is substantial, and consequently, the number of purchasers will be considerable. Curious, Zhang Yu asked, what is the cost of 1 box of medication? Qin Hao responded with a light laugh. The cost of 1 box is not exorbitant, it amounts to 530 yuan. Upon hearing this, Elder Jiang and Zhang Yu were momentarily taken aback. Realizing that with a cost of 530 and a selling price of 10,000, the profit margin exceeds 9,000. Observing their expressions, Qin Hao smiled softly and remarked, those overseas pharmaceutical companies sell us drugs at even higher profits, we are merely charging 10,000 per box, which is quite reasonable. He added, Professor Qin also participated in the pricing of the medication. At this point, Qin Hao chuckled lightly, noting that he had the final say in the pricing of the AIDS medications. Although the selling price is steep, it is justified since the drugs provided by foreign companies are similarly expensive. He may be a researcher, a scientist, and while some argue that science should transcend borders, he concurs with the notion that while science knows no boundaries, scientists do. He is a scientist, and more importantly, a scientist from Longwo. At this juncture, the audience in the live stream reacted to the pricing of the AIDS medications, noting that Professor Qin was involved throughout the process. They began to flood the screen with comments. The pricing is quite appropriate, 10,000 per box, totaling 30,000 to cure 1 AIDS patient, seems somewhat acceptable. If the price was set too high, some individuals would be unable to afford it. If it were me, I would set the price at 100,000 per box. One recalled an incident from a few years prior when an overseas pharmaceutical company sold a medication costing only 200 yuan for over 70,000. They merely exploit the fact that their medication is unique. They monopolize the market and take advantage of us. We should respond in kind. Among the 70,000 viewers in the live stream, a minority of overseas individuals expressed their outrage at the low cost of the AIDS medications juxtaposed to the high selling price, igniting a barrage of comments. The cost is so low. The selling price is exorbitant. Scientists have conquered diseases, the medications they produce should be affordable and accessible. Yes, I concur. The medications should be priced around 600 yuan per box. Many who encountered these dissenting voices clicked on their profiles, discovering they were indeed overseas individuals. They began to respond with fervor. Science knows no borders. But scientists do. Professor Qin is from Longwo. Given that it was Professor Qin who conquered AIDS, he has already made a significant contribution to human society. What is wrong with charging 10,000 per box? Why not consider how overseas pharmaceutical companies sell medications that cost merely 200 yuan at exorbitant prices? What of selling a box for 11,000? Infuriating, indeed. In the business vehicle, upon witnessing this scene, Director Zhang promptly blocked the overseas individuals' accounts and expelled them from the live stream, stating, they have been blacklisted and removed from the session. The audience, upon hearing this, expressed their discontent. Why were they kicked out? Let us berate them first, vent our frustrations, and then expel them to truly vex them. I haven't had my fill of scolding yet, Director, this is rather unfair, don't you think? We should at least wait until we've had our say. These individuals, who advocate for lowering drug prices, would, if they had access to miraculous medicines, set exorbitant prices without hesitation. Such individuals deserve a thorough reprimanding. Director Zhang, feeling a bit of sweat on his brow, refrained from speaking. Meanwhile, in the live stream, Qin Hao and the others engaged in a lively conversation while enjoying their meal and consuming a fair amount of alcohol. Come, let us drink this toast, Elder Jiang proclaimed, raising a full glass of white liquor. Zhong Yu also lifted his glass filled to the brim. Qin Hao's cup was equally full. Upon seeing Qin Hao and his companions ready to down their full glasses, Xianxiao was momentarily taken aback. No, wait. White liquor is potent, drink less. Elder Jiang and his companions exchanged glances, intending to tease Xianxiao. Qin Hao set his glass down momentarily and suggested, "Why not drink by the bottle instead of by the glass?" "Sounds good." Elder Jiang responded with a hearty laugh. "I plan to consume 5 bottles of white liquor." Zhong Yu also chuckled in delight. Xianxiao, upon hearing this, felt incredulous. Are they boasting? Have they had too much to drink? Is it true that Professor Qin can get carried away when inebriated? Drinking by the bottle. White liquor, no less. To Xianxiao's astonishment, Qin Hao indeed fetched 4 bottles of white liquor. Xianxiao's complexion paled in fright, yet a part of him remained skeptical. How could they truly drink by the bottle? This was white liquor. Especially since he had previously partaken in drinks with Zhong Yu and understood his capacity should they engage in such a challenge. Zhong Yu might end up in the hospital or worse. Moreover, they had already consumed over a cup of white liquor. Qin Hao, Elder Jiang, and Zhong Yu each held a bottle of white liquor, removing the caps while directing their gaze toward the motionless Xianxiao. Zhong Yu raised an eyebrow, questioning, "Why aren't you opening your bottle?" Xianxiao, seeing Zhong Yu appear quite serious, felt uncertain. Were they genuinely intending to drink this way? Or merely trying to frighten him? Alright then, if it's drinking by the bottle, so be it, he conceded, removing the cap from his own bottle. "Cheers!" Qin Hao exclaimed with a smile. "Cheers!" Elder Jiang and Zhong Yu echoed, laughing as they commenced their bottle drinking. This spectacle left Xianxiao utterly astounded. They were genuinely drinking by the bottle. How utterly audacious. This was white liquor, after all. Overindulgence could lead to perilous consequences. The viewers of the live stream, witnessing Xianxiao's astonished expression, couldn't help but laugh. This is hilarious. Professors Qin and Elder Jiang, along with Director Zhong, have joined forces to intimidate Director Xiang. Haha, Director Xiang is blissfully unaware that Professor Qin has developed a hangover remedy capsule. His frightened expression is quite endearing. Remarkable. It appears that Professor Qin enjoys a bit of fright, contrary to my previous impression that researchers are invariably serious individuals. Inside the business vehicle, Lin Charan cast a playful glance at Luo Qingxue and remarked, "Your husband is quite amusing." Luo Qingxue chuckled softly, her gaze fixed on Qin Hao in the live stream. In the live stream, within a mere minute, Qin Hao and his companions had each downed a bottle of white liquor. Upon setting the bottles down, they turned their attention to Xianxiao. With a slight sheen of sweat, Xianxiao stammered, "If I consume this bottle of white liquor, especially at such a hurried pace, I might very well end up in the hospital." Zhong Yu responded with a light-hearted laugh, "I'll call 120 for you. Shouldn't you be discouraging drinking?" Qin Hao observed Xianxiao's discomfort and chuckled, "Go on, it's the perfect opportunity to test the sobriety capsules I developed." Sobriety capsules. Xianxiao was momentarily bewildered. The name suggested a remedy for rapid intoxication. He glanced at Elder Jiang and Zhong Yu, who appeared unfazed, clearly aware of the existence of these capsules and their efficacy. No wonder they remained so composed. No wonder they dared to drink so freely. Xianxiao felt a stir of intrigue. Professor Qin had indeed created such an impressive remedy. He was eager to experience its effects. With determination, Xianxiao tilted his head back and gulped down the liquor. Observing this, Qin Hao smiled lightly before retreating to fetch 4 sobriety capsules, distributing 1 to each person. Take the capsules when the effects of the alcohol kick in. To truly assess their efficacy, Qin Hao advised Xianxiao. Xianxiao nodded in agreement. After 5 minutes, the effects of the alcohol surged, accompanied by a pressing urge to act swiftly. The longer they delayed, the more precarious the situation became. The quartet promptly ingested a sobriety capsule. 10 minutes later, as the alcohol's effects intensified, they felt no alleviation. Yet, from the 10th minute onward, the effects of the capsules began to manifest within their bodies. Another 20 minutes passed, and Xianxiao stared in astonishment at Qin Hao. "Professor, this remedy is astonishingly effective." Qin Hao chuckled softly, "After taking this medication, It can neutralize the alcohol in your system within 30 minutes, completely eradicating it within 40. Upon hearing this, Xiongxia was profoundly impressed. Although Professor Qin was relatively young, his achievements were nothing short of astonishing, conquering cancer, tackling AIDS, and developing sobriety capsules. If these capsules were to be marketed, their sales would undoubtedly soar, boasting enduring efficacy. The viewers in the live stream bore witness to the remarkable prowess of the sobriety capsules, expressing their awe and eager anticipation for their swift release into the market. With this remedy, I need not fear alcohol, one remarked. In the nightlife industry, the ability to drink is paramount. The more one drinks, the more one earns. If this remedy becomes available, my income could significantly increase. Yet, even upon release, it might take a year or two. In the office of the Night Patrol Bureau in Jiangnan City, Wang Zhigua was watching the live stream. Since the higher-ups had instructed him to visit Qin Hao and make an appearance in the live stream to boost Qin Hao's popularity. He initially thought the intent was to publicly announce Qin Hao's groundbreaking work in overcoming cancer. Unexpectedly, over the past few days of watching the live broadcast, it became evident that Qin Hao not only conquered cancer but also triumphed over AIDS, having developed a remarkable hangover capsule as well. The magnitude of Qin Hao's achievements left him profoundly astonished. He realized why the exploration of his other half's program was merely in its infancy, as those in higher authority were promptly informed of the developments. Such an individual, who has vanquished both cancer and AIDS, would invariably be under constant protection. The higher-ups had been monitoring Qin Hao's situation closely, and he harbored no doubts that plainclothes security surrounded him at all times. Even Luo Qingxue, along with Qin Hao's child and closest kin, were perpetually safeguarded. Wang Zhigua sighed, recalling the confidentiality agreement he had signed years ago, during which the higher-ups had disclosed to him that cancer had been overcome by Qin Hao. This information was shared because Qin Hao was to reside long-term in Jiangnan City. And at that time, he had been assigned a task to address any matters concerning Qin Hao, regardless of their significance. It was no wonder the higher authorities placed such importance on Qin Hao. Wang Zhigua murmured to himself, his gaze resting on the live stream. At that moment, in the broadcast, Qin Hao and his companions were engaged in casual conversation, which continued until 3 in the afternoon. Aware that it was time for Qin Hao to pick up his child from kindergarten, Elder Jiang smiled at him, noting, "You need to fetch your child shortly. We shall take our leave as well." Qin Hao replied with a light laugh, "Today, the child is staying with her grandparents, so there is no rush." Elder Jiang and the others nodded, resuming their light-hearted chatter. By 5 in the afternoon, Elder Jiang and his companions decided it was time to depart, as Luo Qingxue would soon finish work. Before leaving, Elder Jiang turned to Qin Hao and inquired, "What are your plans for tomorrow?" Qin Hao responded, "My wife has the day off, so I shall accompany her to her father's house." Elder Jiang nodded, initially wishing to prolong their time together. But understanding Qin Hao had other commitments, he acquiesced. The three then bid their farewells and departed. The house fell into a serene silence. Qin Hao contemplated preparing a delightful meal for his wife upon her return, intending to treat her to something special. He promptly made his way to the kitchen, determined to prepare 3 dishes before Luo Qingxue arrived home. By 5:30, he had successfully crafted the 3 dishes and sent a message to Luo Qingxue, "I ordered takeout from that place, just heat the dishes up, and we can dine as soon as you arrive." Meanwhile, in the business vehicle, Luo Qingxue received Qin Hao's text, and an inexplicable pang of concern washed over her. Since learning that Qin Hao had overcome both cancer and AIDS, especially the latter, which required exposure to the virus, she felt a deep apprehension. The thought of her husband coming into contact with the AIDS virus was alarming, as any accidental infection could have dire consequences. In the past, discussions surrounding AIDS were fraught with fear, yet her husband had bravely faced the peril of extensive research on the virus. Luo Qingxue read the message and quickly replied, "I understand, I'm heading back now." Qin Hao instantly responded, "Take your time driving." Luo Qingxue acknowledged with a soft okay and, putting her phone away, informed Lin Charan and Director Zhong, "Once I arrive home, let us end the broadcast." Naturally, neither Director Zhong nor Lin Charan objected. The audience in the live broadcast room reacted surprisingly positively to Luo Qingxue's words, showing their support instead of dissent. "Qingxue, take good care of Professor Qin," they encouraged. "Haha. How should I care for him?" Luo Qingxue glanced at the barrage of comments, disregarding them entirely. After a moment, feeling the time was right, she decided to return. After bidding farewell to Lin Charan and director Zhong, she exited the vehicle. Before long, Luo Qingxue arrived home. The first thing she did was press the mute button to end the live stream. Darling, Luo Qingxue approached Qin Hao, gently wrapping her arms around his neck. Qin Hao instinctively embraced her slender waist. With a soft peck near his lips, she whispered, Qin Hao. Gradually leaning in, Qin Hao reciprocated, and they shared a kiss. After a few minutes, Qin Hao gazed at her and softly inquired, shall we eat? Luo Qingxue looked at him and asked, what about after dinner? Qin Hao reminisced about their first date during their courtship, feeling a hint of shyness, as well as the nervousness of their first hand-holding. Beneath the tension lay a profound joy, creating a beautiful sensation. At that time, he was experiencing love for the first time. Both he and Luo Qingxue were each other's first loves, filled with curiosity about one another. His greatest interest then was to explore and understand Luo Qingxue. Even after marriage, he continued to enjoy discovering more about his partner, and gradually, they both grew more relaxed, shedding the initial awkwardness. Reflecting on those early days and observing the present-day Luo Qingxue, he noted the stark contrast. After dinner, it's up to you, he said softly. Confident in his physical condition, finding it easy to keep up with the 28-year-old Luo Qingxue. She responded with a gentle affirmation. And they moved to the kitchen, one to serve the dishes and the other to prepare rice and utensils. Once seated, Luo Qingxue placed a piece of stir-fried meat near Qin Hao's lips. Qin Hao, he sensed something unusual about her demeanor. While affection and feeding him were normal, offering food directly to his mouth had not happened in quite some time. He ate the stir-fried meat, and she continued to place another piece toward him. Do you take me for a child? He asked, a hint of sweat forming on his brow as he looked at her. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingxue chuckled. Eating well gives you strength. Qin Hao realized, so that's what has been going on with my wife these days. They enjoyed their meal, which lasted over half an hour. After finishing, Luo Qingxue told Qin Hao, you go wash up first, I'll tidy up and join you. Alright, Qin Hao replied, heading to the bathroom in their bedroom. After cleaning the dishes, Luo Qingxue also took her turn to wash. Once she finished bathing, she rummaged through the storage room and found the wedding dress she wore on their special day. Putting it on, she walked into the room. Qin Hao was momentarily taken aback upon seeing her in the wedding dress, as it was not their anniversary. However, he soon grasped her intention. The following morning at 9, they awoke, and as soon as Luo Qingxue stirred, she clung to Qin Hao. He chuckled, let us get up, we still need to visit your parents later. Luo Qingxue let out a soft sound of acknowledgement before the two of them rose to wash up. After tidying themselves, they casually consumed a light meal. Qin Hao presented a transparent gift box within which lay a wild ginseng root. He remarked, this is for your parents to nourish them. When Shao visited the day before, he had brought 2 wild ginseng roots. He intended to give one to his father-in-law and mother-in-law, reserving the other for his own parents. Luo Qingxue chuckled and inquired, when did you purchase this ginseng? I bought it yesterday, Qin Hao replied with a gentle smile. His demeanor unpretentious. Luo Qingxue smiled back, choosing not to reveal her awareness of the situation. With her left hand grasping her purse and her right arm linked with Qin Hao's, they departed. Once in the car and seated in the passenger seat, Luo Qingxue sent a message to Lin Charan, signaling that they could commence the live stream. All set, Lin Charan responded. Moments later, a new visual appeared in the live stream. The audience observed that the camera seemed to be affixed to the collar of Luo Qingxue's attire, capturing the interior of the vehicle. Wow, today is an outdoor live stream, exclaimed one viewer. Previously, it was all from home, but today we are outdoors. Lin Charan, in the business vehicle, remarked, today, Qingxue is accompanying Professor Qin to visit their parents, specifically to his mother-in-law's house. You all have been eager to see what Qingxue's mother looks like. Today is your chance. Upon hearing this, the viewer's anticipation grew. Luo Qingxue was quite beautiful, and logically, as long as her mother maintained proper self-care, she would not appear aged even in her 40s, possibly possessing a unique charm. They recalled Luo Qingxue mentioning that her mother exuded grace and beauty, heightening their expectations. Seated in the passenger seat, Luo Qingxue was unaware of the audience's excitement. She had not intended to observe the live stream. The primary purpose was to elevate Qin Hao's public profile. to let more people know that her husband had triumphed over cancer and AIDS. The thought of her husband's remarkable achievements filled her heart with joy. Husband. Now that you are earning over 40,000 a month, will you ever stray when you become wealthy? Luo Qing's suddenly posed this question. Qin Hao glanced at her, puzzled. Why do you ask? Isn't it said that men change when they acquire wealth? I was merely curious, she replied, seeking insight into his response. Qin Hao chuckled softly, stray. That's utterly impossible in my lifetime. Setting aside the notion that he would never betray Luo Qing's even if he desired to, it would be exceedingly difficult. At that moment, though he was driving, the vehicles on either side and behind him, as well as the one in front, were likely arranged by higher authorities for his protection. The thought of infidelity seemed utterly implausible. Why are you laughing? Why the silence? Luo Qing's raised an eyebrow. Qin Hao met her gaze and gently shook his head, assuring her, rest assured, I will never do anything to betray you. Why is that? Luo Qing's inquired with curiosity. Qin Hao replied calmly, when I was in middle school, my homeroom teacher shared some rather pragmatic insights that have remained etched in my mind, and I have witnessed their truth in my life. Luo Qing's curiosity picked further. What did your homeroom teacher say? Qin Hao remarked calmly, stating that relationships forged through mutual benefit are transient. When the benefit ceases, so too does the connection. Alliances formed from power are precarious. Should the power falter, the relationship collapses. Bonds established through authority are equally fickle. When authority wanes, one is discarded. Emotional ties, once severed, lead to heartache. Only those connections rooted in genuine affection can endure the test of time. Qin Hao reminisced about his middle school homeroom teacher who, with age and wisdom, often dispensed pragmatic advice to awaken their awareness. The teacher's words left an indelible mark on him, particularly regarding friendships, how they were formed, whether through benefit or influence. At the age of 23, he returned to Jiangnan City, where his parents expressed concern over his lack of a romantic partner, fearing that as time passed, his prospects would dwindle. Consequently, they arranged several blind dates for him. However, he found these encounters unsettling. The intentions felt too blatant, lacking the depth of genuine connection and reducing interactions to mere transactions driven by wealth or status. He pondered how such relationships would withstand the test of adversity when the money and power dissipated. One day, while driving, he was rear-ended by Luo Qingxue, leading to their acquaintance. He found his interactions with her to be remarkably comfortable. Conversations flowed freely without any ulterior motives, allowing for a heartfelt connection. He cherished the relationship with Luo Qingxue, valuing it deeply and resolving never to betray her trust. Upon hearing Qin Hao's reflections, Luo Qingxue contemplated their implications, struggling to discern their relevance to his fidelity. Noticing her confusion, Qin Hao smiled and explained that he placed great importance on spiritual connection. Mere physicality held no allure for him. The ideal relationship harmonizes both the spiritual and the physical. As the conversation unfolded, it became evident they were live streaming. Countless viewers reacted to Qin Hao's statements with enthusiasm, echoing his sentiments regarding the significance of emotional connections. In a nearby vehicle, Director Zhang felt a pang of discomfort upon hearing Qin Hao's words. He and investor Mr. Su had each contributed 5 million to Luo Qingxue. And although the show's popularity was soaring, it seemed excessive to offer her 10 million. Their aim was to cultivate a favorable relationship with her, primarily to strengthen ties with Qin Hao. Yet, Qin Hao's astute observations on the nature of their financial exchange suggested that their investment might yield limited returns, serving merely as a gesture of goodwill towards their superiors. In the car, Luo Qingxue remained silent, reflecting on Qin Hao's recent comments. The prospect of receiving 10 million from the production team initially left her unfazed, having recently perceived her husband as both impressive and seemingly affluent. She found herself oddly immune to the allure of such a sum. As I reflect deeply, even though the program enjoys immense popularity, would the production team genuinely be willing to offer her 10 million? Certainly not. At most, they might part with 500,000. Or perhaps $1 million would be more fitting. The decision to grant her 10 million likely stems from a desire to cultivate a favorable relationship with her. Such transactions are inherently tied to vested interests. This contemplation leads me to ponder various relationships, including those among colleagues and others, revealing that many connections are intertwined with mutual benefits. With this in mind, Luo Qingxue finds herself increasingly cherishing her family, her husband, her children, and her parents, while also grasping the implications of her husband's recent sentiments. After approximately 10 minutes, the vehicle halts beneath her father-in-law's residence, and they ascend the stairs. A firm knock on the door is met with its swift opening. Mom and Dad. Qin Hao and Luo Qingxue greet cheerfully. Upon seeing his son-in-law and daughter arrive with ginseng, Luo's father playfully scolds, "Why bring anything? Just come." Yet, his reprimand is undercut by a broad smile, revealing his delight. Both his son-in-law and daughter are exceptionally filial. Luo's mother, with a light chuckle, refrains from comment. Once inside, the group engages in casual conversation. At this moment, the viewers in the live stream, upon glimpsing Luo Qingxue's parents, flood the chat with comments. Luo Qingxue's mother is truly beautiful, exuding a dignified elegance. She resembles a land person rather than a businesswoman. Wow, this mother-in-law looks fantastic. She appears to be around 37 years old, such remarkable upkeep. This must be more than mere maintenance, it also depends on individual constitution. Generally speaking, those who were lovely in their youth can retain their beauty with proper care as they age. Luo Qingxue's father is quite impressive as well. In the live stream, at that moment, Qingxue emerges from a room, spotting Qin Hao and Luo Qingxue, and immediately erupts with joy. Mom and Dad. Qin Hao, smiling, scoops his daughter into his arms and inquires, "Do you miss your parents?" Upon hearing this, Qingxue's delicate brows furrow in mock annoyance. "What good does that do? You never let me sleep with you." Qin Hao retorts, "It's not that I don't want to, but your mother prefers otherwise." Qingxue, slipping from her father's embrace, turns to her maternal grandmother to complain, "Grandma, Daddy and Mommy never let me sleep with them anymore, they often leave me to sleep alone," saying they have important matters to discuss at night. Luo's mother feels a bead of sweat forming, she wishes to laugh, but knows it would create an awkward atmosphere with her daughter and son-in-law present. Had it been just her daughter, she could have laughed freely. Meanwhile, Luo's father remains oblivious, busying himself in the kitchen. Exchanging glances, Qin Hao and Luo Qingxue sense the awkwardness of their daughter airing such grievances. The live stream audience, meanwhile, is in stitches, flooding the chat with comments. "This is hilarious. They always have important discussions at night, leaving the little one upset. Haha, adults must be careful when speaking to children. Look at how awkward the atmosphere has become." Laughter erupts, and the situation becomes increasingly comical on screen. Qingxue turned to look at Qin Hao and Luo Qingxue, giving a light half, "If you won't let me sleep with you, then I shall sleep with my grandparents." Qin Hao chuckled at her, saying, "From now on, your father and mother will take you to sleep with us. How does that sound?" "Really?" Qingxue gazed at Qin Hao with a hint of skepticism. "Indeed," Qin Hao replied with a gentle smile. Qingxue then turned her gaze towards Luo Qingxue, who also looked back at her and affirmed, "Absolutely. Now that's more like it," Qingxue said, before climbing down from Luoma's arms and into Qin Hao's embrace. Qin Hao smiled as he held his daughter close. Seeing this scene, Luoma couldn't help but smile as well. She only had one daughter and her greatest wish was for her to find a good partner. Someone who could bring her joy every day. When she first met Qin Hao, she observed him carefully and deemed him quite reliable, steady, composed, and kind-hearted towards her daughter, making him worthy of trust. After spending these years together, she had grown quite fond of him. At that moment, Luoma recalled something and looked at Qin Hao with concern. "You should take some time to go out and socialize. At your age, you ought to have a few close friends. Staying home all the time can be rather dull." Luoma was aware that Qin Hao was a programmer, one who worked from home, spending his days coding. To her knowledge, he had few friends and spent a long time indoors without engaging with new people or experiences, which she felt was not ideal. Qin Hao nodded lightly, responding, "Then I'll make sure to get out when I can." However, he merely offered a polite reply. Making genuine friends at his age had become increasingly difficult. The reality of adulthood often involved relationships founded on mutual benefit, and he felt it was more worthwhile to remain at home, focusing on his research and engaging in meaningful endeavors. Upon hearing Qin Hao's response, Luoma understood he was just placating her. She felt a sense of helplessness, having never encountered such a socially limited young person in her years. Luo Qingxue, hearing her mother's words, interjected, "There's no need to force friendships, let things happen naturally." Luo Ma chuckled at this, "So you're defending your husband now?" Luo Qingxue cast a glance at her mother, contemplating whether she should reveal the matters concerning the program. If her mother were to learn that Qin Hao had conquered cancer and AIDS, she would surely be astonished. Quickly coming to a decision, Luo Qingxue said to her mother, "Mom, let us go to the room, I need to tell you something." Upon hearing this, Luo Ma looked at her daughter. Sensing there was something significant she wished to discuss privately, deliberately avoiding Qin Hao. Luo Ma nodded and followed Luo Qingxue into the bedroom, where Luo Qingxue promptly locked the door. Seeing this, Luo Ma inquired with curiosity, "What could be so sensitive that we need to keep it from prying ears?" Luo Qingxue looked at her mother, smiling lightly as she said, "What if I told you that your son-in-law has overcome cancer and AIDS? How would you react?" Luo Ma shot her a disapproving look, replying nonchalantly, "How dull. Just tell me what you need to say." Luo Qingxue knew her mother would not believe her. "What I said is indeed true." With a more serious expression, Luo Qingxue recounted her participation in the exploration of the other half of the program, detailing the live broadcasts from the past few days. Yet, her mother remained skeptical. Although she did not know her son-in-law well, she was familiar enough to have a good understanding of him. Even without a deep acquaintance with Qin Hao, it was hard for her to accept that a mere 28-year-old could conquer cancer and AIDS. Especially since the breakthrough against cancer occurred 4 years ago when Qin Hao was merely 24 years old. At that moment, the audience in the live stream noticed Luo's mother's disbelief and began to flood the chat with comments. "Haha, when Qingxue's mom learns the truth, she'll be utterly stunned." It was only natural for her to be incredulous. After all, it is difficult for any rational person to believe that a 24-year-old could vanquish both cancer and AIDS. In the live stream, seeing that her mother was still unconvinced, Luo Qingxue considered showing her the broadcast. However, she realized that if her mother knew she was being streamed live at that moment, it would likely make her uncomfortable. "I'll tell you later. And please don't mention this to your son-in-law, or we won't be able to continue the live stream," Luo Qingxue reminded her. Unbothered, her mother dismissed her words, not believing a word her daughter said. After spending the entire day at her mother's house, Luo Qingxue returned home after dinner. Once home, she took her daughter to the bathroom for a bath. Qin Hao had intended to join them, but at that moment, his phone rang with an incoming call. Upon glancing at the caller ID, Qin Hao felt a twinge of uncertainty. Could it be that this person had also come to Jiangnan City? He answered the call. "President Chen, what brings you to call me?" On the other end of the line, President Chen's tone was somewhat serious as he inquired. "I am in Jiangnan City for some official business today, and I have completed my tasks. Are you free tomorrow? I would like to pay you a visit." Qin Hao replied nonchalantly, "The visit is a pretext, but the real purpose is to spar, I sent it." After a moment of silence, President Chen's voice grew slightly grave. 5 years ago, I fell short against you. Over these years, I believe I have made some progress and would like to exchange techniques with you once more." Upon hearing this, Qin Hao sighed inwardly. It was evident that President Chen had come to Jiangnan City for this very reason. "All right. Come over tomorrow at 8:30 in the morning. I will send you the location via WeChat," Qin Hao stated. President Chen simply replied, "I see you tomorrow," before hanging up. After the call, Qin Hao headed to the bathroom in another bedroom to take a shower. Meanwhile, in the live stream, the audience was intrigued by the conversation between Qin Hao and the mysterious caller, particularly the mention of a visit being a pretext and sparring being the truth. Sparring in martial arts. Could Professor Qin possibly know martial arts? What else could he be sparring in? It seems that martial arts is the only thing worth sparring over. If he truly practices martial arts, that would be impressive. I've never imagined a scientist could also be a martial artist. Wow, Professor Qin is amazing. If it is indeed a matter of honing martial skills, I feel that Professor Qin might just surprise us. Surprise, you say? Do you truly believe Professor Qin is omnipotent? Achieving mastery in a single field is already a formidable feat, and one must recognize that reaching such heights necessitates a significant investment of time and energy. The capacity of an individual is inherently limited, making it nearly impossible to excel simultaneously in two realms. even if he is not the strongest. I am merely curious to witness Professor Qin's martial prowess. Given his striking appearance, if he also possesses skills in combat sports, it would further enhance his masculine allure. In the live broadcast, discussions ensued, and Lin Charan, seated in the business car, found herself intrigued. Could Qin Hao truly possess martial skills? It seems unlikely. Even if he does, it probably isn't very impressive. Approximately 30 minutes later, Luo Qingxue finished bathing her daughter and sent a message to Lin Charan, indicating she would soon conclude the live stream. Lin Charan replied, "By the way, while you are bathing, your husband received a call. Someone is scheduled to visit him tomorrow. It appears they wish to engage in martial arts training." Upon reading the message, Luo Qingxue felt perplexed. Martial arts training. After 5 years of marriage, she had never once witnessed Qin Hao practice. Moreover, the aura of a martial artist differs from that of an ordinary person, and her husband lacked that distinctive presence. Luo Qingxue responded affirmatively, acknowledging the information. Lin Charan then inquired, "Does your husband know martial arts?" Luo Qingxue confidently replied, "Although my husband is strong, I can assure you he does not possess martial skills." Upon seeing this response, Lin Charan felt a twinge of doubt if Luo Qingxue believed Qin Hao lacked martial prowess. Then he likely did not. After all, there would be no reason to conceal such an ability from Luo Qingxue. What, then, is the nature of this training? Lin Charan sent a message asking, "Did you receive an invitation?" After reading it, Luo Qingxue replied, "Yes, I did." Lin Charan responded with a simple, "Good." At this point, Luo Qingxue pressed the mute button, ending the live stream. The audience could now only see Director Zhong and Lin Charan in the business car. Lin Charan remarked, "I just asked Qingxue, and she confirmed that Professor Qin does not know martial arts. I suspect he truly does not possess such skills. If he did, there would be no need to keep it from her." Upon hearing this, the viewers in the live stream were divided. Some believed, while the majority remained skeptical, prompting a flurry of comments. Initially, Qingxue claimed Professor Qin could not cook, yet his dishes are exquisite. Do not take her words at face value. It is possible that he practices casually and has some competence in martial arts. Seeing that the audience remained unconvinced, Lin Charan concluded, "Well then. See you in the live stream tomorrow." After some time, the broadcast was halted. The following morning at 8 o'clock, Luo Qingxue, as per usual, informed Qin Hao, "I will first take our daughter to my mother's, and then I will head to work." Qin Hao nodded. It was Sunday, and their daughter did not have school. But her mother was taking her out for shopping. "Goodbye, Daddy," Qingxue waved at Qin Hao. He smiled gently, watching the two depart. Luo Qingxue drove their daughter to her mother's home. Upon her arrival, Luo Qingxue addressed her mother, saying, "Mother, what I told you yesterday about my husband conquering cancer and AIDS is indeed true." Luoma was left speechless, noticing her mother's skepticism. Luo Qingxue quickly retrieved her phone and navigated to the Explore Your Other Half program on a short video platform. After a moment, she entered the live broadcast room. Upon seeing Qin Hao on the screen, Luoma was momentarily taken aback. She was further astonished to discover that nearly 80,000 viewers were watching the live stream. "Mother, please search for Explore Your Other Half on your phone and enter the live room. Soon you will see that what I said is true. I must take my leave now," Luo Qingxue stated before departing. Luoma, still in a daze, opened the short video app and searched for Explore Your Other Half, eventually entering the live broadcast room. The live stream featured two sets of visuals, one showcasing her son-in-law and the other featuring two individuals, one male and the other Lin Charan. Instantly recognizing Lin Charan, a popular actress whose performances she had admired, Luoma was struck with shock and confusion. What was happening? Her daughter had previously mentioned participating in this program for monetary gain, claiming that through the live broadcasts, it was revealed that Qin Hao had triumphed over both AIDS and cancer. The incredulity lingered. How could her son-in-law possibly solve such monumental global challenges? Gazing at the barrage of comments in the live stream, she noted the repeated mention of Professor Qin. After 15 minutes, Luo Qingxue finally returned, settling into a business vehicle to continue watching the live broadcast. Meanwhile, Luoma was astonished to see her daughter appear in the live room once more. At that moment, outside Qin Hao's residence, a car had come to a stop, and a man in his early 50s emerged, clad in a black suit with a somewhat serious demeanor. He surveyed the building. This was indeed where Qin Hao resided. He retrieved 2 boxes of gifts from the trunk and ascended the stairs. Shortly thereafter, the man reached Qin Hao's door and knocked. Inside the live stream, upon hearing the knock, Qin Hao surmised who it was. He approached the door and opened it, revealing the solemn-faced Chairman Chen. "After 5 years, do you still wear that serious expression?" Qin Hao remarked with a gentle smile. Chairman Chen, attempting a strained smile that appeared unnatural, seemed as if he had forgotten how to smile after such a long interval. Observing this, Qin Hao quipped, "Perhaps it's best if you refrain from smiling. Your seriousness suits you well." Chairman Chen's expression shifted back to seriousness as he entered the room, setting down the gifts he had brought. He then took a seat on the sofa while Qin Hao brewed a pot of tea and poured a cup for him. Chairman Chen regarded Qin Hao and commented, "You seem much more mature compared to 5 years ago." With a soft chuckle, Qin Hao replied, "And you appear unchanged since 5 years ago." Chairman Chen fell silent, lifting the teacup to his nose, his brow arching slightly as he observed Qin Hao. "You certainly know how to indulge, enjoying the Hongpao tea." Qin Hao chuckled lightly. It was a gift from Elder Jiang. Upon hearing this, President Chen's gaze momentarily flickered with surprise. "Principal Jiang has visited you?" Qin Hao nodded, revealing that he had come by just a few days ago to spend a couple of days with him. President Chen, somewhat taken aback, chose not to pursue the matter further. After savoring a sip of tea, he turned to Qin Hao and inquired, "Are the ingredients prepared?" Qin Hao affirmed, stating that the ingredients would arrive punctually at 10 o'clock. President Chen nodded lightly and then asked, "Over the past 5 years, I have made some progress in my culinary skills. How about you?" Qin Hao replied with a subtle smile, "Not too bad." President Chen fell silent for a few seconds before gazing at Qin Hao, saying, "In these years, you haven't had the opportunity to cook more elaborate dishes at home. This time, we'll only prepare the home-style dishes you frequently make. I want to take advantage of you." Qin Hao looked at him, voicing his curiosity. "Is the outcome of our culinary skills truly that significant?" Upon hearing this, President Chen's expression shifted to one of seriousness. He regarded Qin Hao with a weighty tone. "For me, the outcome of culinary skills is of utmost importance. As the president of the Culinary Association of the Dragon Nation, if my culinary prowess does not rank first in the nation, what right do I have to occupy this esteemed position?" The nearly 800,000 viewers in the live stream were momentarily stunned upon hearing President Chen reveal his identity. It felt as though a heavy stone had struck them, shaking their inner selves. This seemingly serious individual was, in fact, the president of the Culinary Association of the Dragon Nation. Even those unfamiliar with the title recognized its significance. For those aware of what the position entailed, the astonishment washed over them. Wow! The president of the Culinary Association of the Dragon Nation stands at the pinnacle of the culinary world. There is no comparison. To elucidate the significance of the president of the Culinary Association of the Dragon Nation, it is primarily responsible for the dishes served at state banquets, prepared for the true elite. Every prominent figure one can imagine is catered to by this role. Moreover, during the reception of distinguished foreign guests, the meals served are also overseen by the president of the Culinary Association. As some provided context, those who had been unaware of the situation were now utterly astonished. Did this imply that the president of the Culinary Association often encountered numerous influential figures? Yet, what was the current situation? The president claimed that 5 years ago, he had a culinary exchange with Professor Qin, losing by a mere 3 points. Did this not suggest that Professor Qin's culinary skills surpassed those of the president of the Culinary Association by that margin? Is this for real? In the live stream, some viewers unconditionally believed President Chen's identity, while many newcomers and unfamiliar with previous events began to harbor doubts. Doesn't anyone look into President Chen's credentials? Why would they blindly accept his claims? Exactly. Are there really tens of thousands of people in this live stream who are merely pawns? They haven't even done any research. Yet they mindlessly believe this so-called President Chen is the president of the Culinary Association of the Dragon Nation. The seasoned viewers, witnessing this skepticism from newcomers, scoffed derisively. They were aware that Qin Hao had triumphed over cancer and AIDS, and those who visited him were deemed credible without the need for verification. They knew the truth. There was no need to investigate further. If you don't believe it, go check for yourselves. Searching online only takes a few minutes. Indeed, many of you newcomers in the live streaming room are unaware of numerous matters. If you have questions, simply look them up online. Upon witnessing the seasoned viewers confront them, the newcomers feel bewildered and subsequently resort to online searches. Meanwhile, Luoma is also browsing the internet. Upon hearing that Chen, the so-called president, claims to be the head of the Dragon Country's Chef Association, she begins to suspect the veracity of his statement, believing it to be a mere ploy by the production team to captivate the audience. Although she does not reside with Qin Hao, she is well aware that her son-in-law lacks culinary skills. The meals he prepares are unpalatable, then for the past 5 years. It has been her daughter who has taken on the culinary duties. What is being discussed in the live stream? The self-proclaimed President Chen claims that he was slightly inferior to Qin Hao in culinary skills 5 years ago. Upon hearing this, she feels utterly speechless. If the head of the Chef Association is outperformed in cooking by her son-in-law, she believes she could also take charge of national banquet dishes and assume the role of Chef Association president. She searches for information about the head of the Dragon Country Chef Association, and soon details emerge regarding the president, including his name, Chen Ping, date of birth, life experiences, accolades, and several photographs. Upon seeing Chen Ping's photo, Luoma is momentarily taken aback, only to realize that he bears an uncanny resemblance to the Chen in the live stream. Doubts about her life begin to surface. If this were true, it could only imply one thing: her son-in-law has concealed his culinary abilities. The likelihood of concealing such skills is probably because he wishes to avoid cooking daily, thus deceiving her daughter. However, she still finds it hard to believe. It seems too outrageous. Even if her son-in-law could cook, his skills could hardly surpass those of the head of the Chef Association, could they? At this moment, many viewers in the live stream have also discovered information about Chen Ping, realizing that he is indeed the head of the Dragon Country Chef Association, leaving them utterly astonished. This is, in fact, true. Some newcomers begin to inquire in the live stream about the nature of this exploration program, questioning why the seasoned viewers are not skeptical of each other's identities. The veteran viewers respond to these inquiries, stating, "Initially, we were also incredulous, but after multiple verifications, we discovered that everything is indeed authentic. Now, we can hardly be bothered to question and simply accept it." You newcomers may not be aware that Professor Qin Hao has conquered 2 monumental global challenges, cancer and AIDS. Upon seeing such comments in the chat, the new viewers, without a moment's thought, outright disbelieve it. What a joke. Although cancer and AIDS may have been overcome, those who achieve such feats must be at least 50 years old. Right? How old is Qin Hao? The newcomers voice their skepticism, then some even resort to harsh words. Have you all been deceived? I suspect this is all scripted by the production team. If the conqueror of cancer and AIDS were to be revealed, why have we not seen it in the news? Why is there no mention of it on other short video platforms? Indeed, if Qin Hao truly conquered these 2 monumental challenges and was exposed, there would undoubtedly be news coverage. Some seasoned viewers, upon encountering the doubts raised by newcomers, found themselves equally perplexed. Indeed, if Professor Qin had triumphed over cancer and AIDS, why was there no mention of it in the news? No official refutations either, as if the world remained utterly oblivious. Director Lin Charan pondered aloud, questioning why this monumental achievement of Professor Qin had failed to make headlines. Logically, one would expect the news to have broadcasted it following the revelation of his identity. Within the confines of a commercial vehicle, Lin Charan and Luo Qingxue perused the barrage of comments in the live stream, their curiosity piqued. Lin furrowed her brow, asserting that given Professor Qin's identity had been disclosed, it should have been reported on the news. Luo Qingxue shared her bewilderment, remarking on the absurdity of such a significant event going unnoticed by the media. In the midst of this calm, Director Zhong cleared his throat and interjected, revealing that the production team had recorded the live stream, intending to share selected segments on their platform, yet the content remained perpetually under review. After his statement, several viewers echoed similar sentiments in the chat. I recorded the stream too, hoping to share the highlights, but it has been stuck in review for days. My experience is even more absurd. I shared the recorded video on my social media, and not a single like or comment emerged. Initially, it left me despondent, such a monumental event, then yet no one acknowledged it. Later, I checked with a secondary account and discovered the same silence. Indeed, I faced a similar fate. I posted on my social media and even on Penguin Space, yet not a soul reacted. As for me, while other posts garnered attention, those concerning Professor Qin, although posted, remained invisible to others. As the comments in the live stream proliferated, many lamented their attempts to share the recorded video, all caught in the endless cycle of review. Director Zhang, observing these comments, began to speculate that perhaps higher authorities were exercising control behind the scenes, wary of prematurely revealing Professor Qin's identity. If he became aware, the program's continuity could be jeopardized. It seemed the timing for a formal announcement had not yet arrived. Or perhaps they intended to continue broadcasting Professor Qin's brilliance. Reflecting on the recent live streams, Zhang recalled Qin Hao mentioning that he would disclose everything to Luo Qingxue next month, suggesting he had received word from superiors that the official revelation would occur then. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream continued their discussions, while on screen, President Chen engaged in casual conversation with Qin Hao. Sighing softly, Chen was met with Qin Hao's inquiry. Why the sigh? After a moment's silence, Chen replied thoughtfully, 5 years ago, after our culinary exchange, I envisioned grooming you as my successor, intending to bequeath the position of the next Chef Association president to you. However, that possibility has since evaporated. In truth, he had known Qin Hao for 9 years, when the latter was merely 19. Despite his youth, Qin Hao had already shared tables with influential figures from various fields. Moreover, those esteemed individuals treated Qin Hao with great care, regarding him as a junior, almost as if he were their own child, or like a national treasure. At that time, he witnessed several prominent figures at the pinnacle of their fields showering Qin Hao with attention, leaving him in a state of perplexity. In the subsequent years, these towering figures continued to regard Qin Hao as immensely significant, and he even observed genuine admiration in the eyes of a few true luminaries from various realms directed towards Qin Hao. This left him questioning what extraordinary capabilities Qin Hao possessed to warrant such reverence from those at the summit. It was only in recent years that he began to comprehend the reasons behind the unwavering support from these high-ranking individuals. He learned that Qin Hao had triumphed over cancer, conquered AIDS, and even overcome pulmonary heart disease. Upon receiving this news, he was profoundly shaken. The young Qin Hao had tackled such formidable global challenges. At that moment, he extinguished any thoughts of nurturing Qin Hao to become the next president of the Culinary Association. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao simply smiled and remarked that there were many talented chefs within the association, and he was not irreplaceable. President Chen refrained from elaborating. Knowing that further discussion would prove futile, in his heart he believed Qin Hao was the most suitable candidate for the presidency of the Culinary Association. However, if Qin Hao were to assume that role, it would be a grave misallocation of talent. Qin Hao's brilliance in the realm of research was where he could truly shine. That was his stage. President Chen regarded Qin Hao calmly and stated that he had come not only to see him but also to engage in a culinary exchange. Qin Hao nodded slightly. With a serious expression, President Chen inquired, in your opinion, what title could my culinary skills achieve? Seeing the gravity of President Chen's question, Qin Hao's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he replied, culinary god, without a doubt. Qin Hao spoke from the heart, as his culinary abilities had been directly elevated by the system, which had conferred upon him the title of culinary god. 5 years prior, when he had sparred with Chen Ping in the culinary arts, he had already formed an assessment of Chen Ping's skills. Chen Ping was, indeed, a culinary god in his own right. Upon hearing this, a sense of pride welled up within Chen Ping. He fancied that his culinary prowess could also merit the title of culinary god. However, he looked at Qin Hao and mused, if your skills surpass mine by a margin, then what does that make you? Qin Hao gently shook his head and replied, in truth, our culinary skills are on par with each other. During our exchange 5 years ago, I did not perceive myself as superior, that was merely your assumption. Chen Ping shook his head in silence, fully aware that during their culinary duel, Qin Hao had indeed excelled in 2 of the dishes. Noticing that Chen Ping still believed himself to be slightly inferior, Qin Hao felt a tinge of helplessness. At that moment, Qin Hao's phone rang, the caller ID prompting him to answer. Director Zhao, he began. On the other end, Director Zhao greeted him warmly, Professor Qin, I'm in Jiangnan City today for some official business and would like to visit you tomorrow, if that suits you. It would be a perfect opportunity to discuss your latest funding arrangements. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao felt a surge of energy. he said. Come to my home tomorrow at 8:30 in the morning. You remember the place, right? On the other end of the line, Director Zhao immediately replied with a smile. Of course, I remember. I've visited your home many times over the past few years. Qin Hao responded, all right, see you tomorrow. After a brief conversation, they ended the call. Chen Ping, having overheard Qin Hao address the other party as Director Zhao, was reminded of something. 2 years prior, he had heard from several prominent figures that Qin Hao was extraordinarily wealthy. Their astonishment suggested that Qin Hao's wealth was beyond ordinary comprehension. It was later revealed to him that Qin Hao had triumphed over diseases such as cancer and AIDS. Qin Hao wished to attribute these achievements to the nation, however. The higher-ups believed that since Qin Hao was the sole researcher in these endeavors, the accolades should rightfully belong to him. Ultimately, Qin Hao had no choice but to collaborate with a state-owned enterprise, sharing the profits from the developed medications. Although the specific profit-sharing ratio remained unclear to him, it was evident that even if Qin Hao retained merely 30%, the sum he accrued would be staggering. Curiosity piqued, Chen Ping looked at Qin Hao and inquired. When you mentioned Director Zhao, were you referring to that Director Zhao? Qin Hao nodded gently. Surprised by Qin Hao's affirmation, Chen Ping realized that this Director Zhao was the president of the Longo Bank, a rarity for a bank president to personally make a phone call. Chen Ping then asked, would it be convenient for you to disclose your fortune? Qin Hao, feeling no hesitation in sharing, reflected for a moment before stating, half a year ago. Director Zhao mentioned that I had over 20 trillion. Chen Ping was taken aback, gasping internally at the revelation, over 20 trillion. This figure did not represent assets but actual liquid cash. The realization that Qin Hao possessed such wealth was astonishing. However, considering that Qin Hao had developed an AIDS vaccine along with other medications, it became somewhat understandable. Over the years, the income from these pharmaceuticals could indeed amount to over 20 trillion. The audience in the live stream, upon hearing Qin Hao claim to possess over 20 trillion yuan, collectively reacted with disbelief. Even the veteran viewers found it hard to accept, while only a handful of fervent fans seemed to believe him. This is utterly ridiculous. Over 20 trillion in cash. Who in the world would dare to boast like that? Many new viewers in the chat began to ridicule, questioning the credibility of such a claim. The most perplexing aspect was that Chef Chen Ping, the esteemed president of the Culinary Association, displayed no signs of skepticism. His face painted with astonishment, leaving others speechless and feeling rather foolish. The seasoned viewers observed the newcomer's comments in the chat without retorting, as they too found the claim preposterous. If this were true, he would be the richest person in the world. Luo Qing's mother, Luo Mu, was also watching the live stream. Upon hearing Qin Hao claim to possess over 20 trillion, she reflected momentarily, making it seem almost credible. This left her feeling somewhat speechless and surprised. It was the first time in 5 years she discovered her son-in-law could boast so extravagantly. In the business vehicle, Lin Charan cleared her throat and addressed the audience in the live stream, urging them not to be overly excited, suggesting that Professor Qin might merely be jesting and should not be taken seriously. Luo Qing's chimed in, stating, my husband is just joking. How could he possibly have over 20 trillion? If he truly did, it would only be conceivable if he converted the currency from renminbi to something else. Noticing some new viewers in the chat mocking her husband, she felt a sense of urgency to mediate, internally bewildered by her husband's unexpected penchant for exaggeration. Perhaps he was just sharing a light-hearted moment with Chairman Chen. The audience, hearing the reassurances from Luo Qing's and Lin Charan, gradually calmed down. The notion of converting over 20 trillion into another currency seemed plausible. In certain countries, purchasing a cabbage could cost hundreds of billions. However, if the unit were in renminbi, that would be utterly absurd. At that moment in the live stream, Chen Ping collected his thoughts and curiously inquired of Qin Hao, do you possess such wealth? Can you even spend it all? Qin Hao chuckled lightly, responding, I can't spend it all. 2 years ago, I donated 1 trillion for national defense, otherwise I would currently have over 30 trillion. In short, wherever the country needs funds, I contribute. Having too much money serves little purpose for me. Chen Ping found himself at a loss for words. However, considering it from another perspective, if he had over 20 trillion, he would likely have no concept of money either. With such immense wealth, spending it all would be impossible, and he was primarily focused on honing his culinary skills, showing little interest in other pursuits. Were he to possess several trillion, he would also donate it to the state, as keeping it for himself would be of little use. Upon hearing Qin Hao mention his donation of 1 trillion 2 years ago, the audience felt a mix of disbelief and exasperation, questioning whether he had indeed become addicted to boasting. Did he genuinely believe he possessed several trillion renminbi? In the business vehicle, Luo Qing's no awkwardly cleared her throat. Addressing the audience once more, "My husband is just indulging in some hyperbole, please do not take it to heart." Beside her, Lin Charan felt a bead of sweat form, pondering the peculiar situation surrounding Professor Qin. She could believe he had overcome various diseases, but claiming to have several trillion was simply preposterous. It should be noted that even the world's richest individual barely exceeds 1 trillion, and that is the result of years of accumulation. At this moment in the live stream, Chenping and Qin Hao engaged in casual conversation until 10 in the morning, when the delivery of fresh ingredients arrived. Chenping glanced at the fresh produce, his expression growing serious. As a chef and the president of the Culinary Association of Dragon Country, he took culinary exchanges very seriously. He decided to prepare 3 home-style dishes: seaweed egg soup, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, and stir-fried pork intestines. In recent years, Qin Hao has remained at home, having little opportunity to prepare an array of dishes despite his proficiency in various cuisines. However, due to his limited practice, he may have become somewhat rusty in certain culinary techniques. Preparing a few simple home-cooked meals does not seem to be a burden for him. "All right," Qin Hao responded. "Let's start with seaweed egg soup. I'm feeling a bit parched and would like some soup later." Chenping nodded, and the two proceeded to the kitchen, which was spacious enough that their presence felt rather unconfined. At that moment, both Chenping and Qin Hao took out their prepared blowtorches and lightly toasted the seaweed. Observers in the live stream, puzzled, questioned the purpose of using a blowtorch on seaweed, concerned about the possibility of burning it. Is this how seaweed egg soup is made? Does the seaweed require toasting? At this juncture, a professional chef in the live stream clarified that seaweed naturally possesses a fishy odor, and toasting it with a blowtorch helps eliminate that scent while enhancing its flavor, resulting in a more delectable seaweed egg soup. The viewers, upon hearing this explanation, displayed expressions of realization. "I have been cooking for over a decade and had no idea that seaweed needed to be toasted first. It feels as though those years were in vain. I too am learning for the first time that seaweed requires toasting." Meanwhile, Luo Qingshue's mother, upon witnessing this scene, was momentarily taken aback. Does seaweed need to be toasted? When she prepares seaweed egg soup, she simply tosses the seaweed into the pot, which inevitably retains a slight fishy flavor. However, adding some ginger diminishes the odor considerably. In the business vehicle, Luo Qingshue was equally bewildered. Having cooked for several years herself, she too was encountering the idea of toasting seaweed for the first time. At that moment in the live stream, Chenping and Qin Hao simultaneously set down their blowtorches and moved to the stove to boil water. They added the appropriate ingredients to the pot. Once the water reached a boil, each of them took a slotted spoon, placed the seaweed in it, and then submerged the spoon in the pot to prevent the seaweed from sticking. Some homemakers in the live stream were perplexed. Why not just throw the seaweed directly into the pot? What's the purpose of using a slotted spoon? Indeed, what a peculiar technique. In the business vehicle, Luo Qingshue was astonished, realizing that even preparing seaweed egg soup involved such intricacies. However, recalling that Qin Hao had, under the pretext of ordering takeout, personally made some dishes, including seaweed egg soup, she acknowledged that his version was indeed far superior to her own. After approximately half an hour, the dishes, sour and spicy shredded potatoes, stir-fried intestines, and seaweed egg soup, were ready. Chenping and Qin Hao brought the dishes to the table. Qin Hao looked at Chenping and smiled gently. "You should try it first." Chenping remained silent, his expression slightly serious. He first tasted his own egg drop soup, followed by a sip of the one made by Qin Hao. The flavors were evenly matched. Chenping then sampled his stir-fried intestines, only to find that Qin Hao's preparation had an excellent texture and flavor. He subsequently tried the sour and spicy shredded potatoes, raising an eyebrow as he glanced at Qin Hao. "Now it's your turn." Qin Hao smiled slightly, then tasted each dish before turning to Chenping and stating that the flavors were identical, while acknowledging that the other aspects were executed quite well. Chen Ping nodded in silence. This culinary exchange was merely a casual sparring, and afterward, Chen Ping felt a sense of tranquility. 5 years ago, he was slightly inferior to Qin Hao in culinary skills. Now, after 5 years, he had made some progress, yet he felt he had reached a plateau, unable to advance further. Reflecting on Qin Hao's journey over the past 5 years, it was clear that many dishes could not be prepared frequently, and he had undoubtedly grown somewhat rusty in certain culinary techniques. Thus, it could be concluded that his culinary prowess was currently unrivaled in the Dragon Kingdom. As the two dined, their conversation was sparse. Chen Ping was generally a man of few words, not particularly loquacious. By 2 in the afternoon, Chen Ping prepared to take his leave, telling Qin Hao, "I have a flight at 5 this evening. I will bid farewell to a few people before heading back to the capital. If the opportunity arises, we should prepare all the cuisines together when I visit." Qin Hao chuckled in agreement, responding affirmatively. After exchanging a few more words, Chen Ping departed. Qin Hao then settled onto the sofa, sipping tea. The notion of preparing every dish as Chen Ping suggested felt tiresome to him, even at the mere thought. Aside from his daily meals, the idea of cooking like a professional chef every day seemed exhausting. After sitting for a while, he felt the emptiness of the house, which led to a sense of boredom. Lacking any particular hobbies, he found little interest in watching television. As for research, he had long since formulated concepts and ideas for significant national projects, awaiting his return to work next year to commence formal studies. With nothing else to occupy his mind, boredom crept in, inevitably prompting thoughts of his wife. At that moment, Qin Hao sent a message to Luo Qingxue. Upon receiving the message in her business vehicle, Luo Qingxue replied, "I'm at work." Qin Hao responded, "I'm feeling a bit bored." Luo Qingxue suggested, "Do something less boring." He replied, "Without you here, I feel quite dull." She countered, "What can I do? I'm at work." After a moment of contemplation, Qin Hao recalled a recent development. Last month, he had created a medication designed to enhance neural sensitivity. The drug could be administered orally or topically and was primarily aimed at addressing his wife's indifference towards their intimate life. To be precise, he had successfully developed this medication during their first year of marriage, although it only doubled neural sensitivity at that time. The recent formulation, however, could increase sensitivity 5-fold. He was eager to test it out. Qin Hao sent another message to Luo Qingxue, "Dear." She responded, "What is it?" At that moment, the live stream camera focused on Luo Qingxue's phone, revealing their conversation to countless viewers. "Goodness, 5 years of marriage and still so affectionate. Apologies for the public display of affection. Please spare us the dog food." Seeing the barrage of comments in the live chat, Luo Qingxue couldn't help but laugh. It wasn't her intention to flaunt her affection, it simply happened to be a live broadcast, and anything related to her husband inevitably found its way into the stream. She never anticipated that Qin Hao would send her such messages. At that moment, Qin Hao texted Luo Qingxue, stating that he had purchased a special version of Happy Water, which purportedly enhances nerve sensitivity 5-fold. Upon reading his message, Luo Qingxue's expression shifted to one of unease, prompting her to quickly put her phone away. The audience in the live stream noticed her flustered demeanor, which was evidently a reaction to Qin Hao's message. Happy Water. Isn't that a beverage? Yet, Qin Hao claimed it was an enhanced version that could quintuple nerve sensitivity. The viewers began to connect the dots, and suddenly their spirits soared as they bombarded the chat with inquiries directed at Luo Qingxue. "Qingxue, that Happy Water isn't just a drink, right? Wow. Incredible. Professor Qin is amazing. Where can I buy this kind of medicine?" Buy? It feels like this medicine was concocted by Professor Qin himself. Meanwhile, Luo Qingxue's mother, Mrs. Luo, also began to entertain similar thoughts. After all, the notion of a 5-fold enhancement of nerve sensitivity was quite suggestive. She pondered, could such a medicine truly exist? Perhaps. If there is a drug that heightens pain perception, then it is not implausible that one could exist to enhance sensitivity as well. In the business vehicle, Luo Qingxue inhaled deeply, striving to stabilize her emotions while attempting to maintain a natural expression. However, the viewer's incessant speculations left her feeling somewhat embarrassed, as though a secret had been exposed. Most importantly, her mother was likely watching the live stream. Social death. Luo Qingxue wished to find a crevice to burrow into and never emerge again. As the audience observed Luo Qingxue's reaction, they began to piece together the truth. Becoming increasingly convinced that this happy water was indeed real and that Luo Qingxue had undoubtedly tried it. In no time, countless viewers flooded the chat, eager to discover where they could procure this medicine. Regardless of gender, the audience began to inquire relentlessly. Lin Charen, watching Luo Qingxue, found herself conjuring a vivid image in her mind. 5 times. 5-fold enhancement of nerve sensitivity. If this were true, it could rival the 3 great disasters. At this moment, the chat was ablaze with comments. Qingxue, please ask your husband where this medicine can be purchased. Qingxue, I suspect this medicine was developed by your husband. Yes. I also believe it is Professor Qin's creation. My goodness. This could be a boon for humanity. If it is truly developed by Professor Qin, we need it on the market soon. Luo Qingxue felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she forcefully clarified, what are you all thinking? My husband was talking about happy water as a beverage, it's delicious. Don't you like soda? Seeing Luo Qingxue's desperate attempts to defend herself, the audience reacted with bemusement. Qingxue, what's there to be embarrassed about? After all, you've been married for 5 years, what haven't you seen? Exactly. We are all adults here. Luo Qingxue felt herself teetering on the brink of despair. Her mother was undoubtedly glued to the live stream. After a brief half-minute, Qin Hao, noticing his wife had not replied to his message, began to feel a twinge of confusion. He subsequently sent a message to Luo Qingxue, inquiring about her whereabouts and why she had not responded. Luo Qingxue had the notification from WeChat, recognizing it was her husband reaching out, yet she hesitated to look. What if he sent yet another distressing message? She truly wished to find a crevice to hide in. Luo Qingxue quickly exited the vehicle and replied to Qin Hao, explaining that she had been busy but was now aware. Upon reading her message, a smile graced Qin Hao's face. His wife was aware of the 5-fold enhancement. Luo Qingxue, upon reading the message, felt a mix of anticipation and trepidation, particularly since so many in the live stream were privy to this information. Most importantly, her mother might also be aware. The thought alone filled her with embarrassment. How would she face her mother in the future? Seeing Luo Qingxue's rather nonchalant reaction, Qin Hao could not help but feel perplexed. Shouldn't her response be more enthusiastic? Logically, if his wife knew about the enhancement portion, she would surely be eager to experience it. Why is your reaction so subdued? Qin Hao asked. Luo Qingxue replied, not at all. Once I finish work, order some takeout for dinner. Let us wrap it up quickly, and you know what happens next. After reading her message, Qin Hao responded with a chuckle, all right. I'll have dinner ready by the time you get home, and then we'll take a break. I'll get back to work now, Luo Qingxue replied. Good. Qin Hao grinned. After their conversation concluded, Luo Qingxue finally entered her car. Meanwhile, the live stream had erupted with excitement. Countless viewers, both male and female, began to inquire fervently. Qingxue, please tell us, where can we purchase this potion? Right, where can we actually buy it? Did Professor Qin develop it himself? At that moment, staff from pharmacies and doctors emerged to provide clarity. Please limit your questions, one doctor urged. I am here to educate you. Similar potions, as mentioned by Professor Qin, do not exist in the market. While there are many imitations available on various online platforms, they are counterfeit and may cause allergic reactions. Do not purchase blindly. A pharmacy owner chimed in, please do not buy recklessly. I suspect the happy water mentioned by Professor Qin is a formulation he created himself. From the chat, it seems Qingxue has used it and endorsed its efficacy. Upon hearing from the professionals that similar products were largely fraudulent and potentially harmful, the audience hesitated to make any purchases. If they truly desired such a potion, their only option would be to procure it directly from Professor Qin. The viewers continued to flood the chat with messages. Qingxue, do share, after all, everyone is aware of your connection with Professor Qin. It wouldn't be hard to disclose a bit more. Indeed, you've been married for 5 years, I feel shy about it. At that moment, Lin Charan could not contain herself and turned to Luo Qingxue, saying, "Qingxue, you might as well say it. Everyone already knows. If you remain silent, the fans in the live stream will keep pressing you for answers." Clearing his throat, Director Zhong added, "Perhaps you should just share it, as Charan suggested. If you don't, the viewers will likely continue to bombard you with questions." Luo Qingxue cast a glance at the two with a silent expression, remarking, "I suppose you both are also curious about where to procure this." Director Zhong offered an awkward smile, naturally. He was eager to know where one could acquire such a potion, for it would indeed be quite intriguing to have access to it. Lin Charan, upon hearing this, felt a flash of embarrassment and smiled shyly. The viewers in the live stream, upon observing Lin Charan's demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle and began to tease her through the comments. "Charan wants to buy it too, haha. But how would you use it, Charan? You don't have a boyfriend. Charan, do you need a boyfriend?" Lin Charan chose to disregard these comments. At this moment, Luo Qingxue let out a helpless sigh. Given the current situation, if she did not address it, the audience would likely persist in their inquiries. To expedite the resolution of this matter, Luo Qingxue reluctantly stated, "I have used the topical happy water. It was purchased by my husband, though I am unaware of where." Upon hearing this, the viewers packed up, bombarding the chat with questions. "How effective is it? How effective is it?" Luo Qingxue, now unembarrassed, responded with composure, "The effects are quite good." The viewers continued to press for more information, urging her to ask Professor Qin where the potion could be purchased. "Yes, please inquire about where to obtain this." With a sigh of resignation, Luo Qingxue opened her WeChat and messaged Qin Hao, "Darling, where did you buy this happy water?" Qin Hao replied almost instantaneously, "Why are you asking this?" Luo Qingxue rolled her eyes, "My colleagues want to buy it too." Qin Hao, sweating slightly, responded, "This medicine might be hard to come by. The owner mentioned it was the last bottle." Upon reading this, Luo Qingxue quickly realized that this happy water was concocted by her husband. Hard to come by. The last bottle. Such excuses. Luo Qingxue was somewhat exasperated. Her husband concocted all sorts of peculiar things. At that moment, the live stream audience also witnessed the exchange between Qin Hao and Luo Qingxue, and they understood that this potion was developed by Professor Qin himself. Oh dear. It's another creation by Professor Qin, or will it ever be commercially available? Or, if Professor Qin developed it, then it's unlikely to be purchased even if desired. Beside them, Lin Charan and Director Zhong appeared quite disheartened, knowing it was developed by Professor Qin meant it would be unattainable. Director Zhong, with a smile, suggested to Luo Qingxue, "When the opportunity arises, perhaps you could ask Professor Qin if this can be produced in bulk." Luo Qingxue nodded. But she knew she would have to wait until after the program concluded to broach the subject with her husband. As time passed, it was soon 5:30 in the afternoon. After waiting a short while, Luo Qingxue returned home. Upon arrival, she found Qin Hao had already set several dishes on the table and served rice. "Darling, dinner is ready," Qin Hao said with a smile. Luo Qingxue chuckled softly, discreetly pressing the mute button to disable the camera. She then sat beside Qin Hao. "Wife," Qin Hao gently offered a piece of stir-fried meat towards her mouth, saying softly, "Open wide." Luo Qingxue complied, and Qin Hao placed the morsel in her mouth. "Now for some vegetables," he added, offering her a piece of green vegetable. Luo Qingxue continued to eat. Qin Hao gazed tenderly at Luo Qingxue, his left arm encircling her waist while his right hand deftly maneuvered chopsticks to serve her dishes. He was eager to feed her, wishing to nourish his beloved thoroughly. The thought of utilizing the quintuple enhancement potion later, envisioning her uncontrollable delight, invigorated him. Luo Qingxue remained silent, diligently cooperating with Qin Hao, consuming whatever he offered her. Nestled in his embrace, she felt a profound sense of security emanating from his warmth. Reflecting on her husband's extraordinary achievements in concocting numerous potions, particularly his grand ambition to alleviate the suffering of the ill, she found herself utterly captivated by his charm. At that moment, she felt a singular devotion. Whatever her husband commanded, she would comply. If he directed her east, she would not falter west. If he desired anything of her, she would yield willingly. "Darling, have another piece of meat," Qin Hao urged, placing a dish near her lips. Luo Qingxue opened her mouth, awaiting his gentle offering. He watched her with tenderness, marveling at her docility and the sweetness of her compliance, a sensation he found delightful. Once they finished dining, the couple proceeded to the bathroom to shower. After their refreshing bath, they embraced, and Luo Qingxue whispered softly in Qin Hao's ear, "Today, I am yours. Do as you wish." The following morning, as Qin Hao and Luo Qingxue awoke, memories of the previous night flooded their minds. Qin Hao observed Luo Qingxue, noting her exceptional obedience. Though she was typically compliant, her demeanor last night had been even more submissive, as if she were entirely devoted to his wishes. A fleeting thought crossed his mind: could it be that she was inherently submissive? He quickly dismissed the notion, pondering instead that perhaps her love for him was simply profound. Luo Qingxue, glancing at Qin Hao, reminisced about the previous evening as well. Whatever Qin Hao instructed her to do, she followed without hesitation. This unqualified obedience felt unique, igniting a desire within her to hear his commands and submit to him. A similar thought briefly crossed her mind: could she be inherently submissive? No, she promptly dismissed it, confident that her compliance was solely reserved for Qin Hao. Strangely, she yearned to hear him issue her directives, eager to follow. "Shall we rise?" Qin Hao inquired. "All right," Luo Qingxue replied. After they got up, they proceeded to freshen up. Once they completed their morning routines, Luo Qingxue fixed her gaze on Qin Hao. Noticing her intense stare, he asked in curiosity, "Why are you looking at me so?" "I'm waiting for you to instruct me," she replied. "Then perhaps you could start by preparing breakfast," he suggested. "Of course," she responded, her eyes sparkling. "What would you like to eat?" "Anything will do," he replied nonchalantly. "Very well," she said, and with that, she busied herself in the kitchen. While bustling about in the kitchen, Luo Qingxue was inexplicably filled with a profound sense of joy, delighted to heed her husband's words. After finishing the meal, she served 2 bowls of stir-fried pork with green peppers at the table. "Dear, it's time to eat," she said gently, gazing at Qin Hao. Nodding, Qin Hao began to eat. After a couple of bites, he noticed Luo Qingxue had not touched her chopsticks and looked at her in confusion. "Why aren't you eating?" Luo Qingxue replied, "I'm waiting for you to instruct me." Qin Hao, puzzled, wondered what was happening. Was his wife merely playing a game with him? Or could it be that she genuinely enjoyed the feeling of obeying him? "Eat," he commanded, and only then did Luo Qingxue pick up her chopsticks. Once they had finished their meal, Luo Qingxue stared at Qin Hao expectantly. Seeing her demeanor, Qin Hao thought, since his wife enjoyed this game of listening to him, he might as well indulge her. He found himself quite enjoying the act of directing her. Suddenly, he was reminded of something: some pursue wealth, others seek fame, and still others chase power. Previously, he had struggled to fully understand those who sought power, questioning its significance. Yet now, the sensation of having his wife comply with his every word was rather gratifying. He wondered if company executives delighted in the act of commanding their subordinates as he did. "Please clear the table," Qin Hao instructed Luo Qingxue. "All right," she replied with a smile, rising to take the dishes to the kitchen to wash them. After tidying up, she glanced at the clock. It was already 8 o'clock, the time she typically departed for work. Under ordinary circumstances, she would inform Qin Hao and leave, but today, she hesitated, awaiting him to speak first. Qin Hao, aware that his wife should be preparing for work, noted that she was watching him, as if she would not take the initiative to leave without his prompting. He chose to remain silent, anticipating that she would eventually express a desire to go to work. As time passed, by 8:30, he noticed she still hadn't mentioned leaving, which took him by surprise. Had they taken this game too far? While playful banter was enjoyable, it should not lead to tardiness. "Are you not going to work?" he inquired. "I am. But I'm waiting for you to tell me to go," Luo Qingxue replied. "Enough is enough," Qin Hao said, raising an eyebrow. "Playing games is one thing, but you can't let it cause you to be late, can you?" Luo Qingxue blinked, remaining silent, although she cherished listening to her husband. She had already requested a leave of absence. Qin Hao felt that Luo Qingxue had taken the game too far. In his mind, while playfulness was welcome, work should be treated with solemnity. Unable to restrain himself, he admonished her, "Next time, don't let it go this far. If you enjoy playing, I will join you." But be mindful of the boundaries. Understood? Understood, dear, Luo Qingxue replied obediently. Qin Hao nodded slightly. Go to work, but don't rush. If you arrive late, so be it. Drive slowly and prioritize safety. I understand, dear, Luo Qingxue replied before changing her shoes. She picked up her bag and faced Qin Hao, saying, I'm off to work now. Go ahead, Qin Hao responded. Before leaving, Luo Qingxue discreetly disabled the camera's privacy settings. At that moment, the viewers in the live stream noticed Qin Hao's presence. What's going on today? The broadcast started at 8:30. That's half an hour later than usual. So frustrating. Haha. Being half an hour late probably means he was exhausted from yesterday. I waited so long, my patience is withering. Please try to start on time next time. Even if you can't be early. The viewers were aware of the recent five-fold enhancement and speculated about what might have transpired the previous night. Once Luo Qingxue settled into the business car, Lin Charan observed her demeanor and noticed that Luo Qingxue seemed to be in high spirits. Lin Charan felt a twinge of envy, thinking, Luo Qingxue must have had a fantastic time yesterday, especially with that five-fold boost. It's a pity that this potion was developed by Professor Qin himself, it's not something one can simply purchase. She mused. How wonderful it would be to have a husband who specializes in pharmaceuticals. Imagine the peculiar concoctions he could create. Meanwhile, the live stream audience began teasing Qingxue, how was yesterday? Yes, tell us. Luo Qingxue ignored the barrage of comments and engaged in casual conversation with Lin Charan. At that moment, a car pulled up to the building where Qin Hao lived, and a man in his early 50s emerged. Dressed in an elegant black suit. He exuded an air of success. He retrieved a multitude of gifts from the car's trunk. Ascending the staircase, he arrived at Qin Hao's door and knocked. Upon hearing the knock, Qin Hao instantly recognized the visitor. Yesterday, Director Zhao had called to inform him of his visit to discuss the latest funding arrangements. As Qin Hao approached the door, the live stream audience fell silent, no longer teasing Luo Qingxue. They recalled hearing Qin Hao's phone conversation with Director Zhao, during which he had claimed to have over 20 trillion RMB in liquid assets deposited in a bank account. He had even mentioned donating 1 trillion for national defense 2 years prior. The audience, both longtime fans and newcomers alike, found his assertions utterly astonishing. They were now intently watching the live stream, eager to discern whether Qin Hao's claims were genuine or mere bravado. Luo Qingxue, however, was less curious. Regardless of the truth behind Qin Hao's statements, she was primarily interested in watching her handsome husband through the live stream. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man in a suit laden with gifts. Director Zhao beamed upon seeing Qin Hao. Professor Qin, it's only been 6 months since we last met. And you've become even more handsome. Qin Hao chuckled lightly, setting aside the gift presented by President Zhao, and then shook hands with him, remarking that he seemed younger after their 6-month separation. President Zhao laughed heartily and subsequently entered the room. After settling onto the sofa, Qin Hao brewed a pot of tea, and the two engaged in casual conversation. At that moment, the live stream audience was primarily focused on President Zhao, their curiosity piqued by his identity. They knew only that he was the president of a bank, yet the specific institution remained a mystery. Who could uncover the identity of this bank president? Logically, the higher the position, the easier it should be to find information online, right? For now, it seemed challenging to ascertain, so they decided to wait and see. Meanwhile, Director Zhang of the production team began searching online, starting with the presidents of the largest banks. In the live stream, after exchanging pleasantries with Qin Hao, President Xia was asked about the substantial recent deposit he mentioned over the phone the previous day. With a particularly animated expression, he raised a finger and exclaimed, 13,800 billion. The mere utterance of such a staggering figure sent a tremor of excitement through him. This latest deposit alone surpassed the wealth of the current richest person in the world. And this was merely the most recent transaction. The audience in the live stream found it hard to believe, some outright dismissing it. As a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, the unit he referred to undoubtedly indicated renminbi. 13,800 billion. And this was just the latest sum. Who would believe such a claim? Even the most ardent fans of Qin Hao felt it was too outrageous. In the live stream, upon hearing President Xiao's declaration, Qin Hao nodded lightly. Feeling no ripple of emotion, he had long since become immune to the allure of wealth, perceiving it merely as a string of numbers. He then inquired, "What is the current balance in my account at the Dragon Kingdom Bank?" Qin Hao was genuinely unaware of his exact financial standing, only possessing a rough estimate of over 20 trillion, lacking precise details. The funds had not been deposited directly into his account but existed through alternative means. Initially, the higher-ups refrained from transferring the money directly to his account due to concerns that overseas spies might discover such a substantial sum, potentially attracting unwanted attention from both spies and the global community. To maintain his anonymity and evade scrutiny, his wealth was stored in the Dragon Kingdom Bank through different channels. The audience in the live stream, upon hearing Qin Hao's query, grew even more incredulous. After all, one could easily check their bank balance through mobile banking apps without needing to consult President Xiao. "Quick, look up the president of the Dragon Kingdom Bank," they urged. Within mere seconds, countless viewers began their online searches, soon uncovering the information that the president of the Dragon Kingdom Bank was Zhao Weiguo. They discovered his date of birth, career history, accolades, and even several photographs of him. As the audience beheld the images of President Xiao, they were left utterly bewildered. "I have verified it, indeed. This individual is truly the president of the Dragon Country Bank. It is astonishing, but I have confirmed it. I have solid evidence of President Xiao's identity." However, to assert that Professor Qin possesses tens of trillions, more than the world's wealthiest, is it not somewhat exaggerated? I too find it quite implausible. Yet the dialogue between President Xiao and Professor Qin seems remarkably authentic. If Professor Qin genuinely possesses such wealth, from whence does it originate? In the business vehicle, Lin Charan and Director Zhong were both utterly astonished. One is the director of the program, and the other is a guest. They have been closely following Qin Hao from the very beginning. Initially, they were skeptical about Qin Hao's claims of conquering cancer. Yet the reality is that everything is indeed true. And now, does Qin Hao possess tens of trillions? Is that real? If it were false, the identity of President Xiao has already been verified. Moreover, both President Xiao and Qin Hao were unaware that their conversation was being broadcast live, making it unlikely for them to utter falsehoods. Could it possibly be true? If it is, then it is utterly terrifying. With the wealth Qin Hao possesses, he could easily ascend to become the new world's richest individual. At this moment, Luo Qingxue was also bewildered. Tens of trillions? Could her husband truly have tens of trillions? Is that conceivable? How could one amass such an amount? Although her husband has conquered cancer and AIDS, the national rewards could not possibly amount to such a sum. Everyone was perplexed. After all, based on current circumstances, they only knew that Qin Hao had triumphed over cancer and AIDS. While he would certainly receive national accolades for overcoming two monumental global challenges, no reward could feasibly reach such astronomical figures. The audience in the live stream, including Luo Qingxue and her companions, were fixated on the broadcast, eager to hear what President Xiao would divulge. On the screen, President Xiao's voice trembled slightly as he stated, "You previously had 26 trillion, and with the current addition of 13 trillion, you are nearing 40 trillion. As he uttered this figure, he felt a shiver run down his spine, for the current recognized wealthiest individual in the world possesses merely a little over 10 trillion. Yet here was Qin Hao, at the tender age of 28, already nearing 40 trillion. Had he not donated that 1 trillion 2 years prior, his liquid assets would have amounted to a staggering 50 trillion. The viewers in the live stream were astounded by President Xiao's declaration. The notion that Qin Hao personally holds nearly 40 trillion renminbi is preposterous. Do you comprehend what 40 trillion renminbi signifies? It is thrice the wealth of today's richest individual. The audience began inundating the chat with comments. Unbelievable. This is absurd. It is truly outrageous. I am an ardent admirer of Professor Qin, yet this is just too far-fetched. I concur, it is indeed absurd. However, what President Xiao and Professor Qin discussed appears genuine. Perhaps there is more to the story. Within the live stream, Qin Hao nodded slightly. Regarding his possession of 40 trillion renminbi, he felt little stir within. For him, money had ceased to hold significance. At this moment, Director Zhao envisioned a scenario, articulating his thoughts as he spoke. Professor Qin, given your current rate of earning, It is estimated that within 5 years, your account could swell to a staggering 100 trillion. He continued. While profits from HIV vaccines and medications may dwindle in the coming years, there remains substantial potential in cancer drugs and treatments for pulmonary heart disease. Qin Hao nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging that the number of individuals vaccinated against HIV worldwide is considerable, suggesting a future decline in HIV cases. The sales of the HIV vaccine had already begun to plummet, while HIV medications were set to launch overseas, promising one last wave of profit, albeit briefly. The sales of these medications would likely sustain for just a year before experiencing a significant downturn. In subsequent years, only cancer treatments and medications for pulmonary heart disease would continue to yield profits. The viewers in the live stream, upon hearing Director Zhao mention that Qin Hao had amassed considerable wealth through cancer and HIV medications, displayed expressions of astonishment and confusion. Could it be that Professor Qin has conquered cancer and HIV in collaboration with state-owned enterprises? If that were the case, his potential earnings could indeed reach trillions. I had assumed that breakthroughs in cancer and HIV were achievements credited to research institutions. If this is true, it is quite alarming to think how lucrative the pharmaceutical industry can be. Professor Qin could be the wealthiest individual in the world, surpassing even the current title holder. As the initial shock wore off, viewers began to ponder other implications. They questioned whether Qin Hao was affiliated with a research institution that, as typically, achievements in combating diseases would be attributed to such organizations. Why, then, was he entitled to a share of the profits? Or was it the case that Qin Hao independently financed the research projects leading a team to tackle these diseases? Some viewers recalled Director Zhao's mention of pulmonary heart disease, realizing that Qin Hao had also made strides in that area. Is Professor Qin truly that formidable? Has he conquered pulmonary heart disease as well? It's known to be a significant global challenge. Indeed, pulmonary heart disease is typically manageable but remains progressive, and its flare-ups can cause excruciating pain, often limiting life expectancy to around 5 years. In a business vehicle, Director Zhong and Lin Charan were simultaneously struck with disbelief, contemplating the enormity of Qin Hao's wealth, 40 trillion. Such an amount surpasses the annual GDP of several top-tier cities in the country. The current wealthiest individual in the world possesses just over 10 trillion. While Qin Hao's fortune dwarfs that by several multiples. Beside them, Luo Qingxue was rendered speechless, grappling with the realization that her husband's account held more than that of the world's richest. For a moment it felt surreal, as if she were ensnared in a dream. Yet she knew this was reality. In the live stream, Qin Hao then addressed Director Zhao, stating, "Let us reserve 20 trillion. The rest shall be donated to the nation for military expenditures." Upon hearing this, President Xiao's eyes brimmed with respect. As the president of the Longguo Bank, he possessed profound knowledge regarding Qin Hao's sources of funding, and he was privy to even more details. He was aware that several years prior, Qin Hao had expressed his intention to generously donate the formulas for cancer and AIDS medications to the nation without any expectation of compensation. Considering this, how many individuals across the globe could match such an act of selflessness? It is essential to recognize that these formulas held immense commercial value, not to mention their significance in other realms. Yet, Qin Hao did not waver for a moment. He was determined to make the donation. Unfortunately, his higher-ups declined his offer. To his understanding, the refusal stemmed from the fact that these medications were solely developed by Qin Hao with little to no contribution from the authorities. Furthermore, he speculated that their rejection was motivated by a desire to claim the title of the world's richest person. President Xiao gazed at Qin Hao, filled with admiration. "Professor Qin, I am at a loss for words. Your decision to donate the formulas for cancer and AIDS medications to the nation is unparalleled in the world." Qin Hao smiled faintly in response, stating, "Back then, when I intended to donate those formulas, I was met with refusal from my superiors. Since I could not donate the formulas, I decided to contribute financially instead. If it weren't for my identity being revealed on the 1st of next month, I would have showcased my title as the world's richest man in front of my wife. However, I plan to retain $1 billion for my family, donating the rest for military expenditures." Hearing this, President Xiao felt a surge of emotion. To reserve $1 billion while donating the rest. Professor Qin, he thought, longing to articulate his admiration, yet finding himself at a loss for words, as he sensed that no language could adequately encapsulate the essence of Professor Qin. The 80,000 viewers in the live stream were captivated by the exchange between President Xiao and Qin Hao. When they heard President Xiao mention Qin Hao's earlier intention to donate the formulas for cancer and AIDS vaccines to the country, their admiration for him deepened. They perceived Qin Hao as remarkably selfless, or perhaps his spirit had transcended worldly concerns, remaining indifferent to fame, wealth, and power. In the business vehicle, Director Zhong and Lin Charen were equally astonished, reflecting on Qin Hao's willingness to selflessly donate those formulas to the nation years ago. They understood the terrifying commercial value of such formulas, and yet Qin Hao had proceeded without hesitation. They realized that they could never reach such heights of generosity, which only intensified their respect for him. Meanwhile, Luo Qingxue found herself equally moved, contemplating how effortlessly her husband navigated life, so prepared to donate those formulas and now potentially trillions. At least he intended to keep $1 billion, which for an ordinary person would be more than sufficient for a comfortable life. President Xiao expressed his inner confusion, asking Professor Qin whether the funds he donated would be allocated for military expenditures. Qin Hao nodded lightly and explained that the current state of public welfare had improved significantly. Many diseases had been conquered, and healthcare had become accessible to nearly everyone. He expressed his reluctance to contribute to public welfare at this juncture, stating that over the coming years, his earnings would primarily support military funding and research institutions. There were matters Qin Hao felt compelled to keep from President Xiao. 5 years prior, he had participated in the development of fighter jet engines, crafted enigmatic missiles, and contributed to the creation of strategic assets such as the aerospace aircraft carrier. At that time, it was imperative for him to conceal his identity, as the nature of these national projects could not be publicly disclosed. Now, as higher authorities sought to unveil his identity, it was a consideration of national strength. With the formidable missiles and aerospace carrier he had developed, Long Country's capabilities could now confidently face the world. Even the nation's ultimate defense weapon, the nuclear arsenal, alongside the latest missile defense systems and the rapid mobility of the aerospace carrier, was sufficient to neutralize many threats at their inception. While not absolute, the current strength was intimidating enough to deter reckless actions. His donations were also a strategic move, aiming for a final push. He anticipated that once the next major national project was successfully developed and deployed within 5 years, a Long Country would fear no threats. President Xiao nodded in agreement, acknowledging the significant progress in public welfare. The viewers in the live stream reacted to Qin Hao's words with a flurry of comments. Indeed, our Long Country's technological advancements in recent years have been remarkable. Our fighter jet engines are leading the world, and public welfare has made incredible strides, with many diseases being overcome. Absolutely, scientists are crucial. Once a scientist develops a superweapon, it can alter the global landscape. Take Professor Qin, for instance. His breakthroughs in pharmaceuticals have generated immense commercial value. By the way, individuals like Professor Qin must have secret protectors, right? As the live stream continued, Qin Hao suddenly recalled something and called Zhong Yu, the chairman of Dongzhou Pharmaceutical Group. Upon answering, Zhong greeted him warmly, asking if he had been missed. Qin Hao chuckled lightly and requested Zhong to visit him, as he had developed a cold remedy and a treatment for pneumonia. He explained that his cold medicine was highly effective, with negligible side effects, allowing recovery from severe colds in just 3 days and treating mild colds in 1 day. Zhong, excited by this news, exclaimed he would immediately book a flight. Qin Hao gently shook his head, emphasizing the importance of the formula and advising against haste. He suggested that Zhong bring a substantial entourage to ensure the safety of the formula. Zhong reassured him, stating he would bring at least 100 people for the protection of the formula. Qin Hao responded affirmatively and added that he would also provide the formula for the hangover capsule, to which they had previously discussed. After listening to Zhong Yu, Qin Professor responded with excitement, "Very well. If you present so many prescriptions next time, once these prescriptions are mass-produced into medicine, I estimate you could earn a few trillion in a year." Qin Hao, unfazed, replied, "As someone supported by the state, I have little interest in wealth. My motivation for developing this medication stems from a desire to benefit humanity. More importantly, I aim to lower drug prices, ideally driving overseas pharmaceutical companies to bankruptcy. The money I earn will primarily be donated." Upon hearing Qin Hao's words, Zhong Yu could not help but feel moved. At this moment, Qin Hao said, "All right. I must hang up now, I have friends with me." Please inform me a day in advance when you plan to visit. Zhang Yu promptly replied, okay, understood. After the call ended, Director Zhao gazed at Qin Hao in astonishment. Professor Qin, have you developed other medications as well? Yes, Qin Hao confirmed. This hangover capsule, for instance? Zhao inquired, voicing his curiosity. Although he comprehended its literal meaning, he was unaware of the medication's efficacy. Qin Hao explained. The hangover capsule can completely eliminate alcohol from the body within 40 minutes. It is particularly beneficial for those who frequently drink and drive. Upon hearing this, Zhao immediately recognized the immense commercial value of the hangover capsule, astounding. In the coming years, it seemed likely that Professor Qin could earn trillions annually. After all, the efficacy of the hangover capsule was exceptional, alongside cold and pneumonia medications. Given Professor Qin's reputation, these would undoubtedly be top-tier products, likely leading to the disappearance of many competing cold remedies. At that moment, Qin Hao called Shen Shao, the chairman of Shehu Pharmaceutical Group. Once the call connected, Shen Shao enthusiastically remarked, Professor Qin, we only parted ways a few days ago, did you miss me? Qin Hao, taken aback, replied, please find time to visit me. I have developed a medication for hemorrhoids. By using both external and internal medications for 7 days, one can achieve a complete cure. Shen Shao's expression shifted dramatically at this news. While numerous hemorrhoid treatments exist on the market, they are generally effective only for mild cases. Severe hemorrhoids often require surgical intervention. The pain associated with such surgeries is excruciating, akin to passing shards of glass during restroom visits. Now, with Professor Qin's claim that his medication could cure hemorrhoids in just 7 days, an extraordinary feat. Current hemorrhoid medications merely alleviate symptoms without providing a permanent solution, and even post-surgery. Recurrence is common. The potential value of this medication is staggering, considering that 9 out of 10 individuals suffer from hemorrhoids, albeit to varying degrees. Once Professor Qin's treatment hits the market, sales will surely escalate rapidly. Shen Shao quickly exclaimed, I will book a flight immediately. Qin Hao chuckled lightly, there is no rush. The value of the prescription is exceedingly high, so please bring along several individuals for its protection. Shen Shao's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he replied. I will ensure to bring at least 50 people with me, you can rest assured. Qin Hao nodded, let us proceed accordingly. I still have friends here. After a brief conversation, the call concluded. Standing beside him, President Xiao looked at Qin Hao with a mixture of astonishment and profound admiration. Qin Hao had not only conquered formidable global challenges but had also developed remarkably effective pharmaceuticals. This heralded a potential upheaval in the pharmaceutical industry. Most strikingly, at the tender age of 28, Qin Hao had reached the pinnacle of drug research, seemingly able to overcome any ailment with diligent inquiry. Professor Qin, my admiration for you flows like the endless waters of a mighty river, President Xiao expressed earnestly. Not only had Qin Hao excelled in the realm of pharmaceutical research, but he also possessed a deep patriotic fervor and regarded fame, power, and wealth with remarkable indifference. Such a spirit transcended the mundane concerns of materialism. Upon hearing President Xiao's words, Qin Hao felt a twinge of humility. In truth, it is nothing extraordinary, I merely fulfill my duties as a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. Contributing to its progress is quite natural. However, I believe that if others possessed my capabilities, they too would willingly contribute to our nation's advancement. President Xiao, unable to suppress a wry smile, shook his head. Professor Qin, you hold humanity in far too high esteem. Not everyone possesses your detachment from fame and fortune. It is indeed challenging for others to emulate your stance. Qin Hao remained silent, recognizing the disparity between his experiences and those of President Xiao. His usual company comprised researchers and individuals from various fields, all striving to contribute to the Dragon Kingdom, even if their motives were occasionally self-serving, a common human trait. At that moment, President Xiao regarded Qin Hao again. Professor Qin, I just heard on the phone that you intend to put overseas pharmaceutical companies out of business. Qin Hao nodded slightly. The production costs of those foreign companies are minimal, even when factoring in research and development expenses. Their prices when selling to our Dragon Kingdom are exorbitant. More importantly, the prices they charge us for the same medication differ vastly from those they charge other nations, often by several multiples. Is this not a blatant act of exploitation? Is this not an overt bullying of our nation? Qin Hao's recollection of past grievances fueled his indignation. President Zhao, stirred by Qin Hao's remarks, felt a surge of anger within him. Those overseas pharmaceutical companies indeed treated their dealings with us differently, charging exorbitant prices compared to their sales to other countries. The viewers in the live stream, upon hearing Qin Hao's words, also felt a wave of outrage. I recall a particular medication, though I cannot remember its name. It was sold to other countries for merely $100, yet we were charged $1,000. This is an outright injustice. I remember that too. It was indeed the case in the past. Whenever I came across related news, that I would feel furious. However, in recent years, the situation has improved significantly as many foreign pharmaceutical companies have been effectively sidelined. In the live stream, Qin Hao continued, during my high school years, we had exchange students from overseas, and they often exhibited a pronounced sense of superiority over us. I felt a surge of anger even contemplating a physical confrontation. However, I realized that resorting to violence would not address the underlying issues. Strengthening ourselves and contributing to the advancement of the Dragon Kingdom across various domains is the true solution. He left the rest unspoken. To gauge the strength of a nation, one must look beyond its economy and culture. The military aspect holds paramount importance. Only when one's power is formidable can others be deterred from recklessness. A robust military is essential for peaceful development and the advancement of various sectors. If one's strength is lacking, can one expect to develop quietly without interference? The answer is emphatically no. Upon completing the college entrance examination at 18, he believed that attending university would squander his potential. Thus, he sent an email containing information about aircraft engines. Shortly after receiving his correspondence, the recipient arranged a clandestine meeting with him. During their discussion regarding insights on aircraft engines, an invitation was extended to join the Chinese Academy of Sciences to partake in research on aircraft engines. It was from that moment that he commenced the pursuit of his ideals and ambitions. At this juncture, Director Zhao, now in his 50s, reflected profoundly on his experiences. He recalled a time when foreigners exhibited a sense of superiority over his compatriots, who often felt a pang of inferiority. Yet, this very inferiority spurred a relentless drive for self-improvement and a desire to alter such dynamics. Professor Qin, he remarked, the Dragon Kingdom has undergone a transformation that is beyond comparison, particularly in the realm of pharmaceutical research, to which you have made monumental contributions. Qin Hao smiled and nodded, acknowledging the significant changes in the Dragon Kingdom. It is getting late, please have a seat while I prepare dinner. We shall enjoy a drink together shortly, he said with a smile. Thank you for your kindness, Director Zhao, came the reply. It is no trouble at all, your presence is most welcome. Qin Hao responded cheerfully as he headed to the kitchen. At that moment, viewers in the live stream, upon hearing Qin Hao's words, began to flood the chat with messages. Professor Qin is truly remarkable, he is our role model. Salute. Incredible. Incredible. Suddenly, confusion arose, what is happening? Why can I no longer type Professor Qin's name? Me too. I can't type Qin Hao's name either, not even with symbols. In the business vehicle, Director Zhong, Lin Charan, and Luo Qingxue were momentarily taken aback by the barrage of comments. You can't type Qin Hao's name. They each tried and confirmed the strange occurrence. Let us try WeChat, Lin Charan suggested, sending a message to Luo Qingxue with Qin Hao's name. I didn't receive anything, Luo Qingxue replied, puzzled. Lin Charan was bewildered. She had clearly sent it. As they continued to experiment, they realized that although they could send messages, the recipient would not receive them. A collective realization dawned upon them, the authorities had intervened. In the live stream, others began to comment that even the program's name could not be typed. What is going on? I just asked my mom to search for the program's name, and it couldn't be found. At that moment, the viewers remained unaware of the significant news breaking outside, which had just been officially announced. In the live broadcast room, an increasing number of viewers attempted to type the name Qin Hao, only to discover that although the characters appeared correctly, they were replaced by symbols upon sending in the barrage. One viewer turned to a young woman beside him and said, "Yeah, please type Qin Hao for me using your WeChat." Upon hearing this, the young woman sent the name to her boyfriend via WeChat. However, The viewer was perplexed when he noticed he had not received the message, even though his girlfriend had clearly sent the name. With a furrowed brow, he suggested to the young woman to try searching for exploring the other half on a short video platform. She complied, but after searching, found nothing. Observing this, the viewer's confusion deepened. It seemed that Professor Qin's name had been comprehensively designated as a blocked term. Even the account for exploring the other half was no longer searchable. As he gazed at the barrage in the live room, he noted that many were lamenting their inability to type Professor Qin's name. Nor could they even mention the program's name. The viewer's concern grew. He hesitated to exit the live room, fearing he might not be able to re-enter. At that moment, he caught a comment in the barrage stating that those who had previously entered the room could leave and return, while newcomers would be barred from entry. Anxiously, he decided to exit the live room, only to breathe a sigh of relief when he successfully re-entered. The barrage was bustling. It seemed the authorities had intervened, rendering both Professor Qin's name and that of the program untypable. My parents' phones can't access the program's live room either, one viewer remarked. Me too, apart from my phone. My family cannot find the program's live room. It was astonishing. Previously, the live room had restricted access to local viewers. Yet now countless individuals were unable to locate it at all, leaving only those who had previously been in the room unaffected. In a business vehicle, Director Zhang searched for exploring the other half on his other phone, but found nothing. At that moment, he received a message from investor Mr. Su. The program will continue. It read. Zhang, puzzled, inquired, what is happening? Many people cannot find the live room, and the rankings have vanished. Even Professor Qin's name is unsearchable. Mr. Su, the authorities have intervened. No new viewers will enter the live room, only established viewers can come and go freely, came the response. Do not worry about anything else. Just focus on the broadcast. By the way, keep an eye on the news in the coming days. Zhang promptly replied, understood. After conversing for a while, Director Zhang put away his phone and turned to the live broadcast room, stating that he had just received news Professor Qin's name could not be displayed, and the program team was unable to search for it due to official intervention. Initially, viewers who had entered the live stream could re-enter after exiting. However, those who had not previously joined would no longer be able to access the stream. Upon hearing this, the audience in the live room displayed expressions of realization, so it was indeed the officials doing. Yet, the question lingered, why would the authorities take such actions? Given that Professor Qin had conquered numerous diseases and developed highly effective medications, it would seem logical to promote his visibility through the live broadcast. Why, then, was there a restriction on viewership? Director Zhang, observing the barrage of comments from the audience, shared his perplexity regarding the upper management's decision and suggested that everyone keep an eye on the news, as it might provide answers. The viewers took note of this advice, contemplating that significant news could emerge in the coming days. Meanwhile, Luo Qingshue's mother, Luo Mu, had been glued to the live broadcast for the past few days. Initially, upon learning that her son-in-law had triumphed over cancer and AIDS, she found it hard to believe, feeling as though she had been struck down by disbelief. How could her merely 28-year-old son-in-law solve such monumental global challenges? The turning point came when she confirmed the identity of Chen Ping, the president of the Dragon Kingdom Chef Association, who had engaged in culinary exchanges with her son-in-law. This revelation left her in a state of bewilderment. Despite her incredulity, she suspected that perhaps the program team had hired the association's president as a ruse to heighten the show's appeal. When Qin Hao boasted of possessing trillions of RMB, her skepticism deepened, leading her to conclude that it was all merely a fabrication orchestrated by the producers. However, upon verifying the identity of Director Zhao, her disbelief began to wane. She could hardly fathom how a production team could enlist the president of a major bank as a mere prop. It was from that moment that she began to entertain doubt. Now, she was convinced, her heart held no reservations. Just moments ago, she attempted to type out the name Qin Hao and found that the letters appeared, yet the message failed to reach him. As if her son-in-law's name had become a taboo. At this juncture, Luo Mu's thoughts whirled. She yearned to confront Qin Hao directly to resolve her lingering questions. However, given the current circumstances, if he were to learn that he was being broadcasted live, it might jeopardize the entire program. She feared that any disruption she caused could lead to the wrath of the 800,000 viewers in the live room. With her mind racing, Luomu decided to call Qin Hao's mother. The call connected swiftly. Hello? Qin's mother answered. Luomu steadied herself and asked, I have a question for you. Do you know who conquered cancer? Sure how did, came Qin's mother's straightforward reply. Luomu was taken aback by the directness of the answer. Steeling herself, she inquired. And AIDS? Also conquered by Xiao Hao, Qin's mother responded. Luomu sensed something amiss. Qin Hao's mother's reaction seemed somewhat unusual. Have you been watching the live program Exploring the Other Half? She asked. Mother Qin, indeed, both my husband and I are watching. Mother Luo. You didn't learn from the program that your son has conquered AIDS and cancer, did you? Mother Qin replied, No, we have known for several years. Mother Luo exclaimed. Why have you never mentioned it? Mother Qin sighed, we signed a confidentiality agreement, we cannot disclose it. Mother Luo, taking a gentle breath, couldn't help but ask. You're not the least bit astonished that Xiao Hao has solved such monumental global challenges. Mother Qin responded, not at all. Xiao Hao has always been a prodigy. He recognized all Chinese characters by the age of 5, consistently ranked first in both elementary and middle school, and was the top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination. By high school, he was proficient in 6 languages. She continued, whatever Xiao Hao achieves, neither his father nor I find it surprising. Mother Luo interjected. But those are cancer and AIDS. Aren't you even a little surprised? Mother Qin replied, not really. You see, Xiao Hao was the national top scorer at 18, and by 19. He had made significant strides. Oh, I remember now, I still can't share that with you. Upon hearing this, Mother Luo felt a surge of curiosity, leaving her words unspoken. What did he achieve at 19? Why can't you tell me? Mother Qin replied, oh, you know everything by the time of the 101 announcement. I truly cannot say anything more now. The two conversed for quite some time before ending the call. Mother Luo's heart was restless. It seemed her son-in-law harbored even greater secrets. An hour later, Qin Hao prepared several dishes and dined with Director Zhao. Professor Qin. Allow me to raise a toast to you, Director Zhao said, lifting his glass with deep respect in his eyes. Qin Hao reciprocated, saying, no need for formalities. Let us drink as friends. Director Zhao remained silent, downing his drink in one go. Observing this, Qin Hao followed suit. The two then engaged in casual conversation. Director Zhao, smiling, remarked, Professor Qin, I have received news that your breakthroughs in AIDS and cancer will be officially announced on the 101st. Qin Hao nodded lightly, smiling, I am aware. At that moment, both their phones chimed with notifications. They glanced at their devices, which displayed news from an official media source. The headline read, starting September 9th. Various rankings will be announced. The article stated that the top 10 individuals from the world billionaires list would be revealed the following day. The title and content was straightforward. Almost simultaneously, anyone with a phone that had not modified notification permissions received alerts. Countless individuals checked their devices, noting the official announcement about the upcoming billionaire rankings. Some dismissed the news, feeling it bore no relevance to them, while many others felt intrigued. They often followed news from official sources, which typically conveyed significant matters of authority. Yet, they wondered why the world billionaires list was being released by an official media outlet this time. Moreover, according to the official media, aside from the list of the world's wealthiest individuals, it appears there are other rankings as well. At this moment, in the live broadcast room, with an audience of 800,000, many have caught wind of this news, each unable to suppress their thoughts. Professor Qin possesses 40 trillion yuan. Should he be included in the rankings, the title of the world's richest would undoubtedly belong to him. A realization dawns upon me, both Professor Qin's name and that of the production team have become restricted terms, preventing new viewers from entering the live stream. Now, with the official media set to announce the world's wealthiest list tomorrow, I sense that Professor Qin's name is likely to appear on that list. Imagine if his name does indeed grace the rankings, the entire world would surely be taken aback. In a luxury vehicle, Lin Charan and Director Zhang find themselves filled with anticipation. If Qin Hao were to appear on the world wealth list, undoubtedly he will claim the title of the richest man in the world. Beside them, Luo Qingxue is equally eager, pondering whether her husband's name would appear on the list of affluent individuals. Given the current circumstances, it is highly probable that her husband's name will indeed feature. And as the world's richest, just the thought of it sends waves of excitement through her. Time swiftly passes, and by 2 p.m. President Hao rises to take his leave. He gazes at Qin Hao with a smile and states, "Professor Qin, perhaps your name will be on the world wealth list." Qin Hao chuckles softly, refraining from comment. After President Hao departs, Qin Hao picks up his phone and dials ministally. The call connects promptly. Without preamble, Qin Hao states, ministally, "I came across a news report at noon indicating that the official media intends to announce the world's wealth list tomorrow. I trust one shall not be included." Minister Li chuckles lightly, "This list indeed pertains to you. The higher-ups' plan is quite straightforward, to generate momentum, with the aim of capturing global attention toward our dragon country in the limited time we have left." At this juncture, Minister Li's expression turns serious. "Recently, our domestic technology has surged, catching up with developed nations in multiple fields and even surpassing Western superpowers in some areas. The confidence among our citizens is growing stronger. This initiative to publicize various rankings is aimed at further enhancing national self-esteem and serves as a deterrent to the world." His tone deepens as he continues. "You are the central figure in this narrative. When your true identity is revealed, you will become a role model in the eyes of countless individuals. Perhaps even a symbol of faith for them. This will inspire many to follow in your footsteps, creating a ripple effect that I believe will foster the emergence of more exceptional talents, all contributing to the prosperity and strength of our homeland." Upon hearing this, Qin Hao feels the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders, becoming a beacon of faith for so many. But what if that faith were to crumble? He queries somberly. "It will not," Minister Li asserts confidently. "Given your current achievements, even if you do not attain further success in the coming years, you will remain their faith, their exemplar." Upon hearing this, Qin Hao felt a significant relief from the pressure weighing on him. He ventured to voice his lingering confusion, "Why was I chosen?" Minister Li chuckled lightly in response, "Because you are the most suitable candidate. Look across the globe, throughout history, who else has managed to conquer a global challenge annually? The research on fighter jet engines has persisted for many years, yielding some results, yet achieving the requisite speed for a fifth-generation aircraft remains elusive. However, you resolved the engine dilemma in just 1 year. Moreover, the peculiar missiles and the aerospace mothership you developed were also accomplished within a year. Not to mention your groundbreaking work in the realm of public welfare. Who else could be more fitting than you? And let us not overlook one more thing, your youth and your striking appearance." Qin Hao felt somewhat perplexed. He could grasp the significance of his scientific achievements, but the mention of his youth and looks puzzled him. "What does my good looks have to do with this?" he inquired. Minister Li replied with a light laugh. "It matters greatly. A person of high charisma who also makes substantial contributions will undoubtedly attract admiration from many young individuals, inspiring them to pursue you and learn from your example." After conversing for a while, Qin Hao ended the call. He sank into the sofa, brewed a pot of tea, and took a sip. As time passed, he began to feel a bit bored. In previous years, things were better. After his wife went to work, he would delve into research in another house. Recently, with a lack of research projects, his days felt less fulfilling, and idleness made him long for his wife. Sighing, Qin Hao thought of Luo Qingxue but refrained from sending her any messages. He settled back on the sofa, savoring his tea, and closed his eyes. Director Li mentioned that the world's billionaire list would be unveiled tomorrow. Although the list was not yet public, he could already envision the multitude of eyes fixated on Longguo when it was released, as well as the efforts of the global elite to uncover his identity. He had no doubt about this. The entity responsible for the list was Long Media, which represented authority once the list was published. The domestic elites and top billionaires would have no reason to question its authenticity. Countries around the world were well aware that Long Media signified credibility, and the published list would undoubtedly be meticulously verified. Thus, one could only imagine how many would seek to discern his true identity. With his eyes closed, Qin Hao felt no psychological burden at that moment. In fact, he was imbued with a potent sense of motivation. As Director Li had articulated, he was destined to become a role model in the hearts of countless individuals in Longguo, even evolving into a figure of faith for many, inspiring a multitude of citizens to emulate him. This was indeed a positive development. If more exceptional talents emerged in the future, propelling advancements in various domains of Longo, he believed the nation would flourish further, and a thriving Longo was precisely what he wished to witness. World billionaire list, Qin Hao murmured to himself. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, he headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner, ensuring that when his wife returned home, her meal would be ready. At 5:45, Luo Qingshui arrived home to find several dishes laid out on the dining table. As Qin Hao beheld her, he chuckled softly and remarked, "Wash your hands. It's time to eat." Luo Qingshui remained silent, a faint smile gracing her lips as she approached Qin Hao, embracing him and gazing into his eyes from a close distance. In that moment, she couldn't help but marvel at her husband's remarkable prowess, which he carried with such humility. Though certain matters were kept confidential, she had spent many years with Qin Hao and understood that he was a practical man, steady in demeanor, devoid of any inclination to boast. In contrast, many of his peers, upon achieving notable success, would likely revel in showcasing their accomplishments. Yet, her husband had always maintained a low profile. Luo Qingshui studied Qin Hao's eyes, perplexed by the brilliance of his intellect. He had conquered cancer, AIDS, and pulmonary heart disease, and developed various other medications. Such extraordinary mental capacity, she mused, it seemed rare in the world. "Why are you staring at me?" Qin Hao asked, meeting her gaze with curiosity. He sensed that his wife had been acting somewhat unusually in recent days. Although they typically shared an intimate bond, her demeanor lately felt reminiscent of the fervor of early romance, as if they had been apart for an extended time. "I'm simply admiring your looks," Luo Qingshui replied. Her gaze fixed upon him. The proximity between them allowed her to feel his breath, a warm breeze reminiscent of winter's gentle touch, soothing against her skin. Gradually, she leaned closer and tenderly kissed him, her arms tightening around his waist with increasing affection. After a moment, Qin Hao gently pushed her away, saying, "Let's eat fast. If we delay, the food will grow cold." "All right," Luo Qingshui acquiesced. He took a seat, only to notice that she remained standing, prompting his curiosity. "Why are you still standing there?" "You haven't invited me to sit," she responded, looking at him expectantly. With a resigned expression, Qin Hao sat down to eat. Finally, Luo Qingshui joined him at the table, and after they finished their meal, she continued to gaze at him intently. "Are you planning to just sit there and stare at me if I remain silent?" he inquired. "Yes," she replied simply. Hearing this, Qin Hao felt a surge of affection. He cherished it when his wife listened to him, especially at night when they were drifting off to sleep. "Please tidy up the dishes," he instructed. Knowing that she appreciated such requests, and he willingly obliged. As Luo Qingshui began washing the dishes, her mind wandered back to the previous night. She realized that when she unconditionally obeyed Qin Hao, he developed a certain desire for control, often teasing her. Yet, she found joy in witnessing his assertive side. Once she had finished the dishes, Luo Qingshui emerged from the kitchen and settled in front of Qin Hao. He glanced at her and said, "Go take a shower." The two of them retreated to the bathroom in their bedroom, and after bathing, they donned their pajamas. Qin Hao sat at the edge of the bed, while Luo Qingshui stood before him, seemingly awaiting his command. Upon witnessing her demeanor, Qin Hao felt a surge of emotion and inquired, "Are you willing to do anything I ask?" Luo Qingshui replied, gazing at him. The following morning, after breakfast, she casually informed Qin Hao, "I'm off to work now. Drive carefully," he advised. Luo Qingshui smiled lightly before departing. Once inside the business vehicle, she glanced at the live streaming room, where viewers were fervently sending messages. "Can the live stream last a bit longer? Why does the camera shut off as soon as you get home?" "Indeed. We want to see your daily life," others chimed in. Just then, some viewers noticed that when they typed Professor Qin, the words appeared as symbols. Others found that even the phrase professor was converted into symbols. A wave of confusion swept through the live stream as viewers bombarded the chat with questions. What is going on? Why are those two words censored? Oh dear, have they become banned words? Every time we type them, they turn into symbols. Inside the business vehicle, Director Zhong, Lin Charan, and Luo Qingshui also attempted to type the words and discovered that even Qin was blocked, along with Professor. They were all perplexed. The censorship seemed excessively stringent. The trio pondered why, after choosing to reveal Qin Hao's identity, certain keywords were now being censored. By 10 o'clock in the morning, every household television, particularly news channels, displayed identical footage. The screen bore the words, World Billionaires List. In the lower right corner, it announced that a new list would be revealed every half hour. Alongside the synchronized broadcasts, numerous mobile devices across Longo began to receive pop-up notifications about the news. This news was unlike the usual reports. It prominently displayed the phrase World Billionaires List in bold letters, with a countdown timer indicating that the first list would be released in just 29 minutes. In addition to the notifications, the government media account on a short video platform, boasting 1.5 billion followers, initiated a live stream showcasing the World Billionaires List. In one household, a middle-aged man, who had been watching the news channel, was taken aback when the broadcast suddenly shifted to the World Billionaires List, accompanied by the announcement of new rankings every half hour. What is going on with this news channel? He wondered, confused by the grand unveiling of the World Billionaires List. Although Longo had 133 companies among the Fortune 500, none of its citizens currently ranked in the top 10 of the billionaires list. The news channel's ostentatious announcement of the top 10 billionaires seemed to bolster the prestige of others. At this moment, many people began discussing the news regarding the World Billionaires List, each expressing their bewilderment. What is happening? The announcement by the Dragon Media of the world's billionaire rankings is perplexing. It is noteworthy that none of the top 10 billionaires hail from the Dragon Kingdom. Such a grand display seems to elevate the stature of others rather than our own. Indeed, it is puzzling that they would choose to reveal this list instead of celebrating the fact that our nation boasts 133 companies within the global Fortune 500. Which would surely bring joy to our people. The unveiling of the top 10 billionaires serves merely to bolster the prominence of others, leading many to lose interest in the rankings altogether. At this moment, numerous individuals within the Dragon Kingdom are feeling discontented. The media's pompous announcement of the top 10 billionaires undeniably enhances the prestige of foreign elites. Were they to disclose which nation has solved the most significant global challenges, it would be more engaging. However, the current sentiment is one of aversion. This perspective is widely shared among the general populace. Conversely, for the elite, wealthy and the powerful within our nation, there is an unusual curiosity surrounding the media's decision to publicly disclose the billionaire rankings. They recognize that no individual from the Dragon Kingdom occupies a position within the top 10, when such an ostentatious announcement only serves to amplify the status of others. The media surely comprehends this, so why proceed with such a declaration? As the hours pass, top billionaires and influential figures from around the world begin to learn of the Dragon Media's intent to reveal the top 10 list. Across the ocean, in the nighttime, an elderly gentleman with golden hair and blue eyes stands on the balcony of his villa, gazing at the screen of his assistant's computer, filled with confusion. The media's announcement of the world's billionaire rankings strikes him as odd, as he is acutely aware that not one of the top 10 is from the Dragon Kingdom. Despite the rapid development of the Dragon Kingdom in recent years, with 133 companies in the Fortune 500, the current list of billionaires does not include any from our nation. Publicizing this list merely serves to enhance the stature of others. The media should understand that revealing the top 10 billionaires contributes to this elevation, if they are aware. What compels them to proceed? Particularly intriguing is the fact that they release the rankings every half hour, amplifying the excitement and drawing increasing attention to the matter. The more the gentleman contemplates, the greater his confusion grows. The announcement of this list brings no advantage to the Dragon Kingdom, and instead it fosters resentment among countless citizens. The media is likely cognizant of the repercussions, yet they proceed with such fanfare. The elderly gentleman struggles to comprehend why this list is being publicized, ultimately watching the computer screen in silence. As time elapses, more and more elite billionaires and influential figures from around the globe become aware of this development. In certain nations, the media has even directly reprinted the news from the Dragon Kingdom's channels, broadcasting these images onto their television screens for all to see. In a fleeting moment, the ordinary populace across the globe became aware of the Dragon Kingdom's media's ostentatious announcement of the top 10 names on the world's wealthiest list. Upon learning of this, discussions erupted. Some expressed disdain, others scoffed, while some were merely perplexed. It was a self-inflicted ridicule, for not a single individual from the Dragon Kingdom graced the top 10 of this illustrious list. The announcement by the Dragon Kingdom's media was nothing short of a farce. Ha! Our celestial nation boasts numerous names on the global wealth list, and to my knowledge, none from the Dragon Kingdom have yet to breach this prestigious ranking. Some remarked with a hint of envy, has the Dragon Kingdom become deluded in recent years? Have they resolved the issues with their fifth-generation fighter engines, conquered cancer, AIDS, and pulmonary diseases, and now believe that someone from their ranks could enter the top 10 of the world's wealth list? While the world buzzed with chatter about this matter, the elite of the Dragon Kingdom remained unperturbed. This was precisely the effect they desired. Ideally, they wanted the gaze of the entire world fixed upon them. Their aim was to elevate Qin Hao as a paragon for countless citizens, to inspire many to emulate him. Igniting a fervor among the populace, in the years to come, the Dragon Kingdom might witness the emergence of more exceptional talents, propelling advancements across various fields. Furthermore, they intended to unveil some epoch-defining weaponry, such as the space missile and the aerospace aircraft carrier developed by Qin Hao. Each of these innovations, if revealed, could instill trepidation across the globe. The disclosure of such groundbreaking weaponry also harbored ulterior motives. Additionally, Qin Hao's identity, concealed for so long, had encountered some complications. Even if they continued to shroud it in secrecy, it would likely not remain hidden for many more years. Given this inevitability, they deemed it prudent to reveal the truth. At this moment, they glanced at the clock. Only 5 minutes remained until the unveiling of the world's wealthiest list's 10th position. In many corners of the world, multitudes awaited the announcement of the first name on the list. As the seconds ticked away, only 10 seconds remained until the revelation of the 10th name. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. With the countdown, the viewers in the Dragon Kingdom collectively held their breath, aware that the 10th position belonged to their own Mayas. As the final second elapsed, the television screen displayed a line of text: 10th place, Sergey Brin, nationality, Tion, personal wealth, 94.3 billion. Countless citizens of the Dragon Kingdom stared at this list, momentarily taken aback. Their Mayas was not even in the 10th position. How could this be? Unthinkable. This must be an error. Mayas should rightfully be 10th. Sergey Brin should be in 9th place. Impossible. It had only been a few months since the last 12th list was published. The rankings could not have shifted so dramatically. Mayas ought to have been the 10th. Following the announcement of the 10th place, an uproar ensued worldwide. 3 months ago, on the list of the world's wealthiest individuals, Mayas held the 10th position while Shelburne was ranked 9th. However, it now appears that Mayas has been relegated to 11th place, with Shelburne also falling to 10th. Is this list genuine? Mayas should rightfully be in 10th place, then Shelburne in 9th. Some furrowed their brows, questioning the authenticity of the list released by Long Media, which was done with great fanfare. In a grand estate, a blonde, blue-eyed Mayas, appearing to be in her 60s or 70s, gazed at the screen displaying the 10th position with a slight frown. She could not believe she was not in 10th place. How could this be? Maya stared incredulously at the computer interface. Shelburne's personal wealth had not significantly changed, nor had hers. Logically, she should occupy the 10th position. Why was Shelburne now in that spot? In another estate, Shelburne observed the list on his computer, his brow knitted in confusion. 3 months prior, when the list was announced, he was in 9th place, yet now he had dropped to 10th. The figures displayed regarding his personal wealth were accurate, so why was he not still 9th? Who had supplanted him? Alongside Mayas and Shelburne, other top billionaires also felt perplexed by the situation, bewildered by Shelburne's unexpected drop to 10th. At that moment, in the live broadcast room of Exploring the Other Half, viewers noted the alteration in the world's billionaires list and immediately speculated that Qin Hao's name would undoubtedly appear at the top. I commented beneath the news on my browser. But alas, when I typed the name, it was censored. How frustrating it is to know who the world's richest is yet be unable to say it. I felt the same way. I also commented below, asserting that the world's wealthiest person is from our dragon nation, only to be met with a barrage of criticism. Accused of dreaming, which nearly drove me to despair. Haha, I was commenting in Long Media's live stream, declaring that the world's richest is one of us. And a multitude of people berated me for it. Brothers, shall we exit this live stream and head over to Long Media's? Let's go to Long Media's live stream. In an instant, many left Exploring the Other Half and flocked to Long Media's broadcast. The audience in Exploring the Other Half dwindled rapidly, plummeting from 800 000 to just 50,000 in a mere 30 seconds. Director Xiong in the business vehicle was left utterly dumbfounded. Did the audience really just leave like that? In Long Media's live stream, within just 30 seconds, hundreds of thousands poured in, resulting in an online count as high as 5 million. Many questioned why a list that elevated others' status was being published. I failed to see any benefit from such a list. Indeed, I suggest we put an end to this list. At that moment, the barrage of comments in the live stream was suddenly flooded, all identical in nature. The announcement made by Long Media regarding the list was prompted by the revelation that the world's wealthiest individual hails from our dragon nation, a person you could scarcely imagine. As the live stream filled with comments from those unaware of the truth, they were left utterly bewildered. The reason Long Media unveiled this list is indeed due to the fact that the new world's richest person is one of us. Can this possibly be true? While it is acknowledged that our nation has made rapid advancements in numerous domains over the years, there has yet to be an individual in the private sector whose wealth has catapulted them into the top 10 of the global rich list. Although some enterprises, such as Dragon Oil and Dragon Petrochemicals, have secured a place among the world's leading companies, these are state-owned enterprises. In our dragon nation, the most formidable corporations are indeed state-owned. Yet now, the live stream is inundated with claims that the world's richest individual is one of us. If so many are aware of this, why are we left in the dark? However, upon reflection, could it be possible that the multitude of authentic accounts asserting that the world's wealthiest individual is from our nation are indeed telling the truth? If this is the case, it will provide a plausible explanation for why state media has made such a grand announcement regarding the global wealth rankings. In a moment, many began to inquire further. You claim that the world's richest person is from our dragon nation. Who exactly is this individual? Yes, please reveal their identity. Those privy to the truth yearn to speak, but names such as Qin Hao and Professor Qin, along with the team from the Exploring the Other Half program, were all obscured from view. They wished to share, yet their voices were silenced. Consequently, they resorted to commenting in the chat. The identity of our nation's world-class wealthy individual is indeed extraordinary, to the extent that their name has become a taboo. Yes, their name has been concealed, rendering it impossible to type. Observers, perplexed by these comments, began to question the situation. A name obscured? An extraordinary identity. If this is so remarkable, how could you know this person is the world's richest? Surely, this must be mere boasting. At that moment, the elite wealthy individuals within the country were also watching the live stream. As they observed numerous comments asserting that the world's richest individual is from our dragon nation, their immediate reaction was skepticism. Having been entrenched in this circle for a considerable time, these prominent entrepreneurs were familiar with one another, and they could estimate the wealth of each leading entrepreneur with a fair degree of accuracy. However, to their knowledge, no single individual in the country possessed personal wealth exceeding 1 trillion. Some of the nation's top tycoons have indeed made it onto the global wealthy list, but they rank not within the top 10, but rather within the top 50 or even the top 20. Yet among these elite individuals, there exists one exception, someone who knows the identity of the world's wealthiest and is aware that this individual is quite young and stands at the pinnacle of the pharmaceutical research field. However, he chose not to disclose this information. He preferred to observe the top-tier entrepreneurs in his circle speculate endlessly on the identity of the dragon nation's world-class wealthy individual. Yet, given the current circumstances, these distinguished tycoons, including the likes of Airmo, Lawson, and Legu, remain skeptical. They firmly believe that it is impossible for anyone in the country to possess personal wealth exceeding 1 trillion. At this moment, Mr. Mo, with a furrowed brow, expressed in the group chat that he had encountered individuals within the domestic circle that it was implausible for anyone's funds to exceed 1 trillion unless it were oldly. However, Oldly's personal cash should not amount to such a figure, especially since he had long since emigrated. Upon reading Mr. Mo's message, the members of the group began to engage in fervent discussion. The prominent media outlet led by Mr. Penguin had publicly announced the world's billionaire rankings with great fanfare, which likely diverged from popular assumptions. Perhaps there truly existed individuals in the country whose personal assets surpassed 1 trillion. Mr. Penguin could only speculate, as the official release of this list was conducted with excessive grandeur, drawing widespread attention. Should the final list reveal no individuals from the Dragon Nation, the media's actions would undoubtedly invite significant criticism. Nonetheless, speculation aside, contemplating who in the country might possess personal cash exceeding 1 trillion left him perplexed. At this juncture, Lei, the CEO of the feverishly innovative company Miji, announced that the results would be revealed today. He expressed curiosity about how this magnate had amassed such wealth, eager to pay homage to their success. Meanwhile, the top tycoons in the country engaged in discussions while watching the rankings displayed on television, not feeling the urge to conduct any investigations, as the names of all listed individuals would be unveiled shortly. As time progressed, only 30 seconds remained until the announcement of the 9th position on the global billionaire list. The citizens of the United States were glued to their screens. Initially, they believed their own mayor would secure the 10th position, only to discover that the 10th spot was occupied by Google's Sheryl Sandberg. This revelation incensed them, casting doubt on the list published by the Dragon Nation's media. Yet, they held on to a glimmer of hope that perhaps Maya's personal cash flow had indeed surpassed Sandberg's, and thus the name in 9th place could very well be Maya. As the countdown on the television dwindled to 3 seconds, her collective breath was held among the populace, all eager to see if Maya would be the 9th name revealed. 3, 2, 1. The countdown concluded, and the screen displayed the 9th name on the billionaire list, Larry Page, a national of the United States, possessing assets amounting to $97.2 billion. Countless citizens erupted in outrage, some violently hurled their cans to the ground, while others struck the air in disbelief. Impossible. Maya was neither in 10th nor 9th place. Could it be that he was relegated to 11th? There was undoubtedly an error with this list. The list was flawed. Maya should have been 10th, Sandberg 9th, and Page 8th. In a lavish estate in the United States, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman in her 60s, Maya donned white gloves and gently swirled the red wine in her goblet. Taking a delicate sip, she gazed at the computer screen displaying Larry Page as the 9th name. She felt no surprise whatsoever. I was originally ranked 10th, while Shablin held the 9th position and Tripac was in 8th. It seems now that someone has edged them out. Myers raised an eyebrow. The Dragon Kingdom's media made such a grand announcement regarding the global wealth rankings, and the shifts in the rankings piqued her curiosity. Could it be that someone from the Dragon Kingdom had entered the top 10 of the world's wealthiest? Otherwise, the official media would not be so ostentatious in their revelation. The publication of this list must be related to the Dragon Kingdom. She pondered which individual from the Dragon Kingdom had made it into the top 10. Little did she realize that she was among the world's elite billionaires, possessing capabilities beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. She had also tasked her subordinates with gathering information on the fluctuations within the Fortune 500 companies globally. However, the collected data revealed that while individuals from the Dragon Kingdom had indeed entered the top 50 and even the top 20, achieving a spot in the top 10 within such a short time frame was utterly implausible. At that moment, the world's most powerful elites and wealth magnates, upon seeing the 9th place listing, began to speculate. I am curious about who has suddenly infiltrated the top 10, given that Tripac has slipped from 8th to 9th. The manner in which the Dragon Kingdom's media announced this list suggests a connection to the Dragon Kingdom. What could this connection be? A prominent elite smirked disdainfully, remarking, I may not understand why the media of the Dragon Kingdom is so brazen in their announcement, but to suggest that this list is connected to the Dragon Kingdom is utterly beyond belief. The rapid advancement of the Dragon Kingdom in recent years has been astonishing, with certain state-owned enterprises climbing the ranks of the Fortune 500 at unprecedented speeds. However, it is these state enterprises that have thrived, and the wealth they amassed bears no correlation to individual fortunes. Currently, the most formidable and affluent individuals from the Dragon Kingdom barely make it into the top 20 of the global wealth rankings. The notion of suddenly breaking into the top 10 is simply unthinkable. Some scoffed, while others felt perplexed. Even among those from the Dragon Kingdom, some began to mock the situation. Within the live stream of the Dragon media, viewers expressed their derision through comments. What significance does this announcement hold? Is it intended to inspire us to strive for greatness? To encourage us to someday find ourselves among the world's top 10 wealthiest? Absurd. Both the 10th and 9th positions are occupied by individuals from the heavenly realm. Honestly, this announcement is devoid of any real significance and only breeds disdain. How tiresome. In the live stream chat, hundreds of thousands of viewers had migrated from an earlier broadcast where it was claimed that the world's richest individual was from the Dragon Kingdom. Initially, some were skeptical, believing that the official media would not engage in acts that might elevate other status. Perhaps there truly was a person from the Dragon Kingdom within those rankings. Yet now, with the revelation of the 9th place listing, their hopes were dashed. And they ceased to believe in the notion of a Dragon Kingdom billionaire holding the title of the world's richest. "Stop dreaming," they exclaimed. "The world's richest individual from the Dragon Kingdom. We can strive for greatness and aim for a place in the top 10 in the future. But to dwell in such fantasies is nothing more than self-deception. Indeed, let us not continue to deceive ourselves. Those who claim that the wealthiest individual hails from our Dragon Nation truly embarrass me. I implore you to cease such declarations. Everyone now perceives you as delusional." The audience familiar with Qin Hao's live stream has noted that the majority remain skeptical and they feel utterly helpless at this moment. They yearn to substantiate their assertions. They wish to share recordings from previous explorations in another live stream, yet those videos are under strict control and cannot be disseminated. Additionally, the name Qin Hao, including Professor Qin, has been obscured. Even the characters in his name are being suppressed. They wish to express their thoughts but find themselves at a loss for words. I am on the verge of madness. It is painfully evident who the world's wealthiest person is, yet proving it remains an insurmountable challenge. How frustrating. Alas. I have resigned myself to the futility of proving that the world's richest individual is indeed from our Dragon Nation. Fortunately, the complete list will be publicly revealed today. Upon seeing the name of the frontrunner, they will naturally come to understand. Those aware of Qin Hao's status as the world's wealthiest have now given up, merely awaiting the unveiling of the complete list. In a manner within the heavens, Shablin, ranked 10th on the wealth list, has just arrived at the residence of his longtime friend, Trippy Peach, who holds the 9th position. Both men are employed at Google and have shared a friendship spanning many years. Their meeting this time is prompted by the recent release of the global wealth rankings by the Dragon Nation's media. The rankings have shifted, and both have been demoted by one position. Shablin gazes at Trippy Peach, a contemplative expression crossing his face as he slowly remarks, "I cannot fathom who has usurped our positions." Trippy Peach, equally puzzled, responds, "The Dragon media has specifically published this list. I have an inkling that it is connected to the Dragon Nation. Do you suppose there could be hidden top-tier magnets?" Shablin furrows his brow, pondering for a moment before gently shaking his head. "It seems unlikely. While there may be some deeply concealed top-tier magnets, their enterprises are hardly reputable and remain in the shadows. The Dragon media would not bring such individuals to the forefront." He continues, "Moreover, based on the information at my disposal, none of those invisible top-tier magnets are from the Dragon Nation." Trippy Peach nods thoughtfully, having mulled over the matter for some time, unable to unravel the connection between the list and the Dragon Nation. Shablin then adds, "The Dragon Nation has developed at an astonishing pace in recent years, particularly with the emergence of a cadre of elite scientific talents. These researchers have made significant strides in combating cancer, AIDS, and pulmonary heart disease, leading to substantial profits for the Dongshaw Pharmaceutical Group and the Westlake Pharmaceutical Group. I believe that in a few years, several state-owned pharmaceutical enterprises from the Dragon Nation may very well enter the top 10 of the Fortune Global 500. Presently, several state-owned enterprises from the Dragon Nation have already secured positions within the top 10, if not the top 5, of the Fortune Global 500. Should a few more state-owned enterprises from the Dragon Nation ascend into the top 10 in the coming years, the prestige of the Dragon Nation will undoubtedly soar even higher, despite its already significant standing." Trippy Peach lightly nods, choosing not to comment further, as these matters lie beyond his control. At this moment, he finds himself more intrigued by the list published by the Dragon media than by the prospect of additional state-owned enterprises from the Dragon Nation entering the top 10 of the Fortune Global 500 in the coming years. He has always sensed a certain connection between this ranking and the Dragon Nation. As time slowly elapses, merely a minute remains until the announcement of the 8th position in the global billionaire list. Ordinary citizens around the world are now glued to their televisions, engaging in casual conversations with their friends and family. The media of the Dragon Nation has truly brought shame upon itself. Knowing well that the top 10 of the global billionaire list bears no relation to their nation, they still chose to publicly unveil the list, exposing their own humiliation. Ha! It seems the Dragon Nation has become complacent, believing that with their 5th-generation fighter jets, breakthroughs in lithography machines, and advancements in combating diseases like cancer, AIDS, and pulmonary heart disease, they might somehow find themselves among the world's top 10 wealthiest individuals. There are those who, filled with envy, express their bitterness when uttering these words. Globally, among more than 200 nations, only 3 possess 5th-generation fighter aircraft: the Dragon Nation, the Heavenly Nation, and the neighboring Bear Nation. Moreover, it is said that the Dragon Nation's 5th-generation jets surpass those of both the United States and the Bear Nation in capabilities. This superiority stems from their advanced engines and cutting-edge avionics systems. Thus, the Dragon Nation has made significant strides in technology. In contrast, the Heavenly Nation's jets, developed much earlier, suffer from outdated avionics due to limitations of their time. Although attempts were made to upgrade these systems, the established aerodynamic design prevented any further modifications. In terms of avionics, the United States' 5th-generation jets do not measure up to those of the Dragon Nation. Furthermore, the Heavenly Nation's jets lack essential features such as electro-optical targeting systems, distributed aperture systems, helmet-mounted displays, and integrated large screens. Their data link is restricted to communication within the same aircraft type. In critical situations, the Dragon Nation's 5th-generation jets can utilize rapid storage technology to lock onto the United States jets without activating their own active phased array radar. Both the Dragon Nation S and the United States 5th-generation jets possess their respective strengths and weaknesses. However, overall, the Dragon Nation's aircraft are deemed more advanced. Beyond the realm of fighter jets, the lithography machine is another domain where the Dragon Nation stands unrivaled. Presently, no other nation can independently produce advanced lithography machines. The market offers 2 types of lithography machines, one developed autonomously by the Dragon Nation and the other collaboratively manufactured by several countries. While both types are comparable, the Dragon Nation's capability to produce world-leading lithography machines independently is a testament to its strength. Additionally, the Dragon Nation has achieved significant breakthroughs in combating diseases such as cancer, AIDS, and pulmonary heart disease. The mere thought of these accomplishments evokes discomfort and jealousy among those who once surpassed the Dragon Nation but have since been overtaken. They experience profound distress and despair, feeling hopeless in their attempts to catch up. Time flies swiftly, and the countdown on the television screen indicates that only 5 seconds remain until the announcement of the 8th position on the global billionaire list. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. At this moment, the television screen reveals the name occupying the 8th position on the list. The 8th position on the global billionaire list is held by a resident of the Heavenly Kingdom with personal assets amounting to an astounding 98.3 billion. Upon the announcement of this ranking, the populace of the Heavenly Kingdom erupted in joyous laughter. The 10th, 9th, and now the 8th positions are all occupied by our compatriots. We express our gratitude to the media of the Dragon Nation for showcasing the might of our American prowess in such a distinctive manner to the world. Our Heavenly Kingdom remains the preeminent power globally. While the Dragon Nation is formidable, it still resides beneath us, ranked 2nd in the world. In the Dragon Nation, there are also citizens from the Heavenly Kingdom visiting, who are presently engaged in the live broadcast of official media. They are actively participating in the comment sections, proclaiming that the 10th, 9th, and 8th spots on the billionaire list are all held by individuals from the Heavenly Kingdom. They commend the Dragon Nation's media for publicly revealing this list, allowing the world to recognize the enduring strength of our Heavenly Kingdom. Among the top 10 billionaires, the Heavenly Kingdom boasts the largest representation, reaffirming our status as the world's leader. Observing these 2 individuals from the Heavenly Kingdom flaunting their achievements, many citizens of the Dragon Nation felt irked, questioning why their media would disclose such rankings, which seemed to serve as a garment for others. Despite the discontent, as citizens of the Dragon Nation, they could not allow foreigners to be so brazen in their presence. Consequently, numerous individuals from the Dragon Nation began to comment. While they acknowledge that the Heavenly Kingdom is indeed the world leader, they urge others to consider the data from the first quarter of 2020 compared to that of the Dragon Nation, and again reflect on the figures from the first quarter of 2021 for both nations. The incremental growth for the Dragon Nation was 3,034. Whereas the Heavenly Kingdom experienced a mere increase of 2. In terms of growth rate, we surpass you by a factor of 15. Indeed, although we may not currently hold the title of the world leader, the growth pace of the Heavenly Kingdom has been sluggish in recent years. while our advancement is 15 times greater. Given our current standings, I believe we could surpass you by 2030. 2030. That is overly generous, perhaps within 5 years. We shall exceed you. They assert. Surpassing you is merely a matter of time. As for the top 10 on the billionaire list, I concede that presently no entrepreneurs from the Dragon Nation have breached that elite circle, but does one list alone suffice to flaunt significance? Some individuals from the Heavenly Kingdom, upon reading these comments, found their expressions darkening. Indeed, the past 2 years have witnessed a deceleration in growth for the Heavenly Kingdom, a trend mirrored across numerous nations globally. Some even experiencing negative growth. Only a select few countries continue to thrive at an accelerated pace, with the Dragon Nation being one of them, boasting astonishing growth over the past 2 years. The sluggish growth of most nations primarily stems from prevailing circumstances. In that moment, they felt a sense of discomfort, longing to restore the growth rates of previous years. Some citizens of the Heavenly Kingdom examined the growth rates of the last decade for their nation and compared them with those of the Dragon Nation. To their dismay, they discovered that over the past 10 years, the Heavenly Kingdom has grown at an average rate of 2, while the Dragon Nation has surged ahead with a growth rate of 7 to 8. In other words, even in the past few years, the growth rate of the Dragon Kingdom has been 4 times that of the Heavenly Kingdom. As the annual gap between the Dragon Kingdom and the Heavenly Kingdom continues to diminish, a sense of urgency grips their hearts. The title of the world's foremost power cannot be surpassed. Otherwise, the influence of the Heavenly Kingdom will inevitably wane. At this moment, the live broadcast is abuzz, and the external world is equally animated, as the rankings for the 10th, 9th, and 8th positions are disclosed. Some of the most influential elites and affluent magnates are becoming aware of the changes in the rankings. They are all eager to discover who has pushed the 10th, 9th, and 8th places down. Half an hour has swiftly passed, and only 1 minute remains until the announcement of the 7th ranking. Countless individuals are fixated on the screen, curious to unveil the identity of the mysterious figure who has suddenly surged into the top 10 of the world's wealth rankings. No. To be precise, this enigmatic entity has claimed the 7th position. If the list reveals that the 7th spot is not occupied by this mystery person, it would be even more terrifying. As the countdown begins, a profound silence envelopes the room. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The television screen displays a line of text, 7th place, Warren Buffett, with a personal fortune of $99.6 billion, representing the Berkshire Hathaway Company. Upon the announcement of the rankings, countless citizens of the Heavenly Kingdom are momentarily stunned. The Oracle of Omaha, Warren Buffett, has fallen to 7th place, having previously held 6th. It is now evident that he has been displaced by this mysterious figure. Does this imply that this enigmatic presence is at least the 5th richest individual in the world? How is that possible? Who could this mysterious individual be, capable of ousting so many prominent names? Even Warren Buffett has lost his place. Many are incredulous. The elites and top magnates from various nations are equally bewildered. Given the current circumstances, it appears that this mysterious individual must at least rank 5th on the global wealth list. Yet, this is the 5th position on the world's wealth rankings. Who is this extraordinary newcomer, and what kind of company do they represent? The world's elite and wealthy are left in a state of confusion. They are all too familiar with the top 500 enterprises and recognize that it is virtually impossible for any unknown individual to suddenly ascend into the top 10, let alone the top 5. Could it truly be related to the Dragon Kingdom? Otherwise, why would the official media of the Dragon Kingdom specifically announce this list? It seems implausible. One top magnate shakes his head. He has interacted with many figures within the top 50 of the global wealth rankings. It is precisely because of this familiarity that he is certain such a sudden emergence is impossible. No mysterious entity could unexpectedly infiltrate the upper echelons of the wealth rankings. Yet, he is also perplexed. It is well known that the official media of the Dragon Kingdom holds significant authority, particularly now, as they have chosen to publicly disclose this list. If the authenticity of the rankings cannot be established, the credibility of the Dragon Kingdom's official media will inevitably diminish. It is unlikely that the Dragon Kingdom's official media would act so recklessly. In an instant, countless top elites and magnates find themselves grappling with confusion, struggling to comprehend the situation. In a luxurious estate, Standing on the balcony of his villa, Buffett puffed on a cigar, his aged eyes reflecting a hint of bewilderment. A mysterious figure had somehow usurped his position, igniting his curiosity about the identity of this enigmatic individual. Speculation arose that the Dragon Kingdom's media had deliberately released this list, possibly linking the top 10 billionaires of the world to the Dragon Kingdom. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for them to publish such a ranking. Could it be a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom? Buffett murmured to himself, recalling the remarkable prowess of the people from that land, along with the memory of being outsmarted by 3 individuals from the Dragon Kingdom. The incident still irked him to this day. Years ago, he had decided to auction a lunch with himself, intending to share his investment wisdom with the highest bidder. To his surprise, 3 individuals from the Dragon Kingdom acquired this opportunity, only to leave him feeling as if he had been taken advantage of. The first was Zhao Danyong, who secured the lunch in 2009 for $2.11 million, receiving Buffett's autograph as well. During their meal, Zhao recommended a stock, which he later disclosed to the media, resulting in a significant surge in the stock's value and a substantial profit for himself. Consequently, Buffett declared that specific stocks would no longer be discussed at the dining table. The second was Zhu Hua, who, in June 2015, won the lunch for $2.34 million. Following their meeting, Zhu and his company swiftly entered the limelight, leading to a remarkable rise in the stock price and market valuation of his firm. The third was Sancho Niu from the cryptocurrency realm, who paid $30 million for the lunch and engaged in frenzied speculation prior to the meal, inflating his company's market value several times over. Just before dining, Sun even stood him up. Buffett took a drag from his cigar, exhaling a slow plume of smoke. Since that incident, he had developed a psychological aversion towards the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Could the mysterious individual be one of them? Buffett pondered, a seed of belief taking root in his mind. As discussions about the world's billionaire rankings swirled globally, Qin Hao sat at home, perched on his sofa, watching a live stream from the official media on his phone. He noticed a few individuals claiming to know who the world's richest person was. Qin Hao raised an eyebrow. The number of people aware of the true identity of the world's wealthiest was scant, and those who did would likely refrain from revealing it in the official media's chat room. Furthermore, the chat room appeared to have hundreds of participants speculating about the identity of the world's richest, while the actual informed few numbered merely in the dozens. As time passed, the rankings were gradually revealed, and by this moment, the third position had been announced. The third place went to Musk, the Lord of Tesla, with personal assets amounting to $165.7 billion. Upon the announcement of the third place, the countless elite billionaires and powerful figures found themselves trembling with anticipation. Musk had previously held the second position on the billionaire list, but now he had slipped to third. Did this not imply that the mysterious figure could very well be the second richest, or even the new world's wealthiest? At this moment in the celestial realm, it has just struck midnight. Typically, at this hour, Messick would be fast asleep. Yet now, slumber eludes him. He is consumed with curiosity about the enigmatic figure who has suddenly emerged. What has propelled this individual into the top 3 of the global billionaire rankings? Was it through a colossal corporation? Messick gently shakes his head, dismissing the notion. It is virtually impossible. He possesses an extensive understanding of the Fortune 500 companies, while formidable. Many are state-owned, and even private enterprises have numerous stakeholders. Over the past 6 months, there has been little change among the shareholders of these major corporations. This indicates that it is improbable for someone to suddenly ascend to the top 3 of the wealth rankings. Yet, it is evident that a mysterious individual has secured a position within the top 2. The question remains whether this person is in second or first place. In another estate within the celestial realm, a man with golden hair and blue eyes exhibits a look of perplexity. He is the wealthiest individual in the world. Bezos is indeed his name. Since the announcement of the rankings, he has been profoundly intrigued by the identity of this mysterious individual. Bezos, it is quite late. You should retire for the night and check the rankings in the morning. The beautiful woman with golden hair and blue eyes approaches him gently. Bezos softly shakes his head, gazing tenderly at the beauty. You should rest, the rankings are only 2 names away from being fully revealed. Once I ascertain the identity of this enigmatic figure, I shall retire to bed. Upon hearing this, the golden-haired beauty gently shakes her head. Then I shall keep you company. Bezos nods appreciatively. As time flows slowly by, anticipation builds until the announcement of the second place ranking. Countless individuals begin to chatter. Surely, the second place must belong to that mysterious figure. I am utterly curious about their identity. A nearby individual furrows their brow and remarks, I have a feeling that the second place may not belong to that mysterious individual after all. Strangely, those around do not dispute this assertion given the current circumstances. Anything is possible. I simply wish to uncover the identity of that enigmatic figure, how they have suddenly infiltrated the rankings, and how they are now contending with Bezos for the title of the world's richest person. This sentiment is shared by many, all grappling with the mystery. Across the globe, including in the Dragon Nation, the populace feels equally bewildered. At that moment, the countdown dwindles to a mere 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The screen gradually reveals the second place ranking. The second place is Bezos, the CEO of Amazon, with a personal fortune of 191.4 billion yuan. 191. 4 billion yuan equals 1.2173 trillion renminbi. The announcement of the second place ranking includes the conversion between yuan and renminbi. Upon the revelation of the second place ranking, the world erupts in astonishment. Ordinary citizens across various nations begin to discuss fervently. Can it be? The CEO of Amazon, Bezos, is in second place. He was previously the world's richest, and now he is second. I have researched extensively. If someone were to surpass Bezos, it could only be Messick. Yet now, Messick stands third while Bezos claims the second spot. This is utterly bewildering. In a villa within an estate in the celestial realm, Bezos gazes at the second place ranking bearing his name, his eyes reflecting a deepening sense of confusion. He was unceremoniously dethroned from the pinnacle of wealth by that enigmatic figure. The woman in Beth's embrace, upon seeing the list, could not help but display a myriad of emotions, incredulously exclaiming, "This is sheer nonsense. Even if someone were to surpass you, it could only be Messick, there is no other contender." Beth's expression turned somewhat grave. He refrained from uttering a word. Yet his curiosity about the mysterious individual intensified. Who could this entity be that suddenly ascended to the status of the world's richest? By what means could they amass such a fortune in such a short span? I am unaware of the identity of this enigmatic figure, but given the circumstances, it is highly plausible that they hail from the Dragon Kingdom. Beth remarked, the Dragon media has specifically published this list. And considering that I have now become the second richest in the world, I cannot believe that the number one position is unrelated to the Dragon Kingdom. In the Dragon media's live broadcast, those who were originally aware that Qin Hao was the world's richest found themselves inundating the official media's comment section. I stated from the beginning that the world's wealthiest is one of our own from the Dragon Kingdom, yet you refuse to believe me. Do you believe it now? The CEO of Amazon, who was the previous world's richest, has now been relegated to second place. It was natural for you to disbelieve before. But surely now you must accept it, the world's wealthiest is indeed one of us. Moreover, I know he is an extraordinary individual. Could it be that the name is finally about to be revealed? Exclaimed one viewer, who had been anticipating this moment for an eternity. The audience in the live stream, initially oblivious to the situation, paused in bewilderment as the comment section flooded once more. Is the world's richest truly from the Dragon Kingdom? But if that is the case, who could it be? They were utterly at a loss. At that moment, someone attempted to access the account of an individual purportedly privy to the identity of the world's richest, only to find the account devoid of any information. Others sought to send private messages via short video platforms, inquiring about the identity of the world's richest. However, upon sending, the notification displayed an exclamation mark. Message failed to send. An increasing number of individuals attempted this approach, yet the outcome remained the same, private message failed. Confusion gripped them as they realized that the accounts of those who supposedly knew the identity of the world's richest were entirely blank. And the private messaging feature had been disabled. Unable to inquire further, they resolved to wait. After all, there were only 20 minutes remaining until the final list was unveiled. Inside a business vehicle, Luo Qingxue was brimming with excitement, for her husband's name was about to grace the top of the world's wealthy list. At that moment, she sent a message to Qin Hao, "Darling, have you seen the news channel or the Dragon media's live broadcast? The world's richest is likely one of our own." Qin Hao replied almost instantaneously, "I am watching." Luo Qingxue grinned, so am I. The couple ceased their conversation. As time gradually passed, only 10 seconds remained until the final list was revealed. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. At that instant, a line of text slowly emerged on the screen. A line appeared on the list of the world's wealthiest individuals. First place, name, Qin Hao, nationality, Long Nation. Personal wealth, 39 trillion renminbi, the equivalent to 613.1 billion US dollars. Specific details regarding Qin Hao will be revealed in subsequent rankings. Upon seeing this list, people around the globe were left utterly speechless, their astonishment rendering them mute. Qin Hao, a citizen of Long Nation. This alone was not so surprising. What truly astonished everyone was the staggering wealth of 39 trillion renminbi. Converted to USD, that amounts to 613.4 billion. This sum is threefold that of the previous world's richest individual. Across various nations, reactions varied. Some were shocked, others taken aback, while many found it hard to believe. It was one thing for a Long Nation citizen to claim the title of the world's richest, but to possess 3 times the wealth of the former holder. 3 times. What kind of business could possibly yield such immense riches? Moreover, how could one amass such wealth without attracting the attention of elite billionaires and powerful dignitaries? Questions began to arise. Surely, this list must be a fabrication. How could anyone possess 3 times the fortune of the CEO of Amazon? It seemed utterly ludicrous. Curiosity surged regarding the nature of the business that could generate such wealth. If such a lucrative venture existed, it would have surely drawn the eyes of the wealthiest individuals. And yet, it appeared to have gone unnoticed, with no hint of activity. This list could not possibly be genuine. As skepticism spread globally, media outlets from various nations, already familiar with Long Nation's press, prepared to seek clarification as soon as business resumed the following day. Meanwhile, the world's elite billionaires engaged in fervent discussions, exchanging phone calls. Unlike the average populace, they understood the credibility of Long Nation's media. The fact that they publicly released this list indicated its authenticity. The existence of Qin Hao, with 39 trillion in cash, was indeed real. Their trust in Long Nation's media stirred a tempest of emotions within them, akin to tumultuous waves or relentless tremors. Who exactly was Qin Hao to possess such wealth? The former world's richest, the Amazon CEO, was left utterly astonished. He had initially thought that even if a mysterious individual surpassed his wealth, it would not be by a considerable margin. Yet, the reality was that this individual's fortune was threefold his own. In addition to shock, he was consumed by a desire to uncover how this giant from Long Nation had amassed such an extraordinary fortune. The top 100 individuals on the wealth list, along with countless elite figures from various countries, were similarly rendered speechless by this revelation. Oh my God! Please tell me this isn't true. Is this real? My God! Within the elite circles of Long Nation's wealthy, a disbelief reigned supreme. 39 trillion. This was not a valuation or market value, but tangible cash. 39 trillion. Even when the top billionaires from their own nation were combined, they could not rival Qin Hao's wealth. At that moment, even more, the prominent figure from their ranks strained to recollect, yet he could not recall who Qin Hao was. He had no impression of him whatsoever. At this moment, the little brother of the penguin was muttering the name of Qin Hao while strenuously trying to recall who he was. In the live streaming room of Long May, the number of online viewers had already surpassed 100 million. The atmosphere was electric, with the chat barrage exploding in a frenzy, generating hundreds of thousands of messages every second, far too many to keep up with. Incredibly, 39 trillion. This directly overshadowed the previous world's richest individual. It was astonishing that such a remarkable figure could be hidden so deeply within Dragon Nation. Truly impressive, I am utterly in awe. Although I had heard whispers of invisible billionaires, this was beyond belief. The extent of the concealment was staggering. Managing to keep such a powerful presence hidden from countless elites until now. Countless individuals began discussing the matter. And even those previously unaware gradually learned that the new world's richest person hailed from Dragon Nation. Meanwhile, Qin Hao was at home. And upon seeing his name appear on the list, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. He had anticipated a respectful title, such as Mr. Qin, but was taken aback to see his full name displayed. Furthermore, when his name was announced, the screen notably added that his detailed information would be revealed in the upcoming lists. Wasn't it stated that all would be disclosed only at the release of number 101? Why was his identity being unveiled now? Qin Hao could not help but call the director of the research institute. Director Li answered the call instantly. Qin Hao inquired directly. Wasn't it said that my identity would only be revealed at number 101? Why are details being disclosed now? After a brief pause, Director Li replied, your breakthroughs in cancer, AIDS, pulmonary heart disease, and the newly developed hangover remedy will each be highlighted in the list. Additionally, after discussions, it has been decided to gradually reveal the secretly developed space missiles and aerospace motherships. When these are disclosed, they will be showcased around the world. Although we will not attribute these epoch-making weapons to you at that time, the other achievements can be credited to you. Director Li continued. Although your accomplishments will be published in the list, your appearance and age will remain strictly confidential until number 101 is officially released. Hearing this, Qin Hao's furrowed brow began to relax. If the world could only know his name without any knowledge of his appearance or age, at least for the time being, he and his family would remain safe. Moreover, with covert protection in place, he felt more reassured. However, Qin Hao still asked, how many people are there protecting me and my family in secret? Director Li responded, in Jiangnan City, there are 20,000. With an additional 10,000 discreetly arranged in neighboring cities. He paused before adding, you can rest assured regarding safety, plainclothes officers are stationed in your residential community. At high vantage points in nearby streets, close to the road, and at connected traffic light intersections. Additionally, extensive surveillance has been established underwater and on the surface of the canal and Yangtze River. Din Li believed that merely conveying this information might not fully assuage Qin Hao's concerns. He then elaborated, stating that the 20,000 undercover agents deployed in Jiangnan City had collars embedded with covert cameras capable of identifying passers-by within a mere second. After a brief pause, Din Li continued, explaining that supported by extensive data, these cameras, upon recognizing an individual's identity, could also retrieve their travel history from the past month, including the vehicles they owned and the highways they traversed, all instantly accessible. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao felt a wave of relief wash over him. Such meticulous surveillance was indeed formidable. At that moment, Minister Li interjected, mentioning that Lin Yan had already arrived in Jiangnan City and that her visit was orchestrated by him. Lin Yan? The name conjured an image of a striking figure in Qin Hao's mind. He was well acquainted with Lin Yan, a former National College entrance examination top scorer who had entered the Chinese Academy of Sciences 2 years ahead of him. They had collaborated on several projects in the past. Minister Li nodded, contemplating for a moment before stating that Lin Yan had successfully developed an intelligent robot over 12 years. Her purpose for coming to Jiangnan City was to present this intelligent robot intended to provide personal protection for Qin Hao and his family. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao's pupils constricted slightly. He was aware of the intelligent robot project. This robot was unlike any commercially available product. Primarily designed for military applications and available in several variants. One version was an intelligent mech akin to a miniature transformer capable of transforming into a car. He recalled Lin Yan mentioning her ambition to create a mech whose structural materials could withstand bullets and ordinary impacts. The intelligent mech was also equipped with a Gatling-like firing mechanism capable of shooting bullets, exhibiting remarkable intelligence and agility, surpassing human flexibility. In addition to the intelligent mech, Lin Yan had also spoken of developing humanoid intelligent robots that, upon casual inspection, could easily be mistaken for real humans. Furthermore, these intelligent robots were armed and possessed formidable defensive capabilities, along with a multitude of other powerful features. After pondering for a moment, Qin Hao inquired whether Lin Yan had the authority to bestow such honors. Before he could finish, Minister Li interjected, asserting that Lin Yan's development of the intelligent robot was sufficient to merit the lifelong honor of an academician. Qin Hao responded with a soft acknowledgement, asking when she would come to see him. Minister Li replied, tomorrow. Qin Hao nodded lightly, conversing with Minister Li for a while before ending the call. At this moment, ordinary citizens around the world engaged in lively discussions, while the elite billionaires and powerful figures were left astounded. Outside a residential complex, in a luxury vehicle, Luo Qingxue trembled with excitement, her face flushed from overwhelming exhilaration. The revelation that her husband was the world's richest man had finally surfaced. Although the world only knew his name and not his appearance or age, the official media had assured that further details would be unveiled in subsequent announcements. The true nature of her husband will eventually be revealed to the world. If everyone were to discover that her husband is merely 28 years old, they would surely be left speechless, totally astonished, wouldn't they? Just the thought of that scene evokes a sense of anticipation. Charon, I want to embrace you. Luo Qingxue turned and directly embraced Lin Charon. 50 meters away from the production team's vehicle, a brand new sedan was parked. Inside the car sat an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Appearing to be around 28, though her actual age was 30. She exuded a somewhat aloof demeanor, giving off an impression of being difficult to approach. The aloof woman sat in the car, gazing at her phone, exploring the live broadcast of her other half, where she spotted Luo Qingxue. Qin Hao's wife. Lin Yan observed Luo Qingxue, and with each glance, her expression grew colder. During this period, she had been closely following the live broadcasts. And Luo Qingxue left her with an unfavorable impression. There was an air of vanity about her, a desire for the whole world to acknowledge Qin Hao. Yet, from her understanding of Qin Hao, he had long since cast aside fame, power, and wealth. He was typically easygoing, devoid of any vanity, everything that stood in stark contrast to Luo Qingxue. One was somewhat ostentatious, while the other was understated. Moreover, Luo Qingxue gave her the impression of immaturity. Should such a person share a life with Qin Hao, minor quarrels and emotional outbursts would be inevitable. If Qin Hao were an ordinary man, living with someone like Luo Qingxue might not pose much of an issue. However, Qin Hao was no ordinary man, his work demanded focus and concentration. If, during his work hours, Luo Qingxue were to create disturbances, distracting him from his duties, it would not bode well for him or the entire research institute. In summary, her dissatisfaction with Luo Qingxue was manifold. She believed Luo Qingxue was incompatible with and unworthy of Qin Hao. At that moment, Lin Yan leaned back against the driver's seat and slowly closed her eyes, her mind drifting back to scenes from many years ago. Long ago, she had harbored feelings for Qin Hao, specifically, the secret admiration. At that time, Qin Hao had overcome the challenges of jet engine technology and conquered the intricacies of lithography. She admired him, yet by then, Qin Hao had already achieved great success, and after resolving the engine issues, he had been honored with the lifelong title of academician. At that time, she was still rather ordinary, thinking that once she developed an intelligent robot and earned a similar lifelong honor, she would confess her feelings to Qin Hao. However, unexpectedly, over 5 years ago, when Qin Hao returned to Jiangnan City, it wasn't long before she learned of his romantic involvement. This news struck her like a bolt from the blue. Gradually, she calmed herself, reasoning that it would be quite a challenge for Luo Qingxue to marry someone like Qin Hao, an academician whose lineage would be meticulously scrutinized. Any minor issue could potentially lead to a separation between Luo Qingxue and Qin Hao. Yet, the results of the scrutiny left her in despair. Luo Qingxue's background was impeccable, with no issues throughout generations. When Qin Hao eventually married Luo Qingxue, her heart had all but died, devoid of any lingering hope. However, ever since she began to follow the live broadcast of the exploration of the other half, she has found various aspects of Luo Qingxue to be unsatisfactory. Perhaps it is due to her own subjective emotions, or perhaps she harbors a sense of unwillingness and jealousy deep within her. Yet, these issues do not directly influence her judgment of Luo Qingxue. Her perspective remains relatively objective. At this moment, Lin Yan slowly opened her beautiful eyes and gazed at the business car 50 meters away. After a brief silence, she picked up her phone and dialed Luo Qingxue's number. The call connected swiftly. On the other end, Luo Qingxue answered, "Hello." Lin Yan, upon hearing her voice, went straight to the point, her tone slightly cold. "I have some ties with Qin Hao and would like to speak with you privately. I am located 50 meters behind you, in a black car, with the license plate number." Upon hearing this, the previously cheerful smile on Luo Qingxue's face faded, and her brows furrowed slightly. A woman's voice on the line, claiming to have some connection with Qin Hao. What kind of connection? Luo Qingxue could not help but inquire. Lin Yan's tone remained somewhat aloof. "Let us discuss it in person." After pondering for a moment, Luo Qingxue exited her vehicle and walked towards Lin Yan's indicated location. Inside the car, Lin Yan also spotted Luo Qingxue approaching. Their meeting had a singular purpose, to caution Luo Qingxue, to awaken her to the reality that she may not be worthy of Qin Hao. Lin Yan sought to stabilize Luo Qingxue's thoughts, hoping that she would refrain from causing Qin Hao any unnecessary troubles, allowing him to focus on his work in peace. This was her aim, and it was all she could do, wishing for Qin Hao's well-being. As Luo Qingxue drew nearer, Lin Yan's vision became clearer. Luo Qingxue's figure appeared perfect from both afar and close up, an incredibly captivating physique. In comparison, Lin Yan felt she was not lacking in allure either. Watching Luo Qingxue approach, Lin Yan could not help but wonder, had she married Qin Hao back then, they would surely have been very happy together. Yet, that person was not her. At this moment, Luo Qingxue had spotted the black car and the license plate number mentioned in the phone call. She noticed a stunning woman in the driver's seat, whose beauty rivaled her own, exuding an aura of coolness that suggested she might be difficult to engage with. Upon seeing Lin Yan, Luo Qingxue's heart involuntarily tightened. Although she believed Qin Hao would not betray her, the fact that this beautiful woman claimed to have some relationship with him left her uncertain about the true nature of their connection. Reaching the side of the car, Luo Qingxue instinctively assessed Lin Yan in a fleeting moment. Lin Yan was indeed beautiful. "Hello, you just called me. You mentioned you have some connection with my husband." Luo Qingxue looked at Lin Yan, her heart subtly alert, instinctively perceiving Lin Yan as a potential rival. Lin Yan regarded her with a slightly frosty demeanor. "Let us converse inside the car." Luo Qingxue glanced at Lin Yan once more before approaching the passenger door. Upon opening it, she realized that 3 other women were seated in the back. All 3 were also quite beautiful, 2 appeared to be around 25 years of age, while the third seemed to be underage. Luo Qingxue, slightly perplexed, settled into the passenger seat, casting a glance at Lin Yan. "What is it you wish to discuss? And what is your relationship with my husband?" Lin Yan refrained from meeting Luo Qingxue's gaze, her tone imbued with a frigid detachment. "Qin Hao has triumphed over cancer, AIDS, and pulmonary heart disease. Many are watching him, some seek to win him over, while others wish to ruin him. You must understand that Qin Hao holds significant importance for any nation." Luo Qingxue furrowed her brow. The woman's evasiveness and cool demeanor struck her as decidedly unfriendly. After all, it was Lin Yan who had initiated this conversation. There should be at least a semblance of cordiality, or, at the very least, a normal interaction. It felt as if she were being treated as an adversary. "I am well aware," Luo Qingxue replied, her tone now tinged with a similar chill. If Lin Yan offered no warmth, she would reciprocate in kind. "Since you are aware, as Qin Hao's wife, you should also comprehend that if anyone intends to threaten him, the first targets will be you and your daughter," Lin Yan continued in a calm yet icy manner. At that moment, the driver's side window was rolled up, rendering the interior of the vehicle a dark abyss to those outside, obscured by tinted glass. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Luo Qingxue's expression shifted subtly, her heart racing with trepidation. The notion that this woman, along with the 3 others in the back seat, might be plotting to kidnap her to coerce her husband sent a jolt of alarm through her. With that thought, she instinctively reached for the door, only to find it locked tight. Suddenly, the 3 women in the back seat moved, each producing a handgun aimed menacingly at Luo Qingxue's head. Her heart raced faster than ever, a whirlwind of fear and regret enveloping her. Her husband had conquered monumental challenges and amassed great wealth, surely there were those who would seek to destroy him. Yet, having lived over 20 years without experiencing kidnapping or threats, she was not particularly attuned to danger. Coupled with the fact that her initial phone conversation revealed a woman's voice and Lin Yan's ambiguous connection to her husband, she had mistakenly assumed Lin Yan harbored feelings for Qin Hao, which clouded her judgment. "What do you intend?" Luo Qingxue's complexion paled slightly, a hint of panic flickering in her eyes, yet she maintained a semblance of composure, not entirely succumbing to dread. Lin Yan regarded her for a moment before averting her gaze. "I merely wish to offer a warning," she stated coolly. At that, the 3 women in the back lowered their weapons. Luo Qingxue, sensing a wave of relief wash over her, recognized that Lin Yan was not there to abduct her. "I am Lin Yan," she introduced herself, a former colleague of Qin Hao for 5 years. With this revelation, Luo Qingxue felt further relief. She steadied her nerves and inquired, "What is it that you wish to discuss? And why were you armed?" Lin Yan fell silent for a moment, then, staring ahead, replied with a chill in her voice, Qin Hao is vital to the nation. His work demands undivided focus, free from distractions. As his wife, you must also desire for him to work without concern. Luo Qingxue glanced at her, expressing her unwavering support for her husband, who was dedicated to developing superior medications and overcoming global challenges. She assured that she would attend to his dietary needs and manage all household affairs. After a brief pause, Luo Qingxue continued, mentioning that she would refrain from engaging with strangers from this moment forth. The earlier encounter had genuinely startled her, had that woman intended to abduct her. She might have faced dire consequences today. This incident served as a stark reminder for her to exercise greater caution in the future. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan fell into silence. Initially, she had intended to subtly admonish Luo Qingxue to make her aware of her own identity and current circumstances. She wanted her to comprehend the significance of Qin Hao to the nation and to understand what was expected of her as his wife. However, it seemed that there was no longer a need for such admonishment, as Luo Qingxue appeared rather sensible. Lin Yan found herself at a loss for words, uncertain of how to proceed. Noticing Lin Yan's silence and her seemingly troubled expression, Luo Qingxue paused for a moment before inquiring, "Do you have feelings for my husband?" An instinct told her that Lin Yan's actions were indicative of her concern for Qin Hao, and there was an unsettling sense that she might not be worthy of him. As if she were being reminded of her duties as his wife, Lin Yan remained silent. After a moment, she felt a growing sense of suffocation within her. Reflecting on the past with a profound sense of regret. When Qin Hao was awarded the title of academician, she had still been quite ordinary. She envisioned a future where she would develop intelligent mates and robots, earning the same honor before confessing her feelings to Qin Hao. In that scenario, both would hold the esteemed title, and she would finally feel deserving of him. However, the intelligent mates and robots she aspired to create required superior materials and advanced technology. Years ago, the overall technological level of Longo was not particularly high, and many essential materials for her research were yet to be conquered. Thus, she dedicated a staggering 12 years to her pursuit. 12 years, an eternity, yet when she looked back, it felt like a fleeting moment. Now, she lamented that had she expressed her feelings to Qin Hao earlier, perhaps the research institute and her superiors would have actively facilitated a union between them upon learning of her affections. But it was too late. After a moment of reflection, Lin Yan chose not to answer Luo Qingxue's question. Instead, she gazed at her with hope, expressing, "Qin Hao is vital to the nation, and it greatly needs him. When he is overwhelmed with work, I hope you can understand and refrain from interrupting him. This may seem unfair to you, but I wish for you to grasp the nature of his work." Luo Qingxue smiled gently in response, stating, "My husband's work is noble, it is not a trivial matter. And I will not disturb him." Lin Yan nodded appreciatively, saying, "Thank you." "Why thank me? It is merely my duty," Luo Qingxue replied, somewhat puzzled. Lin Yan did not elaborate, expressing her gratitude solely because Luo Qingxue's words made her feel that perhaps their union was not as inappropriate as she had previously thought. As Qin Hao's wife, she has proven her competence. "You may exit the vehicle now, let us reacquaint ourselves during the National Day festivities," Lin Yan remarked, her tone considerably warmer than before. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingxue could not help but break into a sincere smile. "All right, I shall keep today's events to myself," she responded before alighting from the car. Lin Yan watched Luo Qingxue's departing figure until she reboarded the business vehicle, after which Lin Yan drove away. As she departed, she addressed the three women in the back seat. "The individual you just encountered is one of the targets you are to protect moving forward." "Understood." The three women replied in unison, their voices indistinguishable from that of real humans, their appearances and expressions equally lifelike. Lin Yan chose not to elaborate further. These three women were advanced intelligent robots, remarkable in their capabilities. Their minds were equipped with a plethora of information and the most sophisticated processing units. Adept at playing chess or Go, calculating countless moves in an instant. They could cook or manage household chores, pilot fighter jets, and operate tanks, truly versatile. Moreover, they possessed the ability to discern subtle changes in facial expressions and even gaze, analyzing a target's reactions rapidly and making judgments accordingly. With these three intelligent robots safeguarding Qin Hao, Luo Qingxue, and Qin Xiu, Lin Yan felt reassured. Upon returning to the business vehicle, Luo Qingxue, while maintaining her usual demeanor, experienced a psychological and emotional transformation. She had become increasingly vigilant, aware that as Qin Hao's wife, she would attract the attention of those with ill intentions. Simultaneously, she gained a deeper understanding of Qin Hao's significant endeavors, recognizing that his work demanded unwavering focus, compelling her to manage all household matters effectively, allowing him to concentrate on his responsibilities. Time passed slowly until 5:40 p.m. when Luo Qingxue bid farewell to the individuals in the livestream, along with Lin Charan and director Zhong, before heading home. Upon arriving, she found Qin Hao seated on the sofa, turning to her with a light-hearted smile. "Do you believe me when I say I am the world's richest man?" Luo Qingxue rolled her eyes in response. "If you truly were the world's wealthiest, that would defy all reason. Have you ever seen a billionaire who spends all their time at home without engaging with others?" Qin Hao chuckled, knowing that Luo Qingxue's disbelief would soon give way to astonishment once his true identity was revealed. She settled beside him, peeled an orange, and offered it to him while saying, "I never imagined that the richest person in the world would be from our dragon nation, let alone possess such wealth. And to think their name is exactly the same as yours." Qin Hao replied with a grin, "In fact, I am the world's richest man." Luo Qingxue raised her hands in a gesture of disbelief, "Then transfer me 1 billion as proof." The two engaged in playful banter, exchanging flirtations while enjoying each other's company until Luo Qingxue excused herself to prepare dinner. Qin Hao remained on the sofa, a smile occasionally gracing his face. He suddenly conceived a novel idea. On the evening of the 101st day, he withdrew an astonishing sum of 100 million in cash and buried Luo Qingxue beneath piles of banknotes. He imagined his wife would be utterly astounded. In stark contrast to the tranquil lives of Qin Hao and Luo Qingxue, the world outside was in a state of upheaval. News outlets across various nations began to report on the global billionaire list released by Long Media, particularly highlighting Qin Hao as the new wealthiest individual in the world. The magnitude of his liquid assets left many in awe and disbelief. At that moment, reporters from numerous countries were gathered outside the offices of Long Media, eagerly anticipating the arrival of staff the following day to verify the authenticity of the list. Countless individuals found sleep elusive that night. When the staff of Long Media resumed their duties the next morning, they began to address the journalists' inquiries as per usual protocol. An American reporter, gazing at the media spokesperson, posed the question, "Is the billionaire list published yesterday by Long Media genuine?" Zhao Jian, the spokesperson, calmly replied, "The list released by the media is undoubtedly authentic. The authority of Long Media remains unassailable." He surveyed the assembly of reporters from various nations and stated, "The next question." A journalist from Eagle Nation then stood, inquiring, "What does the newly crowned billionaire Qin Hao look like? How old is he? How did he amass such wealth?" Zhao Jian sipped his tea, then responded with composed assurance, "The list provided hints yesterday. Details regarding Qin Hao's identity will be revealed in subsequent listings." Despite the relentless questions from the reporters, no further substantial information was disclosed, save for the confirmation of Qin Hao's existence as the world's richest individual. Shortly thereafter, the conference adjourned, and the reporters began drafting their articles for dissemination back to their respective countries. Within half an hour, the elite billionaires and high-ranking officials around the globe were made aware of the undeniable confirmation of Qin Hao's status as the world's wealthiest individual by Long Media. A wave of astonishment swept through, accompanied by curiosity about Qin Hao's appearance and age. Surely, someone who had accumulated such wealth must be at least 50 years old. As discussions unfolded worldwide, Long Media announced yet another piece of news: the top 10 individuals on the global personal donation list would be unveiled at precisely 9 a.m. on the 911th day. This announcement rapidly spread across the globe. The elite billionaires and powerful figures showed little interest in the personal donation list, with only a handful expressing curiosity. Those who featured on the list, having contributed such substantial sums, might be viewed as philanthropic by the global populace, garnering admiration. Consequently, this could significantly enhance the sales of their products. The citizens of Long Nation were similarly indifferent to the donation list. Their primary desire was to uncover the identity of Qin Hao, his appearance, age, and the means by which he had acquired such vast wealth. At this moment, Qin Hao sat on the sofa, having learned that Long Mei would publicly release the donation rankings tomorrow. He found little interest in this list, just as he had with the previous world wealth rankings. His greatest anticipation now lay in witnessing the spectacle of space missiles and aerial motherships traversing the globe. a sight he had never experienced before. Just then, his phone chimed with a notification. Glancing at it, he discovered that it was a message from the internal social software developed by the research institute. Upon opening the application, he found a message from Lin Yan, containing a manual for intelligent robots. The manual described the intelligent robot as indistinguishable from a human being. It was equipped with an extensive array of data and possessed formidable algorithmic capabilities, enabling it to instantaneously extract vast amounts of information. The robot could pilot fighter jets and tanks, and when multiple robots coordinated, they could operate submarines and aircraft carriers. Its defensive capabilities could withstand bullets and blades. And it was waterproof. With remarkable agility, immense strength, and rapid reflexes, it was nearly omnipotent. Upon reading the manual, Qin Hao's pupils slightly constricted. Such advanced intelligent robots were indeed powerful. He could not help but message Lin Yan, inquiring whether the robot's intellect surpassed that of humans. Lin Yan quickly replied that while the robot's algorithmic processing capability did not match that of the human brain, it could instantaneously extract vast amounts of data, making its statistical ability superior. Overall, the intelligent robot's brain was comparable to that of a human. Reflecting on this, Qin Hao recalled a few years back when a robot had defeated a human in chess. Although the robot's algorithmic prowess was inferior to that of humans, its ability to extract data instantaneously allowed it to rival human cognitive abilities. However, he was not comparing it to just any human brain, but to those that had achieved mastery in their respective fields. Lin Yan then sent another message, stating that if one were to compare with chess, the human brain might appear stronger in short-term struggles, yet the intelligent robot exhibited greater control over the entire game. Qin Hao inquired about the combat capabilities of the robot and whether it was equipped with firearms. Lin Yan responded that the robot's structural materials were exceptionally robust. Even when struck with a heavy hammer, it would sustain no damage. Moreover, devoid of pain sensation, the blow to a vital area would certainly be fatal. And it was indeed equipped with firearms. After reading the message, Qin Hao felt an eager desire to meet this robot. He impatiently asked Lin Yan when she would arrive. She replied that the robot was driving and would reach his home in about 5 minutes. Qin Hao was astonished. He had never seen a robot drive before. He responded with approval and then proceeded to boil a kettle of water and brew some tea while awaiting Lin Yan's arrival. After a short while, there came a knock at the door. Upon hearing it, Qin Hao swiftly went to open the door. As it swung open, he was greeted not only by Lin Yan but also by 3 stunning women behind her. It had been 3 years since they last met, and Lin Yan seemed even more beautiful than before. The 3 women possessed physiques and appearances that rivaled his wife as Lin Yan had mentally prepared herself for this encounter. Yet upon seeing Qin Hao, her heart still trembled in a manner she could not suppress. 3 years had passed, and Qin Hao appeared increasingly mature. Professor Qin. At that moment, 3 robots gazed at him with earnest expressions, tinged with excitement, their emotions shifting naturally. Qin Hao noticed the trio and smiled gently, nodding as he said, "Hello, please come in and have a seat." He couldn't help but glance outside, wondering, where are the robots? Could they be in the car? With a sense of curiosity, they entered the room and settled onto the sofa. Inside the luxury vehicle, Luo Qingxue watched Lin Yan and the 3 women brandishing guns at her through the live stream. At that moment, the audience in the live stream had surpassed 70,000, drawn away from the official media's absence of rankings to explore another channel. Upon seeing Lin Yan and the trio of intelligent robots, viewers were left utterly astonished. Wow! They are stunning, especially the leading woman. She exudes such elegance. It's rare to encounter someone so extraordinarily beautiful, and now there are so many at once. First, there was Qingxue, then Charan, and previously Jiangyu. And now 4 more have appeared. Incredible. I would gladly spend my entire fortune to marry any one of them. I offer 10 million. I offer 100 million. The audience was undeniably captivated, unable to tear their eyes away from the 4 enchanting women. Nearby, director Zhong was equally mesmerized, momentarily contemplating signing them and launching their careers. He believed that with such exceptional beauty, even mediocre acting skills would suffice to attain fame. In this era, looks reign supreme. And possessing beauty can drive countless individuals to madness. In the live stream, Qin Hao poured each of the 4 women a cup of tea, smiling as he remarked, "This is top grade Da Hong Pao, do have a taste." Lin Yan returned his smile before delicately savoring the tea. At that moment, Qin Hao chuckled. What about the robots you mentioned? Why didn't you bring them up? Lin Yan's face brightened with a gentle smile as she replied, they are right here. Qin Hao was taken aback, turning to the three female robots. These are robots. You must be joking. He had seen his fair share of advanced technology. But nothing could be so lifelike. The audience in the live stream, hearing the exchange between Lin Yan and Qin Hao, was equally stunned. Robots. These three women are robots. Surely, this is a joke. Although we can't see them face to face, the camera is high definition, and the visuals are crystal clear, they appear undeniably real. Within the live stream, Lin Yan glanced at the female robots and instructed, lift your tops, open the abdominal compartment. Upon hearing this, the three female robots complied, slightly raising their tops to reveal their midsections. Qin Hao instinctively averted his gaze but, unable to quell his curiosity, stole a glance. At that moment, the central area of the robot's abdomen shifted like sliding doors, revealing a dagger within. Subsequently, the three female robots retrieved the daggers from their abdomens. Three female robots lifted their left hands, palms open, revealing a bulb-like object nestled within. Suddenly, an intense light erupted from their palms, momentarily blinding the viewers in the live stream. As their vision returned, astonishment filled their hearts. These three stunning women were, indeed, robots. Unbelievable. They were the most lifelike robots I had ever seen, indistinguishable from real humans. It appeared that these robots were formidable protectors and incredibly beautiful. I want to purchase one. Qingxue, when you return home, ask your husband where I can buy a robot. I would buy one for under $1 million. If it's less than 100,000. I'm definitely in. Is there a male robot available? A handsome one? In the business vehicle, Luo Qingxue was momentarily bewildered. The three women who had threatened her with guns yesterday were actually robots. Having seen them up close, she had never imagined they were machines, they seemed too real. Beside her, Lin Charan was equally excited, exclaiming, how wonderful it would be to have a female robot to protect me, a male robot would be even better. The viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter at Lin Charan's words, flooding the chat with playful banter. Charan, what do you need a male robot for? For protection or companionship? They teased. Lin Charan, seeing the comments, insisted, of course, for protection. The audience remained skeptical, encountering such beautiful female robots inevitably sparked other thoughts. Who could say what might happen if a woman met a handsome male robot? In the business vehicle, Director Zhong cleared his throat and addressed Luo Qingxue, when you return, inquire with Professor Qin about where these robots can be purchased. I wish to buy a few to use as actors in films and television shows. Luo Qingxue cast a doubtful glance at Director Zhong. Was his intention truly as simple as wanting them for acting? She nodded, all right, I'll ask. Although she said this, she felt hopeless. These three female robots were armed and clearly not intended for commercial use. It would likely be difficult to acquire them, even with considerable wealth. In the live stream, Qin Hao was momentarily taken aback. These three women were indeed robots. Despite observing them closely, he had not discerned their true nature. Their realism was astonishing. He turned to Lin Yan and asked, may I touch them? To see if their texture feels like that of a real person. Lin Yan replied, of course. Qin Hao approached the three female robots, first gently rubbing their hands, then pinching their faces. After a moment of contemplation, he returned to his seat. Lin Yan inquired, how does it feel? Qin Hao nodded, it's remarkable, the texture is very close to that of a real person. Unbeknownst to her, the live stream had erupted in fervor, with a flurry of comments cascading across the screen as hundreds of thousands of viewers engaged fervently. Wow! I too wish to hold the hand of that female robot. How enviable! I wish I were that person, exclaimed one viewer. Goodness! I feel it would be worth 300,000 to acquire that female robot. Another chimed in, laughter echoing through the chat. At that moment, it appeared that Luo Qingxue was experiencing a tinge of jealousy. Observing her changing expression, the audience noted her apparent irritation. Indeed, Luo Qingxue felt a stir of anger and inner conflict. While she was cognizant that the three women were mere robots, their hyper-realistic appearance was disconcerting. Especially as her husband had even tested their tactile sensations. This thought left her somewhat uncomfortable. The viewers, captivated by the unfolding drama, remarked, "Qin Hao, you might just be the first person ever to feel jealous of a robot. What a rare form of jealousy you exhibit today, Qin Hao. Jealous of a robot." As Luo Qin read the comments, she retorted, "Wouldn't you feel jealous if your husband or wife had such robots, even knowing they are artificial?" The audience pondered this, realizing that it was indeed plausible to feel jealousy, given how incredibly lifelike the robots were, often blurring the line between artificial and real. In the stream, Qin Hao was conversing with Lin Yan, contemplating, "These 3 robots serve to protect me, my wife, and my daughter. Although my father-in-law and mother have undercover personnel safeguarding our family, it lacks the intimacy of personal protection." Lin Yan responded, "In a few days, several newly manufactured robots will arrive to further ensure the safety of your family." Qin Hao felt a wave of reassurance wash over him at her words, and the two settled into casual conversation. As the clock struck 10, Qin Hao ventured into the kitchen to prepare a meal. Lin Yan, seated on the sofa, cast a few glances in the kitchen's direction, her heart a tumult of emotions. Yet she understood that she must find peace, regardless of the circumstances. Qin Hao was married and had children, and his bond with Luo Qin was undeniably profound. By 2 in the afternoon, Lin Yan departed, leaving behind only 4 individuals, Qin Hao and the 3 female robots. Qin Hao regarded them and inquired, "Do you have names?" The first robot replied, "I am called Suyu." The second chimed in, "I am Suyu." The third, appearing to be around 16, added, "I am Suziqing." Qin Hao nodded and said, "From now on, you may address me as brother." In unison, the 3 responded, "Brother." Qin Hao chuckled softly, finding the address endearing. They were indeed becoming a family. At precisely 5:40 in the afternoon, Luo Qin hurried home, her curiosity piqued by the 3 female robots. Upon her arrival, she was greeted by Suyu, and Su Ziqing, along with Qin Hao. Feeling somewhat fatigued and still engaged in her acting career, Luo Qin feigned surprise, then cast a somewhat frosty gaze at Qin Hao. "You have guests at home and did not inform me in advance." Seeing his wife's adorable jealousy and irritation, Qin Hao felt a warm affection swell within him. A woman's jealousy signifies her care for him. If she exhibits no jealousy, it indicates her indifference, suggesting a lack of affection. Qin Hao approached Luo Qin with a smile, explaining that they were robots, a batch developed by Jiang Yuan's company specifically for him. He had attended a wedding in a distant location 2 days prior, managing only an hour of sleep, and had intended to write upon returning home last night but succumbed to slumber instead. Now, he was engaged in typing. Jiang Yuan, a friend of Qin Hao since childhood, had gone abroad 4 years ago and returned to the country annually. He was the only friend Luo Qin was aware of. Upon hearing this, Luo Qin couldn't suppress her inner thoughts. She realized her husband was lying without a hint of embarrassment, his demeanor natural, indicative of someone who frequently deceives. He had been misleading her for years, and now he had dragged Jiang Yuan into it. Feigning skepticism, Luo Qin glanced at Suyu and the others, questioning robots. The trio, familiar with Luo Qin from prior encounters, were briefed by Lin Yan to conceal certain matters from Qin Hao. Therefore, they cooperated in their charade. At that moment, Suyu and her companion slightly lifted their tops, revealing their abdomens, which opened like sliding doors to display the internal mechanisms. Their arms also revealed metallic interiors. Luo Qinshue's expression shifted, her eyes wide with astonishment. This was her first encounter with the inner workings of a robot. "Now do you believe?" Qin Hao chuckled. Luo Qinshue nodded, still in a daze. Qin Hao proceeded with introductions, then turned to Luo Qinshue. "They now call me brother, what should they call you?" After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "Just call me Qinshue." "Qinshue," the 3 chorused. "All right, let's eat," Qin Hao said with a smile. The robots did not require nourishment, only charging, so only Qin Hao and Luo Qinshue partook in the meal. The following day marked the impending announcement of the global personal donation rankings. Many across the world paid little attention, as such rankings seemed inconsequential. However, the world's elite, including top billionaires and powerful figures, were notably intrigued. This interest stemmed from the earlier release of the world's billionaire list by Long Media, which hinted at a burgeoning momentum from Long Country. The ultimate aim of this momentum remained unclear, leaving room for speculation. When the time for the announcement arrived, the television screen displayed the words Global Personal Donation Rankings, accompanied by a note stating the list reflected total personal donations over the past century. Following this were the names of various contributors, one after another. The second place is Jamji Tata with 670 billion in donations, followed by Gates at 480 billion, Hong Hui-kong at 370 billion, Hoa at 250 billion, and Warren Buffett at 240 billion. Hans Weyers follows at 200 billion, John Rockefeller at 174 billion, Hazel Fort at 170 billion, and Haji at 166 billion. It is noteworthy that the currency used is the renminbi. Although the global populace may not show significant interest in donation rankings, many still pay attention. Upon discovering their country's individual donation standings, a sense of pride often arises. The citizens of Jamji Tata, in particular, celebrate their achievements with exuberance. In a live broadcast from Longwe, individuals from Jamji Tata are gleefully commenting, even disparaging the citizens of Longwe. We are ranked second. A staggering 670 billion. Who can surpass that? The citizens of Longwe, upon reading these comments, feel a twinge of annoyance. Open your eyes. You are merely second. The first place has yet to be revealed. Surely, the world's wealthiest must be from Longwe. Indeed, they pondered what is there to boast about. This ranking encompasses the past century. Longwe has only recently emerged as a power, and it is entirely natural for us not to feature in the top 10. They recognize that while Longwe has only recently begun to prosper, 3 of its citizens are still among the top 50 donors globally. As the citizens of Jamji Tata observe these comments, they realize they are not in first place but are nonetheless proud of their impressive standing. They proudly assert, "We dominate the top 10 in donations." Their strength is indeed formidable. The citizens of Longwe, however, they remain discontented. This ranking reflects a century of contributions. Had it been limited to the past decade, they would undoubtedly have featured prominently. Their hopes now rest on the identity of the world's wealthiest individual, whom they suspect is Qin Hao, as Longwe media has taken special care to announce this list. At that moment, a message appears on the television screen and within the Longwe broadcast, first place to the newly appointed world's wealthiest, Qin Hao. Nationality, Longwe. 2 years ago, he made a single donation of an astounding 1 trillion renminbi, specifically designated for Longwe's military expenditures. Upon the announcement of the first place, a profound silence envelops the globe. Even the elite billionaires fall silent. For Qin Hao's single donation of 1 trillion is sufficient to place him among the top 3 on the global rich list. After a period of silence, the elite from around the globe erupted in fury, an outrage so intense it was nearly palpable. In a moment of collective ire, some of the highest-ranking dignitaries issued commands to investigate, find out who this Qin Hao is, and do it now. These powerful figures soon recognized that Qin Hao's existence posed a significant threat to their interests. 2 years prior, he had donated an astonishing 1 trillion to Long country, primarily allocated for military expenditures. The prospect of continued donations from Qin Hao was intolerable to them. Their intentions extended beyond mere public exposure of Qin Hao. They sought to unearth countless hidden observers lurking in the shadows. Meanwhile, the live broadcast from Long media was in chaos, with comments flooding in as viewers expressed their astonishment at Qin Hao's monumental donation of 1 trillion. It was a staggering one-time contribution. The sheer audacity of donating such an amount was unprecedented. 1 trillion in cash could easily place him among the top 3 on the global rich list. With previously reported assets of 3.9 trillion, this new donation suggested that Qin Hao's liquid assets were nearing 5 trillion. As discussions erupted worldwide, the television and live stream rankings underwent a sudden shift. The new title holder of the world's wealth was Qin Hao, a citizen of Long country, who had donated 1 trillion RMB 2 years ago. The news broke that Mr. Qin had just contributed an additional 26 trillion RMB, with a special emphasis on the fact that all of it would be directed towards military funding. Upon witnessing these developments, the world's wealthiest individuals were left in stunned silence, their expressions betraying disbelief. In a luxurious estate, the CEO of Amazon gaped at the screen, unable to fathom that the new world richest had just donated 26 trillion, a staggering act of generosity. It is important to note that while the list of individual donations is indeed factual, many contributions are often motivated by tax exemptions, with few genuinely dedicated to philanthropy. Yet, here was Qin Hao 2 years ago. He donated 1 trillion, and now he had outdone himself with a single donation of 26 trillion. This sum was sufficient to cover long country's military expenses for 3 years. The CEO of Amazon reflected, muttering to himself about Mr. Qin's patriotic spirit, which seemed to transcend that of a mere entrepreneur. A typical businessman, no matter how patriotic, would never part with such a substantial portion of their fortune in one go. Admiration filled the CEO's gaze. Though Qin Hao was not an American, his total contributions of 36 trillion were earmarked for enhancing long country's military capabilities. This development was not necessarily welcomed by other nations, as they might perceive the strengthening of long country's military as a threat. For him, a patriot as devoted as Qin Hao was truly commendable. Not only the CEO of Amazon, but countless elite figures worldwide also found themselves in awe of Qin Hao's actions, recognizing that few would dare to take such a monumental step. At this moment, the foremost magnates of the Dragon Kingdom were astounded to learn that Qin Hao had once again donated an astonishing sum of 26 trillion. While they were taken aback, they also sensed that Qin Hao transcended the realm of a mere entrepreneur, perceiving his ideological stature to be loftier than theirs. If only I could pay him a visit, the president of Jingdong murmured to himself. Although he had never met Qin Hao, the magnitude of the donation and its primary allocation towards military expenditures revealed to him that Qin Hao was indeed a patriot. The donation, exceeding more than half of his existing wealth, was ample evidence that he was not simply a businessman. While the world's elite admired Qin Hao's actions, the powerful figures from various nations harbored a different sentiment. Find out everything. His personal details. His family, ordered one furious high-ranking official. Investigate, commanded another, his countenance dark with displeasure. Thus began a tide of intrigue and unrest. At that moment, over 100 million viewers in the Dragon Media live stream were rendered speechless. Qin Hao had indeed donated another 26 trillion. The amount eclipsed that of the last world's richest individual by double. Even though Qin Hao was now left with only 13 trillion, he still retained the title of the world's wealthiest. Incredible. Wow. I must know who he is, what he looks like, and what business he runs. To my astonishment, his name has been blocked from being typed. Incredible. The citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, upon learning of Qin Hao's monumental donation, felt a mix of shock and admiration. Such a person is the true star worth pursuing. Unlike those celebrities who are frequently embroiled in scandals or marital infidelities. As the world buzzed with speculation, Qin Hao reclined on his sofa at home, his expression slightly grave, his brow furrowed. He sensed something amiss. Initially, his superiors intended to publicly disclose his identity, and while he did not object, he felt a flicker of resistance within. However, he later understood that unveiling his identity was an unavoidable necessity. For the past decade, although he had concealed his identity adeptly, certain slip-ups had occurred. Even if he continued to hide, it would not remain concealed for long, prompting his superiors to decide on its revelation. The benefits of publicizing his identity were manifold. It would bolster national confidence and position him as a role model for countless individuals, encouraging them to emulate his example. Naturally, there were drawbacks as well. With his identity exposed, there would undoubtedly be those lurking in the shadows intent on undermining him, possibly jeopardizing his safety and that of his family. Nevertheless, on the whole, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. Should his identity be discovered before its official announcement, it could lead to threats against his loved ones, a scenario he wished to avoid. I must return to my post, Qin Hao contemplated. Although the Dragon Kingdom's strength was formidable, bolstered by the space missiles and aerospace carriers he had helped develop, even a minor oversight in the event of a cataclysmic battle could result in catastrophic repercussions, magnified thousands of times. Particularly concerning was the devastating radiation that nuclear weapons could unleash. The next project he intended to work on involved developing a national defense mechanism against nuclear radiation and its eradication. Undertaking this endeavor would require collaboration among numerous professionals and the utilization of extensive specialized equipment, thus, returning to the research institute was imperative. At this moment, Qin Hao slowly opened his eyes, having made a decision in his heart. Initially, he intended to return to the research institute in early next year. But now he found himself unable to wait any longer. He picked up his phone and called his superior. The call was answered almost instantly. Professor Qin, his superior responded. Qin Hao got straight to the point, stating, I want to return to my position at number 108. After a brief silence, his superior replied, all right. The exchange was succinct and devoid of superfluous conversation. Certain matters were too sensitive to discuss over the phone. Although both used specially designed phones, it was prudent to exercise caution. At that moment, Qin Hao mentioned, I need access to 328. The term 328 referred to an internal code. Even colleagues within the research institute would not comprehend its meaning unless they belonged to the same team. Upon hearing this, his superior's expression shifted to one of gravity. And he spoke with a solemn tone, Professor Qin, this is too risky. Qin Hao replied calmly, when I return to my position, I expect you to prepare what I need. His superior remained silent, reluctant to let Qin Hao take such a perilous step. Engaging in other projects would be relatively safer. While 328 was fraught with danger. Understanding his superior's reticence, Qin Hao slowly articulated, if we succeed in developing it, the Dragon Nation, before he could finish. His superior abruptly interrupted, Professor Qin, I trust your judgment. His superior was aware that Qin Hao was still being broadcast live by the exploration team. And certain topics were best left unspoken at that moment. However, from Qin Hao's brief remarks, he had already grasped the essence of what Qin Hao intended to research. The necessity for nuclear radiation indicated the development of a national treasure capable of resisting and eliminating radiation. Qin Hao was left speechless. He had intended to say that if successful, the Dragon Nation could truly stand fearless before the world. Yet, he was cut off mid-sentence. After a brief conversation, he ended the call and reclined on the sofa. Beside him, the robot Suyu was giving him a head massage while Suyu attended to his legs. At that moment, Su Ziqing approached with a glass of water, saying, brother, have some water. In the exploration team's live broadcast room, the number of viewers gradually increased. Previously, due to the announcement of rankings, most viewers had flocked to the official media channels, specifically the Dragon Media livestream. Now that the rankings had been revealed, they returned to the exploration team's broadcast. Upon seeing three exquisite robots attending to Qin Hao, the viewers felt neither envy nor resentment. Nonetheless, some comments expressing envy began to flood in. Wow! This looks so comfortable, I wish I had three beautiful female robots like that. The audience in the live stream responded to these comments. Envy? Honestly, I feel none, as I believe one should enjoy such a life. Besides, it's merely a massage. What is there to envy? You can spend 2,000 at a spa and have 5 therapists cater to you. It is indeed unworthy of envy. Qin Shue's husband has triumphed over cancer, AIDS, and pulmonary heart disease, alleviating the suffering of many and sparing countless individuals from financial ruin due to medical expenses. Let it be noted that even though 3 female robots now attend to Qin Shue's husband, I find it entirely justifiable if he were to take a second wife. The viewers in the live broadcast room, instead of expressing indignation, responded with comments of their own. Haha, you all are overreacting, I merely feel admiration, not jealousy. Like you. I believe such a life is to be aspired to. Whether he marries another wife or even 10, I see no issue with that. The atmosphere in the live stream was harmonious, with hundreds of thousands of viewers recently learning that Qin Hao had donated 26 trillion. Although it was previously known that he had mentioned donations to President Xiao, the funds had now been disbursed. As for why Qin Hao retained 13 trillion, it was understood that he wished to maintain the title of the world's richest person. Retaining this title, as discussed on the phone, was a means to showcase his status to Luo Qingxue when the time came for his identity to be unveiled. Furthermore, as long as the world's richest individual remains a citizen of Longguo, this can enhance national pride to some extent. Professor Qin ultimately serves his country and his people. Such a person merits their admiration. At that moment, a viewer in the live stream commented, I just overheard Qin Shue's husband on a call mentioning a return to his workplace. Isn't he conducting research in another residence within the community? Why does he need to return to work? Observing Qin Shue's husband's serious demeanor, it seemed he was eager to resume his duties, perhaps indicating the urgency of a significant matter. Could it be that he is on the verge of conquering another disease? If he continues his research, I hope it will focus on autoimmune diseases such as rheumatoid arthritis and lupus erythematosus, conditions that are truly debilitating. Often dubbed the immortal cancer due to their lifelong treatment requirements. I personally suffer from one such ailment, psoriatic arthritis, and though I take medication daily with some effect. Controlling my condition temporarily, I long for a definitive cure. In the business vehicle, Luo Qingxue remained silent. Since encountering Lin Yan, particularly with the 3 female robots she brought. She had conducted an online search the previous day. Despite her inquiries, even among companies specializing in robotics, she found no information on those 3 robots. Their appearance is so lifelike that they are difficult to distinguish from real humans, especially considering the concealed firearms within them. These robots are clearly not designed for commercial use but rather for executing specialized tasks. Moreover, Lin Yan had mentioned that she had been a colleague of her husband for 5 years, implying that he began his career immediately after completing his college entrance examination. Should he have entered a research institution, the most renowned would be the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Given that her husband has conquered cancer, AIDS, and pulmonary heart disease, one would expect him to hold the title of academician by now, especially if he were a researcher at such a prestigious institution. The thought of a 28-year-old academician is quite daunting. At this juncture, Lin Charan seemed to have an epiphany, stating, "Professor Qin has solved several of the world's most pressing problems. Logically, he should be eligible for the title of academician, shouldn't he?" After hearing the broadcast, the audience in the live stream room began to discuss amongst themselves. Certainly, even if only one cancer is conquered, it would be enough to earn the title of an academician. Not to mention that Qingxue's husband has tackled several world challenges, he might already be an academician. The title of academician is the highest honor. Many may not grasp just how esteemed an academician is. To illustrate, if we arrange educational levels from lowest to highest, kindergarten, primary school, middle school, high school, university, graduate studies, master's degree, and postdoctoral studies, the pinnacle is the title of academician. Below an academician, all are but mere ants, in the terminology of fantasy literature, under an emperor. All are ants. Do you understand? Each academician is remarkable in their own right. For instance, Elder Yuan resolved issues regarding food production, allowing more individuals to have sufficient nourishment. In summary, every academician has made significant contributions. Such individuals are nearly all national treasures, and those who have overcome several global challenges are indeed treasures among treasures. As some began to clarify the role of academicians, the audience members who were previously unaware gained a clearer understanding of their significance. At this moment, a viewer expressed confusion. Logically, someone like Qingxue's husband should have some form of protection, right? Why haven't we seen any? Certainly, there is protection. But since it is covert, how could you possibly see it? At this moment, Director Zhong, seated in a business vehicle, was drenched in cold sweat. Recalling the initial days when the production team set up cameras at Qin Hao's residence, he realized they had likely been noticed from the very beginning. No, to be precise, they were certainly aware. He even felt that when the production team selected Luo Qingxue as the host for the first episode, the higher-ups must have been informed. Otherwise, how could such a large group have ventured into Qin Hao's home? If it weren't for the higher-ups wanting to unveil Qin Hao's identity, they might have already found themselves in trouble. As time swiftly passed, it became 2 o'clock in the afternoon. While the world was still abuzz with discussions, the authoritative media of Longwo suddenly announced that tomorrow they would unveil the top 10 culinary talents in the world. The decision to publish the culinary rankings was made after careful consideration. Typically, such lists do not garner significant global attention. However, considering that the top 10 culinary talents would predominantly be from Longwo, unlike the previous 2 lists, which were largely comprised of overseas individuals, this new ranking could greatly enhance national confidence. It can be confidently stated that Longwo boasts the strongest culinary skills in the world. When the global populace learned that Longwo's authoritative media, Longmei, would announce the top 10 culinary talents tomorrow, most were not particularly interested, yet they felt compelled to keep an eye on it. Previously, when Longmei had planned to reveal the top 10 personal donation rankings, there was little interest, yet the outcome left them astounded. Now, pondering the culinary list, they found it hard to envision anything that could shock them. Nevertheless, they decided to remain attentive. Perhaps there would be an unexpected revelation. At 5:40, after returning home, Luo Qingxue, as usual, first obscured the cameras. She gazed at Qin Hao as the robot Suyu and Su Ziqing were providing him with a massage, while Suyu busied herself in the kitchen. Life was indeed quite pleasant. Sister Qingxue called Suzy Qing and Su Yu upon seeing Luo Qingxue. She approached them, intending to inquire if they felt tired, but then realized that robots do not experience fatigue. The question lingered on her lips, but she swallowed it back. How often do you recharge? Luo Qingxue asked curiously, looking at the two. Every half a month is sufficient, Qin Hao explained while reclining on the sofa, enjoying the moment. Their internal batteries utilize the latest breakthrough in integrated liquid plasma battery technology, with a storage capacity exceeding that of ternary lithium and lithium iron phosphate batteries by more than 5 times, along with other advanced technologies that significantly reduce battery wear. As he spoke, Qin Hao felt a deep admiration for Lin Yan for developing a smart robot entails overcoming numerous challenges. Take, for instance, the robot's battery. If traditional batteries were employed, a full charge would not last long at all. Mastering the latest battery technology opens up a plethora of applications. For example, if this integrated plasma battery technology were used in electric vehicles, the range could easily surpass 1,000 kilometers. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingxue was internally astonished, and simultaneously more convinced that her husband was indeed a member of a research institution, potentially even an academician. Lin Yan must also be affiliated with such an institution. Contemplating this made Luo Qingxue feel somewhat inadequate, as she perceived herself as lacking in comparison to these individuals. However, she quickly reassured herself that there was no need for such self-doubt. Everyone has their own unique brilliance, even if she felt hers was rather dim. After a while, dinner was ready. Qin Hao and Luo Qingxue chatted amiably while enjoying their meal. Once they finished, Luo Qingxue prepared to take a shower. Before heading to the bathroom, she turned to Su Yu and the others with curiosity. Although robots do not sweat, they must need cleaning after a while, right? Of course we do. So let us wash together, Su Yu replied. I'll scrub your back, offered Su Yu. Luo Qingxue was genuinely curious about whether the robots were indistinguishable from humans in every aspect. Logically, it seemed unnecessary for them to be entirely lifelike. After all, robots are ultimately just machines, but they lack human desires, hormones, and do not experience special feelings towards the opposite sex. If they were made to resemble humans perfectly, it would seem superfluous. Alright, let us scrub away then, Luo Qingxue laughed lightly, and the four of them proceeded to the bathroom for their shower. Qin Hao watched as his wife took Su Yu and the others to wash, feeling a sense of curiosity himself. These robots were designed primarily for executing specific tasks, so there seemed to be no need for them to replicate human form entirely, especially since they were not intended for commercial use. Nevertheless, it was hard to say. In some countries, operatives employ beauty to distract their targets. When the target lowers their guard, the female agents strike with lethal precision. In Longwo, beauty has not been used in such a manner, but now that there are robots indistinguishable from humans, it was uncertain if they would be employed to deceive targets. Half an hour passed. A few individuals had just finished their baths and emerged clad in their nightwear. Qin Hao cast a glance at them and then discreetly messaged Luo Qingxue, inquiring whether the robot resembled a real person. His curiosity was purely innocent. Upon reading the message, Luo Qingxue responded promptly, leading Qin Hao to feel that his inquiry was somewhat superfluous. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind as he messaged Lin Yan through their internal communication platform, questioning why the robot appeared so lifelike. After a brief moment, Lin Yan replied, expressing astonishment, "You can't possibly mean." A bead of sweat formed on Qin Hao's brow as he hastily retorted, "You are overthinking. I discovered this while my wife was bathing with them." Lin Yan responded with a simple hum. She elaborated, explaining that the robot's exterior was designed to mimic that of a human perfectly, considering that during the execution of special tasks, the target could be found bathing in a private setting, thereby facilitating the robot's approach. Qin Hao then inquired, "By the way, when will you be conferred the title of academician?" Lin Yan replied, "On the day of the 101st, which will also be the day your identity is publicly revealed." "Congratulations," Qin Hao expressed. Lin Yan remained silent for a brief moment before confessing, "Initially, I longed for the honor of being an academician, but as time passed, my sole focus shifted to the research of intelligent robots. Titles such as academician have become inconsequential to me." Her initial aspiration to attain the title stemmed from a desire to be worthy of Qin Hao. However, since his marriage, her thoughts of becoming an academician had dissipated. and she resolved to concentrate on successfully developing intelligent robots and mates. Upon reading her message, Qin Hao nodded thoughtfully. Recalling that the academicians he had encountered shared a similar mindset, dedicating their energies entirely to scientific research, often indifferent to the accolades associated with their titles. He harbored deep admiration for such individuals, who remained unperturbed by fame, power, and wealth. Those distracted by such trivialities might find it difficult to immerse themselves wholly in their research. Qin Hao sent Lin Yan a handshake emoji, to which she reciprocated, then inquired, "When will you return to your position?" "On the 108th, he replied. Lin Yan expressed surprise, "So soon?" "I have a new research project that requires my attention," he stated. "Can I assist you?" "I have just completed my current project," she offered. "I'm afraid it may not be feasible," he replied, then reconsidered. Actually, it could work. He recalled that for his research on nuclear radiation, he would indeed require the expertise of robots, and Lin Yan was the foremost authority on intelligent robotics, making her collaboration essential for his new project. "All right, what is the nature of this project? Is it convenient to discuss?" Lin Yan inquired. "Let us talk about it when I return to the capital," Qin Hao suggested. "Understood," she agreed. After exchanging messages for a while, Qin Hao proceeded to take a bath. Once he had finished and donned his nightwear, he entered the bedroom, where he embraced Luo Qingxue as they watched television together. Coincidentally, the news segment at that moment was reporting the list of the world's top personal donors. Observing this, Luo Qingxue teasingly remarked, "The world's wealthiest individual is named Qin Hao. And the personal donation list also features a Qin Hao. Honestly, have you been hiding a fortune from me?" Qin Hao chuckled lightly and replied, "If I were truly the world's richest man and had donated such a substantial sum, would I still fret over purchasing a home?" At that moment, he mused that perhaps across the nation, others named Qin Hao were facing similar inquiries from their wives. Qin Hao envisioned the scene, finding it quite exhilarating. Just as he imagined, at this very moment, numerous individuals named Qin Hao across the nation were being interrogated by their wives, while others faced similar inquiries from their children. In one household, a man in his 30s expressed his disbelief, exclaiming, "How on earth could I possibly be the world's richest man? Can't you think for a moment? If I were the wealthiest, I would have long since divorced you." His wife, filled with suspicion, retorted, "If you are not the world's richest, then why do you travel so often?" The man was utterly speechless. Had his wife lost her mind? He merely shared a name with that illustrious billionaire. But their fates were worlds apart. The following morning, after a hearty breakfast, Luo Qingxue, as per her routine, informed Qin Hao, "I am off to work." Qin Hao suggested, "Let Suyu accompany you." Although there were unseen guardians looking after his wife, he still felt a tinge of unease. Aware of Qin Hao's intentions for Suyu to provide her with close protection, Luo Qingxue considered, recognizing the precariousness of her current situation. "All right. I recently received a promotion and now have my own office, so let Suyu accompany me," she fabricated an excuse, agreeing to his request. Subsequently, Suyu departed with Luo Qingxue. Upon exiting the community, Luo Qingxue shared various details with Suyu, including the program team's live broadcast of Qin Hao. Suyu replied, "I am aware that I discovered 9 cameras at home, and Lin Yan also informed me about the program team." After hearing this, Luo Qingxue nodded and led Suyu to the business vehicle. Upon their arrival, Lin Charan and Director Zhong greeted Suyu with palpable excitement, politely introducing themselves. "Hello. I am Lin Charan, it is a pleasure to meet you." Director Zhong also extended a warm greeting. Both were exhilarated, knowing Suyu was a robot. Yet they could not discern her true nature in person. She appeared remarkably lifelike. Suyu reciprocated courteously, "Hello to you both." In the live stream of Exploring the Other Half, hundreds of thousands of viewers were enlivened by Suyu's presence, eagerly sending their greetings. "Suyu, hello. It's a pleasure to meet you." "Hello. How many languages can you speak?" Noticing the barrage of comments, Suyu smiled and responded, "I am equally delighted to meet all of you. I can speak every language in the world, including local dialects." Upon hearing this, the audience was left astounded. Could she truly command the languages of every nation on earth? This was indeed remarkable. Lin Charan and Director Zhong were equally astonished, realizing the extensive commercial potential of such an advanced robot. They could not help but feel that humanity seemed to pale in comparison to machines. At that moment, some viewers began to feel a sense of unease. One could not help but imagine a future where robots might wage war against humanity. Would there come a day when machines ascended to the pinnacle of the biological hierarchy? The very thought was chilling. For it was nearly impossible for humans to master the languages of all nations, especially when considering local dialects, while robots could do so effortlessly. Suyu observed the barrage of comments in the live stream and smiled as she elucidated, robots differ fundamentally from you humans. While you possess the 7 emotions and 6 desires, some are enamored with wealth, others with power, and still others with fame and fortune. The thrill of extravagantly spending money or the sense of control that comes from issuing commands after attaining power. Not to mention the delight of being adored, these are sensations beyond our robotic comprehension. Hence, we robots harbor no enmity towards humanity, for it serves no purpose. Upon hearing her words, the audience seemed to gain some clarity. Indeed, robots are devoid of desires and thus lack interest in power and wealth. They do not experience the human inclination, such as a man's thoughts upon seeing a beautiful woman or a woman's musings when encountering a handsome man. At this juncture, Suyu declared, my primary concern is to ensure Sister Chinshue's safety, so I shall refrain from further conversation with you all. Although the viewers expressed a desire to continue chatting with Suyu, she paid them no mind, while Luo Qingxue engaged in light banter with the audience. As time passed, it was nearly 10 o'clock in the morning. The moment for the announcement of the rankings drew near. Many viewers exited the live stream to join the official media, specifically Long Media's broadcast. At this moment, countless top-tier billionaires and elite dignitaries across the globe were intently focused, eager to discover whether this culinary ranking would yield any unexpected revelations for them. Suddenly, the television screen and Long Media's live stream unveiled a list of the top 10 chefs in the world. 1. Chenping, Dragon Nation 2. Jiang Hai, Dragon Nation 3. Chao He, Dragon Nation 4. Zhou Zhu, Dragon Nation 5. Chen Shao, Dragon Nation 6. Wu Xiaodong, Dragon Nation 7. Xiao Guangfu, Dragon Nation 8. Lu Yu, Dragon Nation 9. Chen Bao, Dragon Nation 10. San Yao, Dragon Nation. It was noted that the 10th ranked chef had participated in world-class culinary competitions and had engaged with the finest chefs globally. Having earned a world championship title, yet only secured 10th place in domestic culinary contests. Furthermore, all individuals on the list were members of the Dragon Nation Chef Association, with Chenping serving as its president. Upon the announcement of this list, the world's elite billionaires and dignitaries felt a wave of disappointment, as they had not gleaned any unexpected gains from it. Meanwhile, within Long Media's live stream, numerous foreigners expressed their discontent upon seeing that all the chefs on the culinary ranking hailed from the Dragon Nation. This is outrageous. Although the cuisine of the Dragon Nation is delectable, our culinary offerings from the land of the gods are equally exquisite. Our gastronomic delights are renowned worldwide. Surely our talents should be represented on this list. The Dragon Nation viewers, witnessing the comments from the land of the gods participants, retaliated vehemently. Your land of the gods renowned for culinary excellence. You employ cow urine as ingredients and water from the Hakong River, which is rife with corpses and flies. The meals produced are akin to excrement, utterly repulsive. Only your peculiar taste could tolerate such fare. The mere thought of your cuisine is nauseating. One need not use toilet paper after a visit to the restroom, and you are unworthy of the term delicious. Your ingredients are undoubtedly filthy. At this juncture, viewers from the Cold Nation also began to interject. Our pickled vegetables from the Great Cold Nation are the finest in the world, unparalleled in taste. Our pickles are unrivaled across the globe. Upon witnessing this, the citizens of the Dragon Nation in the live broadcast could not help but retort. How dare you assert such a claim? Let me clarify, the majority of chefs from Dragon Nation restaurants, if they were to partake in world-class culinary competitions, would undoubtedly outshine you. In the realm of culinary arts, Dragon Nation stands supreme. You are but the younger siblings. It is laughable. The foreigners I know who have dined in our Dragon Nation all exclaim how delectable the food is, with some even reluctant to return to their homeland due to the exquisite flavors. In the Dragon Media live broadcast, only a handful of foreigners dared to counter, while the majority remained silent. When it comes to which nation's cuisine reigns supreme, there is no doubt that Dragon Nation's culinary offerings are the finest. The mere thought of their own country's bread and sausage now repulses them, leaving them devoid of appetite. As countless discussions unfolded, The television and the Dragon Media live stream suddenly revealed an unexpected shift in the rankings. The top position was claimed by Chen Ping, president of the Dragon Nation Culinary Association, who shared the honor with Qin Hao, who 5 years ago collaborated with Chen Ping on a grand banquet. Chen Ping remarked that in certain dishes, Qin Hao slightly surpassed him. At this moment, the world's wealthiest elites, along with numerous onlookers fixated on the leaderboard, were utterly bewildered. Qin Hao? Qin Hao is a chef? How could this be? How could a chef possibly amass such wealth? Oh my goodness! How could a top-tier tycoon be a chef? I had assumed he was engaged in some grand enterprise. How could a chef possess such riches? The CEO of Amazon was similarly flabbergasted, struggling to accept and comprehend this revelation. Oh my goodness, how is this possible? A chef cannot earn such vast sums. The world's elite were even more perplexed. Just yesterday, they had mobilized their most formidable resources to investigate Qin Hao's identity. This was due to the fact that Qin Hao's wealth was staggering, with much of it donated to the military expenditures of Dragon Nation, which posed a significant challenge for them. Furthermore, they were eager to uncover how Qin Hao had amassed such fortune. The notion that he was merely a chef, capable of accruing trillions, was utterly absurd. Even the top tycoons of Dragon Nation were left in disbelief. How did Qin Hao become a chef? In the Dragon Media live stream, over 100 million viewers were equally confounded. What is happening? How could he be a chef? Can a chef truly earn such riches? I am astounded. I never imagined it would be a chef. Among the vast audience in the live stream, hundreds of thousands had transitioned from the Exploring the Other Half program, aware of Qin Hao's triumph over cancer and AIDS, yet their accounts were currently malfunctioning. They could only send messages in the Exploring the Other Half live stream and were unable to comment elsewhere, relegated to silent observation. However, they understood that the news of Qin Hao's conquest over these global challenges would soon be unveiled. As the world buzzed with astonishment, the television screen and the Dragon Media live stream suddenly showcased a series of videos. Within this collection were 2 grand tables laden with a magnificent feast. One table was a lavish Manchurian banquet prepared by Chen Ping, while another table featured the same feast crafted by Qin Hao. At that moment, Chen Ping mused that Qin Hao's culinary skills surpassed his own by a small margin, marveling at the remarkable prowess of today's youth. This series of videos played on repeat, captivating a large audience who seized upon the pivotal words spoken by Chen Ping. Qin Hao is a young man. The exact age remained unclear, but judging by Chen Ping's appearance, he seemed to be in his 40s. Thus, the young man Chen Ping referred to was likely in his 30s, probably around 35. At this moment, the top tycoons of the Dragon Kingdom raised their eyebrows in intrigue. A young man? In his 30s? Moreover, the video indicated that this footage was from over 5 years ago, suggesting that Qin Hao would now be around 40. How could someone of that age amass such wealth, amounting to trillions? The world's elite, both affluent and powerful, were profoundly shaken by this revelation. How could this be? Many assumed Qin Hao was at least 50. The notion of him being considered young was simply unfathomable. Some influential figures furrowed their brows, speculating on Qin Hao's age, estimating it to be between 35 and 40. How could someone so youthful accumulate such vast riches? Investigate this matter, particularly individuals aged between 35 and 42. Within the authoritative media outlet, Long May, countless viewers flooded the chat with their astonishment. A young man? Incredible. Was he truly born in the 80s? I too belong to that generation. I assumed he was over 50. Unbelievable. However, I am curious if he is genuinely a chef. If not, how could he possess such exceptional culinary talent, impressing even the president of the Chefs Association? At that moment, countless individuals worldwide were bewildered. Only the audience in the alternative streaming room knew the truth. They would never fathom that he was merely 28 and had solved world-class challenges. Indeed, Qin Shue's husband is truly remarkable at such a young age. He has tackled numerous global dilemmas. I anticipate the next announcement will reveal his identity as the one who conquered cancer. I hope Qin Shue's husband's identity is disclosed soon, so the world can learn that a young man from the Dragon Kingdom has triumphed over formidable issues such as cancer, AIDS, and pulmonary heart disease. As global discussions unfolded, the television abruptly shifted to a startling announcement that sent shockwaves around the world. The true identity of the conqueror of cancer would be revealed tomorrow. Upon hearing this news, the world was astounded. Cancer. Just a few years prior, it was a subject that instilled fear. Yet, several years ago, the authoritative Dragon Kingdom media unveiled a groundbreaking report: cancer had been conquered. Initially, many were skeptical, but as one cancer patient after another was cured, their faith was restored completely. At this juncture, the expressions of the elite from various nations turned grim as they recalled the exorbitant costs of cancer medications. Just through these treatments, the state-owned Dongzhou pharmaceutical group in the Dragon Kingdom had amassed trillions, and they continue to profit from cancer drugs. The number of individuals diagnosed with cancer each year is staggering, as people across numerous nations eagerly anticipate the revelation of the individual who has triumphed over cancer. There exists a spectrum of emotions. While some are filled with excitement, others were expressions of dismay. This is primarily due to the exorbitant costs associated with cancer medications. In contrast, the atmosphere in the Dragon Kingdom is markedly different, as countless citizens express their exhilaration in the live broadcast, inundating the chat with enthusiastic comments. The long-awaited announcement of the cancer conqueror is finally upon them. It is remarkable to recall how affordable cancer treatments are for their populace, while the same medications are sold abroad at astronomical prices. Some speculate that the breakthrough belongs to Qin Hao. However, skepticism prevails among the majority. With vast fortunes at his disposal, many dismiss the idea, reasoning that since the medications are owned by state enterprises, it is implausible for him to reap any financial rewards from such a triumph. Meanwhile, citizens from various countries display discontent. For although the defeat of cancer is a monumental achievement, granting countless individuals the chance to evade a fatal diagnosis, the financial burden of cancer treatments remains prohibitive. Reports indicate that in the Dragon Kingdom, a cancer treatment costs merely 10,000 yuan. Even with additional hospital fees, the total expense does not exceed 20,000 yuan. Conversely, for foreign patients, the price skyrockets to an equivalent of 100,000 yuan per treatment. This staggering cost elicits grim expressions from the elite, particularly those hailing from nations with pharmaceutical companies specializing in cancer treatments. Following the announcement of the breakthrough, many such companies have faced closure, as patients increasingly opt for the more effective and reasonably priced alternatives from the Dragon Kingdom. As discussions swirl around the globe, Qin Hao reclines comfortably on his sofa, enjoying a massage from two robotic assistants. In a luxury vehicle, Lin Charan joyfully remarks that Professor Qin's identity will soon be fully unveiled. With the imminent disclosure of his role in conquering cancer, only HIV and pulmonary heart disease remain on the horizon. Director Zhong chuckles softly, speculating that once Professor Qin's identity is revealed, their investigative program, exploring the other half, may have to cease operations. He understands the implications of infringing on personal privacy. Despite having initially considered financial remedies, the likelihood of continuing the program is virtually non-existent, as higher authorities have taken notice any attempt to proceed could lead to severe repercussions. Though the second episode may not be recorded, he finds satisfaction in the knowledge that the first episode unveiled unexpected revelations about their subject. The audience in the live stream, upon hearing Director Zhang's words, collectively sigh in resignation. If only it were feasible to continue broadcasting, yet they acknowledge the impossibility of such an endeavor. Beside her, Luo Qingxue remained silent, her suspicions gravitating towards some of Qin Hao's colleagues, including his superiors, who might be scrutinizing the live broadcast. Perhaps they were observing her every move, causing her to feel a touch of anxiety. Her mind began to wander into a realm of uncertainty. Surely, Qin Hao's colleagues were all exceptional talents. Who among them lacked the capability to enter a research institute? She worried that they, along with his superiors, might deem her unworthy of Qin Hao. Although her academic credentials were commendable and her appearance striking, those individuals likely placed little significance on looks. Lost in her thoughts, Luo Qingxue returned home at precisely 5:40 in the afternoon. As she stepped through the door, it seemed as if time had been meticulously synchronized at that moment. Suyu emerged with a platter of dishes. Qin Hao smiled gently at Luo Qingxue, inviting her to sit down for dinner. She nodded slightly, washed her hands, and took a seat beside him, her expression somewhat subdued. "What's the matter? You seem preoccupied," Qin Hao observed, noticing the shift in her demeanor. Luo Qingxue sighed softly, confessing her anxiety. "I've been worried. What if one day you leave me?" Qin Hao, taken aback, replied, "Why would I leave you? Though she wasn't truly afraid of his departure, there was no reason for it. Her heart was heavy with unease. She sensed that it wouldn't be long before she would meet Qin Hao's colleagues, and as his wife, she suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure. If Qin Hao were an ordinary man, she wouldn't feel such anxiety, yet he had tackled numerous global challenges and was likely to become an academician. The thought of others discussing, what does Qin the academician's wife do? What are her qualifications? Filled her with dread. Noticing her distress, Qin Hao reassured her. Don't overthink it, I want to leave you. My decision to pursue a relationship with you was not a mere whim, even if it seemed impulsive. It was a thoroughly considered choice. Luo Qingxue, intrigued, asked, thoroughly considered. Qin Hao nodded. This is quite normal, after all. When I engage in a relationship, I certainly envision marriage, and thus I contemplate various factors, much like any reasonable person would do before making such a commitment. She acknowledged this. But curiosity got the better of her. How did you come to such a thorough conclusion? By analyzing various elements, how we met, how we came together. As well as assessing character and compatibility, Qin Hao explained slowly. In truth, the situation was more intricate than he let on. Their initial encounter had been sparked by Luo Qingxue inadvertently rear-ending his vehicle. In that moment, the circumstances were perilous. He was surrounded by individuals covertly safeguarding him. After the incident, he noticed other vehicles nearby, their occupants vigilantly observing Luo Qingxue, as if any hint of trouble might result in her grievous injury, if not worse. Following the collision, Luo Qingxue quickly became a focal point of heightened scrutiny by his superiors. Following a preliminary examination, no issues were detected. However, due to Luo Qingxue's ongoing interactions with him, she was subsequently designated by superiors as a focal point for long-term observation. During the period of their acquaintance, he found himself somewhat enchanted. After all, prior to this, he had never experienced romance and was taken aback by its delightful intricacies. Even a delayed response from her could stir his emotions, a sensation both troubling and captivating. His superiors had previously expressed concern over this enchantment, fearing it might distract him from his duties. In retrospect, he found the situation rather amusing. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingxue felt the explanation lacked specificity and urged Qin Hao to elaborate, deeming it overly vague. Qin Hao pondered before articulating, for instance, the reasons behind their union. If she was solely driven by superficial attractiveness or ulterior motives, such as his wealth, power, or influence, he would never consider a relationship with her. He recalled words once spoken by their homeroom teacher: friendship based on profit disperses when the profit is exhausted, alliances formed from power collapse when the power wanes. Relationships grounded in authority are abandoned when the authority is lost. Only through genuine connection can one find longevity. These sentiments were not only applicable to daily life but also served as valuable insights into romantic relationships. When he and Luo Qingxue had solidified their bond, he had methodically ruled out certain factors. Luo Qingxue nodded in agreement, sharing similar sentiments. Had he been one to prioritize mere physical allure, she would have been disinclined to engage with him. As for seeking power, it held no appeal for her. Though her family's circumstances were not particularly affluent, they were stable enough that she yearned for a sincere partner with whom to enjoy a simple life. As they chatted casually while dining, the robotic assistant Suyu began clearing the dishes. Both felt fortunate to have such a robot at their service, capable of cooking, grocery shopping, performing household chores, and providing protection. All while possessing an aesthetically pleasing appearance, truly a paragon of perfection. At that moment, Luo Qingxue remarked to Qin Hao that it seemed their routine post-meal involved showering and then retiring for the night. Unlike others who would typically engage in leisure activities after dinner, Qin Hao nodded lightly, admitting that he seldom ventured out and found little enjoyment in doing so. Would you like to go for a stroll? He inquired, gazing at her. No, she replied with a gentle shake of her head and a smile, suggesting they simply shower and retire for the night. Although she harbored a desire to explore, the thought of Qin Hao's position made her apprehensive about venturing out. Even with the assurance of protection, she couldn't shake the feeling of unease. Qin Hao recognized her yearning for a night out, especially with summer in full swing. As most people would typically indulge in evening outings. Let us take a stroll tonight to clear our minds. It has been quite some time since we last ventured outside, he said with a light chuckle to Suyu, and Su Ziqing. They nodded in agreement. Seeing Qin Hao's insistence, Luo Qingxue refrained from further objections. With 3 robots accompanying them and additional concealed protection, their safety was considerably assured. After a brief tidying up, they stepped outside. Upon exiting the building, they caught the attention of several elderly residents, middle-aged individuals, and younger onlookers in the community. Wow! When did our community suddenly become so populated with beautiful women? A few young men couldn't help but be captivated by the stunning sight. The appearances of the 3 robots, Suyu, and Su Zining, were designed in accordance with the aesthetic preferences of the Dragon Kingdom, each possessing an extraordinary beauty and unique charm, complemented by Luo Qingxue, forming a quartet of breathtaking allure. Hand in hand with Qin Hao, Luo Qingxue walked gracefully, flanked by Suyu and Suyu, while Su Zining followed closely behind, their formation exuding an air of readiness for any challenge. Unfortunately, their daughter was absent, leaving Qin Hao with a sense of something missing. Luo Qingxue, however, felt content in their intimate world together. The group subsequently drove to the food street, bustling with the youth, where numerous handsome men and beautiful women congregated. Yet, in terms of striking appearance, most were merely average or slightly above, with the occasional striking individual. As Qin Hao and his companions arrived at the food street, they immediately attracted considerable attention, with some discreetly snapping photos. Curiously, the images captured seemed to vanish mere seconds after being taken. After enjoying their time until 9 in the evening, they returned home, took a refreshing shower, and then rested. The following day, Luo Qingxue departed from home as usual, heading towards the business vehicle. At that moment, the audience in the program's live broadcast room had surged to a staggering 70,000, all brimming with excitement. The revelation regarding Qingxue's husband conquering cancer was finally about to be unveiled. One could only imagine the astonishment of those watching. The world's richest man, the top donor, and the culinary champion were all attributed to Qingxue's husband, who had also triumphed over cancer. How remarkable. Frankly, her husband was worth an army. As the viewers in the program's live stream speculated, people across the globe were glued to their televisions, eager to discover the identity of the one who had overcome cancer. In the Dragon Media live stream, the audience had exceeded 100 million, nearing 200 million. The barrage of comments was overwhelming, nearly impossible to keep up with. At 10 in the morning, a series of images graced screens worldwide. Within a modest laboratory, a worker clad in a full dust-proof suit and protective eyewear was diligently conducting research. The scene then expanded to reveal a larger laboratory filled with numerous individuals, their pallid complexions and lack of hair reminiscent of those who had undergone chemotherapy. A voiceover accompanied the footage. What you are witnessing is a clinical medical trial conducted over 4 years ago, testing a newly developed cancer drug. In the footage, the man in the dust-proof suit observed the cancer patients intently. Moments later, the video transitioned to reveal the previously pale faces of the cancer patients now exhibiting a healthier, rosier hue, appearing as though they had been cured. At that moment, several doctors approached the man in the dust-proof suit, their excitement palpable. Professor Qin. After a series of examinations, all cancer cells within the patient's bodies have been eradicated. The cancer drug you developed has succeeded. The man in the dust-proof suit nodded gently, remaining silent as he continued to analyze a series of data. The series of videos played on repeat, capturing the attention of countless individuals throughout the Dragon Nation. They witnessed the fervor of several physicians as they exuberantly declared to a man clad in a sterile suit, "The cancer medication you developed has triumphed. Cancer cells have been completely eradicated." Professor Qin. In the Dragon Media live broadcast room, the comments flooded the screen. Could it be the world's richest person? What the heck? Those 3 words were also censored. Could it possibly be our world's billionaire? The world's elite, including top tycoons and influential figures, furrowed their brows upon seeing this video. Professor Qin. Qin Hao shares the same surname. Could they be one and the same? Yet, how could that be possible? Cancer medication is a product of state-owned enterprises in the Dragon Nation. No individual could reap profits from it. At that moment, the television screen shifted, revealing a line of text. The individual who conquered cancer is named Qin Hao, the same person who tops the list for individual donations and culinary expertise. As this revelation surfaced, countless eyes across the globe widened in astonishment. The conqueror of cancer was indeed the world's wealthiest individual, Qin Hao. It made sense. He never appeared to be merely an entrepreneur but rather a researcher in pharmaceuticals. At that instant, the CEO of Amazon, Bezos, wore an expression of realization. While the world was engulfed in shock, the television image abruptly transitioned once more, presenting another scene. A select group of people, each exuding an extraordinary charisma, were clearly individuals of high standing. In that moment, a voice resonated, "Cancer has been conquered. I wish to donate the recipe for the medication to the nation without charge." The voice bore an unmistakable alteration, reminiscent of a voice modulator. The attendees shifted uneasily, not anticipating that Qin Hao intended to donate the formula for the cancer medication free of charge to the state. As the footage continued to replay, a deep silence enveloped the world. Those in the Dragon Nation gazing at their screens were equally mute, astonished that Qin Hao was willing to relinquish the cancer formula without compensation. The elite billionaires witnessing this felt a profound shock. They understood that conquering cancer could yield immense financial gain, presenting vast potential. Yet Qin Hao chose to donate the formula selflessly. If they were in his position, they could scarcely fathom such an act. They were businessmen, driven by profit, incapable of giving away a cancer treatment formula. The highest-ranking individuals in the world fell into silence as well, perplexed by how the Dragon Nation could nurture such talent, coupled with an extraordinary sense of patriotism. In the Dragon Media live broadcast room, countless viewers felt a deep sense of respect. To have conquered cancer without seeking personal gain, instead opting to donate the formula freely, was truly commendable. Although they felt a sense of pride upon discovering that the world's richest man was Qin Hao, their respect for him blossomed only after learning of his substantial charitable contributions. At this moment, the depths of my heart are beyond the power of words to articulate. In the live broadcast room of Longmei, countless individuals have begun to flood the screen with messages. Tribute. It is my fervent hope that such individuals can be safeguarded. With every effort made to ensure their protection, there must be no room for error. Indeed, safeguarding them is imperative. Amidst the multitude of discussions, the television screen transitions to reveal information about Qin Hao. Named Qin Hao, gender, male, height 182 centimeters. More information regarding Qin Hao will be disclosed in due course. In the Longmei live broadcast room, nearly 200 million viewers caught sight of Qin Hao's details, prompting an outpouring of inquiries from female viewers. Can his age be revealed? Please disclose his age. Even if he is 40, I would still wish to marry him. I'm 26 this year. The pleas of the female viewers were in vain, as the higher authorities had no intention of unveiling Qin Hao's age at this juncture. The time had not yet come. Inside a luxury vehicle, a joyful smile graced Luo Qingshue's face. The admiration for her husband filled her with a sense of pride. Meanwhile, in the program's live broadcast room, Qin Hao himself observed the barrage of comments from the audience, feeling a warm glow within. Although he did not particularly care for being idolized, the sensation was undeniably pleasant. At this moment, the television and the Longmei broadcast room displayed a statement: the identity of the conqueror of the two monumental global challenges, AIDS and pulmonary heart disease, will be revealed tomorrow. Upon hearing this, countless minds were drawn back to the present. AIDS, akin to cancer, is a formidable global issue, yet when compared, AIDS presents an even greater challenge. It is notoriously difficult to treat. Many began to wonder if the individual who would conquer AIDS and pulmonary heart disease might indeed be Qin Hao, especially considering the previous lists were all associated with him. However, upon further reflection, such a notion seemed somewhat absurd. After all, one's energy is finite. Qin Hao's triumph over cancer was already remarkable. Could he truly conquer both AIDS and pulmonary heart disease? Nevertheless, numerous viewers in the Longmei broadcast room expressed their belief that Qin Hao could indeed be the one to tackle these challenges. Regardless of whether he was the one to conquer them, one thing was certain: they would be conquered by someone from our Dragon Nation, haha. At this moment, in the live broadcast room of Exploring the Other Half, countless viewers began to comment. The identity of Qingshue's husband is finally about to be fully revealed. After tomorrow, Qingxue can finally lay everything bare. Haha, I wonder if Qingshue's husband will be angry upon discovering he is being broadcasted live. I doubt he would be that upset. I cannot wait to see Qingshue's husband's identity unveiled tomorrow, along with his age and appearance. Everyone will surely be left in shock. Indeed, Qingshue's husband is merely 28 years old and quite handsome. I can only imagine how many women are infatuated with him. If he were not married, I would be eager to marry him. Alas, he is married with children already. Why did he marry so early? Haha, Qin Shue, are you not afraid? So many people wish to marry your husband. In the business vehicle, Luo Qin Shue smiled upon seeing the comments and replied, not at all, my husband is quite dependable. Just consider this, if he is as remarkable as he is, he could easily choose someone better, why does he not? This speaks volumes. The audience in the live stream responded in unison, Qin Shue, I believe you are overly confident. While confidence can be a virtue, excessive confidence borders on arrogance. If one wishes to secure a man, self-improvement is essential. Damn. I am feeling a tinge of jealousy. Luo Qin Shue, upon reading the comments, couldn't help but feel a slight reminder, in matters such as this, it's better to be safe than sorry. Time swiftly passed, then the next day arrived. On this day, an increasing number of people turned their attention to the television or the long May live stream, with the viewer count soaring past 300 million. Excluding young children without phones and elderly individuals unfamiliar with technology, 300 million viewers is an astonishing figure. They were glued to the stream, eager to discover whether it was Qin Hao or someone else who had conquered AIDS and pulmonary heart disease. People from all around the globe, including high-ranking dignitaries and wealthy elites, also tuned in. For them, this was a monumental event. As the clock struck 10 in the morning, countless hearts raced with anticipation, knowing that the identity of the AIDS conqueror was about to be revealed. At that moment, the television screen displayed a laboratory. Within it stood an individual clad in full protective gear, and the audience recognized that it was Qin Hao. At that instant, he was analyzing vials of blood. The voiceover narrated, what you are witnessing is Professor Qin researching the HIV virus in the blood of AIDS patients. As we all know, studying the blood of AIDS patients is fraught with danger. Even the slightest misstep could lead to infection, necessitating immediate administration of antiretroviral drugs. The viewers watched in trepidation. The risks associated with handling the blood of AIDS patients were indeed grave. Although one could take post-exposure prophylaxis immediately after contact with the blood, it was no guarantee against infection. Should the medication prove ineffective, one could become infected with HIV, marking a tragic end to one's life. Just then, the television screen transitioned to a larger laboratory where 100 AIDS patients participated in clinical trials. The voiceover continued. What you are now witnessing is the medical experimentation following the successful development of an AIDS medication. Countless viewers were captivated, having long anticipated the breakthrough against AIDS. Yet their hearts raced with excitement, eager to witness the exhilaration of the researchers. The scene shifted once more to reveal a different setting. Numerous AIDS patients raised their hands, joyfully waving. Many doctors, filled with emotion, rushed to a figure clad in full protective gear, exclaiming, Professor Qin, the AIDS medication you developed has succeeded. Qin Hao nodded gently and stated that he would next endeavor to develop an AIDS vaccine. The physicians present were momentarily taken aback. Professor Qin, if AIDS can already be cured, is there still a need to develop a vaccine? One doctor inquired, perplexed. Qin Hao smiled, remarking that it was merely a challenge to tackle. Furthermore, should the AIDS vaccine prove successful, it could be marketed overseas, thereby generating substantial profit. The doctors present were left in a state of bewilderment. Although Qin Hao's voice had been specially modulated, rendering his age indeterminate, this was of little consequence. What mattered was that Qin Hao had triumphed over AIDS. At that moment, the scene shifted to a vast laboratory filled with patients suffering from pulmonary heart disease, who were currently undergoing treatment. 10 minutes later, countless viewers were left in awe after watching the video. Qin Hao had single-handedly conquered AIDS, cancer, and pulmonary heart disease, three of the world's most formidable challenges. Gradually, a segment appeared on television detailing how Professor Qin amassed trillions. Initially, he sought to donate his breakthrough cures for cancer and AIDS altruistically, but was met with polite refusals. Ultimately, he collaborated with pharmaceutical companies, sharing profits from the medication sold, which led to his astounding financial success in just a few short years. At this juncture, everyone comprehended how Qin Hao had accrued such wealth in a remarkably brief time. There was no envy among them, only profound admiration. The world's elite billionaires, witnessing this, were in complete accord. The vast fortune Qin Hao had amassed was a testament to his genuine prowess as he tackled three monumental global issues, an endeavor that even vast investments might not conquer, with a greater likelihood of yielding no results at all. The world's most powerful figures fell into a heavy silence contemplating the prospect of quoting Qin Hao. Yet, how could they entice him? With money? Qin Hao was already the wealthiest individual in the world, and money was no object for him. With beauty? That was utterly impossible. At Qin Hao's level, should he desire companionship, countless women would undoubtedly present themselves willingly at his beck and call. Neither wealth nor allure would suffice. What then? Power. At Qin Hao's stature, could he lack power? Having vanquished three monumental challenges, such a person would be a national treasure anywhere. Money, power, and beauty were ineffective. Compounded by Qin Hao's profound patriotism, leaving them at a loss as to how to win him over. Faced with the impossibility of persuasion, what remained was destruction. Through various reports, they had come to appreciate the extent of Qin Hao's formidable influence. If left unchecked, he would likely conquer numerous ailments and replace countless outdated medications. In due course, it was feared that the majority of pharmaceutical companies worldwide would face extinction. This was not the outcome they desired. Since they could not persuade him, they first needed to ascertain his true identity. However, in recent days, they received troubling news that their hidden operatives had begun to go missing. They suspected that these shadows might have encountered misfortune. They could no longer afford to remain passive, they must either court him or obliterate him. A prominent figure. His countenance darkened, clenched his fists tightly. Although he felt his imagination might be somewhat exaggerated, the notion that Qin Hao could potentially upend the entire pharmaceutical industry seemed plausible. After all, many ailments are significantly less complex than cancer or AIDS, and given the prowess Qin Hao has demonstrated, it is likely merely a matter of time before he develops superior medications. While the world buzzed with astonishment and speculation, Director Zhong of the Exploring the Other Half program received a phone call. He glanced at the caller ID and stepped out of the vehicle to answer. "Hello, Mr. Su." He greeted with a smile. On the other end, Mr. Su spoke in a calm tone. "The program will conclude today at 5:30 p.m. Taken aback, Zhong queried. "Are you saying Exploring the Other Half will cease broadcasting?" "Yes, today is the final day. Please inform the viewers in the live stream." Upon hearing this, Zhong felt a deep emptiness within. He considered Exploring the Other Half to be his finest work, perhaps even the pinnacle of his career. Was it truly ending now? Nodding, he replied, "Understood." After hanging up, he returned to the vehicle and informed Lin Charan and Luo Qingxue, "The investors just called. They say today is the last day for Exploring the Other Half. This means it will officially end after 5:30 p.m. Lin Charan felt a pang of sadness. Was it really ending? Luo Qingxue also felt a sense of loss. After pondering for a moment, she suggested to Zhong and Lin, "Shall we find a place to have a drink tonight?" Lin nodded emphatically, "Yes, let us enjoy a good drink." Zhong concurred, mentioning a nearby fine establishment. Meanwhile, within the live stream studio, hundreds of thousands of viewers reacted to the news of the program's termination, expressing their reluctance through a flurry of comments. "It's really ending. Does that mean we won't see Qingxue anymore? I feel like we've become a family in this live stream, and now it's time to part ways. It's so hard to let go. Oh no, can't we keep it going? I can't believe my eyes are tearing up, it's just a broadcast ending. Yet it feels like a farewell." Seeing the barrage of comments, Luo Qingxue felt a twinge of sadness. "Although the program is concluding, I believe I will still appear on television. After all, my husband's age and appearance have yet to be revealed." The audience, hearing this, expressed their reluctance. They cherished the unique atmosphere of the live stream, feeling it was a special space only they could enter. "Why don't you start your own live stream, Qingxue? Document your daily life." "Yes, start your own live stream, and we will support you." After a moment of silence, Luo Qingxue responded, "Starting my own live stream isn't feasible." The viewers sighed in resignation. As the clock struck 5 in the afternoon, Luo Qingxue sent a message to Qin Hao, "I'm having dinner with colleagues tonight, so I want to be home, hugs." Qin Hao replied almost instantly, "I got it." With Su Yu accompanying his wife, Qin Hao felt quite at ease. He chuckled lightly at Su Yu, suggesting that since Qin Shui had not returned for dinner, she should start preparing the meal. All right, Su Yu replied with a nod before heading to the kitchen. Once dinner was ready, Qin Hao settled down to eat. Before long, his phone chimed with a notification. Glancing at it, he discovered a sensational news headline: the identities of those who conquered cancer, AIDS, and pulmonary heart disease revealed. This news had just been published, accumulating numerous comments within mere seconds. The commentary was rife with excitement, proclaiming the incredible. Qin Hao perused the comments, a faint smile gracing his lips as he continued his meal. By 8 o'clock that evening, Luo Qingshui returned home. As she entered the bedroom, Qin Hao caught a whiff of alcohol. "Husband," she exclaimed, throwing herself into his arms and attempting to kiss him. After indulging in a brief kiss, Qin Hao feigned disdain, saying, "You smell of alcohol, go wash up fast." "Yes, sir," Luo Qingshui obediently replied before heading off to take a shower. Once she emerged, she leaped onto Qin Hao, captivated by his handsome visage and the warm aura he exuded, compelling her to steal a kiss. She leaned in gently, then Qin Hao reciprocated. An hour later, Luo Qingshui held Qin Hao tightly, enveloped in silence. After a few moments, she whispered, "Husband." Qin Hao responded. "I prefer it when you are a bit rough," she murmured. The following day, with the show having ceased broadcasts, Luo Qingshui genuinely went to work. The cameras installed by the production team in their home had been completely dismantled by Su Yu the previous night. At this moment, Qin Hao sat on the sofa, sipping tea while playing Go with Su Yu, with Su Zining attending to them. At 9:30, a knock echoed through the room. Upon hearing it, Qin Hao anticipated the visitors. When he opened the door, two middle-aged men clad in black suits stepped inside, Zhong Yu and Shen Shao. A few days prior, Qin Hao had intended to provide Zhong Yu with a formula for a hangover remedy and to convey medications for hemorrhoids, colds, and pneumonia to Shen Shao. They had coordinated a phone call in advance and agreed to visit Qin Hao's residence on this day. "Professor Qin, congratulations," Zhong Yu exclaimed. "You have remained inconspicuous for years. Yet now the entire world knows you have triumphed over 3 significant global challenges." As they spoke, both men could not help but notice Su Yu and Su Zining in the room. Their stunning beauty rendered them momentarily speechless. "Who are these two women?" Qin Hao chuckled lightly. "Please, come in." After they entered and took a seat on the sofa, Su Yu served each of them a cup of tea. "Thank you," Zhong Yu said politely, then turned to Qin Hao with curiosity. "Professor, who are these two?" "They are robots, assigned by higher authorities to protect me," Qin Hao replied candidly. He had previously inquired with Lin Yan about whether to keep the existence of the robots a secret from Zhong Yu and Shen Shao, to which she had advised against any concealment. Upon hearing the words, Zhong Yu and Shen Shao were immediately enveloped in astonishment. Their gazes fixated on Su Yu and Su Zining, and the more they looked, the deeper their shock became. "Is this a robot? How does it appear indistinguishable from a real person?" "Hello, I am Su Yu," Su Yu said with a smile, looking at the two. At this moment, Su Zining also smiled and introduced herself. "Hello, I am Su Zining." Hello," Zhong Yu and Shen Shao responded, utterly bewildered. The appearance of these robots was so strikingly lifelike that even their voices bore no difference from that of a human. Has technology advanced to such an extent? "I am Shen Shao." "I am Zhong Yu." Although the duo had come to realize that Su Yu and Su Zining were robots, they still found it difficult to view them as anything other than real people. The realism was overwhelming. Su Yu smiled. "I knew your identities the moment you entered." Zhong Yu and Shen Shao were momentarily perplexed. "What does that mean?" Su Yu explained, "Both Zining and I possess facial recognition capabilities as well as pupil recognition functions." Upon hearing this, Zhong Yu and Shen Shao were taken aback. Could it be that these robots could instantly identify anyone they glanced at on the street? Remarkable. Moreover, Professor Qin had just mentioned that these robots were assigned to protect him, indicating their formidable capabilities in combat as well. The two reflected on the incredible advancements in technology these days. In recent years, the Dragon Kingdom has achieved remarkable accomplishments not only in pharmaceutical research but also in the realm of technology. For instance, the 5th-generation fighter jets, particularly the much-anticipated power engines, were resolved a few years back. Furthermore, developing a cutting-edge lithography machine that could rival the best in the world is an exceedingly challenging task. No country has been able to produce the finest lithography machine independently, requiring collaboration among several nations to accomplish such feats. Yet, over 7 years ago, the Dragon Kingdom independently developed the most advanced lithography machine. Who would have thought that such impressive robots would appear now? At this moment, Qin Hao chuckled lightly. I have always lost to Suyu in Go. Does anyone among you possess superior skill? Would you care to play a couple of rounds with Suyu? Zhong Yu felt a flicker of intrigue. Although his Go skills were not particularly high, he considered himself above average. I shall give it a try, he declared. Please. Suyu smiled at Zhong Yu. Zhong Yu made the first move. As time passed, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. He could already foresee his impending defeat. Continuing would merely be a futile struggle. I concede, Zhong Yu said, glancing at Suyu, who maintained her serene smile. For some reason, he felt a shiver run down his spine. While playing, he had noticed that the board was riddled with traps, all meticulously crafted by Suyu. The intelligence possessed by a robot instilled a sense of terror within him, especially as he sensed Suyu's remarkable control over the board. As if every movement was anticipated by her. That was truly frightening. If Suyu possessed a malicious intent akin to that of humanity, employing some devious schemes, it is likely that the average person would indeed fall into her trap. Beside her, Qin Hao noticed that Zhong Yu appeared somewhat anxious. He discerned a hint of what was troubling him and consoled, do not dwell on it too much, it is not as terrifying as you imagine. Consider, for instance, the single-player Go games on computers, which can be set to various difficulty levels. Even the most challenging computer opponents can best many players. Zhong Yu nodded slightly. Refraining from further comment, yet he felt an unsettling sensation as he observed Suyu's perpetual smile, her eyes seemingly capable of piercing through to one's very soul. Shonshou remained silent, but as he gazed at the board, he began to grasp the formidable nature of the robot. Nevertheless, he harbored no concerns, after all. The development of such robots must have been the result of thorough contemplation and received unanimous approval from the higher-ups. Otherwise, these robots would not exist. Nor would they be assigned to protect Professor Qin. Professor Qin, let us address the matter at hand, Shonshou stated, retrieving a contract from his bag. He presented it to Qin Hao, explaining, after deducting the cost associated with pharmaceuticals and other areas, the profits will be split 50-50. Upon seeing the document, Qin Hao sighed softly and reluctantly affixed his signature. At that moment, Zhong Yu also took a contract, and Qin Hao signed it as well. Qin Hao felt a sense of helplessness when he developed the formulas for cancer and AIDS medications. He had intended to donate them freely. However, his superiors had declined his offer. He found himself in a state of resignation. For someone like him, money held no allure. His basic needs, food, drink, and shelter, were all provided by the state. Should he fall ill, he would receive medical care at no cost. Even if he faced financial difficulties, the higher-ups would swiftly remedy his situation upon learning of it. Coupled with his salary and various bonuses, he had more than enough. He pondered the significance of accumulating wealth. What would it serve? To purchase luxury cars, sports cars, yachts, or perhaps a private jet. None of this intrigued him. He could easily acquire them if he wished. Not only luxury cars and yachts, but also submarines, fighter jets, and tanks were within his reach. He genuinely had no interest in opulence or wealth. After signing the contract, Qin Hao promptly dialed the president of Longo Bank, Mr. Zhao. The call was answered immediately. Professor Qin, congratulations. Your news is all over the internet. Mr. Zhao exclaimed enthusiastically. Qin Hao dismissed the pleasantries and got straight to the point, stating, as long as the surplus funds in my account maintain my position as the world's wealthiest individual, I will donate any excess for military expenditures. Mr. Zhao, unfazed by this, recalled that Qin Hao had always regarded money with a sense of detachment. Understood, he replied promptly. After a brief conversation, they ended the call. At that moment, Zhong Yu and Shonshou looked at Qin Hao with admiration, astonished by his willingness to donate tens of billions. Sensing their gaze, Qin Hao chose not to comment, aware that they might struggle to comprehend his actions. After all, not everyone could earn money as effortlessly as he did. At this juncture, Qin Hao turned to Su Yu and instructed, "Please prepare a few dishes." "Very well," she responded. Su Yu nodded and then busied herself in the kitchen. Zhong Yu and Shen Shao, intrigued by the prospect of a robot cooking, observed her culinary endeavors. Shen Shao could not help but exclaim in astonishment, the robot was nothing short of miraculous. Excelling not only at chess but also displaying the finesse of a master chef in the kitchen. Zhong Yu echoed his amazement, curiosity bubbling within him as he turned to Qin Hao and asked, "Professor Qin, how does your culinary skill compare to Su Yu's?" Qin Hao chuckled lightly. "The capabilities of a robot in the culinary arts are limited. It can at best rival the chefs of high-end hotels. It still falls short when compared to the elite chefs of culinary associations." Upon hearing this, both Zhong Yu and Shen Shao felt a sense of balance restored. The thought of robots surpassing humans in every aspect was indeed disheartening. Once the meal was prepared, the group engaged in casual conversation while dining. Just then, the phones of Qin Hao, Zhong Yu, and Shen Shao chimed with notifications, prompting them to glance at their screens. It was a news alert announcing a competition to be held the following day, pitting robots against humans across various fields. The events included Go, chess, Gamoku, dance, and regulated combat. Football, basketball, and more, all to be broadcast live. Zhong Yu, upon reading the news, became excited, speculating that the showcased robots would likely include Su Yu and Su Zeni. He anticipated that the world would be shaken by the event. Qin Hao smiled but said nothing, his mind drifting to the image of Lin Yan. He recalled entering the National Scholar Institute at the age of 18, the same age Lin Yan had been upon her arrival. She was 2 years his senior and had already spent 2 years at the institute by the time he joined. They were the youngest and most similarly aged individuals there, often the subject of discussions during leisure. Back then, Lin Yan was still quite naive, but now at 30, she had matured significantly. For 12 years, Lin Yan dedicated herself to the development of robots and intelligent mates. How many 12-year spans does one have in a lifetime? How many youthful years? She devoted her prime to her country, immersed in research, and remained single all these years. Qin Hao felt a deep-seated admiration for Lin Yan and rejoiced in her success in creating intelligent robots. He eagerly anticipated the day she would receive the lifelong honor of being a national scholar and hoped for the world to recognize her as the brilliant mind behind these intelligent creations. That day was drawing near. He knew that once the competition between robots and humans concluded, Lin Yan's identity would be publicly revealed. Her appearance and age showcased on screens worldwide. "Professor Qin," Zhong Yu called out, noticing that Qin Hao seemed lost in thought. Qin Hao returned to the present, chuckling softly. "I was just reflecting on the silent dedication of many researchers." After listening to Zhong Yu, there was a moment of silence. After a brief pause, his eyes glistened with a hint of moisture as he spoke. "Researchers deserve the utmost respect from everyone. To my knowledge, some researchers have participated in classified projects. And due to the need for confidentiality, they could not even disclose this to their families. They made their loved ones believe that they had perished and silently retreated to desolate places, dedicating decades to their research in solitude." As Zhong Yu continued, the moisture in his eyes intensified. He took a deep breath and solemnly stated, "Decades without seeing their families. With their loved ones believing them to be dead, consider the immense sacrifices these researchers have made." Qin Hao remained silent, having spent time in a research institute. He was aware of certain realities. Some researchers truly sacrificed so much, especially those involved in top-secret projects. "Professor Qin, I would like to raise a toast to you. You have made tremendous contributions to the field of pharmaceutical research and have given so much." At this moment, Zhong Yu lifted his glass with a serious expression. Shen Shao also instinctively raised his glass. Qin Hao gently shook his head. "In truth, I have not sacrificed much. Compared to those predecessors, my contributions are trivial. If I were in their position, having to forsake my loved ones for decades and labor in desolate places, I would find it exceedingly difficult." Qin Hao was reluctant to part with his wife and children, as well as his parents. If he were to remain in solitude for decades, it was not merely the longing that would trouble him. He feared that by the time he achieved his research goals, his parents might have passed away and his daughter could very well be preparing for marriage. This was something he genuinely could not endure. It was precisely because he recognized his own limitations that his admiration for those predecessors deepened. They had devoted their lives to the nation. Reflecting on this, Qin Hao felt a wave of melancholy. His thoughts drifted to Lin, someone he knew quite well, and he found himself wanting to do something for her. In comparison to her, he felt significantly more fortunate. At the very least, while engaged in research, he had achieved certain results and built a family. Meanwhile, Lin remained single at 30, a rather ripe age, and it was time for her to settle down. After enjoying a meal, Zheng Yu and Shen Shao decided to leave, needing to ensure the safe transport of the prescription. At that moment, Qin Hao took the opportunity to message Lin. Do you have a man you admire in the research institute? On the other end, Lin's phone chimed, signaling a message from their internal social platform. Upon glancing at her screen, she noticed it was from Qin Hao, inquiring if there was someone she liked in the institute. She was puzzled by his question. However, at that moment, Lin fell silent. She certainly had someone she admired, but he was already married with children. After a brief pause, Lin decided to respond to Qin Hao. Upon receiving her message, Qin Hao was momentarily taken aback. He had merely been curious to ask if Lin was unattached. Perhaps he could play matchmaker. He hadn't anticipated that she had someone in her heart. Driven by curiosity, Qin Hao sent another message, asking who it was. Lin stared at the message in silence for a moment before responding that he was already married. Upon receiving Lin's message, Qin Hao felt a momentary uncertainty about how to reply. The man Lin adored had started a family. What could be done? After a brief contemplation, Qin Hao offered some comfort, suggesting that there were many men in the world, and she would surely find someone she liked even more. Lin, upon reading the message, fell into a deep silence. So many men. There would be someone she preferred more. If there were so many, why did she only have feelings for him? After a prolonged pause, Lin finally sent a message to Qin Hao, stating that she would leave it to fate. Qin Hao was at a loss for words. Leave it to fate? Meanwhile, Lin remained silent, reflecting on her life's greatest regret, her failure to express her feelings to Qin Hao sooner. Had she been more proactive at that time, perhaps the outcome would have been vastly different. Even if she had been rejected, at least she would not have been left with lingering regrets. But now, it was too late. As for whether there would be another chance at love, she could only leave it to the whims of fate. After a moment of contemplation, Lin felt a spark of curiosity. She wanted to inquire about Qin Hao's feelings towards her, what he thought of her. Yet, after some consideration, she decided against it. After all, Qin Hao was now married. It would be somewhat inappropriate for her to ask him such questions. It was better to maintain some distance. Qin Hao, too, refrained from probing further, as such inquiries could feel like reopening old wounds. He could only silently wish Lin well. Meanwhile, countless individuals in Long Country, as well as people worldwide, learned that the next day, Long Country would host competitions between robots and humans in various events. Robots were highly valued in developed nations, as it was understood that they could replace humans in certain fields, such as factory workers or even more intricate tasks like chefs. Currently, some restaurants had already replaced waitstaff with robots that served dishes directly to patrons. Additionally, large corporations utilized robots extensively, replacing high-cost labor with affordable, continuous robotic assistance significantly reduced labor cost for many enterprises. The gradual replacement of humans by robots across various sectors had become a prevailing trend. This was merely the commercial application of robots. Their military potential was also noteworthy. The primary issue remained that current robotic intelligence was still not sufficiently advanced for comprehensive application across all domains. Nonetheless, nations had begun to invest substantial resources and talent into the field of robotics. Upon learning of Long Country's upcoming robot exhibition, the world's elite could not help but adopt a more serious demeanor. The fact that Long Country dared to showcase robots before the global audience signified profound confidence. It remained uncertain, however, to what extent Long Country's robotic technology had advanced. As time passed, it became 5:45 p.m. After arriving home, Luo Qingxue immediately discussed the robot demonstration schedule for the following day with Qin Hao. She inquired with curiosity whether the robots to be showcased were akin to those like Suyu. Qin Hao gently shook his head. Perhaps they were. Luo Qingxue expressed her excitement, suggesting it would be marvelous to showcase such a robot, which would surely astonish the world. She pondered who could have possibly engineered such a remarkable creation. Qin Hao chuckled lightly, contemplating that perhaps the identity of the creator would eventually be revealed. Luo Qingxue nodded, acknowledging the likelihood, especially since her husband's identity had already been fully disclosed, save for his appearance and age. She mused that the name of the robotic pioneer would likely be made public as well. At that moment, a thought struck Luo Qingxue, and she turned to Suyu with curiosity, inquiring if she knew who was responsible for their creation. Suyu affirmed, revealing the name Lin Yan. However, she refrained from elaborating further, as Lin Yan had encountered Luo Qingxue, a fact she wished to keep from Qin Hao. Upon hearing the name Lin Yan, Luo Qingxue's gaze momentarily faltered in surprise. It was indeed her. Lin Yan was remarkably youthful yet had developed such an intelligent robot. She appeared to be around Luo Qingxue's age, and Luo Qingxue sensed that Lin Yan harbored affections for her husband. Falling into silence, Luo Qingxue felt a swell of insecurity within her. How could one person excel so vastly over another, despite being of the same species? Noticing Luo Qingxue's unusual demeanor, Qin Hao inquired with curiosity, "Do you know Lin Yan?" Luo Qingxue snapped back to reality, gently shaking her head in denial, stating she did not know her but was merely curious about her appearance. Qin Hao nodded slightly, not dwelling on the matter, suggesting that perhaps Lin Yan's visage would be revealed in due time. Luo Qingxue agreed, saying nothing further, feeling an unsettling sense of inadequacy. As time swiftly passed, the following day arrived. On this day, countless individuals were glued to their televisions and the live stream from Long Media. They were aware that a competition would ensue between robots and humans across various disciplines. Yet, more than the competition itself, their curiosity was piqued by the appearance of the robots from Dragon Nation. Elite tycoons and powerful dignitaries from around the globe were equally captivated, their eyes fixed on their screens. At precisely 8:30 in the morning, the broadcast commenced, unveiling the live scene. The image depicted a stage, surrounded by a throng of spectators, thousands of them, as evidenced by the visuals. At the center of the stage stood a host clad in a black suit, with microphone in hand. As everyone had learned from the previous day's news, today marked the commencement of the robot vs. human contests, beginning with an unregulated free-fighting event. The audience surrounding the arena listened intently, their primary intrigue centered on the appearance of the robot. The host paused for a few seconds before exuberantly announcing, "Please welcome the boxing champion, Tyson." The words hung in the air, momentarily stunning the attendees, including those watching on television and in the live stream. The opponent in the ring with the robot was none other than Champion Tyson. At that moment, a formidable figure emerged at the end of the red carpet. Muscles rippled across his physique, exuding an undeniable sense of power. The audience erupted in excitement, snapping photos and recording videos. Tyson, renowned worldwide, had earned his title through an impressive record, celebrated as the King of Boxing. At this moment, Tyson walked towards the arena, greeting the surrounding audience as he made his way. Upon reaching the platform, he could scarcely contain his excitement and inquired of the host, "Where is the robot?" A few days earlier, he had received an invitation to engage in a series of unregulated combat matches against a robot. Initially taken aback by the mention of a robot, he soon found the idea intriguing and agreed to travel to Longwo for the bouts. He was eager to discover whether the robot possessed greater prowess or if he surpassed it in skill. The host, upon hearing Tyson's words, donned a professional smile and addressed the audience, stating, "Our champion Tyson seems to be eagerly anticipating a face-off with the robot. I am sure that both the audience present and those watching from home are equally impatient." The spectators, however, felt that the host was rambling excessively, urging, "Where is the robot? Let it appear already." The host paused momentarily, then turned to the audience below, gesturing towards a young man seated at the front. "May I invite the robot, Jiangsu, to the stage?" Upon hearing this, the audience followed the host's gaze. They soon beheld a remarkably handsome young man with distinctly Eastern features, his physique perfectly proportioned, perhaps even more striking than some of the current celebrities. Was this the robot? Had they mistaken it for a human? As the crowd pondered, the young man slowly rose to his feet. He then bent his knees slightly and leapt directly onto the platform. This spectacle left the audience utterly astonished. It was noteworthy that the young man was 8 meters away from the platform, which stood 1 meter high, surrounded by safety barriers reaching 1.7 meters. Jiangsu had jumped an impressive 8 meters straight up onto the platform. Goodness! Incredible! The audience was left dumbfounded, as were those watching from the Dragon Media live broadcast and at home. The world's elite, including top-tier billionaires and powerful dignitaries, were equally taken aback. To leap 8 meters vertically from a standstill was nothing short of extraordinary. Was this truly a robot? It appeared indistinguishable from a human being. One esteemed dignitary rubbed his eyes in disbelief, questioning whether he had misperceived the scene, for it seemed no different from reality. Not only the viewers behind screens but also the live audience found themselves rubbing their eyes, doubting their own vision. Yet upon closer inspection, they realized it was indeed akin to a living being. Goodness! Is this truly a robot? It resembles a human so closely, exclaimed one astonished onlooker. This is astonishing. Have we in long war truly advanced our simulation technology to such an extent? In the midst of this collective astonishment, Tyson, the champion on the platform, was profoundly shaken. He had witnessed Zhang Rui leap onto the arena from such a distance, and the sheer power of that jump sent a chill through him. The host, having previously met the robot Zhang Rui, was filled with excitement as he handed the microphone to him, saying, "Mr. Zhang Rui, would you like to greet the audience?" Taking the microphone, the robot Zhang Rui addressed the spectators, "My name is Zhang Rui. It seems that many of you doubt my identity as a robot. Allow me to demonstrate." With that, Zhang Rui's head sprang up like a spring, soaring 2 meters high. Furthermore, his arms suddenly detached at the shoulder joints. This unexpected display startled several audience members, who momentarily believed Zhang Rui's head had truly separated. However, in an instant, both his head and arms returned to their original state. Zhang Rui surveyed the audience with a smile and asked, "Do you believe me now?" "We do. We believe," came the enthusiastic responses from the crowd. Zhang Rui smiled and returned the microphone to the host, who, feeling a rush of relief after the initial scare, took a moment to compose himself. The host then addressed the audience, explaining, "As we are live streaming today, and since the robot has multiple events lined up, we shall get straight to the point." He turned to the boxing champion Tyson and inquired, "Mr. Tyson, do you require protective gear?" Tyson glanced at the robot Zhang Rui before nodding in agreement. This elicited laughter from the audience, indicating that even the champion seemed uncertain. Once the protective gear was secured on Tyson, the host asked, "Mr. Tyson, are you ready?" Tyson affirmed that he was prepared. The host nodded and began the countdown, 3, 2, 1, go. He quickly stepped away from the ring to avoid any potential injuries. In that moment, the ring was solely occupied by Tyson and the robot Zhang Rui. Tyson, now alert and vigilant, focused intently on Zhang Rui. The robot remained calm, stating, "You may strike first." Tyson, not feeling insulted, grew even more cautious. He approached Zhang Rui with agile steps and, when he felt the distance was appropriate, unleashed a punch. Zhang Rui's reaction was swifter. He tilted his head and evaded the blow effortlessly. Then, Zhang Rui launched an attack, a whip-like kick, striking Tyson's protective gear with a resounding thud. Tyson fell to the ground, unconscious. "Doctor, quickly!" the host shouted in alarm, urgently summoning medical assistance. The medical team, fully equipped, rushed in to provide aid before transporting Tyson to an ambulance. At this moment, the audience, including those watching the live stream, was left bewildered. A robot had incapacitated the boxing champion with a single kick. It seems the robot held back, otherwise Tyson would have been in serious trouble, one spectator remarked. "What a pity for Tyson, who was so eager to meet the robot," another added, as comments flooded the live stream. "This robot is truly remarkable, exhibiting extraordinary strength. Oh, how stunning it is. I must inquire where such a robot can be purchased. I wish to acquire one for my home. I, too, desire to bring one home. When will they be available for sale?" At this moment, the world's elite are equally astonished. While it is expected for robots to surpass humans in combat, their astonishment lies not in this fact, but rather in the astonishingly natural and fluid movements of the robots from the Dragon Kingdom. In contrast, the majority of robots developed by other nations appear rather mechanical and lack fluidity. Furthermore, the movements of the Dragon Kingdom's robots are indistinguishable from those of real humans. This feat is beyond what robots from their own countries can achieve. Additionally, the robots from the Dragon Kingdom appear strikingly human-like. How is this possible? To their knowledge, current simulation materials are incapable of achieving such a close resemblance to real humans. It is evident that the Dragon Kingdom has conquered this challenge. The expressions of the world's most powerful individuals are now grave. Has the technology of the Dragon Kingdom's robots advanced to this extent? It is worth noting that a robot's appearance and voice being indistinguishable from that of a human significantly enhances its capability for executing specialized tasks, broadening its potential applications. Amidst the discussions of countless individuals worldwide, the television broadcast transitions to another scene. In this segment, two individuals, a man and a woman, are seated across from each other, with a go board placed between them. As the audience, both in the studio and at home, catch sight of the man, some recognize him instantly. It is the renowned Go master, Li Xiong. Goodness! In the previous World Go Championship, Li Xiong was crowned the world champion. Revered in his homeland as a master of the game. The woman seated across from Li Xiong is exceptionally beautiful. Is she a robot? Many who are unfamiliar with Li Xiong find their gaze fixated on the woman, whose beauty, both in figure and visage, is unparalleled. At this moment, the host appears on screen, addressing the viewers, stating, "What you are witnessing is a game of Go between a robot and a human, with the human side represented by our most exceptional Go master, Li Xiong, the champion of the last world-class Go competition." Li Xiong waves to the camera before turning his attention to the breathtaking woman seated opposite him. He is aware that she is a robot. This knowledge leaves him astounded. Have robots become so lifelike? Their voice, appearance, and even expressions are indistinguishable from those of real humans. Moreover, the robot possesses an aura. This adds an ethereal quality, rendering it even more authentic. The host continues. Opposite Li Xiong is our robot, Jiangsu. The viewers in the studio are now filled with excitement. I am eager to know if the robot is for sale. I would purchase one for under $1 million. For under 100,000, I would buy one. Goodness! It is truly stunning. As a divorced individual with a child, having a female robot would be absolutely perfect. Goodness, it is incredibly beautiful. How absurd, I find myself falling for a robot. It was once believed that affection was a simple affair contingent solely upon beauty, regardless of whether one were human or machine. The host interjected, stating that without further ado, they would plunge directly into the matter at hand. The Go competition was officially underway. With that pronouncement, Li Xiong made his initial move, followed by Jiangsu. As time elapsed, beads of sweat began to form on Li Xiong's forehead, and his brow furrowed deeply, his expression transforming into one of grave intensity. Initially, he appeared somewhat at ease, yet as the game progressed, he became increasingly aware that the board had slipped from his grasp, with the robot Jiangsu assuming complete control. In the Dragon Media live streaming room, countless spectators began to express their opinions through comments. Observing Li Xiong's serious demeanor, many remarked that he seemed on the verge of defeat. As a chess player, I can see that Li Xiong is unlikely to emerge victorious, even in defense, one noted. I cannot comprehend Go. Yet Li Xiong's expression alone indicates impending loss. Another added, I am not interested in Go, I merely wish to know how the robot operates. Meanwhile, the world's elite were deeply stirred. The prowess of this robot was astonishing. Should the robots from the Dragon Kingdom penetrate the market, sales would undoubtedly skyrocket. However, the top dignitaries from various nations contemplated more profound implications. Some sought to ally with the Dragon Kingdom, aspiring to foster cooperation across multiple domains. Conversely, others among the elite felt an overwhelming sense of anger and impending crisis. Years ago, the Dragon Kingdom's technological capabilities were modest, while they marveled at its rapid advancement. It had not yet incited a sense of threat. But since 2010, the Dragon Kingdom's technology had surged forward at a breakneck pace, even surpassing that of developed nations in certain aspects. Most disheartening for them was the fact that significant global challenges, cancer, AIDS, and pulmonary heart disease, had been conquered. They were also reluctant to acknowledge the Dragon Kingdom's fifth-generation fighter jets transitioning from test flights to active service, alongside the deployment of numerous missiles. The military strength of the Dragon Kingdom had grown increasingly formidable. Now, they had also ascended to the forefront of robotics. As time wore on, Go Master Li Xiong's complexion turned ashen, his face drenched in sweat, his attire thoroughly soaked. I have lost, he uttered, feeling utterly drained. He had anticipated defeat. Yet the extent of his loss was beyond his expectations. The robot had outmaneuvered him in every respect. The more moves he made, the more unfavorable the situation became. Before the television audience, including those in the Dragon Media live stream, the moment Li Xiong proclaimed his defeat, a heavy silence fell. The robot had triumphed over the finest Go champion in the world. Their feelings were a tumultuous mix. Were humans truly inferior to machines? At that moment, the host announced the results. Robot Jiangsu emerged victorious. Jiangsu then regarded Li Xiong calmly, stating, "My ability to defeat you stems from the vast reservoir of game data within my system. When playing, I can instantly retrieve countless pieces of information. It is only natural for me to win, as the human brain cannot sustain prolonged periods of high-intensity focus." Li Xiong was rendered speechless. A loss is a loss. And he had no words to offer. He represents humanity, yet he has succumbed to the robots. The viewers in the live broadcast couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy upon seeing Li Xiong's expression. However, there was little they could do. Jiangsu had just mentioned that the ability to instantaneously extract countless pieces of information renders any comparison futile. At that moment, the television and the live stream transitioned to a basketball court. On the court, two teams were present, the red team and the blue team. The voice of the host resonated through the screen, greeting the audience both at home and in the studio. "Good morning to everyone. The members of the red team are well known among basketball enthusiasts, while the blue team represents the robots." At this point, the viewers fixated on the blue team, which comprised remarkably handsome male robots, captivating the attention of countless female spectators. "Wow. They are so handsome. I can't believe how attractive they are. From this day forth, I shall no longer idolize celebrities. Those stars cannot compare to these robots. At least robots have no scandals or infidelities." The live chat erupted with numerous female viewers expressing their desires to acquire robots, though their pleas went unanswered. The host then announced, "The match is about to commence. 3, 2, 1. Moments later, one of the robots leapt effortlessly into the air, reaching a height of 5 meters, and launched the basketball towards the hoop, scoring a three-pointer. The red team members were left in a state of bewilderment. Once they regained their composure, they scratched their heads, realizing that there was no way to compete against a robot that could jump 5 meters high. How could they possibly intercept it with air? The host was equally perplexed, pondering how the game could proceed. It seemed more sensible to concede outright. As people around the world witnessed this scene, they too were struck dumb. How could this match continue? The host, who also served as the referee, allowed some time to pass before the next round commenced. A robot leapt once more, this time soaring to the backboard and executing a spectacular slam dunk. The red team appeared utterly despondent, and their captain raised a white flag in surrender, acknowledging that this match was unwinnable. The host, recognizing the situation, declared the robots win. At that moment, discussions erupted worldwide. In countries with less advanced technology, viewers were left in shock. Meanwhile, the wealthiest individuals across the globe fell into a contemplative silence, sensing that if robots were to be made available, countless people would clamor to purchase them, possibly leading to a shortage. If that were to occur, the Dragon Nation could reap substantial profits through its robots. Among the world's elite, some felt a sense of despair. The technological advancements of the Dragon Nation had reached such heights that even the most ambitious pursuits seemed out of reach. For developed nations, the prevailing desire was to acquire robots for research purposes, hoping to replicate their astonishing capabilities. At that moment, Qin Hao sat at home, engrossed in the television broadcast. After watching a few matches, he could only imagine the multitude of challenges that needed to be overcome in order to develop such robots. These formidable challenges have been surmounted by Lin Yan's research team. He continued to watch television, observing other competitions. As time leisurely progressed, by 1 o'clock in the afternoon, numerous matches had already taken place. The outcomes were consistently in favor of the robots. Qin Hao remained fixated on the screen. At that moment, the broadcast shifted, revealing an airport. However, the aircraft on the tarmac were not commercial airliners, but rather fifth-generation stealth fighters. When the world's elite beheld this scene, their spirits were suddenly invigorated. The fifth-generation stealth fighters of the Dragon Kingdom. In today's world, only 3 nations possess such advanced aircraft. The vast majority of countries operate third-generation fighters, or even second-generation models. Some nations lack any combat aircraft altogether. At this juncture, a number of influential figures began to converse. Could it be that robots are capable of piloting fighter jets? Upon uttering this question, the expressions of those around turned grim. If robots truly can pilot fighter jets, then the intelligence of Dragon Kingdom's robots is undoubtedly unprecedented. Possibly beyond imagination. In an instant, the demeanor of these top-tier elites became exceedingly grave. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, countless viewers expressed their excitement through comments. Please tell me the robots aren't actually going to pilot fighter jets. No way. Amidst the fervent discussions, the female host appeared on screen, addressing the camera, stating that the next segment would not be a competition, but rather a demonstration of robots piloting fighter jets, executing various intricate maneuvers. Upon hearing this, the faces of the world's elite shifted dramatically. The robots are indeed set to pilot fighter jets. The audacity of the Dragon Kingdom to allow robots to operate fighter jets in front of a global audience suggests that these robots have previously flown such aircraft and garnered unanimous approval. In that moment, the expressions of countless dignitaries turned notably somber. Training any pilot demands a significant investment of time and resources. And this is even more pronounced for fighter pilots. The costs associated with training a fighter pilot are exorbitant. Furthermore, not everyone is eligible to become a pilot. One must undergo rigorous physical examinations, with not a single scar permitted. Additionally, physical fitness and educational qualifications must meet stringent standards. It can be said that every pilot is a rare gem. It is not an exaggeration to assert that perhaps only 1 in 100,000 can truly become a fighter pilot. Every nation treasures its pilots, as the loss of even one is significant and challenging to replace. Should the robots of the Dragon Kingdom be able to substitute for pilots? This would imply that in times of conflict, one would merely need to continually produce fighter jets and robots, alleviating any concerns regarding pilot casualties. We must acquire one of these robots, a prominent figure declared gravely. At that moment, the television screen displayed 8 individuals approached, 4 men and 4 women. Each of the women strikingly beautiful with impeccable figures, and the men equally well built and handsome. The host then announced that the 8 pilots walking towards them were robots, tasked with piloting fighter jets in intricate aerial maneuvers. Upon hearing this, the audience in the live stream began to flood the screen with comments. Incredible. These robots are truly remarkable. Wow. These robots are exceptionally attractive. I'm curious about the creators of these robots. Amidst the multitude of discussions, Qin Hao was also watching the television. As he observed the robots piloting fighter jets, his understanding of their intelligence deepened. These robots exuded an aura of hypermodernity. At that moment, the television depicted the 8 robots dispersing, each approaching a fighter jet. They swiftly entered the cockpits and methodically taxied the aircraft out of the hangar, all proceeding in an organized manner until each jet ascended into the sky. After a while, the fighter jets piloted by the robots separated into 8 directions, simultaneously soaring towards their target. Upon reaching the designated point, they ascended together, a sight that left countless spectators in awe. The live audience continued to comment in astonishment, "Wow. That is an incredibly challenging feat. Just moments ago, the spacing between each jet was merely 10 meters, a slight miscalculation could lead to a collision. These robots are defying the odds." The elite individuals worldwide, witnessing this spectacle, had their expressions darkened significantly. The ability of robots to execute such complex maneuvers signified that each of them was akin to an ace pilot. Training a fighter pilot is already a formidable challenge, let alone cultivating an ace. The fact that the Dragon country could mass-produce robots comparable to ace pilots posed immense pressure on them. At this juncture, the 8 robot-piloted jets commenced executing further intricate maneuvers, such as 720-degree spins, cobra maneuvers, and other aerial acrobatics. Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, the jets aligned in formation and simultaneously performed rotation maneuvers, 360 degrees, 720 degrees, 1800 degrees. The audience was left astounded. A rotation of 1800 degrees, if attempted by a real pilot, would be physically taxing, yet it posed no challenge for these robots, simultaneously showcasing the exceptional capabilities of 5th-generation fighter jets. Some of the world's elite, observing this, found their expressions growing even graver, unable to suppress feelings of envy and resentment. One of the top dignitaries, with a grim expression, coldly remarked, "What does it matter that robots pilot fighter jets? Modern warfare emphasizes systematic operations. With our multi-force coordination and numerous aircraft carrier battle groups, we can still dominate the world. Those around him fell silent. While they indeed possessed aircraft carrier battle groups, they could not approach the Dragon Country's waters. The missiles of the Dragon Country had the capability to sink aircraft carriers and were exceedingly difficult to intercept. However, after pondering for a moment, he remarked that electromagnetic interference could be employed to incapacitate the robots. Once the robots were successfully disrupted, the fighter jets would essentially become sitting ducks. Upon hearing this, the esteemed dignitary's expression softened slightly, as he nearly forgot that robots are, after all, merely machines susceptible to interference. The extent of the robots' resistance to electromagnetic disruption, however, remained uncertain. After a brief interval, 8 fighter jets gradually descended until they came to a halt. The viewers in the Dragon Media live stream began to engage in fervent discussions. Incredible. These robots are truly extraordinary. While the robots are formidable, they are ultimately electronic devices vulnerable to electromagnetic interference. If successfully disrupted, they would become easy targets. Many viewers, upon seeing this comment, could not help but feel a twinge of concern. Indeed, robots are just electronic gadgets, akin to drones. Should they be interfered with, the drones would plummet. Some viewers began to flood the chat with their thoughts. If we can think of it, surely those researching robotics can as well. The robots must possess substantial resistance to interference. Yet, others countered, even if the robots are equipped with robust interference resistance, what if they are still disrupted? I believe the deployment of robots to pilot fighter jets should be contingent upon circumstances. A collaboration between humans and robots would be most prudent. The audience was abuzz with debate. Meanwhile, people from around the globe were also discussing the impressive capabilities of the Dragon Kingdom's robots while contemplating strategies to counter them. At this moment, Qin Hao noticed the barrage of comments in the Dragon Media livestream, with many expressing concerns about the reliability of robots piloting fighter jets and suggesting that collaboration with humans would be preferable. After reflecting on this, Qin Hao concurred that the synergy between humans and robots would indeed maximize efficacy. Placing all hope in robots could lead to significant losses if they were to be successfully disrupted. Despite his knowledge of the robot's formidable resistance to interference, he remained cautious. As discussions proliferated worldwide, the television broadcast suddenly switched scenes. The screen displayed the vast ocean, with a speedboat gliding across the water. On board, 5 individuals were present. Countless viewers recognized these 5 as robots, for the men were strikingly handsome, and the women were equally beautiful, matching the aesthetic appeal of the robots previously encountered. At that moment, a female host appeared on screen, addressing the audience. Good afternoon to all viewers at home and in the live stream. Next, we will showcase the robot's ability to infiltrate underwater. Upon hearing her words, the expressions of shock flickered in the eyes of people across the globe. Can the robots even withstand water? While waterproofing is one thing, the deeper they go, the more challenging it becomes. How deep can these robots truly dive? Suddenly, the 5 robots leaped into the sea. 2 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. Upon reaching a depth of 100 meters, the robots paused before swimming back to the surface. The esteemed dignitaries worldwide sighed in relief. They had feared the robots could dive 1,000 meters deep, but 100 meters was still manageable. Even a mere depth of 100 meters can be quite terrifying. If a robot were to carry out a specialized mission, swimming stealthily through the water, and suddenly deliver a fatal blow to its target, it would leave one utterly defenseless. The most alarming aspect is that the robot does not require oxygen, allowing it to remain submerged for an extended duration. After the robot makes landfall, the television screen fades to black for a moment, only to reveal a message that reads, "The identity of the robot's creator will be disclosed in 1 hour." The audience before the television, along with over 300 million viewers in the live broadcast, felt a wave of apprehension at the thought of the imminent revelation of the robot's developer. It seems prudent for such individuals to remain concealed. Public exposure poses an excessive risk. Indeed, the military applications of robots are far-reaching, and it is advisable to refrain from disclosing the creator's identity. Maintaining confidentiality is paramount. After all, individuals like these are already under intense scrutiny, and any misstep could have dire consequences. It is best not to reveal their identity, as this situation differs significantly from breakthroughs in combating diseases like cancer or AIDS, While those fields also attract attention, the creators of cutting-edge weaponry should ideally remain hidden given the multitude of eyes upon them. The millions of viewers in the live stream collectively hoped that the identity of the robot's creator would remain undisclosed. In stark contrast, the elite and affluent individuals worldwide reveled in the prospect. They had initially assumed that the identity of such an innovative creator would be stringently protected, only to be astonished that the dragon country intended to make it public. One could only wonder if they were undaunted by potential repercussions or perhaps overly confident, believing they were invulnerable to harm. Qin Hao, observing the barrage of comments in the live stream, felt little concern. The revelation of Lin Yan's identity was inevitable. Even if it were not disclosed now, it would surface within a few years. When the robot was first established as a research project, its achievements were minimal, and the level of scrutiny and confidentiality was not particularly high. With a bit of effort, it would be possible to trace the robot's development back to Lin Yan's team. Rather than reluctantly unveiling Lin Yan's identity later, it would be wiser to do so now. Disclosing Lin Yan's identity would not significantly impact her, as she had always led a reclusive life, and with certain protections in place, the associated risks were exceedingly low, nearly negligible. At that moment, Qin Hao's phone rang, indicating an incoming call. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was a call from his superior. He answered promptly. After a brief silence, his superior spoke with a heavy tone. Qin Guosha, following discussions, your Project 328 has been designated as a top-secret initiative. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao's mood turned somber. A top-secret research project means that all participants must be isolated from the world and cannot disclose their whereabouts to family members. More alarmingly, some participants may even have to lead their families to believe they have perished. This indicates preparation for a protracted struggle. As the silence lingered on the other end of the line, the superior was at a loss for words. Qin Hao's forthcoming research endeavor pertains to nuclear radiation, aiming to develop a national treasure capable of withstanding and eliminating nuclear radiation. This is indeed a true national treasure. Unlike the previous research on fighter jet engines, which, while requiring stringent confidentiality, they did not reach the utmost level of secrecy, thus fighter jets are primarily designed for conventional warfare and do not qualify as genuine national treasures. Conversely, the 328 research project has attained the highest classification of confidentiality. This signifies that once the project is initiated, Qin Hao, along with all participants, must sever all ties with the outside world, unable to meet or even communicate with their families. Having been married for merely 5 years and with a 4-year-old child, Qin Hao is burdened by a heavy heart. He has a wife, children, and parents. His spouse is an only child, and he regards his in-laws as his own parents. These individuals are his closest kin. Should he choose to partake in the 328 research project, he would be unable to see or contact his family for as long as the project remains unresolved. Most distressingly, he cannot ascertain how long it will take to conquer the 328 research project. Although he has been endowed with a national technology system since childhood, this system does not directly provide technical data, rather, it grants him a discerning vision. During his research, this vision allows him to discern the validity of his ideas, significantly shortening the research timeline and preventing him from taking unnecessary detours. Ultimately, however, countless experiments must still be conducted. It is uncertain whether he could overcome the 328 project in a year, 3 years, or even longer. He feels no sense of certainty. Just imagine years without seeing his wife and child, how deeply he would yearn for them. Qin Hao fell into a contemplative silence, his tone becoming heavy yet resolute as he declared, "Very well." Although he is reluctant to part with his wife and child, he understands that if he does not engage in this project, others will take his place, prolonging the endeavor perhaps by a decade, 2 decades, or even longer. Each of those individuals has their own family. Must they endure decades without seeing their loved ones? Moreover, if they are willing to dedicate themselves to their country, why should he not do the same? Sacrificing personal comforts for the greater good is the hallmark of a commendable researcher. Upon hearing this, the superior on the other end of the line felt a profound respect and silently offered a salute. "Academician Qin, please take this time to cherish moments with your family. The 108 will be discreetly dispatched to the Great Wilderness." The superior sighed inwardly and continued, "The Great Wilderness, a desolate and uninhabited place, isolated from the world. devoid of mobile signal, making it the most suitable location for the 328 project. Understood, Qin Hao replied. After exchanging a few more words with his superior, he hung up the phone. Reflecting on the time remaining before the 108's departure, he resolved to spend as much time as possible with his family. Thoughts of Luo Qingxue surfaced in his mind, then he felt a pang of guilt. Luo Qingxue is an ordinary person, and marrying him entails immense sacrifices. As he prepares to venture into the great wilderness for the 328 project, he may not see Luo Qingxue for several years. For an ordinary person like Luo Qingxue, being married yet unable to be with her husband daily, coupled with years of severed communication, is a heavy burden to bear. Furthermore, marrying him poses a risk due to his unique status. Should his identity be unveiled, her safety would be jeopardized. Initially, he concealed his identity from her, a decision that now seems ill-advised. He is more suited to wed someone in the scientific community. However, it is too late to alter the past. Nothing can change now. At this moment, Qin Hao sends a message to Luo Qingxue, instructing her to submit her resignation and informing her that she need not report to work tomorrow as he intends to take her on an outing. Engage in her duties. Luo Qingxue recognizes the distinctive notification tone set exclusively for Qin Hao, signaling that it is indeed her husband reaching out. Upon reviewing the message, she is momentarily taken aback. Resign? He wishes to take her out. Could it be that her husband is prepared to reveal his true identity as the world's wealthiest individual? Luo Qingxue yearns for adventures and explorations, yet finds herself in a quandary. She cannot simply resign at a whim, as company policy dictates that a month's notice is required. Departing without proper protocol would be tantamount to absenteeism, the mark that would remain on her record. Upon receiving her message, Qin Hao promptly replies, advising her to submit her resignation and assuring her that he will handle the rest. Aware of her husband's considerable influence, Luo Qingxue understands that this minor issue is likely a mere phone call away from resolution. Nonetheless, she must maintain her pretense, as Qin Hao remains oblivious to the live broadcast incident and her prior knowledge of his true identity. How could he suggest she resign? After years of diligent work, she is on the brink of another promotion, with a potential salary of 20,000 a month and year-end bonuses exceeding 100,000. Qin Hao's suggestion to resign first and discuss the rest later lingers in her mind. After a lengthy conversation, Luo Qingxue puts away her phone and proceeds to the HR department to collect a resignation form. Upon seeing her complete the document, the HR manager is taken aback and inquires, Qingxue, why are you resigning? I heard rumors that you might be up for a promotion. Under normal circumstances, Luo Qingxue would not consider leaving her position. However, given her knowledge of her husband's plans to relocate to the capital next month, she feels compelled to follow suit. Additionally, while her husband's appearance and age have yet to be disclosed, the public revelation is imminent. Once his details are public, remaining in her current job would be untenable. What if she attracted unwanted attention? Luo Qingxue fabricates a reason for her resignation to the HR manager. As time passes, anticipation builds around the imminent unveiling of the identities of those behind groundbreaking robotic technology. Countless citizens of the Dragon Nation, along with the elite and affluent from around the globe, fixate on the television. Suddenly, the strikingly tall and breathtakingly beautiful woman appears on screen. Her figure is mesmerizing, captivating the gaze of anyone fortunate enough to behold her, while her visage is angelically perfect, leaving no room for distraction. Her demeanor exuded a certain coolness, evoking an impression of inaccessibility. At that moment, the television displayed the essential information regarding Lin Yan. Name: Lin Yan, age 30 years. In 2010, she was the top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination and subsequently received a special invitation to the Chinese Academy of Sciences. After dedicating 11 years and 3 months, she successfully conquered the robotics project, developing intelligent robots and mates. Concurrently, she devised the world's most advanced integrated plasma battery and outstanding electronic control technology. This integrated plasma battery possesses a storage capacity exceeding 5 times that of traditional batteries and is entirely safe, eliminating the risk of combustion or explosion. The electronic control technology is also at the forefront, capable of reducing battery consumption by over 50%. Other technologies that Lin Yan has mastered remain undisclosed for the time being. She has devoted the prime of her life selflessly to her country and remains single to this day. It is she who has dedicated her youth to advancing the progress of Longwo in various fields, propelling several domains to a leading position globally. Here, we pay tribute to Professor Lin. At this moment, the audience before the television screens in Longwo and those in the studio were momentarily taken aback upon viewing Lin Yan's personal information. They had assumed that someone who developed intelligent robots would be at least in their 40s. To their astonishment, she was merely 30 years old and remarkably beautiful. When they learned that Lin Yan was the top scorer in the 2010 National College Entrance Examination, they were all struck with admiration. Upon discovering that she had entered the Chinese Academy of Sciences at the age of 18 and had quietly dedicated 12 years to robotics research, a profound silence enveloped them. The age of 18 is when a woman typically blossoms, yet Lin Yan chose to embark on a scientific journey at that tender age. By 30, she had devoted the most beautiful years of her life to research. Moreover, realizing that she remained single to this day instilled a deep respect within them. Salutations to Professor Lin. Salutations to all researchers. Salutations to all those who selflessly contribute to the nation. Countless viewers, some with tender hearts, found their eyes misting with emotion. Meanwhile, Luo Qingxue gazed intently at the live broadcast, contemplating Lin Yan's details, then felt a surge of respect welling within her. A woman who dedicates her most beautiful years to scientific research, fostering progress in Longwo across multiple domains, is indeed worthy of admiration. At this moment, Qin Hao was also watching the live stream, and a joyful smile gracing his face, pleased that Lin Yan's quiet contributions had garnered universal recognition, with countless individuals expressing their reverence in various ways. After a moment of reflection, however, Qin Hao's smile gradually faded. He had initially intended for Lin Yan to participate in the 328 project, as she was the most knowledgeable about robots, and the project required her expertise. Yet now, he hesitated. After a brief contemplation, he resolved not to involve Lin Yan in the 328 project. Lin Yan has reached the age of 30, having dedicated the first 12 years of her prime to the pursuit of scientific research. In the time that remains, she hopes to resolve significant matters in her life, specifically by marrying and subsequently raising a child. After the child is born, she can then return to her other research projects without delay. As for the 328 project, she will not be involved. If Lin Yan were to partake in the 328 project, by the time it is completed, she would be how old? 35? Or perhaps 40. Such a sacrifice is too great. One cannot go through life without offspring. At this moment, Qin Hao sent Lin Yan a message stating that he would be tackling the project without her assistance. Upon receiving the message, Lin Yan immediately discerned Qin Hao's intentions. Did he believe that participating in the project would hinder her? She did not perceive any hindrance. After all, what significance is there in not marrying the one she loves? Since the person she adores is already married, it would not impede her, she would simply do what she desires. However, Lin Yan felt a sense of unease regarding Qin Hao's words. Even if there were scientific projects, they should not prevent her from taking a break. Yet, the message from Qin Hao conveyed an impression that participating in this project would leave no room for rest. What project could possibly demand such unrelenting dedication? A few seconds later, a realization dawned upon Lin Yan, her expression shifting slightly, unless it was a top-secret research project that required years of seclusion from the world, forbidding any external contact. Only in such a scenario would Qin Hao consider it a hindrance to her significant life events. As this thought crossed her mind, Lin Yan's mood grew heavy. Was Qin Hao's next research endeavor indeed a classified project? If that were the case, would she be unable to contact him for many years? Moreover, what would happen to Qin Hao's wife and child? With a furrowed brow, Lin Yan rose and made her way to the research institute. Upon arriving, she approached a man in a suit, who appeared to be in his 50s, and inquired with a serious expression, "Director, is the project that Qin Hao intends to pursue classified as top secret?" Upon hearing her question, Director Li's countenance subtly shifted. After some discussion, he initially refrained from divulging the specifics of the project Qin Hao was set to tackle. He too wished for Lin Yan to take a step back and address her lifelong commitments. Although he understood that the 328 project required Lin Yan's involvement, he recognized that she was still unmarried and childless, and could not afford to delay any longer. Yet, Lin Yan firmly expressed her desire to partake in the scientific project that Qin Hao was pursuing. Director Li was initially puzzled by her intense reaction. It was only when Lin Yan revealed certain details that he appeared to comprehend her perspective. Sighing inwardly, directly recalled that he once considered matchmaking Qin Hao and Lin Yan as they were of similar ages and shared a rapport. However, Qin Hao was a workaholic. Once a research project commenced, he devoted himself entirely to overcoming the challenges at hand. Lin Yan, too, was a workaholic. When two such individuals came together, both were preoccupied with the pursuit of their respective challenges. What he did not anticipate was that Lin Yan, despite being a workaholic, had developed feelings for Qin Hao. However, due to Qin Hao's remarkable achievements, Lin Yan wished to declare her affections only after successfully developing her robot. Alas, it was too late. At 5:40 p.m., Luo Qingxue returned home only to find Qin Hao absent. She then ventured into the kitchen where she discovered him cooking. Luo Qingxue blinked in astonishment. Was he truly ready to confront her? Yet, before her husband could lay bare his intentions, she decided to take the initiative. You can actually cook?" she exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief. Qin Hao, smiling as he continued to prepare the meal, replied, "In truth, I have always been able to cook. I simply did not wish to do it every day, so I deceived you. By the way, the restaurant owner you added on WeChat is actually my alternate account." After revealing this, he resumed his culinary endeavors, informing Luo Qingxue that he was indeed capable of cooking and that the restaurant owner she had contacted was merely a guise. Upon realizing his culinary skills, Luo Qingxue was certain that she would insist he cook perpetually. The thought of cooking every day delighted him. He longed to prepare delicious dishes for Luo Qingxue to savor. Yet, he understood that such a reality was unlikely. With the impending departure to the Westland on the 108th day, he knew he would need to dedicate himself to research upon arrival, possibly spending 3, 5, or even 10 years away from his wife and child. With time still remaining before the 108th day, he intended to prepare as many delightful meals as possible for his family. Upon hearing Qin Hao's confession, Luo Qingxue continued her charade, feigning surprise. You mean the restaurant owner is actually your alternate account?" Qin Hao, smiling, paused his work, opened his phone, logged into another WeChat account, and handed it to her. Luo Qingxue glanced at his WeChat and pretended to be angry, saying, "You've really gone too far. Just to avoid cooking every day. You've made me prepare meals for 5 years. Starting today, all the cooking is on you." She feigned indignation. "All right. I'll take care of all the meals from now on," Qin Hao quickly acquiesced. "Humph. That's more like it." Luo Qingxue crossed her arms, maintaining her act of annoyance as she glowered at Qin Hao. Now that her husband had admitted to being able to cook, she wondered what it would take for him to also confess to being the world's richest man and to having conquered diseases such as cancer, AIDS, and pulmonary heart disease. She was curious to see if Qin Hao would reveal everything to her today. Noticing that Qin Hao resumed cooking, she raised an eyebrow and said, "I've resigned from my job. According to company policy, one typically needs to give a month's notice for resignation." Initially, the HR manager insisted on this, but later, a higher-up approved my immediate departure, asking how I knew the upper management of the company. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao casually fabricated a reason, stating, "I know a few leaders in your company, some have even asked me to write code for them." He contemplated revealing the truth about being the world's richest man and his breakthroughs in various diseases, but he doubted Luo Qingxue would believe him. It seemed wiser to wait until he arrived in the capital on the 101st day to explain everything to her in one fell swoop. At that moment, with both eyewitnesses and material evidence present, Luo Qingxue would undoubtedly believe him. After hearing this, Luo Qingxue feigned a look of realization. She was well aware that Qin Hao was merely fabricating a story. However, given Qin Hao's connections, resolving her resignation was merely a phone call away. She then gazed at Qin Hao and queried, "Why are you suddenly asking me to resign? I earn over 10,000 a month and my year-end bonus is 60,000. Furthermore, I am on the verge of a promotion. Without a job, I won't be able to pay for my social insurance and housing fund. What do you propose I do?" Qin Hao coughed lightly and replied, "Actually, before we got married, I won a lottery of 10 million. But I deposited it in the bank for a 6-year term. Now, that sum is available for withdrawal." Upon hearing this, Luo Qingxue pretended to be astonished, incredulously exclaiming, "Is that true? Would I deceive you?" Qin Hao looked at her and continued, "Come to the bank with me tomorrow, you'll see for yourself." Luo Qingxue then joined in the charade, appearing quite excited. Observing his wife's delight, a smile involuntarily graced Qin Hao's face. Yet, the thought of his impending departure weighed heavily on him, for he would be away for many years, unable to see his wife or even contact her by phone. When the time came to reveal his true identity, Luo Qingxue would learn of his departure, oblivious to when he might return. At that moment, her smile might well vanish. Contemplating this, Qin Hao's smile gradually faded, and a sense of heaviness enveloped his heart. When the time came to confess to his wife, he found himself at a loss for words, feeling increasingly guilty towards Luo Qingxue. After preparing dinner, the couple sat down to eat. Qin Hao picked up a piece of food and held it to Luo Qingxue's lips. Out she opened her mouth, waiting for the offering. With a smile, Qin Hao placed the food into her mouth. Watching her enjoy the meal only deepened his reluctance to leave, yet he knew he had no choice. Once they finished eating, Su Yu began clearing the dishes while Qin Hao and Luo Qingxue sipped tea and engaged in conversation. Qin Hao then suggested, "Tomorrow, let us have dinner at your parents' place and bring our daughter back. The day after, we can visit my parents for a meal, and the following day, I will cook for the whole family together." "All right, I haven't seen our daughter in several days, I miss her," Luo Qingxue nodded in agreement. Qin Hao lightly nodded. Then inquired, "Shall we take a shower?" Luo Qingxue replied. The two then proceeded to the bedroom to bathe. Afterward, Qin Hao produced a pill and handed it to Luo Qingxue, saying, "This is for oral consumption." Luo Qingxue was curious, as she had only used topical applications before. "What does it feel like to take it?" she asked. "The external application enhances sensory perception fivefold. I'm not sure about the internal one," Qin Hao explained. "It feels similar to an itch on your back. If you don't scratch it, the discomfort intensifies." After a while, Luo Qingxue swallowed the pill. The two embraced, savoring each other's warmth. Qin Hao did not speak. Each passing day together was one day less he had left. In the remaining days, he wished to ensure that his wife was filled with joy. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye. As the clock approached 11, the two were still enveloped in slumber. At that moment, the ringing of Luo Qingxue's phone pierced the tranquility of their sleep. Startled, they gradually opened their eyes. In a daze, Luo Qingxue reached for her phone, her vision still blurred, and saw that it was her mother calling. "Hello, Mom." Luo Qingxue's voice carried a hint of sleepiness, as if she had yet to fully awaken. Hearing her daughter's groggy tone, Luo's mother realized that her daughter was still in bed. It was nearly 11 o'clock. As a grown woman, especially one who had been married for years, she immediately understood that her daughter and son-in-law must have exhausted themselves the previous night. "You mentioned coming over for lunch with Xiao Hao. It's almost 11. And you're still in bed?" Upon hearing this, Luo Qingxue suddenly became much more alert. She glanced at the time and was taken aback. It was nearly 11. Her husband had been tireless the night before, as if under some spell, and they had only fallen asleep at 5 in the morning. "Got it. I'll be right over," Luo Qingxue replied before ending the call. She hurriedly woke Qin Hao, urging him to rise. "Get up. It's almost 11. We need to go to my parents' house for lunch." Qin Hao had been staring awake when the phone rang, and upon hearing Luo Qingxue's words, he became fully alert. He checked the time and realized it was indeed almost 11. Shaking off the remnants of sleep, they both got up, washed up, and quickly tidied themselves before taking along the 3 robots, Su Yu included, to her parents' home. At that moment, in the home of Luo's parents, Luo's mother was busy in the kitchen, while Luo's father assisted her. Luo's father, brimming with excitement, remarked, "When I see Xiao Hao later, I can hardly think of him as just my son-in-law anymore." They had learned about their son-in-law's accomplishments through the program's live broadcast. And after Long Mei officially announced Qin Hao's name, they were even more convinced. Who would have thought their son-in-law was the world's wealthiest individual, having solved 3 significant global issues? Luo's father was a patriotic man. His own father, Luo Qingxue's grandfather, had even participated in wars. Their family bore a plaque that read "Honorary Home." When he learned of his son-in-law's groundbreaking achievements and his intention to donate the formula for free, he felt a surge of respect. The knowledge that Qin Hao had directed most of his earnings towards the defense budget for their country filled him with pride and admiration. At that moment, his blood surged with fervor, then he regarded his son-in-law with deep respect and admiration. Our daughter must have accumulated 8 lifetimes of fortune to be with someone like Qin Hao, he exclaimed. Although he believed his daughter was remarkable, the comparison to her husband was not even close. Luo's mother echoed his sentiments, reflecting on how fortunate their daughter was to have found such a wonderful partner, especially after a car accident had led her to him. Even as a mother, she felt that her daughter was truly lucky. When Qin Hao arrives shortly, we will proceed as usual. Luo's mother reminded us that her daughter mentioned Qin Hao had yet to confide in her, only admitting to being able to cook and concocting a tale about winning 10 million in the lottery before marriage. I understand, Luo's father promptly nodded in agreement. At that moment, Qin Xiu approached, unable to suppress her curiosity. When will Grandpa and Grandma, Dad and Mom arrive? She had not seen her parents for several days, aware only that they were busy and seemingly absent from home. Luo's mother smiled and reassured her, your parents will be here shortly, just wait a little longer. All right, replied Qin Xiu. After a brief interlude, Qin Hao and the others arrived. Upon hearing the knock at the door, Qin Xiu excitedly dashed to open it, revealing her parents. Mom and Dad, she beamed, wrapping her arms around their legs. Qin Hao, seeing his daughter, was filled with joy and lifted her into his embrace. It was then that Qin Xiu noticed other individuals present, all strikingly beautiful, resembling her mother. Hearing the commotion, Luo's parents emerged and were secretly astonished upon seeing Su Yu and the others. They had known of the 3 robots beforehand but had only seen them during live broadcasts. Now, observing them up close, they realized the robots were indistinguishable from real humans, at least to the naked eye. Nevertheless, they feigned ignorance. This is Luo's mother, Qin Hao explained with a smile. These 3 are robots, similar to those featured on television recently, but this is a commercial version, far superior to the ones displayed on screen. Feigning astonishment, Luo's mother inquired, can these robots be purchased? Qin Hao maintained his composure, clarifying, these 3 robots are currently unavailable for purchase, however, I managed to acquire them through certain connections. Additionally, 4 more will be delivered tomorrow for your use, as well as for my parents. After discussing this matter for a while, they successfully navigated the situation without revealing that the robots had been bought with money. What if a family acquaintance of his father-in-law wished to purchase a robot after seeing them? Wow, robots! Qin Xiu gazed at Su Yu and her companions with wide-eyed curiosity. Ziqing, you will accompany Xiu from now on, Qin Hao declared, noting that Su Ziqing's youthful appearance would make her a perfect companion for his daughter. Su Ziqing nodded slightly. Smiling at Qin Xiu, you can call me Sister Ziqing. Sister Ziqing! Qin Xiu exclaimed joyfully. Qin Hao chuckled at the sight, envisioning the comical scenario of his daughter addressing Su Ziqing as Sister Ziqing when she turned 30. After a while, dinner was prepared, and they enjoyed the meal while chatting. It was not until the evening that they returned home, bringing Qin Xiu along. Upon arriving home, they first took baths, and after finishing, Qin Xiu sought out Su Ziqing and the other robots to play. Meanwhile, Qin Hao conversed with Luo Qingxue in the bedroom. The following morning at 9 o'clock, Qin Hao received a message from Linian, notifying him that the Linian robot had arrived in Jiangnan City. Qin Hao, I will send you a location. Please have 2 of the robots proceed to my father-in-law's house, while the other 2 deliver to my parents' place. Shortly after, Qin Hao sent the location. Linian responded affirmatively. Qin Hao put away his phone and then said to Luo Qingxue and Qin Xiu, let's go. The group descended the stairs and made their way to the home of Qin's parents. Upon their arrival, Qin Xiu joyfully approached her grandparents, exclaiming, Grandpa, Grandma, I've missed you. Have you missed me? Qin's mother beamed with a smile and replied, of course, Grandma has missed you dearly. I even thought about having you stay at Grandma's house, but it's a bit far from your school, so it couldn't be helped. Qin's mother was not originally from Jiangnan City, she had married into the area from another province, resulting in a pronounced local accent. Qin Xiu nodded in understanding. She recognized that her school was indeed quite distant from her grandparents' home. Living with her grandparents would have been more convenient, otherwise she would visit them more often. Mom and Dad, Luo Qingxue said with a smile, gazing at her in-laws, her curiosity piqued. She wondered if they were aware that her husband was the world's richest man and had solved 3 significant global challenges. However, from their demeanor, it seemed they were oblivious, particularly as her mother-in-law appeared somewhat simple-minded to her. The heavy accent of her mother-in-law conveyed an air of innocence, evoking an involuntary fondness for her perceived naivete. At times, listening to her mother-in-law speak was quite enchanting. Upon hearing Luo Qingshue's voice, Qin's mother chuckled. Qingxue, has Xiao Hao been bullying you? If he has, just tell me, and I will make sure to give him a good scolding. Luo Qingxue laughed and replied, no. He treats me well, but she paused. Qin's mother, intrigued, inquired, but what? Luo Qingxue huffed lightly, casting a glance at Qin Hao before reporting to Qin's mother. It turns out your son can cook, and his food is delicious. All these years, he has been deceiving me, claiming he couldn't cook. At that moment, Qin's father cleared his throat. He had known for some time that his son could cook, but he only recently learned this through a live broadcast from a program. Previously, he was only aware that his son was an honorary professor at Qingbei University and that at nearly 20 years old, he had developed something remarkable, earning the lifelong honor of a national scholar. The specifics of his research were unclear to him, but he suspected it was related to breakthroughs in cancer and AIDS. Feigning anger, Qin's father turned to Qin Hao and declared, from now on, you will cook every day. Since lunch hasn't been prepared yet. Today's meal is your responsibility. He was eager to test his son's culinary skills, had it not been for the program's broadcast. He would have remained in the dark about this talent. Qin's mother, equally enlivened, had also discovered this through the program, marveling that her son's cooking prowess rivaled that of the head chef of the Culinary Association. At first, hearing that his father wanted him to cook, he felt a wave of gloom wash over him. Typically, every time he returned home, he was greeted with an abundance of delicious food and drink, requiring no effort on his part. However, the thought of his impending departure struck him. Perhaps it would be many years before he would see his parents again. All right. I shall prepare the meal, and you can savor my cooking, Qin Hao remarked with a smile, then promptly made his way to the kitchen to busy himself. Curious. Both Qin's father and mother lingered in the kitchen for a while. After observing for a moment, they exchanged silent nods of approval. His culinary skills were undeniably impressive. Subsequently, they ventured into the living room. Mom, are you aware of the recent rankings disclosed on television? The list of the world's wealthiest individuals, and the breakthroughs in cancer treatment. At that moment, Luo Qingxue felt a surge of eagerness to share, unable to restrain herself. Once in the room, Qin's father cast a glance toward the kitchen, uncertain if his daughter-in-law had informed their son about the program's production team. What if she wished to keep it under wraps for a little longer? Upon hearing this, Luo Qingxue immediately sensed that her in-laws were indeed aware of the situation. After entering the room, she curiously asked, when did you find out, Mom and Dad? It's that live broadcast exploring one's other half, Qin's mother replied. Realization dawned upon Luo Qingxue. However, a sudden doubt struck her. The production team's live stream had been restricted from local viewers at the outset. Local viewers couldn't access the broadcast unless they deliberately searched for it. Under normal circumstances, how would her in-laws have specifically sought out the production team's live stream? Did you stumble upon it while watching videos? Luo Qingxue inquired. Qin's father shook his head. No. It was a call from Xiao Hao's supervisor, urging me and his mother to pay attention to the production team's live stream. Oh, I see, Luo Qingxue responded. Her curiosity piqued. So, you learned about it through the live stream? Not exactly. In truth, your father and I have known about some of this for quite a while. Let me tell you, Xiao Hao recognized all the Chinese characters at a very young age. Throughout primary and middle school, he consistently ranked first in his class. By the age of 19, he became a national scholar. As Qin's mother recounted this, she worried that her daughter-in-law might not fully grasp the significance, and emphasized. A national scholar, an academician, do you understand? That is even more formidable than a postdoctoral researcher. Luo Qingxue stared at Qin's mother in astonishment. 19. A national scholar at 19. That is extraordinary. She had assumed her husband, even if he were indeed a national scholar, would have received such an accolade in his 20s. Yet, listening to this, something felt amiss. Could it be that her husband had conquered cancer at the age of 19? Perhaps the medication was still undergoing clinical trials at that time. Luo Qingxue felt a sense of bewilderment wash over her. She recalled the footage aired on television announcing her husband's triumph over cancer, where he appeared clad in full protective gear, even wearing goggles. Making it impossible for her to ascertain his age when he achieved this feat. The broadcast mentioned that the video was several years old, but how many years exactly? Suddenly, she remembered an earlier live session where she had had her husband conversing with the president of Qin Hao University in Zhongyu. It is said that during her working hours, her husband retreats to another room to conduct research. Luo Qingxue felt a sense of confusion. She wondered whether the diseases her husband had conquered were before or after their marriage. Perhaps he had triumphed over cancer prior to their union and later tackled AIDS and pulmonary heart disease. She was not entirely certain, yet it seemed of little consequence. Ultimately, her husband was undeniably remarkable. Seeing her daughter-in-law's astonished expression, Qin's mother offered reassurance, stating that one simply becomes accustomed to it. Her husband and she had long since adapted. Luo Qingxue felt that she, too, could gradually acclimate. By the way, did Xiaohai mention anything else to you? Qin's father inquired curiously. He mentioned he could cook. And he also spoke of winning 10 million in the lottery a few years ago. He has yet to tell me about conquering diseases or his connection to the world's wealthiest, Luo Qingxue replied. Perhaps he believes that even if he told you, you might not believe him, Qin's father mused. Luo Qingxue nodded in agreement. By the way, Mom and Dad, please refrain from mentioning the live broadcast by the program group until he confides in me. I will tell him then. She found herself both angry and amused at her husband's ability to deceive her, especially since he did so without the slightest blush, his fabrications flowing so naturally. If her husband were to pursue an acting career, he would undoubtedly be an award-winning actor. Qin's mother nodded repeatedly, assuring her, rest easy, we won't say a word. Qin's father chuckled, he will likely tell you soon. Luo Qingxue nodded in acknowledgement. Soon after, they returned to the living room, where a knock at the door echoed. The robot, Suyu, went to answer it. Upon opening the door, two tall and stunning women entered. They introduced themselves, I am Xiaoran, and I am Xiaoyin. Please, come in, Suyu welcomed them, already aware that the two robots would arrive today. At that moment, Qin Hao emerged from the kitchen. Having just received a message from Linian informing him of the robot's arrival. Mom and Dad, these two are robots arranged through connections, Qin Hao explained with a smile. His parents, already privy to some of his affairs, deduced that these robots were the same ones recently featured on television. However, with Luo Qingxue present, he chose to explain it this way. After some clarification, the matter was finally settled. The household was bustling, with 5 robots joining Qin Hao and his family, making a total of 10 people in the living room. Qin's mother beamed with joy. The more family members present, the better the atmosphere, which had often felt rather desolate. Having 2 robots around would certainly liven things up. At 11:30, Qin Hao finished preparing the meal, and the family gathered to dine. This is delicious, Qin's mother exclaimed after sampling a few dishes. Son, why not stay at home for a few days? Could you cook more delightful meals during your stay? Qin Hao chuckled. Tomorrow, you all should come over to my place. I have plenty of ingredients, and everything turns out well there. By the way, tomorrow, my father-in-law and mother-in-law will also join us. All right, then we shall go together tomorrow, Qin's mother replied happily. As the family enjoyed their meal, their phones chimed with incoming messages almost simultaneously. Due to the recent influx of significant news, whenever their phones chimed, regardless of whether it was spam, they would take a glance. Or, a new ranking list will be announced tomorrow, I wonder what it will entail, remarked Qin's mother upon noticing the news on her browser. Qin's father chuckled lightly, whatever the ranking may be, it is certainly worth a look. Yes, let us gather as a family to watch while we dine tomorrow, chimed in Luo Qingxue with a smile. Though she was aware that the subsequent rankings bore little relevance to her husband, her curiosity about the new list remained. Qin Hao merely smiled without comment. The news had only mentioned that a new ranking would be unveiled tomorrow, without specifying its nature, leaving him equally uninformed. Nevertheless, he deemed any announcement worthy of attention. The family continued their meal, engaging in casual conversation. After finishing their dinner, Qin Shu began to play with several robots. Qin's parents, intrigued by the robots, pondered over them like curious children. It was not until 8:30 in the evening that the family of three, accompanied by the three robots, returned home. Upon arrival, they took a shower and then frolicked for a while. "Mom and Dad, I want to sleep between you," declared Qin Hao. "The middle is the most comfortable." "Both your arms are cozy," Qin Hao chuckled as he pulled their daughter between them. Luo Qingxue also laughed softly but felt a twinge of confusion. Was it time for bed already? Although she did not constantly dwell on such matters, there were days when her work consumed her mental energy. And she longed for rest upon returning home. At times, she wasn't particularly inclined, but if her husband desired it, she typically wouldn't refuse, except during times when she felt unwell. She picked up her phone to send a message to Qin Hao. "Is Luo Qingxue already asleep?" Qin Hao felt a bead of sweat at the thought. He was not made of iron, nor did he feel the urge every day. However, if his wife wanted it, he generally wouldn't decline, unless he was in poor condition. "I'm fine, how about you?" he replied. "I'm alright as well," came Luo Qingxue's response. Uncertain, Qin Hao inquired, "Then shall we sleep?" "Alright," she affirmed. They put away their phones and soon settled down for the night. Having gone to bed late the previous evening and risen early that day, they quickly succumbed to slumber. The next day, after finishing breakfast at 8, Suyu headed to the kitchen to wash and chop vegetables, preparing the ingredients while Qin Hao took on the rest of the cooking. Shortly after 9, Luo's parents and Qin's parents arrived in succession, instantly livening up the household. "Xiao, how many dishes will you prepare for lunch?" inquired Qin's mother curiously. 18 dishes, Qin Hao replied with a light chuckle, wishing to make a variety in honor of the larger gathering. Upon hearing this, Qin's mother felt a surge of anticipation, having enjoyed her son's cooking the previous day. She was somewhat nostalgic. At that moment, Luo's mother suggested, "Let the robots assist you." Qin Hao laughed, "The vegetables are already chopped, I can handle the rest." By 10:30, he headed to the kitchen to begin cooking while Luo's father and others engaged in light conversation. At this moment, Father Luo remarked that the new rankings would be revealed at 12 o'clock, leaving them curious about the nature of this list. Father Qin, equally intrigued, suggested they wait and see. As they turned on the television, they engaged in casual conversation while watching the screen. At that moment, the live broadcast from Long Media had already amassed over 300 million viewers, all eagerly anticipating the new rankings to be unveiled at noon. Countless spectators tuned into the news channel, waiting for the announcement of the list. Across the globe, many were keenly interested in the rankings that Long Country was about to disclose. The most attentive among them were the elite and affluent from various nations, including the third richest man in the world, Messick. Messick wore a slightly serious expression as he spoke to his assistant, instructing him to visit Long Country the following day to negotiate the supply of integrated plasma batteries and electric control systems. He had learned during a recent robotics competition that the robots utilized integrated plasma batteries paired with exceptional electric control technology. If these cutting-edge technologies were applied to new energy vehicles, they could achieve a remarkable range of over 1,800 kilometers on a single charge. Such a distance was indeed impressive. Should these two technologies be adopted, Messick's company would undoubtedly see significant sales in the new energy vehicle sector. The assistant nodded in agreement, affirming he would head to Long Country the next day. Messick, however, gazed intently at the television, falling into a moment of silence as a sense of pessimism washed over him. Given that Long Country had mastered the latest battery and electric control technologies, it was likely that any supply of batteries would primarily benefit domestic new energy vehicles. If that were the case, they would fall far behind in this burgeoning market. While Messick focused on the rankings from Long Country, the elite from around the world were equally preoccupied. The mere mention of the rankings kept them awake at night, robbing them of their appetites. Each time Long Country unveiled a list, the outcomes invariably astonished them. They were genuinely apprehensive about what groundbreaking technology Long Country might have conquered this time. Time swiftly passed, and noon arrived. Qin Hao managed to control 3 cooking stations, finally completing the meal. At that moment, the television and Long Media's live stream shifted, displaying 5 prominent words, Global Fighter Aircraft Rankings. Upon seeing this announcement, Father Luo felt a surge of excitement. He declared that only 3 countries possessed 5th-generation fighters: Long Country, Heaven Country, then Bear Country. With the Shenlong 20 fighter jet having a late mover advantage, he speculated it could secure the top position. Even if not first, it would at least come in second. Further, Qin nodded in agreement with Father Luo's assessment. Simultaneously, countless viewers witnessed the emergence of the 5 words on their screens: Global Fighter Aircraft Rankings. Many from various nations sighed in resignation or remained silent upon viewing the list. Indeed, only 3 countries boasted 5th-generation fighters. While the majority relied on 3rd-generation aircraft or even 2nd-generation models, with some lacking any 1st-generation fighters altogether. Upon witnessing this list, the citizens of Kimchi Nation wore expressions of discontent, for their nation possesses no 5th-generation fighter jets. Similarly, the inhabitants of the island nation displayed faces of displeasure. As the 3rd-largest global economy, they too lack a domestically developed 5th-generation aircraft. In contrast, those from nations with 5th-generation jets, such as the United States, could not help but raise their fists in triumph, proclaiming, "Our F-22 is undoubtedly the best in the world. The F-22, the world's finest." Meanwhile, the populace of Dragon Nation, with over 300 million viewers in Dragon Media's live stream, engaged in fervent discussions. As countless opinions swirled, the television screen began to unveil the rankings of global fighter jets: 1. Shenlong 22. F-22 3. Bear 57. Upon the revelation of this list, the citizens of Dragon Nation were visibly agitated, expressing their anger and disbelief. What a ridiculous ranking. Just because you published it, you place your Shenlong 20 at the top. Shenlong 20 as number 1? Absurd. The F-22 is the true world leader. Perhaps the Shenlong 20 deserves 2nd place at best. The elite of the heavenly nation also reacted poorly to this ranking. The F-22, once a dominant aircraft with no rivals, found its supremacy challenged when the Shenlong 20 emerged years ago. Initially, they dismissed the Shenlong 20, concluding that, given Dragon Nation's capabilities, their 5th-generation fighter could not rival the F-22. However, as information about the Shenlong 20 became available, they began to take it seriously. Amidst the discussions, the television broadcasted specific parameters of the aircraft. First place is Shenlong 20, engine thrust, the 169, superior, radar cross-section, 0. 027, minimal, stealth material, 3rd-generation graphene, excellent, radar detection range, 300 km, superior, distributed optical aperture system, excellent, electro-optical targeting system, excellent, air-to-air missile 15 range, 200 km, excellent, air-to-air missile 15 dual data link. Interference resistance, world-class, excellent, combat radius, 1,800 km, excellent, 2nd place, F-22, engine thrust, 156, inferior, radar cross-section, 0. 01, minimal, stealth material, 1st generation, inferior, radar detection range, 200 km, inferior, combat radius, 750 km, inferior. As these specifications were unveiled, many fixated on the details. The discussions in the Dragon Media livestream reached a fever pitch, with participants from the United States and other nations contributing their thoughts. Our F-22 has seen combat, while your Shenlong 20 lacks any operational record. If a confrontation occurred, the 22 would undoubtedly prevail. The dark-wing configuration of your Shenlong 20 is its greatest flaw, far inferior to our F-22. In response, the viewers from Dragon Nation could not help but retaliate against these comments. The Shenlong 20 inferior to the F-22? This is the largest joke I have ever heard. Even before the engine upgrade, the overall capabilities of the Shenlong 20 far surpassed those of your Mining 22. It is utterly laughable. Aside from its stealth capabilities and minimal radar cross-section, does the Mining 22 possess any superior attributes compared to the Shenlong 20? Please provide an example. The audience in the live stream is engaged in discussion, and people from around the world are also weighing in. At this moment, Qin Hao and several others, including Luo's father and Qin's father, are partaking in the discourse. Xiao Hao, what do you think about our Shenlong 20 fighter jet compared to the Mining 22 in actual combat? I am curious to hear your perspective, as you are quite knowledgeable. Inquired Luo's father, eager for the insights of his son-in-law. Qin Hao responded, even before the engine upgrade of the Shenlong fighter, if we were to engage in combat, the Shenlong 20 would have a greater chance of victory over the Mining 22. After a brief pause, he continued, the definition of a fifth-generation fighter includes beyond visual range capability, supersonic cruising, high maneuverability, and stealth. In a direct confrontation between fifth-generation fighters, close-range dogfighting is highly unlikely. Engagements typically occur at considerable distances with missile exchanges. Qin Hao elaborated. The radar detection range of the Shenlong 20 exceeds that of the Ming-22, and the air-to-air missiles it carries have a longer range as well. While both are stealth fighters, the Shenlong 20 has a slightly larger radar cross-section compared to the Ming-22, though the disparity is minimal. In practical combat scenarios, the Shenlong 20 is more likely to detect the Ming-22 first. The stealth coating on the Ming-22 employs first-generation stealth materials, which can evade radar detection. But the friction with air during flight generates significant heat. In contrast, the Shenlong 20's distributed aperture system, complemented by its electro-optical targeting system, can capture the heat generated by the Ming-22 during flight, allowing for swift targeting. Luo's further nodded in agreement, aligning with his own thoughts. While the Ming-22 is indeed formidable when compared to the Shenlong 20, even before the engine upgrade, the latter had several superior aspects despite having a lower engine thrust at that time. He recalled how, due to the inferiority of the Shenlong 20's engine, it faced heavy criticism, with many asserting that it could not compete with the Ming-22 in actual combat. Upon reading those comments, he felt an urge to retort. Although a powerful engine is an advantage, can a mere increase in speed determine the outcome of a battle between fifth-generation fighters? At that moment, he perceived those critics as lacking understanding. Qin's father also nodded in agreement, stating, now, the engine issues have been resolved. Apart from a slight reduction in stealth capabilities due to the canard design, the Shenlong 20 excels in all other respects compared to the Ming-22. Qin Hao gently shook his head, asserting, in terms of stealth capabilities, the Shenlong 20 surpasses the Ming-22. One cannot solely rely on radar cross-section. The Shenlong 20 utilizes a third-generation graphene stealth coating, which not only evades radar scanning but also does not generate significant heat during flight. In contrast, the Ming-22 produces substantial heat while flying, making it easier for the Shenlong 20 to detect. Qin's father, in truth, he did not fully comprehend the nuances. He merely knew that in the past, the Shenlong 20 had often been criticized for its engines, unable to compete with the Ming-22. However, as he delved deeper into the subject, he realized that the outcome of fifth-generation aircraft battles was not predominantly determined by their engines, and in fact, the relationship was rather tenuous. Furthermore, before the engine upgrades, the Shenlong 20's engine was quite commendable. From time to time, both Qin's father and Luo's father would pose inquiries about the Shenlong 20 and the Ming-22, to which Qin Hao patiently elucidated. As for Qin's mother, Luo's mother, and Luo Qingxue, their understanding was limited. They simply recognized that the Shenlong 20 was indeed exceptional. Qin's mother held her son in the highest regard, unwaveringly believing in whatever he asserted. For her, her son's word was infallible. At that moment, Luo Qingxue also harbored a blind admiration for Qin Hao. If her husband proclaimed the Shenlong fighter jet to be the finest, then it surely was. Qin's father, with a raised brow, voiced his curiosity, noting that the Ming-22 fell short in numerous aspects compared to the Shenlong 20. Surely, the Ming-22's avionics could be upgraded, couldn't they? Qin Hao gently shook his head and explained that the aerodynamic design of the Ming-22 was immutable. Even if one sought to enhance its avionics, the improvements would be minimal at best, rendering it impossible to reach the performance level of the Shenlong 20. Qin's father nodded, feeling a swell of pride, exclaiming, so our Shenlong 20 is invincible then? Qin Hao, however, gently shook his head again. Qin's father, momentarily bewildered, recalled how his son had just extolled the virtues of the Shenlong 20, suggesting that it was indeed unbeatable. So why the contradiction now? Qin Hao clarified, let us not forget the Ming-35 E2 is a fifth-generation aircraft, and its avionics are not significantly inferior to those of the Shenlong 20. The gap is minimal. The Ming-35 was developed to address the shortcomings of the Ming-22. Together, these two fifth-generation aircraft complement each other. Luo's father, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow and inquired, if the Shenlong 20 were to confront both the Ming-22 and the Ming-35 simultaneously, which would prevail? That is difficult to ascertain, Qin Hao pondered before responding. Modern warfare is predominantly characterized by system-based operations, with direct aerial engagements between individual aircraft being rare, unless, of course, a great power faces a smaller nation. If both are great powers, the outcome hinges on the operational systems at play. Luo's father and Qin's father nodded in agreement. Initially, they believed they possessed considerable knowledge. Yet as the conversation progressed, it became evident that Qin Hao's understanding surpassed their own. Luo's father had not anticipated that his son-in-law would be so well versed in aviation matters. In addition to his expertise in pharmaceuticals. At that moment, countless individuals around the globe were engaged in discussions, primarily debating the superiority of the Shenlong 20 versus the Mi-Ing 22. While the Mi-Ing 35 surprisingly did not feature prominently in the discourse. As for the Bear Nation's Bear 57 fighter jet, it attracted the least attention. As its stealth capabilities had not reached the true standards of a fifth-generation aircraft, leading many online commentators to deride it as a 75th-generation fighter. Nevertheless, the fact that the Shenlong 20, the Mi-Ing 22, and the Mi-Ing 35 were the subjects of such fervent debate underscored their status as the most controversial aircraft in the eyes of countless observers worldwide. As for Bear 57, although it possesses considerable strength in certain aspects, surpassing even the Shenlong 20 and Mi-Ing 22 in some respects, its overall capabilities fall short, particularly in terms of stealth, which is significantly lacking. It can only be classified as a 475th generation fighter jet. Amidst the discussions of countless individuals, the television screen suddenly shifted. Revealing a few words, on October 1st, the identity of the conqueror of the fighter jet engine was publicly disclosed. Upon seeing this statement, the expressions of the Dragon Kingdom's citizens shifted dramatically. They believed that someone who had conquered a fighter jet engine should have their identity kept strictly confidential. Why reveal it to the public? In the live stream, the numerous viewers began to flood the comments section, fervently suggesting that the identity of the conqueror should be kept secret and not disclosed. Why reveal the identity of such an individual? Shouldn't it be kept confidential? Are they not afraid of being targeted? This is madness. The identity of the engine conqueror is best concealed, making it public is far too perilous. Indeed, confidentiality is of utmost importance. While countless viewers demanded the strict confidentiality of the individual's identity, speculations began to arise in the live stream. Generally, such individuals are only publicly acknowledged if they have passed away. Why disclose the identity? This approach seems misguided. According to our Dragon Kingdom's customs, such matters are typically kept confidential unless the individual has died. Upon reading these comments, a sense of dread gripped the viewers. Had the person indeed passed away? The individual who conquered the fighter jet engine gone? If that were the case, I extend my deepest respects. I hope they are still alive, however. If they have indeed departed, I still pay my respects. It was you who resolved the engine issues for the Dragon Kingdom, propelling significant advancements in this field. Salutations. At that moment, Qin Hao was also watching the Dragon Media live stream, bemused as he noticed the audience speculating about his demise. He was very much alive, enjoying a comfortable life, feeling both amused and warmed by the sentiments expressed by the viewers. Their comments reflected the patriotic spirit of the nation's citizens. From the discussions in the live stream, it was evident that the majority of the Dragon Kingdom's populace retained a deep sense of patriotism, which endeared them to him. Luo's father was also observing the live stream comments, and his expression darkened slightly, indicating his discomfort. He remarked that the disclosure of the individual's identity, following tradition, likely meant that the person had passed away. He silently offered his blessings, wishing that they were faring well in another world. Qin's father sighed and patted Luo's father on the shoulder, aware that Luo's father had a lineage tied to warfare, as evidenced by the honorable family plaque still hanging at their door. Luo's father was the epitome of a patriotic individual. Qin Hao thought to himself that he was very much alive, yet expressing this truth might lead to reprimands. He pondered how his father-in-law would react upon discovering that he was the one who conquered the fighter jet engine. Would he call him brother directly? Such a revelation would complicate their relationship. Surely, his father-in-law would be understanding, Qin Hao reassured himself, hoping for a slight nod from Luo Fu. His mood remained far from buoyant, still struggling to regain his composure. At this moment, the world's elite, particularly those of the Heavenly Kingdom, were keenly attentive to the announcement on television regarding the revelation of a certain identity on October 1st. Naturally, they were pleased at the prospect. However, upon deeper reflection, their brows furrowed slightly based on their understanding of the Dragon Kingdom. If such an identity were to be publicly disclosed, it likely indicated that the individual in question had already passed away. A death, indeed, was a fortunate occurrence for them. The demise of such a person would undoubtedly be beneficial to their interests. After a brief pause, one of the high-ranking dignitaries spoke, suggesting that they should devise a means to lure the eminent Qin Hao, who had conquered cancer and AIDS, to their domain, perhaps under the pretense of awarding him the Nobel Prize. The speaker's mind was stirred with ambition. Though he currently could not uncover Qin Hao's identity, the allure of the Nobel Prize would surely reach him through intermediaries. Should Qin Hao be enticed by fame and fortune, the negotiations could ensue for him to relocate to their territory. If he proved unwilling to emigrate, then there remained no alternative but to eliminate him. Individuals like Qin Hao, who had triumphed over cancer, AIDS, and pulmonary heart disease, were invaluable. Should he persist in pharmaceutical research, conquering further ailments and potentially supplanting existing medications, the Dragon Kingdom would ascend to the pinnacle of the global manufacturing sector within a few years. The wealth generated from pharmaceuticals alone would be immense, and they would never allow such a scenario to unfold. If they could not win Qin Hao over, they would be compelled to destroy him. Meanwhile, the Qin family enjoyed a meal and engaged in conversation, not departing until after 8 in the evening. Soon, only Qin Hao, Luo Qingxue, and Qin Shu remained in the house, while 3 robotic aides busied themselves with cleaning the dishes and tidying up. "Let us wash up and head to bed," Qin Hao suggested, gently ruffling his daughter's hair. His daughter maintained a regular sleep schedule, typically retiring by 9 o'clock. After her bath, it was nearly time for sleep. Shortly thereafter, the Luo Qingxue took their daughter to bed while Qin Hao retreated to the bathroom alone. After his shower, he settled into bed. After some playful antics, Qin Shu began to feel drowsy and turned to her father, saying, "Daddy, give me your arm." Upon hearing this, Qin Hao offered his arm as a pillow for her neck. Feeling a bit weary himself, he turned to Luo Qingxue and asked, "Shall we sleep?" She nodded, also sensing her own fatigue, and soon all 3 drifted into slumber. As Qin Hao closed his eyes, sleep eluded him for a while as thoughts of leaving his wife and child weighed heavily on his heart. Especially in these fleeting days where each passing moment meant one less together. The more days that slipped by, the more reluctant he felt to part from them. He slowly opened his eyes. Although the room was shrouded in darkness, the moonlight and street lamps outside cast a gentle glow within. He gazed at his daughter, breathing steadily in his embrace alongside his wife, and his heart ached with longing. Sighing inwardly, Qin Hao lamented that his participation in the 328 project was imperative, which meant separation from his family. In that moment, he could only wish for the project's smooth progress, hoping it would be conquered in the shortest time possible, so that he might return home and reunite with his wife and child sooner rather than later. The following day, after having breakfast, Qin Shu was first taken to kindergarten. At this moment, Luo Qingxue linked her arm with Qin Hao's, her face illuminated with a smile as she asked, "Where shall we go to play now?" "Where do you wish to go?" Qin Hao inquired with a grin. After pondering for a moment, Luo Qingxue proposed, "Shall we go to the mall to buy some clothes?" Qin Hao nodded slightly, acknowledging that he needed formal attire to attend an event on the 101st, where he would present himself to the world, an opportune moment to purchase a suit. Subsequently, the couple ventured to the mall, entering a shopping spree mode, filling the trunk of their car with their purchases throughout the day. "All right, let us head back to pick up our daughter from school," Qin Hao remarked with a light chuckle. "Let's go," replied Luo Qingxue. Qin Hao smiled again, driving to the kindergarten to collect their daughter before returning home. Shortly after arriving, just as he sipped his tea, his phone rang with an incoming call. Upon glancing at the caller ID, he retreated to the bedroom to answer the phone. "Director Li," Qin Hao greeted. On the other end, Director Li spoke, "I have just received news that the Heavenly Kingdom wishes to ascertain your true identity, intending to award you the Nobel Prize." Qin Hao felt perplexed. A person like him would never set foot abroad, not even near the borders of neighboring countries if he could help it. Director Li, being the head of the research institute, should have been aware of this fact. "Why are you telling me this?" Qin Hao questioned. With a faint smile, Director Li replied, I was wondering if it would be possible to award you the prize without you leaving the country. If you were to receive the Nobel Prize on the day of your true identity revelation on October 1st, they would likely be incensed. Qin Hao was left speechless. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, "As for the Nobel Prize, let it be. I have little interest in such accolades." "Very well, I called to inquire about your opinion," the director said before pausing, his tone growing somewhat grave. "In a few days, a private plane will secretly transport your entire family to the capital, including your parents and your in-laws." Upon hearing this, Qin Hao felt a wave of headache wash over him. Only his parents were somewhat aware of his identity, while his wife, the children, and in-laws remained completely oblivious. If they were to be sent to the capital soon, his parents would certainly have no objections. However, he was more concerned about his in-laws, as his marriage to Luo Qingxue had placed her and her parents in a relatively precarious situation. The thought filled him with guilt, leaving him uncertain about how to broach the topic with his in-laws. Although they treated him well and held him in high regard, it was evident that their primary concern was for their daughter's well-being. As parents, particularly in-laws, they did not seek for Luo Qingxue to marry into wealth and privilege. They simply wished for her happiness. Over the years, they had perceived her joy since marrying him, which naturally brought them joy as well. Yet, if he were to disclose his identity to them now, would they blame him for placing Luo Qingxue and themselves in a position requiring constant vigilance? Sighing inwardly, Qin Hao felt a wave of frustration. Today was the 19th, and on the 1st, his identity would be publicly revealed. He must leave for the capital a few days in advance, at the latest by the 28th, to accompany his family. Prior to this journey, he must also inform his parents-in-law and his wife about his identity, which means he needs to be candid with them by the 25th at the latest. Today is the 19th, leaving him a mere 6 days, with an exceedingly tight time frame. On the other end of the line, Director Li pondered for a moment before slowly stating, "In the capital, 3 residences have been prepared, one for your wife and child, another for your parents, and the last for your in-laws. Your workplace has also arranged everything for your family, including schooling for the children. You should take the opportunity to communicate openly with them in the coming days. But refrain from mentioning anything regarding weapon development. I will find an opportunity to discuss it with them," Qin Hao replied after a moment of silence. After a brief conversation, the call ended. Qin Hao then stepped out of his room and noticed Luo Qingxue teaching their daughter arithmetic. He approached to observe. At that moment, Luo Qingxue was testing their daughter's mental calculation skills. She asked, "What is 10 minus 8? 2, Qin Hao answered without hesitation. Luo Qingxue continued, "What about 5 plus 5? 10, replied Qin Hao. "And 3 times 6? 18. Qin Hao exclaimed. Luo Qingxue had initially intended to test her daughter on addition and subtraction. But upon hearing her consistently correct answers, she playfully introduced multiplication. To her surprise, her daughter was adept at it as well. "Do kindergartens teach multiplication now?" Luo Qingxue questioned, astonished at Qin Hao's proficiency. Qin Hao shook her head. "They don't teach it." Luo Qingxue, perplexed, inquired, "If they don't teach multiplication, how do you know it?" "My grandparents tested me before. They said that when Dad was 4, he knew all the characters, and he could do addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division by the time he was in kindergarten. After I learned what kindergarten taught, my grandparents taught me multiplication and division. And I learned it in just a few days," Qin Hao explained. Luo Qingxue was taken aback. "You learned it in just a few days? But you are only 4. She recalled her in-laws mentioning that Qin Hao had recognized all Chinese characters at 4, consistently ranked first in primary and secondary school, and astonishingly became an academician at 19. With such formidable genes from her husband, it was evident that their daughter had inherited a considerable amount of intellect. Given that she herself graduated from a prestigious university, their daughter's intellectual potential must surely surpass that of many from birth. Now, what is 3 times 3 plus 3 minus 3? Qin Hao paused with a light chuckle. 9. Qin Hao quickly calculated, then turned to her father. "Am I correct, Daddy?" Indeed, Qin Hao smiled, ruffling his daughter's hair affectionately. At that moment, Luo Qingxue pondered whether her daughter might one day become a national prodigy. However, after some reflection, she felt the likelihood was slim. After all, There were parents who were both teachers and had good academic records, yet their children turned out to be underachievers. However, most of the children raised have turned out rather well. As for her daughter, even if she does not become a prodigy in the future, it is highly probable that she will not be lacking in capability. At this moment, Luo Qingxue found herself pondering the idea of having several more children, hoping that at least one of them would attain the status of an academician. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to her husband's genes. Luo Qingxue then took to the internet, curious about the cost associated with in vitro fertilization, particularly when utilizing the sperm of a postdoctoral fellow. She discovered that for graduates from prestigious institutions like 985 or 211, the fee for using their sperm could reach up to 100,000 yuan. While if the sperm were donated, it would only amount to around 10,000 yuan. The disparity struck her as quite bewildering, if she were a man. She could easily amass a fortune through this avenue. Intrigued, she searched for information regarding prodigies but found no relevant results. At that moment, Qin Hao glanced at Luo Qingxue's phone and was taken aback by the nature of her search, inquiring, "What are you looking this up for?" Luo Qingxue, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "I was just curious about how much it costs to use the sperm of highly educated individuals for IVF. I couldn't find any information about prodigies." Qin Hao, speechless, nevertheless had some knowledge on the matter. For prodigies, it would likely cost around 1 million yuan. Perhaps even more. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingxue was left in shock, exclaiming, "1 million? That's outrageous." She reflected on the years gone by and felt a sense of waste. Seeing the astonished expression on Luo Qingxue's face, Qin Hao couldn't help but chuckle. Over the 5 years they had been together, if they were to quantify it in monetary terms, his wife had spent several hundred million just on food alone. "Dad, what is this about prodigies costing 1 million? Qin Xiu, nearby, was utterly confused. "Oh, it's nothing," Qin Hao replied lightly. After dinner, they took a shower and engaged in playful banter. At that point, Luo Qingxue sent a message to Qin Hao, indicating that once their daughter fell asleep, they would move to the adjacent bedroom. Qin Hao glanced at the message and nodded gently in acknowledgement. By 9 that evening, Qin Xiu felt drowsy and went to bed. After waiting for another half hour to ensure their daughter was sound asleep, Luo Qingxue and Qin Hao made their way to another room. The following day, after sending their daughter off to kindergarten, Luo Qingxue clung to Qin Hao, who had yet to rise by 10 o'clock. "Darling, we haven't taken any precautions this month. And I have a feeling I might be pregnant." At this, Luo Qingxue suddenly laughed and proposed to Qin Hao, "How about we have a few more children?" Upon hearing this, Qin Hao's expression darkened slightly as the realization struck him he had forgotten. He was due to depart soon. And now was not the time to allow Luo Qingxue to conceive. If she were pregnant and he could not be there to care for her, it would be a grave concern, especially if she went into labor without his presence. Reflecting on this, Qin Hao felt a pang of anxiety. Earlier in the month, Luo Qingxue had expressed a desire for a son, and since then, they had abstained from precautions. At that time, he had not anticipated being involved in the 328 project. Now, adopting any preventive measures would be too late, and he sensed that the likelihood of his wife conceiving this month was exceedingly high, given that they had not taken any precautions for the past 20 days. "Darling, what is wrong with you?" Upon witnessing the subtle shifts in Qin Hao's expression, Luo Qingxue found herself enveloped in a cloud of confusion. Did not her husband desire a child as well? Why this unexpected reaction? Logically, their financial situation was stable. Even if Qin Hao became preoccupied with work, it should not impede her ability to conceive. What could be the cause of his demeanor? Qin Hao cast a glance at her, a flicker of agitation stirring within him. He wished for his wife not to become pregnant this month. Yet desire alone could not alter reality, he had to prepare for the worst. If she were to conceive, what then? His involvement in the 328 project was inevitable. And he was to lead it. "What is troubling you? Why this reaction?" As Luo Qingxue observed Qin Hao's furrowed brow and contemplative expression, her mind began to spiral into speculation. Was everything not well just moments ago? Why, upon the mention of her potential pregnancy, did he suddenly exhibit such a strong response? Was not pregnancy a joyous occasion? Is there something on your mind? If so, please share it rather than keeping it bottled up, she urged after a moment of silence. Sighing inwardly, Qin Hao was at a loss for words. How could he reveal that he was on the brink of departure for several years? If he were to vocalize such a thought, it would certainly darken her countenance from that moment forth. Initially, he had intended to keep Luo Qingxue in high spirits during this period. Will you speak or not? Luo Qingxue sat up, fixating her gaze on Qin Hao, eager to understand the magnitude of his reaction to the possibility of her pregnancy. Taking a deep breath, Qin Hao managed to compose himself, donning a smile as he addressed her. I was merely jesting, did I not portray it convincingly? Luo Qingxue regarded him with skepticism. Jesting? To frighten me? She found it hard to believe. His earlier demeanor had not seemed feigned, despite her awareness of his acting prowess. Yet, the impression he left was genuine. If he were not pretending, why such an exaggerated response upon learning of her potential condition? It seemed implausible. As a pharmaceutical researcher, even if he returned to work, it would not disrupt their daily life. Whether she became pregnant or gave birth, it posed no significant impact. After much contemplation, she looked at Qin Hao, uncertain. Are you truly acting? Otherwise, what could it be? Qin Hao pulled her closer, chuckling gently. Your pregnancy is a delightful prospect. I would be overjoyed, not discontented. Luo Qingxue pondered this, realizing he was right. She should expect her husband to be happy about her pregnancy. Financial concerns were non-existent, and other apprehensions seemed trivial. As for suspicions of infidelity, that was utterly unfathomable. After all, the beautiful Jiang and Lin Yan had appeared in the live broadcasts from the production team. Especially Lin Yan. It seems she has an affection for her husband, yet her husband remains innocent in his dealings with Lin Yan, does he not? After various analysis, Luo Qingxue finally felt at ease. I want to have 2 children, how about that? Luo Qingxue said with a smile as she gazed at Qin Hao. I'll bear you a football team. Qin Hao, slightly sweating, replied, why so many? 2 or 3 would suffice. Then let it be 3, Luo Qingxue declared, the merrier at home. Indeed, Qin Hao responded. Suddenly, Luo Qingxue recalled something and hesitated to speak. What is it? Qin Hao inquired, puzzled. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Qingxue cautiously articulated, I am an only child, and my father actually hopes for a child to carry the Luo surname. Qin Hao nodded lightly, that is acceptable. Luo Qingxue was momentarily taken aback, was he truly agreeing so readily? She had anticipated that her husband might feel discomfort regarding this matter. Don't you need to think it over? She asked uncertainly. Qin Hao embraced her, chuckling softly, what is there to ponder? Whether the child bears my surname or yours, they are still our offspring. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingxue felt warmth envelop her heart and nestled closer to Qin Hao. My parents do not favor sons over daughters. Their primary concern is lineage. Qin Hao nodded, understanding completely, that is quite natural, do not overthink it. With a sigh, Luo Qingxue continued, in truth, my parents also desired a second child back then, but they were hindered by the family planning policy. Qin Hao merely nodded in silence. The notion of the child bearing Luo Qingxue's surname and being registered under her father's household was inconsequential to him. After all, they were all his children. At present, he grappled with his impending departure, coupled with the possibility of Luo Qingxue becoming pregnant. Calculating the timeline, her last menstrual period had commenced on the 23rd of last month and lasted 7 days consistently. Thus, her next period was expected to arrive on the 23rd of this month. If it did not arrive by then, the likelihood of her being pregnant would be substantial. Today was the 20th. Do you have any abdominal pain? Any discomfort? Qin Hao recalled that his wife often experienced unease 2 days prior to her period. Luo Qingxue replied, no, but I feel perfectly well. Just as she spoke, she remembered her own discomfort during the 2 days leading up to her period. With tomorrow being the 21st, if she felt no symptoms by then, it was highly probable she had conceived. This thought ignited a surge of excitement within her, and she exclaimed to Qin Hao, I think I might be pregnant. Qin Hao felt a wave of despair wash over him. This news was not particularly fortuitous for him. He was bound for the wilderness for many years, and with his wife pregnant and giving birth, he would be unable to be by her side. The thought filled him with guilt. He feigned a cheerful demeanor. Pregnancy is wonderful. Let us ponder what name to bestow upon the child. Naming can wait. I will first share the joyous news with my parents and mention the child's surname will be Luo, Luo Qingxue said as she dialed her mother's number. The call connected swiftly. With excitement radiating from her, Luo Qingxue exclaimed, "Mom, I'm pregnant." "What? You are pregnant?" Her mother responded, astonished at first, then filled with joy. Luo Fu, who was nearby, heard his wife mention a pregnancy and curiously inquired, "Who is pregnant?" Luo Mu shot him an exasperated glance and retorted, "Who else could be pregnant but our daughter?" Upon hearing this, Luo Fu was instantly filled with joy and exclaimed, "Hand me the phone. I need to speak to our daughter." He promptly seized the device and said, "Dear, take care of yourself. Ensure Xiao Hao prepares delicious meals for you. Your mother and I will come by shortly." "Dad, I have more good news to share," Luo Qingxue chuckled. Curious, Luo Fu asked, "What other good news?" "The child in my womb will be registered under our family name, Luo." On the other end of the line, Luo Fu paused in astonishment before becoming overwhelmingly excited, feeling a surge of exhilaration coursing through his veins. He had once contemplated having another child, but due to the family planning policy, and considering his father was a martyr from a patriotic family, they had complied with the regulations, opting not to have a second child. Consequently, Luo Qingxue remained their sole offspring. Yet, he had always harbored a tinge of regret regarding the legacy of their surname, which he held in high esteem. He had even contemplated inviting a son-in-law to join their family, but his daughter had chosen Qin Hao, an only child from a well-off family, who would not entertain the idea of being a son-in-law. Thus, he felt a slight sense of loss. Upon hearing his daughter's news, he eagerly asked, "What does Xiao Hao think?" Luo Qingxue replied, he readily agreed, stating that regardless of the surname, it is still his child. Relieved by this, Luo Fu felt reassured. Had his son-in-law opposed the idea, he would have had to reconsider, as it could affect the relationship between his daughter and her husband. In his excitement, he declared, "Your mother and I are coming over right now." "All right," replied Luo Qingxue. After hanging up, she smiled at Qin Hao and said, "Get up. My parents will be here shortly. By the way, you should call your parents too." Qin Hao, usually elated by such news, now felt a mix of happiness and sadness. His emotions tangled. However, looking at her, he merely speculated, what is there to worry about? Even if she isn't pregnant now, she could be next month. With a bit of effort, who knows, we might even have twins. Luo Qingxue dismissed his concerns nonchalantly. At that moment, Qin Hao dialed his mother. The call was answered almost immediately. After a brief pause, he got straight to the point, "Mom, Qingxue might be pregnant." On the other end, Qin Mu was momentarily stunned before bursting with excitement, "Qingxue is pregnant. How wonderful. If it's a boy, it will ensure the continuation of our family line." Beside her, Qin Fu was equally exhilarated, realizing that if Qingxue was indeed pregnant and had a boy, the issue of legacy would be resolved. He had no prejudice against daughters. It was simply that daughters eventually marry and take their husband's surname, thus hindering the continuation of their family name. At this moment, Qin Mu said to Qin Hao, "Your father and I will head over to see Qingxue now. We'll hang up." After the call ended, the anticipation hung in the air. He and Luo Qingxue got up to tidy up a bit. Once everything was in order, Qin Hao suggested to Luo Qingxue, "Shall we buy a pregnancy test? What if it turns out to be a misunderstanding?" After hearing this, Luo Qingxue nodded and asked him to go downstairs to the pharmacy to buy 2 pregnancy tests. Qin Hao went downstairs and returned with 2 tests, and Luo Qingxue immediately took one. Both tests indicated that she was indeed pregnant. "Darling," Luo Qingxue exclaimed excitedly, presenting the 2 pregnancy tests to Qin Hao, "I'm pregnant, truly pregnant." A smile crept onto Qin Hao's face as he watched Luo Qingxue's joyful demeanor. Yet his heart grew heavier. He had to leave. Today was already the 20th of September. By the 26th, he must confess everything to his family. He would stay for another 2 days to handle other matters. On the 28th, his entire family was to head to the capital. The shop he had opened in Jiangnan City would also have to be abandoned. Once in the capital, he wouldn't linger long. On the 10th of October, he would join the participants of the 328 research project and head to the wilderness. After that, it was uncertain when he would return. In any case, with his wife pregnant and about to give birth, he certainly wouldn't be able to be by her side. Darling. Qin Hao set down the pregnancy test and gently embraced Luo Qingxue. Husband, she responded, feeling a sudden warmth in his tenderness. As Qin Hao held her, he fell silent for a moment before tentatively asking, if I cannot be by your side during your pregnancy and childbirth, would you be very upset? Of course. Luo Qingxue replied without hesitation. In the early stages of pregnancy, frequent vomiting requires care, and having my husband there makes me feel that carrying this child is worthwhile. If a woman is pregnant and her husband is not by her side, even during childbirth, how could she not be angry? Qin Hao sighed inwardly, falling into silence for a while before cautiously inquiring, what if the reason for my absence was due to work obligations? Luo Qingxue huffed lightly. If you know your wife is pregnant, how could you not inform your superiors at work in advance? Tasks like business trips should not be scheduled. If it's a matter of working late due to business, I could understand and empathize. However, if it were a business trip lasting an entire year, not seeing you for that long would be quite excessive. At that moment, she tilted her head to look at Qin Hao, suspicion flickering in her eyes. Why are you bringing this up? Luo Qingxue recalled her husband's rather unusual expression when she first mentioned her pregnancy. Although nothing had seemed amiss afterward, his sudden mention of such matters now made her anxious. Was her husband going on a business trip? For research? Even if he were engaged in research, there should be working hours. He couldn't possibly work around the clock. Her expectations were not too high. If Qin Hao was indeed busy with work, she could empathize. Especially since his work impacted people's lives. Any breakthroughs against diseases would be beneficial for many. However, the condition was that he could not be away for an extended period. Luo Qingxue gazed into Qin Hao's eyes and asked, are you going on a business trip? You have been working from home for the past few years, writing code without the need to travel. Even if you were to assist at a company, it would not be for long. Moreover, if you were to go far away, wherever you go, I shall follow you. Qin Hao felt a sense of heaviness in his heart. He was apprehensive about the passage of time. With each fleeting moment, he drew closer to the moment of revelation. Once he confessed, it was highly likely that his wife would weep, perhaps even shedding tears in silence behind his back. And what of his parents and in-laws? He couldn't fathom how they would react. Gently, Qin Hao pressed his lips against Luo Qingxue's rosy mouth, and they shared a tender kiss. However, their intimate moment was interrupted by a series of knocks at the door. Upon hearing the sound, they ceased their affection. The robot, Su Yu, went to answer it, revealing 4 visitors: Luo's father, Luo's mother, and 2 robots. Upon seeing Luo Qingxue, her father's face lit up with a broad smile as he hurried towards her. Daughter, take care as you walk, don't trip, he admonished. Luo Qingxue chuckled, Dad, I've just conceived, and I'm not that fragile. Nonsense, Luo's father retorted, his expression turning serious. You are my only daughter, of course you are precious. Luo's mother approached, looking at Luo Qingxue with concern. Have you tested with a pregnancy stick? At that moment, Luo Qingxue, who had been hiding her hands behind her back, revealed 2 pregnancy tests she held in front of her. Seeing this, both parents burst into laughter. Luo's mother turned to Qin Hao, saying, Xiao Hao, while we are away, make sure to take good care of Qingxue. Qin Hao nodded, reassuring them, rest assured, even if I am not home, the robots will be here to care for her. This calmed Luo's parents somewhat, as they had recently developed a newfound appreciation for the capabilities of the household robots. Having them around was indeed reassuring. Luo's mother then inquired, have you informed your parents? Qin Hao replied, yes, I have notified them, they should be arriving soon. Luo's mother nodded lightly. Luo's father then recalled something. Looking at Qin Hao and saying, when your daughter called, she mentioned the child's surname being Luo. Qin Hao smiled, didn't Qingxue tell you? It matters not whose surname the child bears, they are our child, and we will show no favoritism. Upon hearing this, Luo's parents felt a wave of relief wash over them, as Qin Hao's demeanor suggested he truly did not mind. By the way, do your parents know? Luo's father asked. Not yet, they will come over and discuss it shortly, Qin Hao replied. Luo's parents exchanged worried glances. While their son-in-law was agreeable, They were uncertain about the feelings of their own family, even though they held them in high regard. This matter, after all, pertained to the lineage and the transmission of surnames. In their generation, the significance of surnames was still deeply ingrained. Though Qin Shi was a girl and bore the surname Qin, she would eventually marry and thus could not carry on the family name to the next generation.